Meanwhile, switching over to Ironblood Gaming, strafing the player from Indonesia. Indonesian Aussie. He's been playing with Indonesian teams and Australian teams in APEX South as a top player in the region for quite some time and finally found his stride with these new players, Player K and Panay, who have yet to be at LAN.
What's crazy here, playing off this choke point, can be scary with how congested we already saw Geyser to be. So you could already expect that tunnel area to be already congested by another team. There's another entryway that Leave No Witness are now rotating away from. Sometimes you can see a beacon here, but there's not going to be a beacon here this time around. But with this longer rotate around, I'm worried about a team already in the bunker that is ready to gatekeep.
Hasta luego, says the Argentinians. Meanwhile, Pioneers back on high ground here at Overlook. The IG home. Still in that fight against Dreamfire. Leave No Witnesses, though. You just saw them moments ago. They're actually rotating their way through. And IBG wants to enter the party. So here we go. 4 teams in an area. Passion not too far in the moist cave right below. As my man Daltouche calls it. Shout out to my boy. He's probably sleeping right now. And doing, had a crazy, it's a Saturday, so you can imagine what Daltouche was up to. No, I'm just kidding. Shout out to my man. As we jump on board with Pioneers. IBG, KCP, Dreamfire, and Leave No Witnesses, who will come out on top here, only 1 or 2.
This is a crazy fight to take on the edge of the circle because, yes, you see those shots coming in from the bunker area too, getting that knock already as IBG were also trying to fully send it onto that player, now rotating around. 3 squads in this congested spot, exiting out of Overlook where there is a beacon. So it was the squads that wanted to try to get that information that rotated away from Epi, like KCP now, who are now playing on the edge right behind IBG.
That's right. This could be very scary. It's going to be tough. This rotate edge fight, just like you said, it's a tough fight. So if you're a KCP fan, it could be looking a little bit scary. If they can make their way out of this, they're showing that they've truly evolved, right? They're a full edge team right now. This is never how Nasky has played. They found so much success as one of the greatest teams in EU back in 2021 with multiple championships in the Nasky Strafey Dell squad with early rotate, Pathfinder, then Crypto team comps. A completely different, out-of-character play style for KCP and Nasky.
Be a little risky sometimes too, trying to pull that out, but you know what? Exactly. You have to make the adjustment, especially if you find yourself either in the elimination bracket. IBG, another squad that we were talking about before, trying to show up, still rocking the Bangalore Bloodhound and Seer, the double scan that they're going to be able to get here, the double set of information. As the scan's going to come out here first, scan for scan, as the squad's going to be able to take up the inside of this building. That's right, it's a Bloodhound versus Bloodhound matchup. We've all been there before in ranked. Bangalore's going to come down. That's going to force Panay to run through it. This is not the way you want to run through the river against the flow as opposed to with it, but he's just fine. Able to do so on time, get back inside, avoid any damage, avoid the stun, and they'll reset here. But the ultimate's going to be popped by Panay, so expect them to make a play now. You talk about all of us being here, absolutely, especially when you hear the enemy Beast of the Hunt activated. It's about making a statement. Scan for scan. You already know where they are. You already scanned them 3 seconds ago, but now you're going to do it again. The double scan comp from IBG, only team running it. Here we go. Seer ultimate is down. Let's jump into a listen with IBG to hear their comps.
Crack, 30 flash, 30, night. Someone try and pick the balcony. They will use one died. Nice. I think we're going to triple pick the stairs here. Ready? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, go. What? There's one shot downstairs. I can reload. After heal. I killed him. Heal. We're playing for heal. He's one. There's a third party coming behind us. I bang ulted. You have to run forward. Just run. Just run, quiet. Just run. I got the kills. You just gotta run.
And players gonna sneak out, barely able to scurry away, but you know KCP's gonna hunt. They don't have a Bangalore, but they do have a Seer, so they'll automatically know exactly where he's gonna be. Expect that to be a cleanup here in a moment, most likely. Meanwhile, Vexed Gaming with quite a bit of a fan audience here, live from the crowd in high stage, looking to have a big game. They got the first knock there too off of the Arcstar, and they were able to fully send it. King get eliminated in 16th in this lobby, and Unlucky is feeling himself right now. He wanted to go hard today, and they want to go big or go home, because that's the only option here in this elimination bracket. And you hear the crowd burst out and cheer and chant. Meanwhile, Tyler FPS, the sole Brit on this team, playing in front of a hometown crowd. Tyler burst onto the scene with a remarkable showing in the ALGS Championship of 2021, playing with New Esports, where they dominated group stages. That was alongside the Ascend squad, Kashira and Postkill, and that's when he knew he was going to be something special.
Trying to find a way off to the side after getting that crack to get the information onto the top of that player. Despite the smoke grenades coming in, they know exactly where he's at before hiding right behind the Zero coming in as Tyler goes down first. Yeah. They get the trade.
Tyler, the tip of the spear, going to go down that big. He's so talented, he misses the last shot.
Wow, 只差一點點啊
Gaming is out. The Boogie Borders, Onyx Esports, welcome to ALGS. Raki, Shady, and Fussy clutch up.
Coming in is going to get the double res on top of that. I like the little flame breath that he was able to take to get right behind Vex as they're going to exit back to the lobby here to Horizon Union, though, going very, very low before finding a little landing spot after that Skyward dive.
That's right, Dreamfire going to find an elimination on Urban. Roy, new kill leader. This is the Dreamfire steamrolling train that we know of. Once they can get going, they're so talented, but Crazy Raccoon finds himself in a fight, and Toffee's going to finally clean up his kill on Fussy. Onyx can be eliminated to Godfire, so the South Americans come in, and third party. Both teams caught in that choke are going to be taken out. It's Vex and Onyx both out. But take a look at the map at the top left of your screen. Invictus Gaming, so well positioned, so well rotated. Again, they're playing so well with these early rotate calls from the IGLs in Noises and Graceful.
I'm getting a little bit of PTSD because IG has been in this situation before. We've called this situation before from IG, where they know where the circle is going to be pulling and they play on the outside of the building area by the door, where we sometimes see the circle pulling towards the bins, where Singularity has already predicted, where they've already posted up, and they have the natural cover of the rock and a little bit of the trucks and crates that they can play off of.
That's exactly right, Vicky. IG, this is out of the strat book for them. They love these guys or finishes because they drop just north and overlook. They can rotate very fast, and then they can use their defensive comp and play to their advantage. Crypto, Watson, good luck pushing us. We're going to get all the intel. We're going to use our EMP scans to try and take some fights if you do try and push us. Very, very well done here from Invictus Gaming. This is just straight out of the strat book, like I said.
Going for the two.
Singularity, you're right, Singularity as well. Again, we saw that map. Singularity is the team all the way there where the mark is on your map right now at the top left. So again, same two teams from last game that early rotated. I'm so impressed right now. Singularity is a very hard rotate team as well.
We'll get that map soon. First, we got to tune into this fight that we're seeing with KCP. Pander's going to be able to pick that gold helmet up real quick, try to get that Rolling Thunder out fast, as well as those smoke grenades out on the board. With some of that information, though, with the Seer attack, you can see with the heartbeat sensor that they are picking up that team that's right across from them. But this is a difficult situation that I mentioned earlier on when the circle was closing in. Being in this tunnel, you could only imagine you could expect to get at least gate capped by 1 to 2 squads that have already been inside of here for a while.
Yeah, that's right. KCP, Dreamfire, and the last two members of Passion. Here comes the push. Stepping on the gas pedal is Nasky and the newfound Edge fighting team. And guess what? They're in a third party. And Nasky's going to start things off with a shield break, and another shield break's going to come through. Seer and Bangalore down to no shields. Nasky
so
with
close.
The Prowler in hand. He's so close indeed, but Dreamfire's going to be eliminated here, and there's only 2 members of Passion, so KCP is going to do it. They're going to be the last team that makes it from all these North Edge teams.
Look at the way that Nasky's played. Hold forward, even getting a little bit of a Charlie horse with those Watson fences, but it's fine. He still holds forward. They take care of Passion, but now they're in the line of sight of 2 other teams. Beautiful smoke grenade coming in from Panders to block out that view on their right side so that way they can rotate to the left.
Yeah, Nasky playing so aggressive with that probably you think he's on controller. He made a switch mid-tournament just like they switched their playstyle, but no. One of the best mouse and keyboard players in IGLs. Meanwhile, GHS and Oxygen. Oxygen needs to perform here. Bad start. To game 1 and bad start yesterday. Mainy's gonna go down. Crazy Raccoon down to 1. Porker gets a shield pad off, but for now he's the last alive for CR. Oxygen gonna farm GHS, and then they can turn and they can get the kills on Crazy Raccoon if they had their head in a swivel.
They can't fully push that too because you see that Team Singularity, like we mentioned before, have the high ground, but they don't have that last player in their line of sight right now. Yeah, they got the Seer, but it's about finding the spot that's right in front of them. It looks like they're going to try to get the straggler.
And I love this push from Elysium, the best controller player in South America with the RE45! Oh my god, Elysium, you are a monster! Hit for 130, he's not done yet! Volt only has 40 bullets left, but he's going to use them to his advantage and hope for some ammo here in just a moment. And Singularity leaves their god spot to clean up, but now they can go right back.
Coming to the RE45 microwave, burning down the rest of these players as NC are actually trying to engage on IG. But how are they going to do this with the composition that IG's running?
That's right, so once again, 3 South American teams alive.
唔係喎 ，Van 1喎呢邊，北極 Van 1喎。我唔知係咪敗部喎，因為我 miss 咗。係啊係敗嗰邊係咪 ？Top 5啊，係係敗嗰邊。咁即係 Liquid 嗰邊先至係勝嗰邊喎。
South America all in at top 3, big dog. All in that top three. Godfire. You hear
定係同一邊嚟
My？ boy Pokies is.
哦呢邊 SNG。
First thing, first.
頂廣告。我遲咗開啊，我都唔知啊，真係啱啱開啊！而家係啱啱Match 2完咯。應該係頭先嗰邊係敗嘅Godfire。
And they all support him, and that's exactly what we saw right there.
And they played that perfectly, and not only in the position that they were holding, they not only cleared their
我記得
backs,
Godfire 係敗嗰邊咯。
perfectly the squads that were forced to rotate uphill towards their direction, but they played amazingly to their strength with their composition. Not like IG, where they're not the ones running the Watson, so they have to play off more space than what IG was working with inside of the building, where they were trying to play to their strength. Beautiful play from Singularity, and I believe they got 7 KP, so the consistency is alive for this squad.
That's right, and I'll say it one more time because they deserve it. Vamos Brazil, every single one of
但
you
係
in
主
the chat
流
right
呢
now.
邊係
Stand
2
up,
萬
get
幾
ready,
人
make some noise, drop
大
the
步，
Brazilian flags because Brazil and South
應該係
America.
同步開嘅喎，係咪？
That was so fun.
咦唔係喎，敗部打晒先喎，係喎專 fire kick，應該係打晒敗，然之後先至再打 win 喎。
Overall, one of the most intense.
黐孖筋，即係你要睇12場啊！
I do too. I'm a big fan of guys.
They're not very fun to play.
It's a long day, you know.
But like spectating wise, like
你要睇12場啊，you know, guys.
trainees that you can play as a team.
It's a crazy。我琴日我睇唔到最後嗰2 round 咯，
Any spot
2個 match 我太攰啦睇到。但係我想講最後嗰2 round 嗰個 final circus 係好睇到黐線，我今日睇翻 payback， 你睇咗未啊？
You guys always ask.
即係 Game 5同 Game 6咯。Game 5係 TSM 對 Alliance， 然後最後 final circle 嗰個 play 係黐線，然後Game 6舊 Team Burger 阿 Rambo 佢哋嗰邊同 NRG 嗰個 final circus 又係黐孖筋，未睇可以睇翻。琴晚嘅 Game 5 Game 6我太攰啦，冇睇到。
They will always have better loot. So those games where there's a lot of buildings and there's a lot of stuff to
係啊，18場黐孖筋，我真係睇到我個人蒸發咗啊！我想講，我真係睇晒啊！上次睇到我個人蒸發咗啊！係蒸發咗啊！佢啊！
When was the last time we've seen a fragment zone?
We see broken a good amount. Right across the bridge.
We haven't seen it once.
We haven't seen it once today or yesterday.
Not even here.
Yeah, we watched it a lot in Pro League. They definitely had a lot in Pro League for sure.
I don't think we've seen any skyhook zones today or this
No,
tournament.
not
either.
one skyhook zone either. That's actually a pretty good point. What have we really seen so far? We've seen a lot of
I feel like we've seen the most
siphon, countdown,
climatizer,
tree. No, not tree.
thermal.
Tree. We saw 1 tree, 1 thermal, and a lot of siphon, man. And now
I
Geyser.
feel like siphon for sure the most.
Geyser, no Lava City.
Yeah, no Lava Cities.
1 Overlook.
One overlook yesterday.
唉，
Yeah, and that's
咁點解要兩邊即係拎阿 Liquid 呢邊又係做副方？咁但係主流呢邊又係做副方，咁兩邊都做副方，咁我做乜要睇 Liquid 嗰邊？我以為佢分兩邊，一邊勝方，一邊副方同步打。其實我覺得同步打開心啲咯。好辛苦啊，大佬！我琴日真係睇到我人黐線，我因為去到凌晨2點啊！凌晨到2點3點，我真係頂唔順。咁樣睇副地。如果現場睇又唔同喎，現場睇佢氣氛啊，你又可以去下廁所休息啊，然後食下嘢啊，睇下嘢傾下偈啊，咁我易過啲啊。哇！咁樣坐喺度睇真係嘔血啊！我覺得自己好叻㗎啦，睇咗爭2場㗎嗰啲係，但係爭2場嗰度2個鐘啊！我想講，我琴日直播7個幾鐘嘛，咪就係爭最後嗰2個鐘。
Well, I think we've just got so
兩場兩個鐘啊！哇，攰到趴
in this
街。
lobby that the few who are playing those more conservative comps, NorCal Esports, you saw there with the Newcastle as well.
我起而
And
家有
then
啲
of
眼
course
瞓。
IG who have had a phenomenal start to this series. They're just being able to walk in into God's
係冇推到嘅，所以我做嘢翻嚟咯，趕唔切咯就係。 就係趕唔切翻嚟睇 game one 咯。
Whereas there just seems to be quite a few teams
原本完
just
嘅
fighting over those
原本都
KPIs
完嘅，講得切嘅，不過點知我仲要搞，我仲要去 Smart 通搞少少嘢，然後嗰個等就遲咗。如果唔係嘅話，我都講得切6點嘅。爭少少。我反正都見遲啊，咁啊算啦，去埋 Smart 通咯。佢反正都係遲啊，唔可以準時，咁就算啦，唔睇頭兩場咯。嗱，咁我翻到嚟都睇到 Match 2頭先開，我喺度睇緊一路開啊嘛 ，OK 嘅。反正咁多場，黐孖筋。
Well, you can actually see it in the chat. I'm going to expose some of our players. Onyx Esports said this was a brain dead push. You have a Valkyrie. What are you doing trying to fight us in that entrance to Geyser? And I think that is a legitimate question.
又唔會推 job 嘅。
Know that they're an aggressive team.
講真，如果我真係推 job 嘅話，我就直情飛過去啦。英國啫嘛，唔使簽證。
Not every fight is a good fight, and that's what they're finding out. Listen. They still won over Flora. They have 7 points. That is better than having.
如果真係推 job， 我就推成個，我會就推成個星期。
Much better outlook heading into Game 3.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and look at that final circle. I know Singularity came out on
去埋現場睇，同埋 TSM 影埋相，有機會嘅話。
All right, let's have a look at this one for match 2. So as we said, it was a deep zone here in Geyser, and we were going to get those teams pushed out of here eventually. But as you see, NorCal actually really pressing the issue here. They finally cleared up.
下年咯，而家先通翻關。
In and despite losing one initially, IG just get pressed up against.
如果係下年喺美國打，我應該
ready to take advantage of that. They were sitting on the outside and able to come in and clean up. But then of course,
最好佢喺亞洲，唔係最好佢喺日本開。
lock everyone in place.
And that was the big difference, right? Not only the timing of that, but the EMP to open things up, playing the crypto.
唔係，我想講真係有機會下屆喺日本啊。
With the Newcastle, we don't see that often. It was a nice little thing that got that started.
因為 APEX 嗰邊知道其實日本係好興 APEX。如果佢選擇今年喺歐洲即係英國，上年喺美國，嚟緊嗰年喺日本正啊！我一定勁早買機票，勁早訂酒店。我喺東京就仲 perfect， 行埋原宿。 行埋蘇巴亞去埋個旅行，前後2個星期可以。嗱，如果佢下年下屆 ALGS 喺日本搞嘅話咧，我可以去2個星期。
Yeah, there was a lot of tension to take there, and unfortunately they couldn't quite.
不過真係唔知佢今次first pay off 係英國啊嘛，可能佢 second pay off 都係翻北美打。 然之後 World Final， 我唔知佢第二次係喺邊度打？
Look, I mean, just 2 maps already. We have 4 more to go, and mind you, top 10.
World Final 如果喺美國，我都可能會考慮下，如果時間啱。佢6、7月啊，暑假。
That is, I think, a sign that they are moving towards. Their minds are in elimination bracket.
唔係佢唔係6月，佢應該可能7月、8月。
Some teams, though, still at the bottom, 3 points. They're close. There's only like 10 points that separate the bottom 20 to actually the top 6.
暑假係好忙，
So still a lot of time. Still a lot that can happen.
如果邊陣時啱嘅，我都可能會過去。美國㗎。
But let's go ahead and we're going to send it back to the casters because match number 3 is about to be underway. Fallout Vicky, send it.
Thank you much. Thank you so much. I can't talk. I'm that excited. Thank you so much, Tiff. Thank you, Rain Day. Thank you, Gino. Fallout and Vicky Kitty for one last game, number 3 here on World's Edge. And what a start it has been.
哇！佢快幾多？你睇下今日。
And of course, to Singularity.
頂你琴日喺中間，佢仲要係。我想講佢琴日最尾勁麻煩咯，佢講成半個鐘頭嘢先開始一場 match 咯，所以我頂唔順之後要瞓咯。你諗下佢講咗5分鐘啫喎。 頭先啱啱完 Match 2， 5至10分鐘就即刻開 Match 3啦。如果琴日係咁，我就唔使 miss 嗰2場。等佢講成半個鐘啊，琴日。嬲咗。
Go big or go home. So that's actually not bad for Vex. 13th place, 7
It's
points.
just 2 games, right?
It's 2 games, and you have an opportunity to have that one massive game, which would sneak you into the top 10 and probably cement you in the top 10.
你翻工咁啊，琴日大佬佢9個幾鐘啊！大佬琴日打咗，開台開到翻工咁啊，開7個幾鐘。唔係自己打啊，冇咁眼瞓啊，睇咧真係會攰。
Side kind of circles that we saw being pulled out for the last 2 games.
Yeah, that's right. And this is interesting. Take a look at the top left of your screen. KCP. I'm really interested.
我一定會去睇一次嘅，其實。
Will they opt back?
睇下今年嗰2次有冇機會，定係下年
？Again, Nasky Dell are so comfortable with, or will they commit to hard edge and just try and bully the north side of this zone with teams like FCB, IBG, Passion trying to rotate all the way through the north?
希望咯，但係 FH 其實都真係難嘅試下。
You know what's in the replicator right now? It's the purple light mag. You got the purple standard stock as well. The Mobi as well that they could also work with if they need that too. If they want to play by the edge, they have to think about how they're going to be rotating.
同埋就算佢打翻上嚟之後入到去都好難贏，勁太多啦 FH 實能係。
They scan beacon quick and look how fast they're out. So again, this is a really big game if you're an Oxygen fan for North America. The only team, can you believe it? 9 out of 10 North American teams made it to the winners bracket. Oxygen is the only one that dropped down to the lower bracket, which is just insane to think about. So great opportunity for Oxygen.
即係如果你問我，如果純粹稱能力嘅話 ，CL 一定唔係20隊以內。
Any team that tries to come into Skyhook, they're going to fight, and I think this is going to be a really good game for Kansas City Pioneers.
Another team that actually quickly rotated after the first game where they learned their lesson was NC, actually, who ended up in the top 3 in game number 2 after being one of the first to fall after Crazy Raccoon had fully rotated onto Harvester. Now they're also going in.
不過副方都好睇嘅，因為
look at Vex, they wasted no time. Oxygen
副方就真係 all or nothing 啊！
Wow, so Oxygen is going to
一係就打final，一係就翻屋企。
The ideal spot they maybe would have wanted, but it's still a really, really good spot to be in. I don't know if this will be the ultimate endgame God spot. We'll, of course, see where zone pulls, because they don't want anything to do with Vex on this fight. I mean, Vex does. Vex wants to take this fight quick. They
上屆 Speed1 係 TSM 贏啊！
Fights in zone. Vex is just going to sit on high ground here, and things will slow down. And I want to take a moment to say, take a look at the R301 in the inventory.
嗱，趁佢未好激烈嘅時候，我哋即刻睇翻啲數據先。即刻去數據庫。
R99. Reason being, well, the replicator currently has a purple standard stock and a purple extended light mag in it, which means you're going to see a lot of beamage coming from all these teams.
Especially from the teams that like to hog that replicator out here too. Some teams that take their time to rotate, that utilize the replicator to boost up their Evo shields too. Singularity also in the middle of the rotate through Harvester currently, and believe they're behind another team that maybe Godfire.
6月8到11啊。 都係 London 啊！
Right in front of them, and Godfire's just going to run away. Wise decision. They're going to go through staging. So they might get some more crafting. Sorry, I missed that. Go ahead.
Yeah, they picked up the vault key there.
嗱 ，Champion、World Champion 就未出嘅 location， 可能喺翻北美打，但係暫時係都咗去倫敦咯。6月8到11啦，有錢有時間就可以買定機票過嚟。6月，唉，6月我都好問。
Expect them to leave with purple shields.
度下先。
Great scenario right now for Singularity with an opportunity to go back to back.
但係我想睇埋佢 World Final 嘅時間。如果佢 World Final 嘅時間喺美國，咁我就唔去英國，直接去美國啊。直接睇 World Final 開心啲。
To quickly get back in, Ras as well as they're just
trying
to hold onto high ground. They have the
佢 World Final 嗰個時間我唔啱咧，咁我就睇下抽唔抽時間去倫敦呢個。我一陣間再睇我翻返嚟先。好似好激烈啊！
And you know that clip right there just restored faith in myself.
假激烈。
Because that's what the longbow looks like every single time.
我喺呢邊 so many people.
I refuse to use the longbow anymore. But then you see pro players hit every shot with that thing, which is insane. But no, nonetheless. We got Van on screen right now, aka Van Glorioso. Again, Brazilian team, brand new player on this squad. He's kind of a rookie. They took a big risk on him. This is his first land, still easy on his team. You heard me call him a COD great. Well, he almost qualified for COD champs a couple years ago. Was a top Call of Duty player in South America and Brazil. Now his switch to
你哋有冇期啊？有期不如一齊去啊！好開心啊！如果成班人去睇 ALGS。哇！咁黑！有啲難估實。
advantage.
Last person's in the John, in the porter potty, and yeah, I don't know what they call it here in the UK. Someone help me out here, but he's likely going to be going here momentarily. Last member alive is Karaju of GHS Professionals. And kick will fly through, clean him up.
如果大家有時間可以阿楊啊咁樣成班一齊過去睇都開心。
They looked like they were already wrapping around the fence line, but I like that they just wanted to make sure they had some of that information. Unfortunate little tag there with their own arc stars, just hitting the edge of that window and kick. Take to the high ground immediately, but lose out on Silizi.
Yeah, Gio wants to take this fight. They have shield swaps, I think. Kings is going to go down. The third party's too strong. They played it like it was a 3v3, but they have to recognize there's so many teams that early rotated. If you try and take high ground, you're going to get melted.
I'm surprised too, because Gio saw the other team on the other
係
side.
嘅，都得喺香港下次咯。
Hands down, so it's Flora also in the vicinity to try to go in.
Yeah, that's right. A lot of APEX teams right now. Mia K of Flora, Pinoter, controller Japanese squad. You do.
6月8到11，6月11咯。
Van still alive. Last alive first team.
嗱，我哋8號、9號咧分組賽嗰啲，我哋喺屋企睇各自。
Nope, kick is out.
World Final 嘅時候先直接喺 studio 睇，租個嗰啲咩 Party Room 勁大電視。
Getting the PK to finish things off of the two members of Flora.
Peacekeeper for just not nice plays right there. They love themselves some shotgun play. Whether it was the master,
Party Room 嘅啊。
obviously currently PK on the ground. R99.
唔係都得，不過個電視唔夠大啫。 如果係租 Party Room 嗰個電視可以有成70寸啊，大佬。
Gio finds the last member of Flora, and they're going to get taken out.
Why are you running? You know you're already at the end right now as Gio saw you in their sights. Another team now making their appearance on the choke point. That may be vexed because we saw them earlier on top of Pride Walk when they were overlooking Oxygen on the low ground. So I wouldn't be surprised if they have it over that choke point because it's a really good spot to hold since you have the slight height ground over other teams that are going to be forced to rotate from the north side past the train tracks.
好開心喎，大佬租 Party Room。咁你 Party Room 唔係淨得電視㗎嘛？你嗰啲中間休息嗰啲，你可以篤下波啊。 玩下其他 game 啊 ，hea 下佢嗰啲時間啊嘛。然之後就去開始啦，又再睇咁咯。大嗰啲 Party Room 係好多嘢玩㗎嘛，香港都。
The 5 kills will certainly help. KCP though, we talked about them having a really good game. Now they have to go through IBG. This is the matchup we previewed.
Well, it's good here. IBG popping the beast of the hive, but to stop him in his tracks is the Rolling Thunder moving into. He finally finds a little opening. He tries to push in right now. It's player K actually that had that Rolling Thunder, so it just slows him down ever so slightly, but this at least gives some time for KCP to build up some space.
Draping Flame. Wide left, angles, finds one. R301 just melts. That's the standard stock in effect here. Meanwhile, Full Limb is going to come through as well on Dell, and KCP might be out. And yeah, we previewed it. We said Iron Blood Gaming will be rotating this direction. Oh!
Doesn't get the
好好㗎啦，呢個追槍已經追得好好啊，好運。
They're going to be able to also loot that one player, Sir Dell, that went down for Pioneers. Now they have to play this out as a duo.
There's no way they get this banner here, so yeah. Look, Nasky's been hyping up Panders, and then it's a team of 2.
點解要咁樣就咁行過去咧？
But Nasky goes down. I was excited to see what they could do as a team.
自殺喎，頭先我哋有。兩隻幫家。咩事咧？
It's Iron Blood Gaming, you got Horizon, you got KCP with only Panders left, who is forced to now play this as a solo as he tries to wrap around from the north side of Lava Fisher. He's going to go long, and that means that some squads that take their time to rotate, like FC, may actually run into him, but let's see what he's going to end up doing.
Former Chicken Sandwiches team that rose to greatness as the unexpected best team coming out of the APEX South. Very competitive region, by the way, but keep in mind, I think them and Dreamfire are the 2 teams that did not make it to the winners bracket coming out of APEX South.
咁就第3年啊 APEX。唔係第3年，第3屆 ALGS。
IBG Onic and Dreamfire, but they were 21st and 22nd place, Dreamfire and Onic at least, so close. APEX South, one of the most competitive regions that needs to get more recognition, is exactly that. Interested to see how Panay, the Greek-Australian rookie to the scene, plays this as well.
trying to take the analyst pullback here, looking at IBG and looking at where the circle is going to be pulling. They have the information on where that circle is going to be if we could get a side-by-side, because we've sometimes seen the circle pull towards where Vex was predicting, pull towards the houses off to the right side. So it'd be absolutely huge if IBG could continuously try to pressure this on the edge of the circle.
That's right. Take a look at the top left of your screen. They have the beacon info. So let's jump into a listen to see how they decide to play this rotation. Let's listen in with Iron Blood Gaming.
Scan in right away. Get to here. Wait up. Oh, they're close. They're trying to fight. I'm on the house. They're close. Look at the Watson. I'm safe on me. Someone back there soon. I'm getting shot. Chill. We have to heal. Take space on the right. Just live. We're getting shot. Yeah, I smoke behind us.
其實呢個組合都幾好，邦家個煙用尋血犬同斯牙都睇到晒，又可以左controller，係冇得飛啫，即係冇飛機女。但係偵測陣地係幾好。一定睇到咯，你睇下，咁佢睇唔到人嘅。
I can watch all. Come back, panel. Yeah. I'm looking. Oh, we're good. We can swing left. I'm just gonna drop down late. Yeah, okay, we're gonna drop. Wait, you said there's a team playing here? Yeah, we're gonna drop down. Triple swing them. Ready? Come down. Come to me. Let's go. Come. I can't see them. I'm pretty sure I saw a guy there, though. Yeah. I'm pretty sure we're also getting listened into, so, player, you might be a furry, but you're my furry. Shut up. What are you talking about? Alright, chill. They might be, like, walking up on the back here. We have to be careful of that.
其實呢個位好難守啊。
You just have to try and live. They're peeking now. Hard safe on me.
後披高打下嗰個準確度真係好難守啊！低位呢個位。
He's just spamming us.
上面打側射落嚟真係一排。係咯，仲有呢個位喎，而家佢望住嗰個位都仲可以撲啊！
Should we go further up or not? No.
Cheeky strafing play, recognizing that they're on the listen in, and of course, I think he called his teammate a furry. Is that what it said?
I heard him say be careful. I don't know if that's because maybe they get a little overly excited out here.
And then I think Ballet was like, shut up and play the game.
I'm in danger. But Horizon Union have now taken the high ground, and I was talking to Fallen a little bit while doing this listening. Currently, IBG, they don't have a legend that allows them to go up back into the high ground. They don't have a Horizon, they don't have a Valkyrie right now. They're running less mobility on that team with their composition, so now they're forced to stay on the low ground and give up this space for free to Horizon Union, the team that they knew that was already inside this building. So Horizon Union have a lot of space to work with on the high ground.
And you know, we had a little debate, right? Should they have dropped to low ground and given up their high ground? What's the alternative? They stay on the bridge, they don't have any cover, they have to push Horizon. And Vicky thought maybe they should push Horizon instead. But now we know what we know. Horizon's team comp, Watson is so defensive, that would have been a very difficult push with IG and FC nearby. So interesting stuff here. But look, IG's gonna enter the fight. And IG's gonna have to take the high ground above. And actually, yeah, they could have played the trailer exactly where IG went. I think you're right, Vicky.
But at the same time, though, then that would have been the third-party green light for Horizon to then get involved in that fight. And then FC, who like to play the edge, who like to take their time to rotate, could then fourth party. So that's going to be super chaotic on the north side of that circle. And looking at where the circle is going to be taking us, look at Vex, look at their positioning, and they have the beacon. Now we jump into the fight that we were predicting right now before, as IG are playing at a little bit of a health disadvantage, maybe expecting the EMP coming in from noises.
Watson versus Watson. I don't know if IG has the intel, but the team right below them, that I'm sure they're aware of from sound cues, does not have an ability to get up there. No Horizon on their team comp. So, with that said, we have a Watson.
Whoa!
Baby, the Crypto EMP! This is where Crypto's so good!
Whoa!
Watson! Here comes the no pylon available, it's destroyed, and they're all stuck in a corner! Here comes noises!
放題啦！哇，做乜咁快？哇！慘啊 ，push 唔到！哇，慘啊！呢個 push 唔到真係。哇！呢咁樣衝，咁樣炸開晒入去 push 唔到真係。
Just you wait. FC destroy with a third party. That'll be it for Horizon unless that last member can run away. I think it's Genji. Just to survive in Rat. Wow, what a turn of events! And
係
you know
哇
what?
真
Pissed
係
about that game. They just got
有少少判斷錯誤喎，頭先
I
IG
had no other choice.
Well, this played out exactly how we were predicting it right there too, on the very high end. But Vex in this fight, let's hold that thought. They were on the high ground, but they lose out on the member playing this as a duo. It's a 2v2 with the team playing on the low ground.
And I love how Vex is playing this in a 2v2. They're going to drop the Seer ult, but they're playing on their high, and they're just using that high ground advantage. All they have to do is take their time, right? Ultimately, another team's going to help them. They can just poke and go back and heal. Poke and go back and heal. There's no ability for Game War to push them.
Oh, finding a little angle.
Oh,等你哋唔好血。
Down shield. I like this little cheeky shot. Unlucky falling low. He needs some suppressed fire. Game falling low too. They get taken out. Vex come out on top. Third party moving in as the EMP is unleashed.
Unlucky! The 18-year-old Austrian making a play here. He says, I'm going to drop low ground and be the one to be the playmaker with Matafe supporting from above. So well played. This is the unlucky effect. One of the top controller players in EU, and this shows why. What a play from the kid.
Oh, Oxygen have to drop down right now.
其實睇副方呢邊咧，你會發現好多 team 都好多
Everybody's getting involved in this fight. This means that Vex is forced off of the position that they've been holding since the very beginning. They gave up the beacon, but they're still alive. They're playing off the side of where the circle is going to be pulling, and it's exactly pulling where we were expecting. The geyser area where the buildings were, where Vex saw it was going to be pulling when they were holding that choke point from the beginning.
That's right. The question is, can Vex return back to full? FC destroyed, 13. Nice smoke. I think that's on IBG and Banai right below them. NC alive, Singularity alive, Oxygen alive right now. Pick your poison, pick your favorite team.
And remember the team that dropped down, it was IBG. When they dropped down thinking there was a team there, blessing out here for this one. They got another third party, but FCD drop on top.
留咗隻，留咗隻，係啊，留咗隻，靚嘅。
It's Yuka coming in as IBG
呢個大靚加個飛鏢。
And FCD have the slight high ground next to the train track.
我話嗰個位好難走啊！
Now as he takes out every single player of the opposing squad. Umachan Lavetti, the new player on this team, with the charge rifle, wide left angles. Great shot right there to break ice. And now will Onyx decide to push it? They gotta do something. Onyx under duress.
They're getting shot off to the side by a 30-30. It's Singularity that have the low ground right next to the geyser. Talking about that position though, they have the natural cover of the rock to hide behind, but that could put them pinched with the squad right behind.
Singularity's in a bad spot right now, down in the canyon. They're gonna get focused here by basically every team in the lobby. They're at center of map, every single person. It's almost like a gladiator in a stage, except every single spectator has a chance to join the fun. The arena here, the Coliseum in Rome, live from World's Edge as GO has high ground in a great position. NC and Vex going to trade spots here and share some locations.
We talk about Vex still playing this out, playing on the low ground, hiding behind.
好難用啊！3030重親。
Cracking some shields with this 30-30. Love the fault that we're seeing as well in the feed. Umi-chan getting a knock with the R301. We see more lighting up the feed currently. He gets the knock here too. 30-30 just finishing things off.
Yeah, and you know it's just a matter of time for Bastion and Onyx just giving their positioning, not in a good spot. Here comes Jung Hee. Nice knock from afar. 18 damage on Unlucky. This might end the night for Vex. Yes, it does. Vex is out. Geo might be next. Justa goes down. Jung Hee in high ground. Oh my god, beaming right now with the flat line. Takes the 30-30 out, connects for more damage.
Jung Hee right here with the 30-30 popping off, running double heavy, and he's got the gold extended heavy mag on the flat line. So the quick 1-2 swap, and he's got the red Evo to restabilize. Let's see if he can get this res right underneath.
Drops the missile swarm for some cover to buy him some time for the res. And he'll stick it. Geo back to full force here. Juice will heal back up quick. Singularity does not want to enter that fight. NC likely does not want to push this fight, but they're going to have to make a decision here soon. Meanwhile, FC, Fascination Color Destroy, inching in. Shady is the last and final rat for Onyx.
冇時間補X 補滿啦。
All the information in this tiny circle. Actually insane as Dreamfire Bolin is going to be able to finish off that player over to the side of the crates.
I think they may have used that Bangalore ult just for that rat to get the stun.
但係佢哋贏翻轉啦。
Additional placement points. I don't hate it.
Dreamfire，let's go。
That Bangalore ultimate for late game most of the time. Alicia
等少少啫，
right now. What's
等少搞你 SNG 啊。
You don't want to see them. Yeah, he must be getting focused. Yeah, he was getting focused from the window and from NC, so he had to do something. So Singularity is playing low ground as a team of two. They want to be as small and as quiet as possible right now. That's kind of their win condition. Gold shields will help.
Just the playing in the middle of the smoke, being able to pick up the loot, gets the red Evo here too. They get the spawn, the respawn with the Moby here too, with the beacon that is right there. Actually huge for this team, because nobody's gonna want to push out of the building.
Oh my god.
We got Dogma back in the game.
Oh my god.
NC actually push out of the building. They try to get involved, and then you know that Dreamfire may either hold their position or they're forced to fight the squad behind them.
Singularity eliminated. Pick your loot box, Dogma. They got all the choices here. Frogs and NC. Nice PK shot, gets the knock. Misses the second. Frogs in a 1v. Controller player.
Oh nice.
Melee's gonna come through with
哇，華心靚
who
啊！
was unproven. A lot of people
就係舊隻個 cover 啊，救咗佢。
IGL. He
兩下 PK
proved
靚。
them wrong in this last split. He performed so well joining this team, taking over the IGL role, because Frogs and Azazel, they've always been just a duo that can frag.
And look at the last 3 remaining squads that we have
Yeah,
right now.
Batai.
It's
Yeah,
FC
no
Destroy, Dreamfire, and NorCal Esports. NC with another top 3 finish right now, as Dreamfire are also holding down the inside of the building. They have to watch out because FCD could come in from behind them, but they have the rooftop. They're trying to take advantage of the opportunity to maybe move in as NC falls incredibly low on the outside.
APEC North, APEC South, South America are your final 3 teams. No NA, no EU. As we got Hammer Drill and FC Destroy with the win condition right now on high ground. Gonna mount below. Good damage from Hammer Drill. He's gonna drill right into him.
My favorite weapon is the Prowler, burning down the damage, melting down the competition as FCD are gonna hold on to the high ground.
Yuka using the wingman like a shotgun. Hammer Drill with the Prowler from above. The 5-round burst is gonna connect. They'll maintain this high ground and play it nice and slow, maintaining that win condition. There you go, the headshot with the wingman, I believe is what that was.
Oh, shooting at his ankles, biting at them. FCD have such a great position with the other squads playing right underneath them. Eventually.
And no Bangalore ultimate here because they used it previously. Another Bangalore ult's gonna drop though. DF right below.
哇！收頭，
Oh, we got
搞掂。 轉快啊！轉快啊！
moving in, cleaning up 2 of SCD.
但係冇佢啊！
Who somehow wins this game? Azazel.
哎，放低，放低！
I think it's a 1v1 for the Brett. NorCal's out.
Oh, FCD.
哎，換咗甲就冇啦。
Trying to find a pop-up opportunity. It is on a knockdown deal for extra cover.
哎呀，只差一點點啊！
And wins the 1v1
八大換完甲，
You will rarely see Roy lose
但係
those
Evil
1v1s,
Egg 啊
but no knockout shield. Did he have one and ignore it?
He was playing off the back end too. It was unfortunate because you saw that in that 1v1. Yeah, he didn't play off the back end. Unlike the opposition right there, so he didn't have the advantage. Huge there for FCD to come in clutch.
I mean, great games for both of them. Well played for both.
3隊亞洲隊。
With the win, but right behind them is Dreamfire. Ultimately, though, Roy plays with confidence, kind of like Imperial Hal, how we played that 1v against Alliance. We had a similar situation, but we're getting blessed right now with these late game 1v1s. And similar to Hal, Roy pushed with confidence, and that's ultimately, I think, what got Hal taken out by Yuki. He played his knockdown shield so well and was able to reset the fight. And the same thing happened right here from FC Destroy. Nicely played with the knockdown shield.
And talking about the situation with FCD, this is the last game that we're going to see on World's Edge, and FCD needed that confidence. They were sitting in 18th overall before that game here, so now this is going to be able to skyrocket them in the overall leaderboards.
Yeah,
FCD,
right.
FCD,
Look, this is the elimination bracket. It's go big or go home. I am sad that this is our last game to cast because it's been such good action. We hope you're enjoying the action at home, and of course everyone here in Copper Box Arena. That's going to be it for Vicky and I for now. Let's go ahead and throw it back to Tiff, Rain Day, and Genome at the desk.
Thank you so much, John and Vicky, and what a well-needed win for FC Destroy. I have been waiting for that moment to happen, but a lot of these endgame intense 1v1s.
臨尾八弟就係輸喺
the shield swap Genome, and let me know.
I mean, that moment was so reminiscent.
就係輸喺招衣科域度。
The year 2 ALGS championship. Oh, sorry, the split 1 championship in APAC South. Right, he gets the shield swap. He goes through. It was almost like the fight he had with Reignite back then. But as they were talking about this time, he just didn't quite have the cover. The EVA 8 didn't quite do it for him. So very, very close. I mean, Dreamfire, they had Godspot right from the start. Yeah.
啊呢度係咯，我記得係咯 ，FC 都係日本㗎嘛。
had to see when he was winning that against Roy. He gets that shield swap as well, but the beautiful thing is the Horizon Gravity Lift to buy time to get the shield battery and then patiently get out of the line of sight while NorCal
同頭先見到啊
Evo
X 同301嘅差距。
Consistent, but how did it all end up? Let's take a look at our results from match number 3. FC Destroy putting up a 23-point game, which very consistent. Once you get into those double digits, anything north of 20 is like, that was magnificent. And I think Vicky said they were in 18th coming into this match, so that is absolutely well needed, Gino.
頑張れ、オッチさんの
12 kills for them. I mean, that's a very hefty total. Picking up some of the placement points as well. You saw they just struggled towards the end. NorCal Esports, another big pickup for them. They have been using that Newcastle composition very well.
日本仔真係好勁，
Work their way in. You can still see in some situations, not as good as the Gibraltar. You know, they're getting shot down from above. The mobile shield, unfortunately, not quite as versatile.
But they're getting top 5s, right? I mean, that's enough. The 2 top 5s in a row. Tiff, that is a good sign for them.
哇！
We always harp on it. It's consistency.
你有知啊佬？
You see 11th through 20th place Kick, who had a lot of top 5 finishes, finding
睇個 match fee 啫，
Flora, Crazy Raccoon.
贏一場就上翻去㗎啦，其實。
Surprise for me. I'm actually shocked.
我都估唔到頭嗰
Let's go ahead and take a look at the series results. And
第 match 2、match 3、match 4、match 5都打得比較差 TSM。 點知最後總分即係 day 1嘅時候打得唔好，總分嚼翻上去變咗 round 1，黐孖筋。 TSM 真係黐孖筋。
The smallest thing, a single team fight could be splitting whether some of these teams make it through to the end of today.
I mean, basically, you just need one pop-off game. If you get a win here, you're pretty much significantly just getting your spots in that top 10, and that's exactly what we're looking for. But hey, guys, while our players on the main stage are going to be taking a quick halftime break, we're going to turn to a team that you're going to see featured later on in the winners bracket. We managed to catch up with a fan favorite from Ascend. It's going to be Kashera, and let me just tell you guys, I really need to go grab a tissue because this is all about his journey, and it gets pretty
SNG， 然之後 IG。 你睇下總分 CR， 我都第9嘅，但係都好問咯。
Where did everything start?
唔係喎，係咯，13分，人哋13分其實係好低分，一夜就過。
Just playing games. Since a very young age, I started playing like PS1, PS2. The video games was a big part of my childhood. One day, a game called APEX Legends came out. 好啦，三 game 之後就應該唞15分鐘，10至15分鐘先再開始 game， 連去 game 4、5、6㗎。
You and Postkill, you've been playing together for quite some time now.
其實咧好鬼死多蒲批咧，特別係玩手掣嗰啲。 都係玩 PlayStation 1、2一路用慣手掣玩槍 game， 然之後再 PS3、PS4、Xbox， 然之後玩到超勁。好多都係咁，即係唔係全部都玩槍 game 出身，但係大家都有用手掣玩10幾年嘅經驗。 講緊加油 Kit 開始啦，佢哋邊似香港啊嚇！我哋嗰代連買遊戲機都唔俾。
He takes things serious. He's a very serious person.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Your first team together was Pomp Muscles.
Yeah.
Is that right?
The team name was actually his brother that came up to it with it, which was a meme, like a kind of meme on YouTube, and we just put that name. I don't know. Like it was just a small tournament.
或者各自休息下先，應該10分鐘之後大家可以再翻嚟掛台先啦，做下自己嘢先啦。如果你唔想睇訪問嘅，去個廁所先。
I would say like my playstyle came from the environment that I was in. I feel like the losses that I had and the struggles that I had made me look at APEX differently, and started seeing patterns where I didn't see them before. And then the zone prediction. I feel like I'm one of the first players that started looking into it like really seriously, and starting to see the patterns on them. When you scream every single day, when you play every single day, you start noticing these. And I will just watch every single VOD of every single tournament, NA, EU, South American, doesn't matter what. And you start to see these patterns, and it comes to a point, and you see the second zone, and you already like can kind of predict. Like it's not always like accurate. Most nights I don't sleep, so.
Understandably so. I think if there was that much knowledge in my brain, I wouldn't sleep either.
Yeah.
Luftka, now you're third as well. Just quickly, what does he bring to the team?
He brought something that we were struggling with the third player, which is he really wants to learn from me and Post.
Yeah.
He really tries very hard to understand what we want him to do, what he needs to do. From a player that never played Pro League, like has no professional experience, we felt like, okay, like it has to be him. Like we just come, Luftka, you're all set, like you're good with us.
Do you feel like you're underrated as a player?
I think so. I think so. For example, having a MVP nomination, having, for example, nice week, talking about our team so much. It really helped to bring some light into our team, like to some attention. It's starting to shift, I think. But yeah, for a long time, I felt like we were always seen as the underdogs. My dad had a stroke, was very sudden, like he's kind of young, like he's 55, very healthy, always doing stuff. It was pretty serious. Thank God, like he's recovering pretty well. He's gonna be on the stands, actually. One of the things, like from the recovery, he was always saying that he wanted to come. He has been my biggest fan, my biggest supporter in esports. He sees all my streams.
Well, you know when I said this interview was going to be straightforward?
Yeah.
We actually have a bit of a surprise for you. It's a message from your dad.
From my dad?
Yeah. There you go. You just hit play there.
Ei, Caixa, o APEX faz parte da tua vida desde 2019. Apesar de parecer que foi ontem, já lá vão 3 anos e meio de APEX profissional. E tudo começou em França com uma grande vitória no torneio La Catalana. Hoje faço parte dos mais de 24.000 seguidores que tens nas redes sociais. Já tivemos resultados menos bons, mas também já tivemos muitas oportunidades de festejar contigo.
Se bem me lembro, em 2020 festejamos contigo o 2º lugar no playoff de outono ALGS, 2021 4º lugar no playoff de inverno, 2º lugar na Blast, 1º lugar na Legion Farm. Em 2022 conseguiste o 1º lugar na ALGS em janeiro, 2º lugar em dezembro, para fechar em grande. Por isso, agora...
Throughout your career, you've had ups and downs, it's been tough, but you've maintained that focus, that dedication, that hard work all the time. And that's what makes you the best player. That's what makes you such a good IGL.
And we are very proud of you, and it doesn't matter what happened this weekend. We know you're gonna smash it, okay? And we're gonna be there to support you, the 3 of us.
So even this guy.
Yeah, especially this guy.
Is it nice to know you've got all that support from your family as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always know. Like they make sure I always feel supported.
And I mean, you are one of Europe's kind of best hopes at winning
Yeah.
this tournament. Does that add any sort of extra pressure? Does that weigh on your shoulders at all?
It's with pressure that you can do your best work. I feel like even though like this adds a bit of responsibility, maybe not pressure, but a bit of responsibility, we know what we came here to do. We did our work, and whatever happens, I guess happens.
Wow, can we just talk about an emotional video? These players, they dedicate their lives to this game. Kashera, I have so much time. I just watch. I'm sorry. I like almost lost it, Rain Day. I can't. Like, the dad, the family, the dog. These players need all the support they can get because they are spending hours upon hours of dedicating every ounce of their life to this game, to make it to this stage, to put on such a good show for everyone that is out there. And it's always enough, right? Like, you want that trophy, the redemption, the paying off, because you heard Raven yesterday, it's not done. The job's never done until you're up there.
Yeah, I had a lot to say when they won, you know, because I feel like they've been on this upward trend of trying to prove themselves after winning one of our playoffs in January last year, and people were taking the credit away from them and saying, "Oh, I'm talking about match point, talking about this," and I thought that's a pretty disrespectful thing for a team that puts that much effort in. You could see now who's behind that: the families, the support. It is not an accident when you win a tournament. It is not something that should be taken away. It is not something that should be blamed on anything else. We should be celebrating that hard work, and that to me is why Kashera has always been kind of a more than a human here, more than a player in his essence of Apex Legends. So I big support from Kashera, and I know people in the stands believe that too.
It's so nice to just hear them in that candid moment talking about, not only the support he's getting through his family, but the teammates as well, right? Like, sometimes, you're there, you're listening into their comms and all that kind of stuff. You're hearing him shouting, Lufka, Lufka, over and over again, right? But you can see why. It's because of the expectations that are on Lufka, that they brought him into this roster.
But you can see how much respect there is when you get a moment like that, and you can hear him talk about what he's brought to the team and how excited they are to have him play with them.
Yes, of course, and you will see Ascend later today in the winners bracket, but we still have to get through elimination round 1. We just wrapped up the last game on World's Edge, which means we are moving forward and on to Storm Point. 3 more matches to decide who is going to move on to that elimination round 2 and who will be going home. The journey will end for the bottom 10 here, but you can see on your screen, IG International, Team Singularity, and FC Destroy have all taken a map win so far and are doing well. But let's go ahead and introduce our 2 new casters for this series, Mark and Dan.
Thank you so much, and it is time for us to get back to business now, Dan, and business needs to be sorted out because this is a massive 3 games now for the teams that we have in this tournament. For some of them, it could be their last.
Yeah, there's like 7 points that separates 10th through 19th. There is so much still to play for here in these 3 games on Storm Point, but it is crunch time now. If you start to dwindle away, if the lobby starts to get away from you as you go into these games, then you've got to change things up going into 5, going into 6, and then things get desperate. So do it now. First game of Storm Point, have a big game, get some big kills, get some points on the board.
Now let's talk about those points. Let's talk about the standings just to kind of give people who are joining us the lay of the land. What's happened so far in the action today? We've had Team Singularity. They're sat at the top of the table at the moment, 36 points. IG just in behind them on 33. FC Destroy joint on points with Godfire with 31. There's a little bit of a gap after that, Dan. Those teams, they're going to be feeling more confident. But as you say, the unpredictability factor comes in with teams chasing points as we get into those final few games.
Yeah, they were our 3 winners as well, quite rightly picking up all those points. And then it's Pioneers right now who are the benchmark team. They're in 10th place. That's who everyone is chasing. They're on 13 points, but there is very close runners. Vexed on 12, Kick on 12, Oxygen on 11. It is all so tight in the bottom half. But here we go, we're dropping into Storm Point. Everyone seems to have found a healthy place to find home, and it doesn't look like we have any contests going down. So this is going to be a nice little situation. Everyone gets to loot up, and we are going to be going northwest on the map here of Storm Point.
Very good zone here for KCP as well. The mill is definitely an area, POI, where we might be ending up with this game. So we'll have to see how things progress. If the beacon is going to give these teams a little bit more insight into where the end game will be played out. But for the team, like we say, who is currently the benchmark, Pioneers, 13 points they have. Seeing that zone pop up and knowing you've got a priority rotation is massive for them.
And FC Destroy, after their victory on that last map of World's Edge, now can look to try and carry this momentum into Storm Point. Watching them team fight, it's been excellent. I've been so impressed with FC Destroy as this tournament's gone on. Of course, it can be good for a team like this to build momentum even more so now. Be at the top of the leaderboards, get some good kills, get more experience team fighting on LAN once again, and then maybe they could make it to those grand finals and just take it that one step further than they did in Champs.
Something I want to highlight as well is the team who's in 11th place at the moment, just outside of that cutoff. That's Vexed Gaming. It's only 1 point they're behind, but we have seen a little bit of life start to come through them in the last couple of games. A couple of big team fights being won, a couple of clutches. I think it's just about picking the right fights at the right time and doing what they do best, which is when they see an isolated 3v3, being aggressive in it, trying to take advantage, but also, like we saw yesterday with some of the best teams in the world, it's the ability to disengage when things don't seem to be quite in your advantage.
Yeah, I think sometimes they've been a little bit reluctant to step away from a fight, but sometimes you're forced into that situation because as soon as you leave a location, some other teams are going to take that off you because when you're so tight-knit, when there's so many teams left in a lobby, as soon as you move from a POI, someone is very much going to be jumping in your grave, as now all teams are starting to make their way over towards that northwest area that we were talking about. Several teams had really good beacon information, by the way. Vexed, they can rotate late. We spoke about them. They're at Launchpad. They've got beacon information. They can make sure they are well looted and then look to try and catch the stragglers that are also rotating late as well.
Interesting to see here. A couple of teams already stacked up here around Cascade Falls, and IG is going to be one of those teams. In the vicinity, a couple of other teams who are hard zone teams, so this might give us a little bit more information. But for IG, who had a really good start to the day, they've already picked up that 1 win. Now they're going to have to pick up one of their teammates because Noises has gone down.
IG had an incredible attempt in a push in the previous game, but they were punished very quickly. Can Oxygen do the same thing here? This is a heavy fight for a big position in what could be a final zone area to try and pick up kills, but IG now maybe are going to defend from several teams here.
Multiple teams in the area. Shows the priority that these teams think this position has towards that endgame. GFR
Say
going to have to back out from this, and smartly so as well. Oxygen just down to 1. You can see Crook on his own, DF on the other side of this fight, IG inside of this building. Quite simply, there's not enough room, and it's going to be Oxygen who are actually eliminated from the lobby first.
Wise of GFR, by the way, just to get out of dodge. I think they walked in, they knocked on the door and said, okay, there's too many at the end. We will retreat, we'll find somewhere else to have it. And now it's going to be IG just holding on, managing to fence up. This is great for IG. We know what a zone-heavy team they are. One of the best World's Edge teams, I would say, of the EMEA region. But this is Storm Point, where they weren't really picking up as many points.
And this is the interesting thing, right? We were always saying a lot of teams have kind of relied on World's Edge to bail them out of situations due to their experience, knowledge, history on playing those zones. But for IG, this has been a massive, massive weak point in their game, Storm Point. But now, on the big stage, under the bright lights, they have no excuses. It's 3 games to secure that top 10 position.
But at least they have done their job. They've got those 33 points from World's Edge. So they've set themselves up in a good position now for Storm Point, where they can have bang average games and still should be able to progress into that elimination bracket round number 2. So Circle 1 still has yet to close. Most teams by now have figured out we're going around Cascade Falls kind of area. We still could pull a little bit more north, so there might be some teams that will perhaps try and go for something a little bit differently, mainly because Cascade Falls is so heavily occupied, or at least the area west of Cascade Falls is what we're talking about.
Just outside of Down Beast, you can see that in the distance here for Crazy Raccoon. Crazy Raccoon, who have still got some work to do here down as well. 9th place, just inside those positions. We mentioned how tight it is outside of that top 4 or top 5. And one big game could completely change things for you. A little bit of a spray coming in is going to be good enough to break some shields and do some flesh damage, but no knocks at the moment.
Teams very reluctant to push each other. You can see that the nerves is starting to kick in as we've moved over to Storm Point. I do like that we get the change. You know, sometimes we start on World's Edge, sometimes we start on Storm Point. And it does seem when you have those more solidified base games over on World's Edge, then you go into Storm Point, it calms people down. We don't see maybe the craziness unfold. We saw a little bit of that in the first games of World's Edge. But now here on Storm Point, people are all rotating, people are all trying to play zone, kick, lose a member, as GHS and Crazy Raccoon work together.
Interesting rotation actually going down, and it started around Fish Farms. They're inside of the zone. It's Vex who are kind of foreshadowing a team, and I think it's Geo who they're going to be shadowing in towards the zone. So Geo have to be very aware that Vex are going to be at their back, but it's not going to be the first time that we've seen Vex potentially being forced to fight into zone. This is one thing that I've always highlighted as a worry, because when you're fighting against some lesser teams, shall we say, lesser talented fighting teams in Pro League, and then you get to the main stage, you can't misstep if you're fighting from zone, because those health meds, they're going to be dissipating just as quickly as that fight is taking place.
This is what we thought Vexed might do. Because they had the beacon information at launchpad, they could rotate late, they could be patient, and they are going to take a lot of zone damage here just to be able to get into the next zone and maybe hope they find some stragglers. Flora, by the way, are going to be the latest rotators. You can see they are now at launchpad. They wanted to perhaps get that beacon information and may even wait and be very patient and get the next beacon information, which is always risky. You need a lot of meds to be able to work it, but as we know, teams are able to achieve that.
They could think about rotating just to the beacon, which is outside of Stormcatcher as well, to hit that on their way in. Probably a little bit of a safer route for them to do so, but as we head back over to the north side of the map, this is where a lot of teams are populated at the moment. You can see Passion down in the trenches at the moment. Urban and 0-0 trying to survive. GHS overlooking them though, and I think they realize that they may have done some damage. They're looking to convert it to KP.
Well, GHS, they're one of the only teams that actually has any KP at the moment, as the zone now will pull, and it is going to go further northwest. So the teams that were hovering west of Cascade Falls, they're still okay for now, but might start thinking about heading a little bit further north and maybe relocating where they had originally set up. But sometimes it's difficult, because if you try and commit too far northwest, you will just run into teams that were able to get there quicker than you.
Slow pace of this game. Interesting thing to highlight as well. You mentioned the nerves. You mentioned the lack of games left. And I think that is starting to play on the mentality of some of these players and teams as well, because he's 0-0. Unfortunately, the name kind of mirroring how his situation is at the moment when it comes to health and it comes to meds and shields. Looks like they could be maybe the next team to be eliminated here if he can't pull off something a little bit magical. GHS Professional still inside of the zone, still at the very northern tip of it, but look at that light ammo here. It's not looking, shall we say, in the surpluses.
And it is an important fight for GHS here, because you can see that beacon on the top of the building. If they can get access to that, if they can manage to force the teams away so they can get a free hit on the beacon, it is going to be so valuable for their next position, for their next location. But it's Ironblood Gaming who kind of want the beacon as well, and they just know there is potential for KP here, and we could see a straight 3v3.
Looks like they're going to send that drone out, not just for information, but to get that beacon. Got to be careful of those Prowlers, of course. Maybe a little bit of extra loot to pick up on the way, but you certainly don't want them harassing your game and causing you any extra damage that you don't want to take. And we can see that beacon information now on our screens as well. Ironblood Gaming have that. It looks like they're in a pretty good position for this endgame, Dan.
Yeah, an amazing position. And the area we were talking about earlier where IG were, west of Cascade Falls, they will have to move. And the problem with where they were is there is a big old mountain they have to get around. It's going to be either on the northern side or the southern side. So look where IG are now. They will either have to go past that replicator south through a choke, or they have to go north through a choke. So it's going to be a chokehold either way there.
Well, there might be a fight about to break out as well. You can see on our screens we've got Flora trying to get involved in one as well. You've also got Invictus Gaming and Vexed about to run into each other. As we hop over to the bunny slope, that wasn't a pun that was intended. It's going to be Flora who try to force their way forward. Zone is closing behind them in 10 seconds, so they've got to make this fight quick. They've got to make it clean.
And even if they do make it quick, you've got Leave No Witness there in the area as well. So Gamewood, they will take some shots. They're on the back end of this at the moment, but they are defending well.
Use that door for good karma, and that player's going to be caught out of position. He gets absolutely melted. Aimbot living up to his name here, picking up a couple of downs, but Aimbot's actually going to go down. Yolo's going to be able to trade this one out, and all of a sudden this fight looks a little bit simple, but Flora eliminated. They can't make mincemeat of Game War. They will survive. Only one player gone down. Can they get him back up is the next question, or is that third party a worry?
Third party is a worry. Leave No Witness are there, but Vexed Gaming also are in the area. They were fighting against IG, but it looks like they're trying to escape. As look as the Vexed crew, the Matafe paint is in full force here at the Copper Box, and I'm sure they would love to see Vexed progress to find some form here today.
Gotta love when Matafe puts the war paint on. You know, things are about to get even more serious than they were a few hours ago. As we see, Game Ward still trying to survive here. We can see the black hole go in as Leave No Witness, who are trying to be aggressive here, trying to just use that black hole to isolate the fight, to put them into a single line of sight for them to capitalize on. And you can see Zilak now moving in with that Prowler, doing so much damage. And I think for Game Ward, unfortunately, that is going to be the end of their game here on Storm Point.
Should be okay to maybe one of them get away, but both of them, Invictus and Gamewood, they're both trying to escape at the moment, but both Vexed and Leave No Witness are hunting them down because these are our 4 edge teams. Everyone else has rotated to the zone, whereas these guys, they're scrapping for KP. They know it's going to be a difficult endgame. They know they're going to have to force their way into that final circle. So instead, they're just trying to survive or get kills.
2 minutes to work with. But then before they have to go to zone, going to hope to find some white meds here as we jump over to where this end game is going to take place. It gives us a great overview of the teams who've got some good positions. Crazy Raccoon, one of those teams inside of that donut building. You've got Geo on the low ground. You've got KCP here as well, sharing the donuts, as we would say, something that I don't like to do with you too often. But Crazy Raccoon at the moment just trying to poke and prod, see if they can do some damage. Geo got to be careful here. They are sandwiched between both Pioneers and Crazy Raccoon.
And I believe off-screen, IG got wiped out by Vex. Vex were hunting down the last remaining player of Graceful and did find him. Gamewood have been able to survive with one player, though. Leave No Witness were not. No, wait, sorry, Graceful is actually alive. So both Gamewood and Graceful, they've been able to survive. They've been able to have one player who escaped. So we've still got 17 squads remaining.
As crazy as that sounds, with the lobby as tight as it is and the game's running out, surviving, couple of placement points, maybe a little third-party opportunity for a solo player could be bigger than ever as this lobby does progress. But Gambari Otason, you can see them on our screens right now. This is the team who was the meat in the sandwich we were talking about a few moments ago. But as far as the zone is concerned, pretty safe. Don't have to do too much, but not having to do too much is one thing, but a little surprise attack is going to be the other. And it looks like Crazy Raccoon were not expecting that.
We're not expecting it at all, and now Geo can look to take advantage of this. Press on, manage to get a little bit more damage. Make sure you can just delete this team from the server so that you can take this position. You can hold this position. There's such valuable spots being fighted for at the moment. Fought for, excuse me.
Gotta watch your backs. Got to watch your backs in these end zones, and that's something that Crazy Raccoon did not do And I've got to give a huge amount of props actually to Gio. Sometimes teams don't take those opportunities, right? They're like, oh, we're kind of safe here, we can play for the end game. But not only is that KP, like you say, that's a better position to play from. That space created now that they can control. And the situation they were in before, where they were the sandwich with 2 teams either side, they've dealt with that now. Now they have a lot more room to play with.
We've got a lot of teams that have lost members here, and maybe we might see some more. KCP and Singularity very close to one another. Exhibit will go down. The Singularity look to try and push their advantage, but KCP have backed off slightly.
Checkpoint looks like it's going to be an area of absolute carnage in a few moments' time as well. We've got about 6 or 7 teams who are all very, very close, just rubbing shoulders. But Team Singularity, it's time to go in here. They get the shield break. Can't quite get the finish. It's going to be Bessie goes down, and all of a sudden Team Singularity, who are looking to be aggressive, are going to get pushed back here and put on their backs by Pioneers.
And the Pioneers will let them know, as they always do. I'm sure the in-game comms are them extremely delighted with that one, but the action is not over. There is more teams, there is more to think about, as Nasky unfortunately goes down.
Gets absolutely shredded as well, just poke around that corner for a second, and now it's all up to Pandas. Hammerdrill's going to move in, Hammerdrill goes down. Pandas is not giving this one up without a fight.
Surely he can do this, will not do this. Pioneers go out in 16th, so these last remaining stragglers I was speaking of, they're getting themselves into the top 15. They will secure a placement point at least, so that is job done. But now, a no man's land is being crossed, and FC Destroy is saying, you are not going to have an easy route.
Lumichan doing great damage there with that charge rifle. Not enough to get the knock, just flesh damage popping up on his screen. It's almost as if you want that thing to fight just a little bit quicker in those situations, but if it was to do so, it would be the most broken gun in all of Apex Legends. So let's not encourage that for sure. But look at this, Crazy Raccoon still alive. It's all up to Raz. As Parker, his respawn has gone. Eddie as well. He's going to be on his back. And the banner is going to be available. There's a little shield swap, but for Crazy Raccoon, we know how talented this man is. One of the best in the world when it comes to mechanical skill, but surviving in these situations, a tough ask for anyone.
So we can see where the circle's going on your screen in the top left there. And I will say there is one team dead center of it, and it's NorCal Esports. And we know that NorCal are running Newcastle, so this could be perfect for them to set up in the center, the heart of this zone, and just keep everyone away. But Gio are going to be getting involved, and we see it is going to be on the other side. You've got a Newcastle there, but FC Destroy eliminated. Gio survived yet again. But can they get the res without any third parties? Looks like they should be okay.
Yeah, looks like they've cleared this side of the map, so a big, big win for Gio there. But let's move over to watch a little bit of Vex, because they are having a little scuffle now on the outside of this zone once more. Matafe having to heal, as is the rest of the team. Now, in these situations with the zone at your back, this is where Vex can prosper, because they have no opportunity to go back. They have the opportunity to go forward, though. They can't get the shield break, but we do have a listening ready, so let's jump into the comms.
The other teams are fighting now. The other teams are fighting now.
I'm getting closer. Look at myself. I'm outside him.
Hey, show my back from the little windows. Okay. Come back. I can't right now. I'm popping up. Ready, building.
Bang again.
You good, Tyler?
Yeah, I'm coming. They're walking out right now.
One's on your door. Yeah. Horizon, one chasing you. Nice, enter back. 100 on him. On me. I cracked him. He's chasing you.
This is next to you.
Oh, come on, like. Wow. Yeah, we didn't have a single nade for it.
So we jump back into the game, out of the comms, Vexed eliminated. They managed to get a couple of knocks, but the zone at their back was a problem. They couldn't disengage like we talked about. Maybe just left it a few seconds too long. But look at Gio right now. The Mastiff is no longer in the care package. That's a long time ago. But I tell you what, it still chunks away at some flesh.
A lot to do here for Dogma, though. Really, the whole team on his shoulders, but it looks like it's going to be too
OK， 已經打啦。
will take him down.
OK。
Now, suddenly, 6 squads remaining. Still, a couple of teams that are dead center of this circle. Both
絕對 nice 㗎，咁樣飛上去真係最後操作啦，已經係。
It's a real standoff as well on the other side of the zone, but the push is going to come in. The Reds Noise gave it away, and his kick can come in to take advantage of that situation. Kick coming into this game. 9th position, this is a huge game for them.
Massive for Kick as well, because now they dominate the northeast side of the circle, and they can wait for everyone else to come towards them. As Horizon Union, they're taken out, 4 squads remaining. All 3 of the other teams are down on the southeast side here, so this is going to be good for Kick, as long as no one just tries to Valkyrie onto them.
And you mentioned that Horizon team going out, that's massive. That was the fight I was talking about between Onyx and them. Onyx now have completely cleared that side of the map. They can walk this one
好
in.
抵喎佢呢個位，落去咗4嚿石啊！
They could sneak up here and they could do some real damage in the same game.
Well, it's a solo rat on Leave No Witness, so you'd imagine this is not going to be a game for LNW, but that could still be something that troubles the rest of the squad. So Onyx are now going to have to walk down this hill into NC. Now, NC are running Newcastle, so naturally they're going to have the defense, they're going to have the cover, they can sit behind shields, and they should be able to make this a difficult rotation for them.
有4嚿石。
With only 4 squads remaining, there's some space here for them to play, but they've got work to do. Listening is ready now with Onyx. Let's see how it plays out.
炮咗兩下。
The other team's over here. I think that's the other full team. There's a solo or 2 duos in the game. Can you peek with Digi?
啊懶入啲。
They walled. Yeah, they're sitting behind that queue right now. What's uncorrect in them? I can zero and we can just fight them. We might need you. Yeah, you can, honestly. Yeah. Can we break that fence? No. Wait, they're gonna another nade. Another nade.
佢走埋個炸彈度啊！
Right. I swung in. They're all one. They're like all get over here. I'm crushing. Yeah. I'm bang on him. So we have above. 30 on the. Keep coming, keep coming, keep coming, keep coming. My bang on. I'm literally above. I'm batting. Oh my back, solo. Kill him. Nice.
Onyx make their rotation and leave no witness. They fall to the hands of the ANZ powerhouse, and once again they forced their way into zone. A massive play from them.
Onyx have done so well to get around NC. Kick did join
好啦
in.
，NC GG 㗎啦，係啊。
NC very much, and now
好啦
Knockout will be eliminated. So Kick, one of my favorites just from their position. It's now a straight 3 versus 3.
3v3. However, who's got abilities?
幫，哎呀，落得唔到一隻。
Now exchanging it over. King's just gonna swing here.
係 OK，換翻隻。
And now it all falls on his shoulders. Can he finish this one off?
One on one，又係 one on one，又係 one on one。
Shady's got better shields, but
哇，好睇啊，好睇啊，好睇啊 ，one on one 啊！
back up. There should be shield swaps available. We are in for an intense finish here.
He has smoke, he has Digi.
係啦，飛機女對
Of course, Valkyrie can get the height as
邦
well.
家。
Everything in a 1v1,
煙
you've
贏
got
定
to
飛機
make
贏？
macro decisions of where you're going to be positioning yourself.
We've also got to think about ammo situation.
Wow,
Should be enough here. We saw it
唔抵啊，
yesterday.
其實。
Oh, Power Nuki gonna try and
咁
stick this.
狂
Gonna have the
妄，
lockdown shield, maybe just trying to bait this. Now he's gonna jump up on the pro.
好難喎，咁樣跑上去。係咯，咁樣跑上去好難喎。
You saw just the hands on the head, knowing possibly.
點解要咁做咧？
You think he can win?
點解覺得係可以救到人咧
When it's all said and done, Kick take the stage and they're gonna take the win.
？Nova，
Kick fire themselves up into 4th position in the standings. A massive
Nice.
win. They were dominating the center of that zone. Their main threat was Knockout for so long, and they stayed apart. But as soon as
係咩？
they
係佢哋
saw
贏咩？
Knockout threatened, even
睇唔到啊！
remotely, they said, okay, this is our
我哋
opportunity.
見到好混亂上到嚟，係咁對槍勁近，最後我係睇唔到邊個贏啊！因為一死其實就已經出 champion 噶嘛，睇唔到邊個殺邊個其實，所以就見到最後對槍。
Oh my gosh, what an insane endgame. And I feel like I keep saying that after every match, but can you
即係
imagine
飛機女贏咗邦家
the
啦。
other way when the Prowler just started firing, but it was Kick that was able to take it home. Rain Day, I know you're feeling some type of way about that.
The hype from South America, Staleezy, Kings, Van doing it and representing a region which has been underrepresented. You gotta love it, but also the passion, the ability to jump up on that ledge, take 130 damage, and then still win that 1v1. That was immaculate.
Yeah, trying to bait it out, went for the res, but you could see he didn't really want to stick that. That was just to try and draw Shady in, and then he got the drop when he saw him picking it up there. But unfortunately, the Prowler in that situation, a little hard to get the one clip on. You know, you've only got that one clip. I think he
真係唔知喎，要睇 payback 慢動作先知。正常咁樣擒上嚟，你起手佢擒嗰下冇槍，你已經打咗一罐落去啦。即係我講緊打咗頭5發獵獸落去啦，連發㗎嘛，已經落咗去啦。 但係一件紫甲一件紅甲嘅，頭先係唔係兩件紅甲嘅？我記得。我記得邦家好似係，我唔記得邊個係紫甲，總之好似唔係兩件紅甲嚟嘅。要睇 highlight 先至知最後。睇翻。
I mean,
嗰度差幾十傷㗎都。差幾十血㗎。獵獸唔係差咯，但係打到 face to face 咁近咧，獵獸嗰個腳，然之後等一等再腳，嗰個感覺咧係有少少慢，真係 miss 咗。哦，咁冇計啊！如果5連中晒係咯，正常嚟講唔會輸嘅咋。呢個就係連發槍同埋5連嘅分別咯。其實獵獸個容錯率好低啊，而家。因為佢5連發咧，你打咁近咧，你真係個容錯率好低，你是但歪少少，你 miss 咗一發。佢中間又要停一停喎，格啦格啦格，嗰5連發中間間斷咗短時間。所以可以，其實啲人都唔揀獵獸，揀卡好過啊！真係講真，卡先係 Manta 而家，又痛又易壓。又快卡，因為福改咗慢咗少少速之後，其實卡真係 the best 啊！
Yeah, too much, right? Especially when there's the knockdown shields out, you need to take that one opportunity to do max damage when you see them pop out, and that's.
係嗱，邦家指甲咋？誒唔係喎，2秒指甲喎，原來。
From Salizi is real. That clutch that has to feel. Oh man, I want to feel that. I want to win something at this caliber and get that level of excitement for once in my life.
咁啊，真係 miss 咗嗰下，就係嗰下。
Push the chair because it's clearly restricting the ultimate hype celebration that we could be seeing. So I think got tripped up on the wire. Next time he's gonna be ready. Get the chair off, throw that off, and then pop off. Pound your chest like you deserve. 2 kings, true king there of South America.
I mean, look, I completely agree because the clutch factor there, faking the res, like you said, the moment you went to climb out of those trenches and pop your head, that is such a risky move when you think about it. When you think about it, because you got baited in, and I'm like, bro, he's walking straight into that.
諗住睇佢嗰邊 delay 少少咋，再睇一次。
That he went in and took it out is great.
Yeah, you had to hit the headshots in that situation, honestly, and going Prowler against Flatline. If you look at the amount of damage that's in the clip, it is advantage there to the Flatline.
唔係 YouTube 嘅好處就係可以，佢有冇得教撳翻轉頭？誒冇咗嘅。
Why the Prowler maybe struggles there, but another thing is why the Flatline.
有冇得教撳翻轉頭？
It's better than having a shotgun in those situations.
好似冇，誒有喎。
But it serves the role of
serves
the role of a hipfire SMG.
喂，碟聲。
Respawn has been continuing
我
to try to
想
balance these things and kind of get these guns in their own proper area, but the Flatline is just so good. Age of the entire tournament. So this is a great start for them. They're going to have to do a lot here. Looking at this though, Ziv Vex, I'm starting to worry a little bit, and I don't know if you're feeling the same way, but they've got to step up here in these last 2 games.
Yeah, it's really tough, and you witness kind of how they fight, right? You've got Metafe, the IGL, that kind of positions himself a little bit further away from Unlucky and Tyler FPS. They're the 2 controller fraggers that are kind of essentially closing the distance and going in the face, but they're picking up the EVA 8, and I mean, Genome, look, with the Peacekeeper back on the ground, people are still picking up that EVA 8, and if you close the distance, it fires fast. The worst thing that you can do is hit for 7, and how often are we seeing that today?
Yeah, too much.
慘啦！咁樣擒上去，俾人打晒成罐。嗱，睇一次啊！我哋停一停。邦街，你諗下邦街已經咁前㗎啦，其實真係好難輸㗎。正常嚟講，你一擒上嚟露頭就已經收皮啊！ 嗱，你諗下，你一擒上嚟嗰下唔係你都未揸到槍，你擒上嚟嗰刻，正常唔會輸啊！真係。嗱，你諗下，你已經兩個都係指甲，其實你已經冇咗對面已經冇咗30血啦，你仲有31粒。嗱，右下角。哦，呢發炮咗，似係，因為冇再有傷害疊加，呢下應該炮咗。係啦，然之後先再中翻42，因為呢一下踎低咗啊！飛機女，我哋睇一次，收，我哋再看多一次。佢因為直播根本冇得較慢鏡。嗱，呢度一定中啦！嗱，中個星準掂住嘅15、30，係啦，之後就 miss 咗啦，因為5連發。嗱，然之後先。嗱，冇傷害出嘅呢度，咁即係淨係中咗扣咗30啫。呢度再打再30，嗱跌42、75咯。所以正常嚟講就係 miss 咗佢擒上嚟線嗰個位咯，就係差嗰2下咋我估。嗱102啦打到，再 miss 呢個位。102之後 miss 咗2次，係 miss 咗2次，再15。哇！所以呢件未爆甲添啊呢邊，因為 miss 咗嗰2個位，呢邊連甲都未爆啊，係咪啊？嗱呢邊打50啦。啊，係啊，歪咗啦，獵獸。但係招平衡就可以無限撳啊嘛。哇！呢個再左右跳起，32。哇！差一排，真係差少少。
With it, but at the same time,
miss 2次。
points is good. It still projects you up that leaderboard, and you can see there's a couple of teams, even down the bottom of this placement ranking, who picked up some good points too. One of those teams who, once again, we talked about being on the bubble, is a couple of the hometown heroes, right? Vex Gaming, we know they've got a lot of support here in the crowd. The Vex section are getting very, very loud, and they're going to have to give them even more energy here, Dan, because 2 kills and a total of 3 points in that game still leaves them outside of that top 10. Yeah, they're in 14th at the moment, and they are 5 points off.
係啊，即係中間有問題咯，正常就係正常係打咗落去45噶嘛，中埋45、75嘅。miss 咗啊中間，因為褪左右避開咗啊。
A lot of our APAC teams showing up, but most importantly, the South American teams that have, arguably underperformed at times.
某程度上都同支槍有關係。所以就係獵獸嗰個容錯率好低咯。但係獵獸你中晒嘅話，個傷害好 Q 高咯，咁近。即係可能未打晒一排就已經死㗎啦 ，kick 對面。但係因為你炮而平衡咁近嗰個容錯率，就算打身歪少少都仲係打身。所以個容錯率高啲。雖然平衡慢啲啊，打出嚟嗰個你獵晒 blah 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 blah， 但係就係個容錯率嘅分別啊。傷害就獵獸高啲啊，咁近。我炮咗嗰2個位就拜拜。
There's a lot of different chances. I
think
TSM
is the best.
Is trying to work out who their favorite player is.
It's not only APEX.
Certainly ringing through, and they need it. They need the kind of boost at the moment because we haven't still seen Vex at their very best. Considering what we saw online, right? One of the best fragging teams that we had in the EMEA region have not found that form. But you feel like if they do gain that momentum, right? If they do find that burst, then maybe they could find that form once more.
There's one thing about Vex. I don't know we're spending a lot of time talking about them right now, but it's because if you haven't been watching the EMEA Pro League, you haven't been watching Split 1, maybe you're from a different region, time zone's not in your favor, Vex known for an out-of-nowhere bomb game. And I'm talking like 25 points plus. We saw Tyler absolutely destroying a lobby on his own at one point. And Even though there's only 2 games left,
佢呢個國旗好似係智利啊，係
2
嘛？
more opportunities
我
for
冇
them
記
to
錯，呢
find
個國
one
旗
of those
係
magical games. But
係
the
智
games
利
right now, online very difficult to land, different, excuse me, and difficult in comparison to LAN. The pressure is there. That's something you don't
你有
have
未
to
打啊
think about
TSM？
sometimes, especially when your tournament might be over.
And Rainday said it perfectly on the desk. If you win a game, likelihood is you're going through. That points total you gain, the 12.
冇錯，由 LOL 開始我就係 TSM 嘅 fans，但係我唔係 Double Leap 先咯，因為 Double Leap 之前係 CLG 噶嘛，亦都唔係 Band 唔係最強北美中路先咯。我嗰陣時係中意The Wingman。The Wingman 冇打世界賽㗎，但係佢係 TSM 嘅第一批簽嘅 LOL 嘅普 P 啊。但係Wingman 最後打唔到，即係你當好似 B 隊咁咯，最後上唔到 A 隊。但係當時係差唔多係頭一批 TSM 簽嘅 Peter 咯，你當。好中意對 Wingman 嗰陣時打 LOL。因為 CLG 嗰陣時係 Double Leap Hotshot GG 嘛，然之後先到對惡雲啊嘛。係啊，大猩猩。正啊 TSM， 由 LOL 已經好中意 TSM 呢間公司。O.S. 又型，同埋 O.S. 串啊，因為 TSM 個老闆都好串。同埋同埋 TSM 當時做嘅嘢係改變咗成個電競圈嘅生態啦，北美嗰時真係好中意，好有型啊 TSM 大佬。即係咧係 TSM 帶起咗專業電競隊就需要住喺同一間屋呢一個嘅概念咯，喺北美。我 head ball， 我少睇啲嘅，其實我以前係睇 Wingman、Hotshot GG， 惡雲咯，前中期就係惡雲。係啊，即係 TSM 係開先河，好型咁樣係你所有同一隊 team 就住喺一間屋度咯一齊。我覺得呢件事實在太正啦！而家 TSM 都係嘅，而家 Hell 啊佢哋都係住喺同一間屋度㗎嘛。不過即係純粹唔同房咯，但係住喺同一間屋度，好有型啊！呢件事佢改變咗成個電競圈嘅生態，真係。然後越做越大啊！而家 TSM 真係已經唔需要淨係靠 LOL， 佢 Wing 寶啊，特戰英豪啊。嗰邊都好勁啊，街霸啊，即係唔係淨係槍 game， 都真係唔錯。其實越嚟越發展得，你哋幾 Q 大啊間公司，弱智成間 Google 咁啊！而家 TSM。哇！我都成排喎，哥仔你。係啊，好黐線啊！呢件事真係。咁佢本身嘅能力最後就唔夠其他新嚟嘅普 P 勁啊嘛，咁佢幕後都係好事嚟嘅。講真，即係以前咁啱 LOL 出冇人，咁佢嘅實力同能力就真係可以出嚟打咯。但係之後過咗 Season 3，即係 LOL Season 3之後，基本上都開始好多勁嘅普 P， 去到鑽石啊咁樣衝晒出嚟啦，頭100嗰啲咁樣。佢簽嗰啲仲好啦，仲當打。雖然 TSM 最後都贏唔到世界賽，好可惜，因為 SKT 嗰陣實在太勁。 即係我只能夠講日本同韓國要玩呢啲咁計數同咁精細訓練嘅操作，對於兩個都係咁黐線嘅國家嚟講，其實真係好難贏。即係日本韓國真係，即係對於呢方面真係癲嘅。頂你個肺！啲咁仔細操，啱晒亞洲人嗰啲操作真係。黐孖筋，所以某程度上，除咗槍 game 咧，仍然都係北美主導之外咧，鋪批世界。我想講日韓咧係接近玩贏晒槍 game 以外嘅鋪嘅比賽㗎，即係唔係真係贏晒，即係大部分 average 都係日韓係癲㗎。街霸先勁啊，黐孖筋！街霸鐵拳勁到嘔電啊！我想講日韓，我唔知大家有冇睇，我間唔時有睇嘅，間唔時咁啱撞正得閒咧，我就會睇街霸同鐵拳。不過純粹冇直播啫，即係冇直播同大家一齊睇。我自己有睇，勁到錯。之前Mario 嗰個明星大亂鬥嗰個比賽又係。黐線嘅，日韓天長期都係進入呢個 final 同埋4強，但係北美就一定係槍 game， 一定係鬼佬，一定係槍 game 啊，普遍都。由細到大嘅鬼佬槍 game。但係日韓都越嚟越勁啦，講真 ，APEX 又好 ，Rainbow 又好，真係都越嚟越勁。From passion, Oxygen think this is where the game is going to be ended. This is where we see a lot of games end. Here at Gale Station, Oxygen Esports trying to hold off. 嗰陣時睇 Faker 嗰個每日都會做嘅訓練同埋做過嘅訓練，嗰段 interview 真係。我同自己講，我呢一生都唔會做鋪屁。黐孖筋辛苦到。Game Oxygen Esports just a sigh of disappointment there. They cannot hold down that God spot. 但係唔咁辛苦真係做唔到嗰種操作。Very animated discussions going on between Oxygen because it is not looking pretty. They're down in 18th position in the leaderboards with now only one game remaining as they're out of game 5. They're going to have to look for a big game in match number 6. 其實亞洲人唔係特別真係好槍 game 嘅，但係歐洲美國真係好槍 game。你睇下 Call Deal 啊。Battlefield 嗰啲咁 Q 多筆，咁鬼死差都仲可以咁 Q 多人玩，咁 Q 多人做中粉，你就知啦。即係北美同歐洲，因為恐怖啊！頂你個肺 ！Battlefield 嗰啲多人玩到。即係隻 game 已經爛到咁喎，哇！仲係多人到嘔電 ，Fortnite 嗰啲都係㗎。啲科咧都曾即係到而家都係興，即係都係興到嘔㗎。美國雖然已經 drop 咗好多美國，但係即係就算科拉本土 drop 咗到，但係仍然都係熱咯紅咯。Rainbow 超中意 Rainbow。Rainbow 轉唔係因為 Team Burger 解散咗，所以就變咗 Rainbow 就離開咗 Team Burger， 而家就喺呢隊新天度對家。有型啊 Team Burger 上屆世界賽。Never really that fun. You have to have a plan of action. Who's going to be taking out the fences? Who's going to run the gen? And where is the damage going to be focused?
Also going to be very wary if there's a cheeky pandas poking around the corner, because he's going to one-clip you if you show a little bit too much to him. The FC Destroyer, you can see, They will be safe as this zone closes, but this is not a war you want to play for the long game.
Yeah, I think FC Destroy may just back off away from this.
They're going to back off, but they're baiting out the exhibit as well from KCP. That means that Seer ultimate is not going to be available.
不過 CS 係真係
They were thinking about that plan of action, the 3 steps I was
真
talking
係
about.
真係好難。中國想起電競其實好難啊，中國
too much of a difficult
真係
position
坦白
to
講。
push, baited out the ultimate, and now they've been rewarded with a
中
building
國
of their own.
差
They
到
can be patient now.
啲配套差到，
They're inside of the egg building. They will be cool. They will be calm.
配
and they
套
will be
教育
collected.
文化太
One
差
team is also going to be feeling pretty
中
good.
國都
It's
有
Vex
好多
Vex
勁人嘅，
center
我都
of this
知。
zone. I'm pretty sure they're going to be playing the high ground.
但係
as
整體
well.
氣氛
Watching
太
all
差
of the teams try and scarper into little corners under them. Big KP game potential as we move on to watch some crazy raccoon. Now Raz gets an opener here on Horizon.
High advantage, can you get the finish and get the KP? Not quite. Yes, okay, your teammate's there, but you've got to now not put yourself in a position where you're vulnerable from all these teams who have eyes on you from other vantage points. And Crazy Raccoon recognized that, will just slow things down a little bit, because actually, even though they're not in the next circle, they could pick up a little bit of KP if there were teams to rotate late. But we know no one really is going to be coming from their west side.
You've got to be aware as well of people who are going to try and hit that out of bounds and slide down on you at the last second, and you can see they're pinging it frantically there. The nervousness, the panic that can ensue when you see a team, you hear that Valkyrie ultimate, you're thinking, where are they? Are we covering all angles that can be available for us to have a problem here? Parker's looking to push though. He knows they've done enough damage to maybe pick up some KP here, and here you go Crazy Raccoon.
It's good to just get this in early. Don't allow other teams to rotate behind you and then make your rotation even more difficult. Reclaim a building, take it off of someone, smokes it down. It's very difficult to find any sort of passageway at the moment, but CR have been able to survive for now.
It was going to be cancelled, but you can see it's still got a fair amount of shields to play with, so if they had to bring the guns back up and fire away at the team trying to push them, they'd be able to stabilize. They are inside of this building, but look, Dan, look at that map overhead. They know with beacon information they need to keep pushing forward, they need to keep progressing and try and take Passion out.
Trouble is, the further you go into zone, the less buildings there seems to be. All the buildings that are have been taken. You can see Vexter in there, Geo are in there, GFR have also found a building. Onyx are holding kind of the mountain side as well as our NC. Those are the teams that kind of have the priority positions at the moment. Everyone else still has to get in. So the kill feed is very much going to go off as this next ring closes.
We can see here, GFR losing a couple of players here, and it looks like Crazy Raccoon have also lost Parker. So it's going to be Urban from Passion here, doing a great job of holding off of this push, and they know how valuable this building is, Dan.
眼瞓我又。
Not as valuable.
你係盛況賽都未打，我眼瞓啊，點捱啊今日？黐孖筋。
points on the board, or are you one of these teams who needs a big game? And if you are, you need to be thinking about a victory as well. Passion, a team who does need a big game. 18th place at the moment, and they're looking to try and push in as Godfire get eliminated.
Godfire out, Valkyrie to the skies. However, are they going to have a safe landing, or is it going to be a little bit more of a trepidation on the way down? Mania and Raz not looking too comfortable right now as they've lost Parker a few moments ago in that
妖，嗰個
fight.
CR 真係太唔穩定啦。其實佢哋真唔渣嘅，佢哋本身都真係唔渣，但係一打比賽咧好鬼死唔穩定啊！佢哋海鮮到趴街啊 CR， 即係你冇 fanatic 佢哋嗰種咁穩定嘅水平，一打落去。 成日都有啲決策好 Q 失誤啊 CR， 所以我咪話佢連副科打得好辛苦而家。唔係佢哋最好嘅狀態咯，好明顯。但係我想講之前線下賽佢哋已經唔係特別打得好。我估其實一定溝通有問題。 真係喎，線下賽嗰次都唔係真係特別。
I mean, this is a huge fight when you look at the chances of either of these teams to actually progress in this tournament. Flora in 20th and Leave No Witness in 17th. If either of these teams was to go on and win this game, they would find themselves in the top 10. That's how close everything still is in the series standings here between all of these 20 squads. Remember, if you are just joining us, this is the elimination bracket round 1. 10 teams go home after 6 games. 10 teams go on to elimination bracket round 2.
Well, Flora have managed to take the ultimate height here, which means that they might be able to pick off Leave No Witness as they are forced to leave by that zone. 35 seconds. It's going to seem like 5 seconds or so for them, and They take a little bit of damage on the cross here. Relitricky's got to be very careful, but just remember, like you said, even though we win this at one point in this game, there was only one of them alive.
Crazy Raccoon, they've been thinking about this push for a long old time. Had to go back, had to get another member back, but now this is when they decide, okay, look, circle's closing in 8 seconds, we have to make a move, and we think most teams should have moved away by now, and they are right, but unfortunately, this building is still not quite enough. You have to go one further.
They got Parker back in the game, and Parker's probably thinking passion. You've got a target on your back. I want a little bit of revenge here. He's managed to get some weapons, he's managed to get some armor, and here comes Crazy Raccoon for round number 2 now, and it looks like they're going to be just as aggressive as they were before, but the Watson fences again going to slow things down for them.
Watson fence is in such an annoying position, they can't even get an angle to
go
take
翻
them
喎，
out,
夠翻
so
喎。
instead they take the roof. Smoke, though, is down. This is not an easy push whatsoever, and there are going to be other teams that could hear all of this commotion, so Crazy Raccoon need to make a decision. Which doorway are you going in, boys?
But the Watson fences are stopping everything here, and you can see
我
they just
做乜就
don't
咁斬
have
佢
that
啊？
decision made. Now they try and force it, but they've already taken too much damage.
做乜送頭啊？
And Crazy Raccoon
我
cannot.
頂，見唔見到啊？黐線！俾你衝入去，一排之後翻轉頭，然後又再入翻去，送頭啊，大佬！之後肯定溝通有問題，你冇可能入到一半，然後褪，然之後又再翻入去嘅，連補都唔補，都拉唔到槍線隊友。我覺得嗰個 timing 個 play 唔係溝得好好啫。我望落去都覺得奇怪啊 ，push 嗰個 timing。係啊，我就係咁奇咩料啊？衝入去送頭，
have played zone, have found themselves in one of the best positions.
送頭啊！成咩？你乜咩傷害都冇打過，然之後衝入去成排食晒人哋，食晒人哋成排，咩料啊
They are out of the lobby as well. We are down to just 8 squads now. And with one game remaining in the elimination bracket, round 1 after this one on Storm Point is done and dusted, these 8 teams in this lobby will know better than anyone how big this 8 squads can be.
又係佢哋決定衝入去 push 嘅。
As we look at the map, there are only 2 teams in this next
明白，又係你要入去 push，
for everyone else who has to think about
然後又要咩都唔做，食晒人哋成行，做乜嘢啊？
But look at where Vex are.
咁做乜 push 啊？可以唔 push 住啫嘛，一個室外，一個室內，佢哋唔一定要入去硬打㗎嗰刻。你咧入去送頭，我頂你個肺！一望我心諗咩料啊！
Kicks send themselves to the top of this leaderboard.
真係話口未完，話口未完，又有奇怪決策同 timing， 即刻收皮。
There's still a lot to do from the position they find themselves in right now. They've got to go south and they've got to get past 2 teams.
Very tough rotation for them to make.
Still
Them see. They do have a Valkyrie, which they might think about trying to overtake the team in front of them. That's going to be Onyx inside of that zone. However, if they try and fight uphill, you feel like the coming charge is going to be so important for them just to back some players down. But NorCal Esports, they're backing players down left, right, and center at the moment as they force their way into zone.
NC and FC are both pushing themselves in, but Vex are in that building. They have been there for so long as well, just holding it down, shooting out the windows, doing as much damage as they can. And Vex, they can just wait. They can sit pretty. They can be patient. They're in a solid position right now as they wait for where that next circle is going to be.
Exhibit's going to go down as well. That means they're going to get information on who is close. But Vex, inside of this armory, we saw them almost die a few moments ago. We've always said, what's the secret for Vex to have success? It's knowing when to disengage as well as engage. They did it so well in those early moments. And this is the result. They're bang center in zone, and now they can push. Now they can be aggressive. And now they can command this area.
Have you timed it right? Are there any other teams in the area as now Matafi tries to fire with the Mastiff? Needs help, but this is happening again. They can just back off. They can take the cover, and the circle's pulling back towards them.
Haven't broken shields either. 2 of them still able to push out, able to control the space. NorCal Esports eliminated from the lobby. We are down to our final 3, London. You've got Geo, you've got Vex, and you've got Onyx.
Vex are still outside
我都打過呢個圈喎。
the top 10. This is still a game they
我都試過打暴風碟嘅時候收過呢個圈喎，我打過。
But remember, there's only 3 teams, and Vex are in a fantastic spot.
Vex in a fantastic spot. and the opportunity to make the hometown crowd just make a little bit more noise. And to do that, we're going to see this game through. If Vex can win it, we're going to hear all of the comms.
呢個時候有4、5個炸彈喺手真係好重要。掟掟掟掟掟。
Just sandwich them next one. Wait, oh my god. This armor is 32 per red. On this box here. Just you can play roof probably. I am going roof. We can play headget here. Yeah. So they're pushing.
係嗰兩邊打啊！
I'm playing slow. 0-0. Yeah, we should walk up. But wait for ropes. Wait for ropes.
贏一次啦 ，VXO 喺歐洲都算係中型咯，歐洲隊。
I'm still fall up. One jump. Yeah, play slow. Just control Just control everything. Watch out, you might want to go armor here. Yeah, just don't let him go right. Yeah, just don't let him go right. They're on the back fence. There. I'm gonna go to this rocks. Yeah, we should go back. No, I think we play slow. Yeah,
佢即刻騰啊！你 push。
I have one guy that's gonna swing from the right.
哦，一行喎，一行。
Scanning it. I do customizing. I got good arc on it.
哇！好多嘢喺呢度，贏一次，終於贏翻次啊！佢哋。
Feeling vexed, baby! They have finally managed to find that victory. They finally returned to that online form, and it started with patience, rotating early. A big fight they won against IG in those early stages. They held down the circle.
這是中文誒。
But it was about picking your fights in the right time in those final moments. Great to hear the communication.
如果馬卡法本身唔差㗎，真係好 Q 紅啊佢，歐洲賽區佢。佢成個感覺就好似係hell 咁樣嘅，好 Q 紅啊馬卡塔。
Championships, but it seems like the Matafe crew is very much leading the charge in terms of
我間唔時都會睇佢 Twitch 直播。
Absolute pleasure to cast game number 5. We've got one more to come, but before we get there, it's time to hear from everyone on the desk.
Thank you so much, Mark and Dan. Now, crowd, I have one question for you guys. Are you feeling vexed? I know everyone was waiting for that moment. No, I couldn't hear them. Gino, we always have this conversation. We were sitting backstage and we were just kind of waiting for them to have that pop-off game. You guys saw Sabs on the desk yesterday. She's actually the girlfriend of Unlucky, who just kind of clutched up some moments over there. And she brought up a lot of really good points about Vex and Genome. They finally put it together.
They did. I mean, they had a fantastic position in this game. They're starting at launch pad here on Storm Point, so that was a quick rotation into the IMC there within Gale Station. And then they just sat tight. They sat tight for a very long time. You saw, though, they did actually come out and clear under them. I was kind of surprised that Onyx or Ganbare Otusan didn't take their chance to strike at that point, and unfortunately got involved with each other afterwards, and that meant it was all vexed, really.
Yeah, we saw a really during that final circle. Anytime it comes down to 3 squads, I kind of try to look and see how are you going to pivot the other 2 teams against you. And you saw Gombre taking that other fight. Talk to me about that moment where they had the player down to the last moment and decided to pull away.
Really. Yeah, I think it's great, you know, because you're thinking not just of what's happening now, you have to think about what's going to happen in the future, and that's what Gombre consolidation of where are we going to play the end of this. The unfortunate part, even though they were getting that Newcastle res and Vex got the first knock, was that Onyx also decided to grief on the other side of Ganbare Tucson, and that helped Vex. But sometimes a team with this many fans, with this type of storyline, needing a little bit of something, needs that luck to push through, and that was kind of the lucky moment that ended up happening and turning things Vex way.
That's definitely the way to do it, and Onyx performed incredibly well indeed, and finishing out top 3 is what you need, because consistency is key here. Let's go ahead and look through some of the highlights from that game. This is going to be from start to finish. Leave no witness on your screen. Man, I just really love watching these Storm Point games, Gino.
Yeah, there was a lot of action up the north side to start this one, wasn't there? We were talking about how Newcastle is performing in these lobbies. Yeah. You know, we saw the the res coming out there early, being able to utilize that, not have your teammates get down too quickly. And it seems to be effective in this lobby, but there's a reason they're in the elimination bracket right now, and that's because when we go up against these top teams, they seem to be a little bit more decisive, be able to put a little bit more pressure on you, and that res doesn't come in as handy. They just seem to be able to deal with Newcastle a little bit better, and I think that's why it hasn't been thriving so much in this LAN environment.
I like actually Newcastle a lot. I think this is a character that can have success at the highest of levels. We've seen teams do it, even at Chance with 100 Thieves. But really looking at the way NorCal Esports are playing, despite it not working to get them here, I think it's been working so well for their placement style. A team that's in that top 20 in the winners we'll see soon, Pulprex, they have the exact same style. They just need to get top 5, and it can work to get you into finals. The thing is, can NorCal somehow turn on the heat to get kills in those last moments? We have not seen that yet, and the groups will only get harder.
Yeah, look, I think space is a big deal in how you control that though, Rain, and that's a big difference between some of the teams playing the Watson compositions and the Newcastle compositions, because they're trying to achieve the same thing, but they do it in a very different way, and Watson's a little bit more flexible in how much space she can take with you, with those perimeter fences, as well as the great utility, of course, of the interception pylon.
Yeah, especially in those end-game scenarios, controlling that space is great, but your match 5 result on the screen, Vexed Gaming, 18 total points, but what's really important here is Onyx and Gombre are rounding out that top 3, but there's no shortage of points right there. 15, 14, and then even NorCal, 13 total points.
The story here is the comeback of Vex, the dream run that they're hoping to make it into winners with the support they have today. It's also the great performances from some of our APAC North teams like Gombre, Otusan, and of course, it's also looking at the journey of the South American teams, Kick, and you've got NorCal Esports trying to make it into this ultimate winners bracket, which would be, again, an emotional thing for them. But we'll see if that can continue with only a couple games left.
Of course, KCP looking really strong there. Had a lot of eliminations as well as Passion with 6 kills for 7 total points in 11. But a lot of these teams that are going to be here on the second page need to step it up. And there's only one more game to do so. So it's a little interesting that IG International down there in 19th. Granted, it is just one game, but this is coming down to the wire. So let's look at the series results, because I want to take a look not only at the people in the lead, but the bubble teams. But NorCal Esports right now at the very top, 43 points, Kick with 42. It is entirely so close when you look at 1st through 5th, Genome.
Yeah, it's really close up the top. Those teams probably feeling solid about going through. We really need to keep our eyes on, say, 6th, 7th downwards towards maybe 14th. I feel like if you're Horizon Union at below, it's looking quite grim right now. But everyone else there in the high 20s or low 30s, I think they've all got a chance here to make it through. You know what they need? One big game.
Pioneers still not qualifying. They're going home if it stays like this.
Oh man, this is gonna be really
They need
tough. Let me just tell you, they are gonna need something, but you know what they're gonna need? A really solid game 6. So let's go ahead and send it up to Mark and Dan to take us through it.
Woo! Let's get into this one, the last game of elimination bracket.
Last game!
Round 1, Dan Gaskin, and let me tell you, this is a time to join us if you haven't been here. Where have you been? But some of these teams, it's probably the last time they're going to have to play some Apex Legends on this stage. It will be the last time they have to play some Apex Legends on this stage. Talk to me about that bubble, that cutoff down. What teams are in danger and what teams are looking down?
I mean, despite a good game 5 from some of these teams to give themselves the chance, they are still in that lower half. You've got Pioneers, right? We heard them. Are they going to get cooking? Is the kitchen finally going to get set alight? At the moment, they're outside of that top 10, but they are very close indeed.
And I will say, one thing that maybe we just didn't quite pick up on those game results from the last time is big eliminations coming in from Pioneers. Even though they weren't there, I think they picked up 10 points in total from that last game. They are sat in 11th now. Even though they're leaving it late, even though they are so close to disappointment, there is a chance here for Pioneers in this final game to force their way into that top 10.
They're only 4 points behind, and then 1 point behind Pioneers, the team that dominated APAC South, is Iron Blood Gaming. Remember, they came in as the #1 seed, and we were thinking, okay, well, are they going to be out of the shadow of Dark Zero? Is this now going to be their opportunity? Well, they need to break through. They need to make sure they have a good game. It doesn't have to be an amazing game by all rights, but it needs to be good enough just to overtake the likes of Dreamfire and Godfire.
Let's keep an eye on some of the teams who are just inside of it as well. You've got the likes of Vex after that win, who are holding down one of those spots.
Let's go.
And Dreamfire, 9th and 10th. Will they be able to hold on here, London, or will they be going home?
We're sending 10 teams home, and Mark's told me it's my fault, so they're all going to be sending letters later on, but right now, we need to make sure we send 10 teams through. Few of them have already made it. Let's be honest, mathematically, there are teams that guaranteed themselves through. They can play spoiler. They can ruin the day of a lot of these teams that are down in the lower half of this leaderboard. It's all going to be down to where this circle goes, who's going to rotate through who can gatekeep who. I can't wait for match number 6 to get underway.
Well, here we go then, London. It's time for us to get into the action. The question that was always at the forefront of our mind as we see this map jump up is, where are we going? Where is that end game going to be? Where is that circle going to pull? And I'm sure that every single team who is sat on that bubble thinking about maybe staying here and playing some more Apex Legends or having to take the trip home is hoping it pulls towards them.
Genuinely, your tournament life could depend on where this circle goes, and we're going up north, maybe slightly west. It could end up in Cascade Falls as well, right where Dreamfire are. Remember, Dreamfire are that bubble team. They're in 10th position. Now, Tau can go get Beacon. There are teams in the vicinity that could also fight for that Beacon. And I will say there are teams right on the edge that have plenty of Beacon information as well. And if you are an edge team, if you do get Beacon information, you have to make a decision fast. Are we trying to compete with the early rotators, or are we going to be picking fights?
This is going to be a very, very interesting finish. And I've got to say, Dan, both my heart and my head are both saying, I hope we finish over at Cascade Falls, because we see some wild finishes, and it would be appropriate that we have a wild finish to this game number 6. Let's see what Vex Gaming are doing, though. You can see they're going to be looting up, as you would expect, but what a time to perform. I mentioned it was almost as if I could see into the future. I was a clairvoyant, Dan. I was like, Vex need a big game. Wouldn't surprise me if it was now. All of a sudden, Vex have that game, but they are still not safe. It is so tight between that kind of 6th position and downwards.
Yeah, they're already 7 points clear of Pioneers in 11th. Like, it's very possible they could still drop out if they were to have a dreadful game. If they were to finish in 20th position, it would allow other teams to kind of pick them apart and maybe overtake them in the leaderboards. But if they can just have an okay game, we should see them progress. That victory is massive for them. I think this circle is probably going to be heading a little further north than some teams may expect if they are just very much focusing, honing in on Cascade Falls. Kick, who land up on Wall, may stay up at the north side, over towards Wall, and we know on Storm Point, when you are trying to traverse the map, there's a lot of mountains to climb. You have to constantly go up, and if you're on the northern side, it's difficult.
This could be one that pulls just down towards the choke as well, between Checkpoint and the Wall as well. The effort in a great position in that building, which has the beacon, but that is the building of death, as we know on Storm Point. So many teams rotate into each other. They kind of cross paths, and you can see it exactly on your screen right now. There's not a lot of room to play with, and a lot of teams try and take that position. It's very difficult to hold down. There's a lot of different windows. You have the ramps that go up, the stairways, and it's kind of prone to nades. And if you haven't got an interception pylon on your Watson to really deal with them, you can have some problems. But this is the spot I was talking about. Pioneers being able to hold down this choke. If they can move up just a little bit more and maybe influence this fight, hold down this position, they can be in for a very, very strong game here. But it's a tough place to hold. Loads of places you can be rotated from.
Well, it's Dreamfire on the other side. This is 10th versus 11th, staring at each other with heartbeat sensors right now. And I will say that KCP have to be careful because they're the ones who don't have the building to retreat to. They've only got a few rocks to hide behind. But it looks like Dreamfire, of course, are not going to send it. We talked about nervy moments in match number 4, Mark. It's going to be even worse here in match number 6. Teams are going to be more tentative. They are going to be more reluctant to push. Instead, they're going to be passive. They're going to wait. They're going to hope circles come to them. They're going to hope kills come to them. But sometimes you have to take some risks.
Well, Pioneers obviously rotated as quickly as they physically could. They got pretty good armors, to be honest with you, after the quick rotation. But if you're looking across gun attachments, etc., that gives you a little bit more information. You know, Nasky has got nothing on the flat line. That is naked as the day it was born, and Mastiff in the hand as well. Maybe not the shotgun you would go for. A lot of players obviously prefer that Peacekeeper and maybe even the Eva 8 over the Mastiff. But Horizon Union now, they're going to be inside of one of the buildings that's going to be safe for quite some time, taking their time to set up. And like I mentioned, the Watson is going to be vital, but here come Pioneers, and they're already being greeted.
呢邊
Big fight.
出彩玩白鴿咋，冇晒啦，係，sorry，冇晒㗎。哇！呢個 back door 啊 ，nice， 但係大落單咗，大到清到，哇 ！Third body， Cloud Driver。
It could be tournament over for Pioneers if they do not manage to reset. It's Onyx in the area. Third down, trying to get the res. One is already gone, so they're going to have to fight as a 2 here. They have to make themselves big.
唔係喺Newcastle 嗰個集
Completely and utterly changes things. It's a great spot if you're a 3-man team. Down to 2, holding a good spot. People are going to see that. You're going to get that CQ coming in to give that information, and they could be under duress. But here comes Flora now, 1-0 coming in from the Everate.
It's Ironblood Gaming on the other side. They've already lost 2. This could be it for Ironblood. Remember, they were outside of top 10. We've already seen one team eliminated. It could be it now for them as well. But Flora, they want to chase this. Remember, Flora, 20th position. They need every point possible.
Player K.
IG 4兩
He's going to be looking to the heavens at the moment, hoping that he can do something miraculous, hoping for some divine intervention maybe to keep their tournament.
好彩佢哋冇死 crypto。
But for now, he is
crypto 可以執翻個牌。
The fact that he's on the crypto
係
as
啊
well.
，crypto 可以執翻個牌。
Maybe collect those banners. Maybe this isn't quite done yet for them.
Could be a huge play, and I.
但係前提下要唔俾人打爆先。
Starting to lose members as well. It's Crazy Raccoon who push in and get the advantage and will get the kill.
But the brilliant thing here for KCP, they can walk past this. They can go and get a respawn. They can get Pandas
好
back
啦，
into this
球
game.
要有尾擺啦。
Going down. Pioneers just slipping by in the night and going, don't mind us.
And with Horizon Union eliminated, that is our first team guaranteed sent home from the competition today. They cannot get into the top 10. Remember, we saw NorCal Esports go out earlier, but they are still at #1 place in the leaderboards. They're going to be fine. They have plenty of points. They can sit back, kick their feet up, and wait for the next round.
救人喎你！好正啊！睇你度見到左上角好似有架車咁樣，因為 GTA 咁啊！
And get him some loot. The Pioneers story.
佢離開咗個地圖，見唔到佢哋少一隊，少一隊。
And it was Onyx, that third party, that have caused this decision to be made.
And there's only what, like 5 teams who haven't made it into that next circle, where you can see on the right-hand side.
佢哋想喺一個最安全救到隊友嘅位。
Vex and Geo having a little bit of a tussle. You can see some shots being exchanged on that map overhead, and great job from the observers to make sure that we catch that action. A big moment here for Vex. KP and a win in this team fight would give them those extra points to maybe start thinking we could be safe.
Honestly, if they could pick up 3 points here, you'd imagine it should be safe, right? You should be good enough, but it's got to be a victory. You've got to make sure you hit your shots here. Jen goes down first. That's very important.
Well, looks like Metafe's going to swing as well. Tyler's trying to help him out a little bit, but this is a nervy fight. This is a slow fight, but now the shot's starting to get a little bit harder here from the 301.
And this is a more important fight for Vex than it is for Geo. Geo are in third. They should be good. Vex, though, they're still on that bubble, and they are still thinking about getting aggressive here, but maybe they just need to be thinking about should they back off as Ironblood Gaming. They are done. They will not be getting through. They are out of this competition.
And look at the kill feed now, going back to that fight we were talking about. It's a 2v2 situation. Unlucky trying to move on Dogma here. Young
做乜死得咁咩㗎？真係好 Q 多失誤啊！佢哋啲副方係見到普遍都係好多大失。靚啊！哦！
Utilize this damage. Make
佢一嘢車落嗰度有。
Oh, what have you got here, Vex? Have you got the ice you need to keep your tournament alive? The ALGS going to go in. Unlucky has a shield broken as well. Being done. It's all up to you, Matafe. The IGL has to go.
Oh!
He gets 1. It's a 1v1 behind the gun.
哎呀！
And Vex to have the one shot as Geo also get eliminated. As Vex are okay for now.
都係 nice play 嘅。
They will have to see what happens elsewhere. Eliminated from match number 6, but still in the tournament as it stands. As Oxygen are the final team to swoop in and pick up the pieces here. Remember, Oxygen who are going to need a mammoth game if they were to be able to progress in this tournament.
喺呢邊在圈外慢慢就。
To Vex Gaming on 33 points, as we say. They are still good for now, but it's so tight. It's going to be right down to the wire for them if they do go home. But Pioneers, you saw, they've managed to get Pandas back in. They're back up to a 3-man stack. GHS Professional doing a little bit of a jiggle, a little bit of a dance. So you did that before, Dan Gaskin. Trying to force their way into the wall.
So I will say, Vex are now going to be watching on, hoping that teams within the top 10 are picking up the points here. Are not allowing the teams in the bottom 10, because if you look at who's behind Vex, Pioneers and Dreamfire very close, right? Both of those could overtake.
But GHS, they're about 8 points behind. 8 points isn't easy to come by, right? You need to either be finishing in the top 3 or you need to have a big game. Speaking of Pioneers, things aren't going well.
哇！一出嚟就射一件，你哋咁辛苦走咗樽圈度救完個隊友，搞掂晒翻嚟，一翻嚟又收咗件皮，好慘。
Pandas just back into the game.
其實救得翻嘅。
It looks like they will have to tank some zone damage. The question is, do they have the meds to do so? Will they be able to wrap in that storm and get somewhere else? If they do go the way of checkpoint, by the way, that is completely free for them to make a rotation in. However, obviously they won't have that information. They don't have a map overhead in front of them like we do.
So as an update on where that circle's going, it's going to be northeast of the previous circle you had seen before. So the teams who had committed kind of on the eastern side of wall are still going to be okay and be able to hold out those teams who are trying to move from the south. It's going to be very tough for those teams that are trying to fight uphill, but as long as you've got a plan, as long as you've got a Valkyrie, there's always going to be a chance.
Crazy Raccoon involved in a fight themselves.
CR 有打啊，啱我嚴重失誤啦。
From that range, always difficult to do so. Parker going to back up for now. Takes that gravitational lift up just to get the angles that are required to keep his teammates alive. A little bit better spray coming in from him with the flatline. But not enough again to do the damage they need to instigate this fight.
Already seen such big eliminations from this tournament. Iron Blood Gaming, the #1 APEX South team.
打保守啲啊，最多。
Can Crazy Raccoon keep
至少唔送頭先啦，大佬。
Even though they're in 14th, there is a lot of points between them and 10th right now. It would have to be, you know, kind of
再救啊佢哋 ！KCP 再救 ！Second time 啊！
They are back into the fray, and it is back to the drawing board for the Pioneers.
個問題嚟啦，佢哋仲可以去邊咧？你睇入邊有呢兩隊，佢仲要穿過呢兩個位，先至去到下個圈，有啲難啊 KCP。除非兩隊走咗啦。
Crazy Raccoon is still having this battle, which has been going on for quite a long time now, and they've got to try and force their way into zone eventually. In 1 minute 20, they're going to have the ring to their backs. Just leave no witness and kick.
Wow!
Those knocks are great. Now we're going to push, but I think one player just
let's go for a party.
Leave no witness out as well. Peacekeeper starting to hit some nice notes as well. GHS Professional try and push in to clean up this damage, but disengage smartly as well after picking up some KP.
Leave no witness, they went out, which means they're out of the competition. FC Destroy go out as well as Crazy Raccoon elsewhere getting kills. GHS also involved in that fight.
push 啦！究竟 KCP 入唔入得嚟 third party 咧？
Kills here and KCP want to take advantage.
入嚟啦！走咗隊啦，因為。贏得翻添啊！ 咁就好啲咯。如果唔係
Dreamfire gets eliminated in the game. Kick go down, but Kick will be fine. They have enough points. We'll still be seeing them in the next round.
哦 ，Kick 都走咗啦。
It's been the definition of an uphill battle for them in this game, but they are here and they are fighting right until the very end of the game. Now, let's talk about ends. Let's talk about the northern end of the map. That's where GHS Professional still find themselves inside of the wall, looking pretty kitted up as well.
Yeah, GHS, they're another big threat, right? It's Dreamfire, it's GHS. There are two biggest focuses to really try and ruin Vex Day, to ruin the Vex fans' day, as Vex have to watch on.
Interesting thing about to happen here, I was about to say, Pioneers are going to wait for that zone to close in, then hit that Valkyrie. Onyx are going to hit this as well. Onyx and the team who are kind of gatekeeping them. Now take yourselves back to the start of the game. Who was the team that caused Pioneers problems when they hit that rotate? It was Onyx. Now Pioneers, if they can overtake,
大家都要爭，真係爭頭10名啊呢度。
They fake out the Valkyrie. They're trying to make Onyx give up that space. The question is, have Onyx bit? No, they have not bitten. And now we go back to the fight we saw at the start.
This is going to be so difficult now for KCP to try and get a reset because Onyx have a lot of utility, a lot of abilities to use, and the zone is coming behind them. So now you've got to choose your moment.
未必過到 Onyx 呢一關啊佢哋。冇咁樣上去就冇啦，一定收皮，一定收皮咁樣上。你打得一隻都打唔到第二隻啦， 上唔到啊 KCP 咁樣一定。
They could hold on. Pioneers are in a good spot though. They're in 9th. Onyx, #1 now in the leaderboards, but it looks like they're going to get third-partied. Elsewhere, Passion were eliminated, but it's Dreamfire. They're the team that are chasing.
OK， 收頭啦，爆大。
Bad news for Vex Gaming.
Dreamfire shooting down on all of the bodies around them and taking advantage.
哦，收完頭啦，好走啦，點解？
To give themselves
係啦，因為咁啱好彩，柯迪走咗。
Keeping their tournament alive here. I mean, imagine being sat watching, spectating the game right now, knowing your game is over, just hoping that someone else lets themselves down.
Well, I mean, Dreamfire and Vex, they're tied at the moment, 33-33. It would come down
哦，
to
嚟啦，打嚟啦，柯
they just
迪。
need one more point to eliminate Vex Gaming from this
就唔俾你 reset。
There's more weight on this fight that's about to go down right now. Dreamfire versus Oxygen. If you're a fan of Vex, you want Dreamfire to fall, and Oxygen to win in the fight here. Oxygen to win in the fight, they're taking them all down.
靚嘅。
They're still a 2, and we've seen Dreamfire do disgusting things as a 2. Roy, who's had the heart of so many fans in this audience, looks to try and maybe spoil for a lot of the other fans in this audience.
Here come Onyx. Here come Onyx. They've heard this fight. There's the Bloodhounds.
唉，白大好慘。
Oxygen are out of here. Oxygen don't want any of this. They don't
其
want
實
to be
其實醒㗎，有時唔一定要殺晒成隊嘅真係。即係你殺咗一兩個就已經，佢孤狼做唔到啲咩講真。
Just about survives, but Zone's about to come in. This is a massive moment for Dreamfire, a massive moment for this tournament as a whole.
啊，嗰邊有夠
Remember, Vex still on the bubble, but Dreamfire, if they secured one of those kills, they will surpass Vex. And with 7 squads left, we might see Vex eliminated.
Oxygen trying to force their way in towards zone here. A tough rotate for them to make. The scan comes in, and now the beast of the hunt is going to be popped as well. They're going to see if they can hunt down some of these members here from Game War. Decent damage being done here by Hill and Co, but are they able to get these knocks?
Good shots. We need a huge game from Oxygen. We saw the pep talk happening after their disappointing game. Gamewood, they're going down. At the moment, though, the kill leaders, Oxygen, are on a tear, trying to give themselves that opportunity to get into the next round. And they will secure. Gamewood are eliminated.
And look at this man on your screen right now, enemy.
哎呀，歐時盡打得好啊！呢場真係。
Dreamfire at 34.
轉翻啊，仲喺度乜雞？
Dreamfire will be the bubble team.
Survive! Dreamfire go down, enemy! With a hit
盡咗力啦真係。歐時盡仲喺度。
Still here, but the down has not been res quite yet. Onyx looking to push, but it might not be.
冇啦，歐時盡冇啦。
Pushes right now. They're taking some damage, but so is
冇啦，歐
enemy
時
trying
盡
to
冇
face him
啦。
up. He says,
！Oxygen doing
有價講喎，呢排嗌冇啦冇啦冇啦冇
to go down because they are outside of the top 10. It's done. It's a valiant effort.
半血對兩隻滿血就冇啦真係。
Now we look at Pioneers. Now we look at Dreamfire. They're the 2 teams who are on the bubble.
Also, let's think about another team who's still alive here. That's IG International. IG International have made themselves.
哇！頂你 Final Game 真係好睇啊！黐線。 大家都唔想跌去10隊以外，因為上唔翻去。到克羅高空啊，真係苦方。
Everyone is going to have a place to play. This is going down to the wire.
So Pioneers should be good. They're in 9th. They're on 35. Dreamfire, they're in 10th on 34. So it's GHS. They are 4 points behind Dreamfire.
捱得住啊，Sir！黐孖㗎，我哋黐孖㗎，捱得住。黐線！
As you mentioned, IG, they're
仲有時間飛走。
It's all about GHS here.
OK 啊，真係呢場打得佢哋。
Teams who are inside of the wall early.
但係落邊咧，佢哋可以。
With the amount of teams that have been fighting outside the zone, haven't been able to level up those Evo shields.
哇，落咗喺度。
Purple's great. But look at GHS, 2 purples and a red. They might be able to take a 3v3 engagement, but at the moment they're
佢哋仲有機會偷添啊！唔係兩邊2打2啊，而家嗱2打2啊，各温落温啫一隊，應該唔會 fair party 啊呢度。哇！呢個好睇啊，2打2啊！ 你正常唔會打對面嗰隊啦，梗係打近嗰隊啦。呢個2打2好睇啊！
Oh, GHS, not just burning. Not just burning in game, but maybe the dreams are starting to explode as well a little bit. They're surviving, but only just taking so much damage at the moment. But tanking damage is fine as long as you can survive.
Hoping that the knocks happen, and they are happening. GHS though, quick to get the res.
But looks like IG now have jumped down onto Onyx, so this is going to.
係啦，跳落嚟啦，應該。係啦，點會唔 push 啊？有上角有資訊㗎嘛，大佬，知你條友爭咗就唔衝落嚟。夠啊 ，lost two 夠啊，唔使 push 啊，我覺得。我覺得唔使 push。仲要睇下對面嗰隊過唔過嚟。哇，落去最後都係要。OK， 對面有冇 push？ 哇，好興奮啊
！In our top three, it's about who can win this game, who can get momentum going into the next round. Onyx Esports eliminated. I think it's a 3 versus 2.
It could be a 3 versus 2, and they can get this res off. That'll be absolutely huge. It's
嗰邊得翻 IG 啫嘛。
Godfire don't take the advantage there of the fight breaking out.
捱得住啊，捱得住。
To let the zone do the work for them, force IG in, but that's just allowing noises to reset here. But did you see the weaponry? By the way, there was a completely naked alternator in play at this stage.
做乜嘢落低位 ？IG 可以賺高位喎，個圈收中間個位，對面要落嚟先喎。IG 個位好啲喎。
A little bit nervous, maybe. For no good reason, they are comfortable in 4th place.
哇，咁樣過去啊，好咩？係咯，咁樣過去好咩 ？IG 點解咧？點解 IG 喺個位度 push 咧？唔明，我唔明。我覺得可以唔使衝過去住咯。點解？
Well, the teams that were very worried going into those final moments, it was Dreamfire, it was Pioneers, but Pioneers they finish in 9th. Dreamfire finish in 10th, and Vexed Gaming eliminated in 11th position. GHS could not do enough, they stay in 12th. So we will know our 10 teams, but boy, that was so tight between Pioneers, between Dreamfire, between Vexed. It's so tough for Vexed. They go out on 1 point.
1 point, 1 kill. One team fight. That is the difference here. It's
點解 IG 要咁樣衝過嚟咧
close it was for Dan and myself. We are done and dusted up in the commentary.
IG 個位靚啲喎，我想講。
So Tiff, take it away.
That was a lot to unpack in our final matchup of the elimination bracket round 1, and quite possibly one of the most heartbreaking series as we are sending home our first 10 teams, Genome.
Yeah, we're going to start to have those moments now, aren't we? You can see, I mean, look, honestly, I was there cheering for Dreamfire to make it through, and sure they did. Godfire helping us out a little bit there to take out GHS Professional, who kind of came out of nowhere in this lower bracket, especially in that last game, playing their spot very well until the end. Just missing out, but so many good teams. Vexed not making it through. Crazy Raccoon, we just saw them put on one of the most popular Apex tournaments of all time, and there's going to be a lot of fans who are really sad to see them bow out.
Well, especially Oxygen Esports fans, right? Like, they were your kill leaders, they were doing amazing, but let's look at those series results. The top 10 teams that you see on the left of your screen will move on to elimination bracket round 2 later today. Onyx Esports on top for APEX South, 54 points. Godfire from South America, 52 points, and then IG International Rain Day, 47 points.
I mean, they played great today, and it was a battle at the bottom too between Vex, Pioneers, and Dreamfire. What a show that they put on. It's unfortunate that somebody has to go home. Not everyone can make it, but that's the stage that we're at in this tournament. Things are only going to get more intense, and there's going to be less given out for free. It's going to have to be taken.
And the pressure that must have been on Casey
in
that fight we just
我想睇 final 啊 ！Hi, I love Ken.
If they had have gone down, they would have been out for sure. To just get back in, they have to go out and res themselves
點解 IG 要 push 先啊
into this game, and they fought Onyx to start with, and then Onyx again, who knocked them out on the way to their top of this elimination bracket round.
It's really tough, and you see Vex going down right there, but like real kicker here, and I know I brought it up a little bit earlier, Oxygen Esports been rather lackluster throughout group stages, coming into this game in 20th place, and Crook and Enemy alongside the IGL Hill completely start decimating this lobby, and if you remember in Split 1 Pro League, they were a very zone-heavy team, breaking out Hill on the Watson, and they just went full aggressive status, and we were just kind of sitting there hoping, would it be enough? And Rain Day,
it wasn't, and you know, I hate to say it, I mean, kind of letting the realism
我要 IG 個 replay 啊
It's not always going to go your way, and I was impressed with teams like Dreamfire. I was impressed with KCP. I was impressed with teams who did not have everything going in their favor and found
我要 final circle replay
That to me is a quality that is going to determine who ends up
Why IG 要 push 先
to these fights, and I also have to say a bigger picture story is South America. 4 of the 5 teams in this entire tournament have
真係
qualified.
冇係咯，點解要咁樣衝過去先咧？
Big positive for them.
I was really shocked seeing the majority of South America having to fight it out in the elimination bracket round 1 and to come out on top and start your momentum moving forward to get to tomorrow Sunday. That is clearly where you want to be. And Godfire celebrating from that reaction. I've actually had the chance to commentate over them, and some they
真係個分啱好。
when they get the opportunity to, they'll run it on high ping, they'll do their
OK
best
啊
to get your reps in. And honestly, it starts to pay off. You can see right here, Godfire 12 placement
哇
points,
攞 4 分咋佢
19
哋
total points. But I'm like, bro, look at Oxygen in the 5th place.
因為
They were
少
giving
一
it
個
their all.
Q 就已經可以收皮
Their
啊
heart and soul
尖
was in
塊。
match number 6.
I mean, we saw them take out.
我覺得台灣入到 final 我都開心嘅。阿八弟真係勁，講真。即係以台港澳嚟講，八弟真係冇啊，最 top 㗎啦真係。
And get a complete bag chasing down every single point. Almost actually got them there with a 15 KP they picked up in here in match 6 here. Unfortunately, just a little too slow out of the blocks.
哇 ，kick 都哦，唔係睇埋總數先。
11th through 20th place. It doesn't matter. Kick gave them 4 points. Crazy Raccoon. That was another massive surprise. And a lot of these teams that aren't going to be moving on, it just has to give you a little bit of momentum, right? Some motivation that when you come back after
冇啦
split
，kick
2, you
之後
just
就
grind that much
嚟
harder.
睇下
I know
第
a
3
lot of
名係
teams
咩
are
先
working
總
on some
分
of。their composition and fixing minor mistakes. I know I spoke to a lot of these teams and they're just like, we have to lay it all online, but they're
咦
getting landed
竟然係多 VOX 一分 ！Oh my god！VOX 不過 VOX 都入唔到，我都覺得我唔意外嘅。
Historically, APEX has
真
had
係
many lands, and you know we kind of flourished during COVID, and there was not a lot of times to.
佢哋又
meet up
未
together as a
去
group
到
and
話
as-
真係
as fans
超
in the
勁
community. So this is still something very
純粹
new
唔
to our
錯
players,
咯。
despite the esport being about 4 years old. So yes, that experience, I mean, is sometimes just what you need. I
好
mean, it's
啦
not always going to go well. You are going to have a
完
plan,
啦
and
佢
it's
哋
not going to work. But that
去
is a
翻
part of competing. And I
round
think the
one
bottom 2
嘅
teams, although they're going home,
戰
have
局啊，
hopefully
黐孖
learned a
筋
big
咩
lesson
蚊真係
to
黐孖筋啊！我估人
Actually,
㗎，
speaking of lessons, we have Glitter Stage
真係黐孖筋啊！嗰廿隊真係。
And I want to hear if he kind of learned some things from
其
the
實嗰廿
lessons.
隊
Let's go
勁
jump
到
on over to Glitter.
average
Absolutely, yes, thank you
得
so
兩
much.
隊，
And
得
I'm
兩
standing
三
with
隊
Max
係，唔係
Team.
得哦唔好講唔好話兩三隊，我估有5隊係比較突出少少嘅啫，都係，
You and I were just
即係
discussing
計埋
it.
TSM。
You clutched this up. Your team clutched this up.
TSM
very well to the
ALG
secure your spot moving
Right,
through.
NLG
Talk me through what happens each time you direct.
EXO
Well, so first of all, going into this game, we had a really good game on World's Edge. Everything was
還
good.
好
but we didn't get the
Alliance
points. We got stolen
還
KP
好
and stuff like that. So the mental, like it feels like just a mental game pretty much. The mental was going down a little bit. We were a little depressed about group stages.
唔係啊，佢哋本身唔係，因為專輝本身而家佢哋呢個唔係白帝原本嘅隊友嚟㗎。
So when we got knocked, it was Panders that got knocked first.
唔係白帝本身嘅隊友嚟㗎，呢兩個。
We thought we were gonna die.
因為白帝原本嗰兩個隊友係中國人嚟㗎。如果夾開嗰班，
Okay. And then we got the
真係同白帝好夾嗰班係另外嗰兩個選手中國人嚟㗎。而家因為中國去英國嗰個簽證 好難攞啊。所以2個鐘個選手去唔到啊。然之後八弟就揾翻就係啦，就揾波靈佢哋打咯。但係唔係原本八弟嗰隊嚟。所以其實專花係夾得好少。我估如果假設佢哋係呢3個再夾多可能1季或者1年咧，咁我覺得可能好好多。但係佢哋都冇乜點夾過，同埋原本八弟係去唔到㗎台灣。佢哋本身係冇入到㗎，線下賽個分數唔夠㗎，佢哋冇入到㗎，係因為有另外一隊去唔到啊，然後先至叫八弟佢哋拾咗佢哋個位咋，接近冇 prepare 過啊，專翻行其實。所以你入到頭20，我即係入到 final 我都算係咁㗎啦，由負方打翻上去。等你臨危受命，冇練過冇夾過，佢原本係做台灣。係啊，俾你八，我之前就係睇個 post 先至話八弟準備做旁述，然之後突然之間話嗰邊簽證簽唔到去唔到，然之後就叫佢哋台灣過去打。俾你夾都冇夾過啊，八弟。但所以我覺得算係咁㗎啦，即係中間又贏2場，即係琴日 Day1 贏2場，我覺得真係算係咁。係 Day1 贏1場 ，Day2 贏1場，我覺得真係算係咁。
Some special ingredients coming up for the second losers round. I don't know. Yeah, look, they've. Let me just say though, the next elimination bracket is going to be a whole different beast. I mean, we've got the winners bracket coming up, right? And you've got to remember, you're getting 10 of those teams to play against, and they're going to be very different to the 10 teams that he just.
出個總分未？我想睇總分啊。求總分。我咪 update 快啲啊！要睇睇。OK update 咗。哇！34分。可惜2個賺人民幣。係啊，係咁噶啦，冇辦法啦，人民幣香啲嘛。睇下副方嗰10隊先。嗱，坦白講，副方呢10隊咧，都真係唔係特別強，認真，真係認真，有啲差太遠啦，同上面嗰20隊真係，勝方嗰20隊全部都癲㗎，真係，就算講緊ODDING，KING，SNG、KCP 其實都好多 mistake 同埋好多錯誤嘅決策同 timing， 其實即係對比翻，你真係對比翻 NRG 啊、Alliance 啊、EXO 啊、100 Thief 啊，其實對比嗰班癲佬，其實佢哋真係好多失誤。琴日都睇到，琴日佢哋其實都好多失誤。你哋 TSM 對住 Kick 嗰啲唔小心一嘢掃就收晒佢哋皮，一嘢收晒佢哋皮 TSM 嗰啲，剪過。哇！我唔知道之後幾點喎正課，我估1個鐘，佢哋係休息1個鐘啊？你休息幾耐？佢已經聽唔到 ，Oh my god！你10分鐘啊！51分鐘啊！我哋有1個鐘頭嘅時間係唔知做咩㗎，各位同學。咦？唔係喎，呢個唔係 replay 嚟喎。點解係達斯王佢哋嘅？ 係喎。
I mean, kind of, but they're not doing amazing throughout the tournament anyway, so they kind of have to pick it up here for the last 6 games. Chad, don't
唔
forget
得啊 ，Swift Dance 實在太渣啦！嘢我有睇啊，俾你真係有啲渣咧。但 Swift Dance 佢哋唔可以用，佢唔可以做主 call 咯，佢只可以做副手。
It's kind of boring. You just sit on the zip line, just let it.
They don't go up or high. It's just straight fight inside.
Yeah, but sometimes they go up.
但係我覺得佢哋嗰隊唔係真係特別 strong 啊，即係同翻講真，同翻就算 CLG 或者 Team Liquid 未解散，我都唔覺得佢哋好過 Team Liquid 佢哋。整體即係戰術啊各方面嘅嘢。
You're not going to contest and fight down below if you have bad guns.
雖然北美啲隊真係好 Q 勁。
Just kind of let everything settle a little bit and find more guns for yourself and loot.
係啊，咁嗰陣時 Swift 單都係咁，你拍住 Hell， 咁就好唔同啦件事。
Yeah, I don't think anything's really going to go down. We have L&W still in this group too. Let's see the zone here. And looks like the zone's actually going to be towards the bottom side.
S 咦冇 TSM 嘅喎，我想講。呢個咪replay 嚟㗎，琴日 replay 啊。
Good spot here going into the zone. Exit as well. They have Crafter and they have a beacon over at top waterfall, so they're going to know exactly where the zone's going.
琴日 replay 嚟㗎。
And that rotation's going to be super simple for them, man.
Yeah, looking at just like the rotations.
係咯，冇 TSM 嘅。
Anything that could potentially happen in
CR
the fight?
No, I don't think so.
This lobby seems pretty tame in the early rounds. I could maybe see like a potential like.
即係一個即係50分鐘之後先再開始。好啦，我哋可以。
Yeah, there's potential. I mean, CR is extremely.
暫時收皮先。嗱，我因為我琴日我唔知應該大家瞓咗定係點啊？我哋睇翻琴日。 我瞓咗之後，最尾嗰2場嘅 Final Circle， 我想講真係好好睇，我都係今朝起身睇翻，真係好好睇。唔係我哋要睇埋前因後果嘅，所以我哋要睇呢個，我哋要睇 Day 2。 係啊，如果你知道佢成日得100粒都唔夠噶嘛，條友仔弱智嘅。講真嗱，坦白講，如果 Hell 有子彈，其實係唔會輸俾 Alliance 嘅，真係唔會輸俾 Yuki。Yuki 臨尾仲有嗰6粒，喂，你6粒打落去，你打得中啊！ 你都扣成70幾80啦，點會殺唔死啫？同埋你唔使近距離啊嘛，你有槍可以拉翻距離。但係 Hell 冇子彈，你一定要用拳頭啊嘛。咁你即係要逼個近距離啦。所以 Hell 最尾嗰個位先衝出去啫嘛。但係其實如果夠子彈嘅 Yuki 輸梗啊 Yuki。雖然我都好中意 Yuki，OK， 但係輸梗啊真係。 Hell 嗰2拳已經係講真已經 outstanding 啦個 play， 打完踎低，再等時機，你開完槍，中間間斷幾準啊睇得，再打一拳再踎低，我頂你個肺，真係型到黐下線，我覺得輸咗，即係輸咗我都唔幫 Yuki 啊！喂 Yuki 贏咗我都唔幫 Yuki 啊！真係黐下線 ，Hell 型到〜 個屁！黐乸線，究竟係有幾大心臟先至可以喺個位咁冷靜，然之後要用拳頭，仲要避埋啊！我睇到幾興奮啊！今朝起身睇 playback， 你黐孖筋嘅真係。係啊。 但係個時間上真係未必俾佢諗咁多嘢，我覺得算係咁啊。但係我覺得係可以再睇嘅，真係太好睇啊！黐下線。呢個位你睇下我，你記唔記得？我仲係喺呢個位度。 飛翻前少少先，真係好好睇啊！弱智係咪弱智啊？呢、個 play 真係嬲咗，其實真係要飛翻前少少。呢度開始。呢個係尾圈，我哋要飛翻去 game 式先，8個鐘頭度，因為我琴日開台開到7個幾鐘，所以啱啱8個鐘頭鬆啲就差唔多。真係太勁啦！呢、個 play 係差唔多啦，係啦 ，NLG 由呢度開始個底，呢度開始睇，成件事發生。黐孖筋嬲咗真係。其實 NLG 呢佢死之前呢段 play 其實都好好啊已經。其實坦白講，算係咁啊。
And I just got to take a moment to say I really love these calls from Sweet. It's the textbook play. They're also going to get some flag crate, which is great. But rather than egoing and saying, let's take this 2v3, he says, no, let's drop to low ground.
He's got the crate.
He does. Let's drop to low ground because there's no way they're going to give up God Spot and drop to low ground on us. Wise decision from Sweet. They'll play as a team of 2 from here on out. We'll keep a close eye on them. Meanwhile, Dreamfire find themselves in a fight against fellow Apex.
我哋飛先，呢邊唔關事啊，Dreamfire 呢邊。我哋要睇翻 NLG TSM 嗰邊。飛啦先，因為呢度冇乜話好誇張嘅操作，都係好正常嘅 third party， 然之後入去收頭，係啊，冇乜好特別。唉，差唔多啦，差唔多，係救翻之後，其實 miss 咗幾次㗎啦，已經，但係算係咁都中咗一嘢，中咗一嘢8-4佢之後。如果好 Q 清楚啊 ，Sweet 真係講嘢。其實 focusing the southwest， 哇幾 Q 清楚啊！成件事你要做啲咩？
I can't see anything. I don't even mind what look to the right. These guys are running around outside. They're running across the gas. These guys are pushing around and playing the field. Yeah, I'm healing. We need to kill this team. The rat is right here. The rat is right here. He's right here. We need to play where Nate's at. But we can't go early. We cannot go early. I have level now. I'm gonna put it down. Nice, 100.
唉 ，miss 咗，係呢度 miss 咗，頂你個肺 ！miss 咗之後用獵獸秒翻佢，燒咗。
We're gonna play where that rat was, okay? We're gonna walk in and turn around. We're gonna shoot behind us from where that rat was, okay? Okay. I need a flat line. Give me it. Alright, I need that. I have a 1x dual Devo and a 3x phone. That's fine. I'm gonna get some more ammo. I still have a lot of nades. Okay, do you guys understand? We're gonna go to.
唔係 Hell 之前咪已經掟咗個係嘛？我冇記錯，好似係掟咗個世紀過去啊！掟咗個 Q 㗎 ，CD 緊啊！我印象中，佢前面已經掟咗啦。我印象中睇多次先，我記得係掟咗㗎，之前已經，所以佢最後係冇 Q 制用㗎，冇世紀啊！
I'm coming.
哎呀，又 miss 啊！又 miss 啊！但係佢仍然講嘢好清晰啊 ，Sweet。但係其實 Sweet 呢度講，其實前面同後面呢度其實講得太快啦個改變，兩個隊友去咗前面佢先叫高 back 啊！其實呢個位可以慢少少 call 嘅話咧，佢放完飛機女放完個世紀咧，其實呢個位可以唔過去住嘅話會好啲嘅。佢放完之後就過去啊嘛，叫佢哋一過完去之後 ，Sweet 就話唔得啊，要翻嚟啊嘛。其實可以唔使咁快叫隊友 call 過去先嘅，因為呢度就即刻俾人哋擲火收一皮啊！ 嗱，高 back 啊嘛，即係你睇行血啦，你睇行血，即刻你嗱呢度就係咁樣所以輸咯。如果其實佢哋唔過去，淨係用完世紀睇定啲咁多嘅話咧，即係當然 Sweet 已經好快㗎啦，即刻好 sense 到有事要即刻褪後，但係太遲啦，所以反而係之前唔 call 唔過去反而仲好。 一次過收皮，真係即刻收皮。 但係佢前面已經知道上面係有一隊嘅咯 ，Sweet 已經知啊，上面已經一路撲住啦，其實。係啊，即刻死咗隻咯，因為上面係呢度頭頂打落嚟㗎個傷害，即係佢兩個隊友過咗去，然後上面同埋兩邊咁樣打落去㗎。係啦，所以其實可以唔 call 住咯，就係、但係佢兩個隊友已經極快咁衝咗過去，一衝咗過去，然之後先同隊友講：喂，即刻翻嚟，我頂你個位咁空曠嗰度冇 cover 喎，仲要嗰個翻轉頭係冇 cover 喎，所以咪就係咁樣咯。我今朝睇嘅時候，我覺得哎呀，如果遲半，佢 call 遲1秒咋。就可以冇事啦，已經真係嗰1秒嘅 timing 咋，1秒咋，真係可以唔 call 啊！其實嗰個位，但係你中呢140已經冇用啦，因為個隊友已經係咁。其實真係可以唔 call。但係呢度係炸嘅，你睇到呢度係咁掟燃燒彈之後燒中係炸嘅，因為人哋一知要即刻褪。你咪咁即係，所以我咪話咯，咁即係 Sweet 根本就知道上面其實一早已經有一隊啦。咁你隊友咁樣向前去，你高位望落去打斜，點會睇唔到佢兩個隊友啫？咁爭在上面撲唔撲啫嘛，或者得唔得閒撲你啫嘛？佢唔實鋪一定收到嗰邊頭咯，因為嗰邊頭仲有架車，仲有架車遮住咗嘛。之後係 set 嘅呢個位，但係我覺得真係再唔深，即係再冷靜多啲啲。如果 Sweet 呢啲真係可以唔使輸呢個位。即雖然叫做咁樣，叫做形式上面，你明白係啦？你明白就係咁樣輸啫嘛。冇辦法，真係呢個 PK 已經算係咁噶啦，我覺得。係啊，咁 NRG 嘅特色嚟嘅，執行力真係大家都好信任 Sweet 嘅，係真嘅都真係。係啊，但係嗱，因為成個戰局影響得太大，如果 NRG 冇過去 ，Alliance 就唔會落去收頭。嗱，你諗下喎，成件事嗰個時間。你 NRG 如果當初唔 push 唔係咁樣嘅，可能係由呢個位兜上嚟 walk 上嚟嘅，即係 Sweet 如果掟燃燒彈嘅時候燒中咗 Yuki 佢哋，然後 Yuki 佢哋唔跳落嚟褪緊嘅時候，佢哋咁樣喺個斜位度 walk 上嚟。佔據咗呢個欄杆嗰個位，即係 final held 佢哋打嗰個位，未必會產生之後嗰個結果。你明白？因為如果 NRG 佔咗呢個網欄杆個位嘅時候，其實佢哋反而係對住 TSM 個門口咯。咁嗰個戰局就可能有分別啦，出嚟。真係可能有分別啦，就係因為呢度 Alliance 跳咗落去，所以變咗佢哋完全冇人會撲佢哋，同埋冇人會扣佢哋血，因為全部集中晒間屋度嘛。之後咁佢哋冇得閒，其實 Alliance 之後好得閒噶，超得閒啊！你睇下佢哋好都超得閒噶，冇嘢做嘅，喺下面執嘢啫嘛。但係上面準備打到7賽啦，然之後佢哋執好晒嘢 reset 晒先慢慢咁行上嚟。嗱，當然呢個位係嘅，想撲佢哋嘅，但係冇啦，唔得啦。係啦，佢哋都咁樣行上嚟啫嘛。如果 NRG 當初燒着咗 Alliance 之後，即刻係咁樣行上嚟呢個位， 真係成個戰局唔同。因為 NLG 都係咁樣行上嚟。Fnatic 你諗下係高位都唔夠佢啦，因為上面屋頂仲撲緊佢哋。係啊，因為同時間雖然冇影到啦，但係我因為呢個位就好清楚屋頂其實 Fnatic 一路都係對緊對面屋頂嗰隊咯。嗱，我哋睇翻前少少啊，多咗啦，對唔住，頂我飛咗添 ，I'm sorry。我哋飛翻，喂呢度過咗啦，對唔住，呢度係邊度嚟㗎？喂呢個係啦，因為 Fnatic 一路都對緊，我好似係對緊惡力㗎，我唔記得惡力係唔係 sorry FC 啊 FC 係屋頂啊，所以變咗 Fnatic 一路都係撲，即係兩隊對撲緊啊，咁所以就冇人理阿拉人咯，所以阿拉人就可以落去收 NLG 頭咯當時，但係個前設就係因為 NLG 褪咗過去，個 call 早咗，然之後冇成效，然之後得返兩隻，喂。普批嘅世界3打2你輸梗啦，普遍都仲要高位跳落去打低位，梗係收你頭啦，啱唔啱先？好 make sense 啊！但係就係如果 NLG 唔敢 call， 咁樣行上嚟同阿拉人鬥撲，其實反而上到嗰個位未必輸 NLG， 即係反而就係唔 call 向前兜上嚟，可能真係未必輸。咁你都係對槍啫，對槍就未必輸啊！你 Fnatic 你高位都輸俾都輸俾 Alliance， 個原因係因為 FC 喺對面撲緊佢哋，所以你見到之後Fnatic 點解無端端即刻冇晒血嘅原因，死剩一隻就係因為 FC 嗰邊係咁撲佢哋幫手扣血啊嘛。同埋呢個圈已經收到入嚟啊嘛，但係如果 NLG 唔 call 過去嘅時候，就咁行上嚟，其實 Fnatic 個位就唔係呢個位啊。其實成件事真係會唔同啊！嗱，你記唔記得嗱？一隻過咗去，一隻過咗去打 NLG。但係上面 FC 係一路都撲緊 Fnatic。所以專登幫家落煙遮住視線，然之後過嚟同隊友一齊打 NLG。明白嗱，你記唔記得嗱？由呢嚿石褪翻嚟呢嚿石，但係個圈已經收到啦。咁你 FC 梗係咁你呢個位就梗係俾人嚼死啦！咁空曠大佬個鋪批射咁遠都準嘅，你睇仲要人哋 FC 放埋世技，唔係 ONLED 嚟嘅 ONLED 仲要一齊撲兩隊一齊撲 Fnatic， 你諗下放血，你仲要對即係3隊打 Fnatic 喎同時間。你諗下3隊打 Fnatic 同時間，你諗下幾 Q 慘 Fnatic 呢個位，即刻放血咯！冇啦，你點守啫？3邊一齊撲你，冇㗎，你冇啊真係！而家即刻過去收頭啊！即刻上到嚟，行到上嚟啦已經。你明白？換甲其實靚嘅。好啦，咁然之後，因為 TSM 喺屋裏面先啊嘛，咁所以咪打頭頂咯。阿拉人即刻，你已經收埋 Fnatic 皮，其實已經冇任何隊可以威脅到阿拉人。係啦，然之後 TSM 就繼續打 FC 喎，收咗 FC 皮啊嘛 ，TSM 係啦，咁完啦 ，OLG 死咗。OLG 俾 Alliance 佢哋同 FC 一齊打死咗，然之後 FC 殘血 ，TSM third party 搞掂埋 FC， 咁就剩翻 TSM 同 Alliance 啊。但係呢個位咧，其實另一個角度睇咧，其實Even 咧係完全唔知道 Alliance 已經有一隻喺側邊嘅。如果知嘅話咧，其實仲有個 cover 唔使咁輸㗎 TSM。呢度跳落嚟嘅時候咧，你見 Even 已經冇晒成個甲㗎啦，已經喺個煙裏邊喎。因為另一個角度係阿 Even 跳落嚟嘅時候，我唔記得Alliance邊，我唔知係 Yuki 定係 Mandy 已經成行車咗落去 Even 度啊，成罐槍。嗱，因為呢個視點係 Hell 啊嘛。咁 Hell 係已經過咗去咯，然之後 Even 喺另一個 angle 係睇到 Even 係Hell 過咗，佢準備啱啱喺煙度行過嘅時候 ，Even 喺上面跳落嚟，然之後 Alliance 係望住 Even 嘅側身，然之後成罐打晒落去咯，所以你咪見到 Even 放血咯，即刻收皮。但係 Hell 就自己一個咧喺嗰邊差唔多清晒兩件。嗱係呢隻邊個嚟㗎？係咯 Yuki 嚟嘅 ，Yuki 係睇住 Even 咁樣落嚟㗎嘛？你明嘛？嗱係咯，呢度屋頂啊嘛，左上角屋頂啊嘛 ，Even 咪就係跳咗落嚟咯，飛喺空中跳嚟嘅時候 ，Yuki 就成排卡車晒落去咯。咁 Even 梗係落單啦。冇 cover， 但係因為個關鍵就係、你知唔知個關鍵就係 Alliance 係冇幫家㗎 ，Alliance 係冇幫家，咁個煙係咩嚟㗎？嗱個重點嚟啦 ，Alliance 係冇幫家㗎。個煙係遮住咗 Even 飛落嚟嘅時候睇唔到 Yuki 喺佢右邊，然之後 Yuki 就成排車落去啊！嗱冇咯，你明嘛？我唔記得係 FC 定係 Audit 個煙嚟㗎，好似係 FC 個煙嚟㗎。即係 TSM 啱啱收完 FC 頭嘅時候，啲煙咪仲喺度噶嘛，頭先，所以啲煙係未完咯。然之後 Even 就一唔知道 Yuki 喺側邊咯，就係因咁樣遮住咗嗰個視點咯。你明嘛？黐孖筋。好好睇啊！呢個 final circle 真係 one on one 啊，大佬！史上第一次最後 final circle 兩隊要 one on one 啊！哇，好好睇嘅弱智，其實金盾㗎，但係佢收完換甲，其實係啦換甲，但係冇攞子彈，就係呢個位啊嘛。但係其實未必攞得切㗎，真係。因為到嚟，睇 Yuki 個槍線已經到啦，喺個網位度。因為網位會中噶嘛，都會中槍噶嘛。如果攞埋子彈咧，其實 Hell 就即刻輸啊。所以淨係換到嚿 Hell 就已經要即刻行過嚟冇網呢個 cover， 但係都已經扣咗血咯。咁你諗下幾快 Yuki？ 你諗下幾快 Yuki 嗰個反應？已經行到過嚟啦，嗰陣時 Yuki。哇，好 Q 好睇啊！大佬真係，我唔停啊！大家睇埋。嗱，呢度用咗 Q 啊，佢已經用咗 Q， 但係冇升起到 Yuki 啊。最慘係呢個位佢冇升起到 Yuki 啊。如果升起 Yuki 嘅話，可能佢成排狗打落去。可能就唔同啦，但係冇升起到啊，冇升起到啊 ，Hell 個 Q 就係爭少少啊，升起咗少少咋，但係我覺得呢下已經好誇張㗎啦，成排打晒落去啊 ，Yuki 食晒成排啊，你睇下，哇！佢仲要褪翻去後面，仲有時間褪翻去後面，黐孖筋乜嘢反應啊呢個？ 你都仲要避埋Yuki 係炮咗嘅呢個位中咗少少咋，你睇下 Hell 紅血 ，Yuki 係炮咗嘅 ，Hell 係轉個視點開槍避埋，黐乸線呢個乜嘢反應啊 Hell！ 真係弱智啊個反應，仲要你都黐乸線佢出拳啊！然之後翻cover，出完拳翻cover，再出拳，睇幾多次都係震撼啊！呢個屁黐線，真係有今生冇來世啊！呢個屁冇子彈咋真係。
He's playing with his food, Vicky. He's playing with his food. But he's 1 HP.
冇啊！真係冇啊！真係冇啊！真係冇啊！真係。哦！但係有今生冇來世啊個操作。
How did he do that? What did we just see?
嗱，我哋咁慢就梗係分析得好好啦。我哋試下唔停順科咁睇一次，你睇下成件事有幾快。
For Fnatic, not looking good for them. They're getting focused on the entire lobby. You are the chosen one, and not in the good way. Goodbye.
我哋唔停睇一次個反應可以有幾快？唔係因為 Even 同埋，因為佢哋兩個都白鴿啊，唔係白盾啊，捱唔到㗎其實。
Alliance is the kill leader with 9. They're not done yet. TSM Fnatic, or sorry, FC in a fight. That's a 3-3.
嗱係呢個煙咯，呢個煙遮住晒佢哋啲視點啊。Hell 就最早走嘅，係啊，一中子彈就走啦，即刻過去啦。Yuki 已經到咗㗎啦，其實你睇成排冇晒啊 ！No way！ 你哋仲要嘥子彈收頭，你諗下？然之後執槍，執甲。
Hal versus Yuki. It all comes down to this. For 3 KP.
你係補埋，我覺得佢補埋呢個電已經係完美㗎啦個操作。
Versus the model. Yuki's an absolute monster, but Hal's better. He's gonna.
頂你 keep 住到黐下線真係，黐下線。
Yuki played the knockdown and Hal again.
再見到。
He punches him away. He gets the extra space.
再見到。
He's playing with his food, Vicky. He's playing with his food.
3秒、2秒、1秒。
Oh my God! Are you kidding me? Yuki clutches up against Hal in a 1v1. How did he do that? What did we just see?
I'm speechless.
Was he out of ammo?
真係好好睇，黐撚線呢個。
They didn't drop the light ammo.
黐撚嘅呢個北京嘢，有今生冇來世啊呢個
Disadvantage. Yuki had a purple knockdown shield to play around, aside from the extra ammo that he had, and Hal had a bluey knockdown shield and a white knockdown shield.
That's what it came down to. It came down to the color knockdown shield. That's how intense and perfectly played that 1v1 was. I need to calm down.
黐孖筋真係 Hell 真係 APEX the best 啊！沒有之一啦，真係 APEX the best 啊！如果以單人技術嚟講，真係 the best 啊！黐沒有之一，真係沒有之一。黐孖筋。當然 APEX 唔係一個 one-on-one 嘅比賽啦，但係真係黐撚線啦！咁當然 Yuki 都冷靜嘅，最後都真係好值得掌聲嘅。我都好中意 Yuki， 我自己都好中意 Yuki。但係個問題真係黐孖筋啦！但係我覺得喺嗰個 moment， 其實你好難等埋嗰秒，你知㗎啦。呢啲咁震撼嘅時機真係嗰一秒其實好耐啊！你覺得嗰一秒咁耐 ？Hell 攬住個手仔，喂咁耐嘅嗰秒咁耐講。但係其實我想講 Yuki 都真係得6發子彈嘅啫，剩翻6發子彈。6發。係啊，冇炮，唔係咁 咁好難炮嘅。事實又你 Hell 係衝出去啊嘛。其實就算衝出去嘅時候 ，Yuki 仲可以褪後再開槍添，咁就好難嘅。因為其實 Hell 真係中兩下，中一槍咋，我估中一槍都收皮啦。形式上面叫兩槍咯，傷害上面叫兩槍咯。但係因為你連發啊嘛，所以其實一衝出去就冇啦。其實，但係我同意啊，如果 Hell 可以捱到嗰一秒，然之後放個 Q， 吹起咗 Yuki 出咗圈，然之後個圈出邊，如果 Hell 係咁樣贏嘅話，都係一個有今生冇來世嘅操作同 play。係啊，其實 Yuki 炮㗎一路都，所以我咪話如果 Hell 有子彈係一早已經秒咗 Yuki 啊，即係佢連嗰兩拳都唔使出啊，直情係 Yuki 跳起嘅時候其實已經炮咗，所以 Hell 先至可以睇準，即係打第二拳啫嘛。其實第一拳嗰個空間一上嚟 ，Hell 一有槍已經完啦。已經完，就算唔完，第二次跳起 Yuki 炮第二次已經完，一定完。如果 Hell 有子彈，真係已經完啦。所以技術含量其實 Hell 真係技勝一籌嘅，但係現實上面就係 Hell 冇子彈，唯有即係只係，但係技術含量真係 Hell 好好多。喂，冇子彈啊！都仲可以嚼多你60傷啊，大佬兩拳啊！你有子彈都未必贏啊，真係爭少少嘅。你是但如果個金盾係喺 even 度，佢開咗金盾擋傷，我估 Hell 可以打多一下拳添啊！一定有招 Q， 一定有個 Q， 吹起埋 Yuki 褪後，然之後出咗血，如果贏埋。黐下線，但係都真係一個有今生冇來世屁啊！我真係講真，3年 APEX ALGS 線下賽北美賽區、美國歐美區我都有睇，即係雖然我唔係睇晒，但係喺我睇嘅範圍裡面呢個屁真係有今生冇來世，至少係呢3年最誇張嘅屁。係啊，啱啊，我同意啊，啱啊。但係 Hell 係長期都唔執蛋嘅嘢，不嬲都唔執啊。佢自己打頂獵場普通佢都唔執啊，乜都唔執啊。長期都係得嗰唔夠100發，成日都嗌，頂你自己唔執子彈之後，成日都係咁嗌話有冇輕彈，有冇輕彈。我成日睇佢哋就已經知，成日都問佢哋攞有冇輕彈，我冇輕彈。如果自己又唔執喎。真係黐下線，真係頂級操作啊 ！CEO 真係，我哋可以去睇 Game 6嘅 Final Circle 啊 ！Game 6嘅 Final Circle 又係頂級啊！雖然冇阿拉倫呢個咁誇張，但係都係頂級，又係好睇到黐線 Game 6。呢度啊 ！Oh my god！Oh my god！ 呢個位又係，我哋飛翻前少少啊，咁就知發生咩事啊！差唔多。
Gets you excited, you know what I'm saying? It's a nice full kit, full suit, NRG looking good right now. Meanwhile, everyone else in the lobby, purple shields.
嗱，而家對 Glag 咧係未飛落去low ground 嘅。但係咧，當時咧現場係阿 Rambo 佢哋就決定飛落 low ground。呢個陣地批又係好好睇，好有智慧嘅一個批，學到勁多嘢真係。
As well, take a look. Sent, team of 3, SSG, team of 3. Ziggy's ratting. We have a rat alive. It's Ziggy from Exo Clan.
EXO holding on to what they can. NC on the low ground after taking care of TSM with the guard on the high ground.
其實 NC 都盡咗力㗎啦，講真。但係 SSG 真係瞄住，係啊嗱，對家跳咗落去嘅，喺嗰個位原本，然之後決定落 low ground。咁唯一要對嘅咧就只係得 NRG， 但係 NRG 個位好似係睇唔到佢哋先嘅，同埋佢哋唔敢咁容易出去嘅 NRG， 因為 SSG 咧其實一路都望住佢哋，同 Ace 都係一路都望住 NRG， 呢個位又係誇張。然後 NG 咧係被秒係其實好慘啊 NG。哦，係啊，因為呢個圈已經唔係第一次喺 ALGS 出現㗎啦。其實呢個圈基本上呢個位長期都有好多經典啊。係啊，之前又係撈慣，然之後飛機女飛上天咁樣嘛，黐孖筋，然之後話 Horizon 又係咁樣上嚟收頭。呢個，但係真係好講運氣嘅，其實真係唔係次次都得啊。如果呢個位唔係NC 咧，唔係 NC 咁樣被秒嘅話咧，其實對家可能贏唔到啊！你得翻敵啫，你得兩邊係咁破啦 ，NRG 同佢哋。嗱落埋 Crypto， 但係其實諗住收皮㗎啦。你諗下，但係就係嚿石。嗱呢真係有少少幸運嘅，啱啱嚿石遮住咗 NRG 個視點，然後招 Q 咧個圓形又中唔到，因為上面呢個位個博擋住咗，冇事。但係之後就好慘啦，之後 NC 就好慘啦喺上面，你睇下，俾人打到貓面得，哇！你睇呢度溶咗，係瞬間溶咗啊！我想講 ，AE 係瞬間溶咗，你見唔見到啊？右上角 SSG 同 NRG 即刻打唔死對格啊嘛！撲唔死啊嘛，然之後兩隊肯定係發癲啦，好嬲啊！殺唔死之後即刻向住 NE 係咁射，瞬間兩隊即秒用咗成隊 NC 用咗係，黐乸線！呢度係半秒嘅事咋，你睇多次，你睇多次。冇3秒啊！嗱個圈已經到啦，個圈已經到樓梯位啦，差唔多。然之後嗱，啱啱 Rainbow 完咗啦，嗰個視點 Rainbow 呢度啊嘛 ，1 HP 啊嘛，咪5 HP 啊嘛。好啦，嗱係啊，唔死啊嘛。好啦，然之後就 NC 啊，1秒、2秒，嗱開槍啦，見咗3秒、4秒，哇，完咗！用咗，成隊喺5秒裏面俾人用咗，如果對格咧，嗱坦白講，我估 NC， 我估 NE 當初一定係咁樣諗，對格落咗去，如果右上角見到 Rainbow lock down 咗，嗰度兩隻，其實 NE 可能成隊跳落去收頭㗎。可能成隊跳落去3打2啊！咁你贏梗啦，你跳落去收頭，咁你就避咗 SSG， 但係 NRG 可能就喺上面撲翻死嘅，有機會啫。但係如果佢哋係走翻 Rainbow 頭先嗰個位嘅時候收完頭，即刻其實 NRG 嘅視點係睇唔到佢哋嘅，係撲唔到佢哋嘅，咁即係佢哋就變咗而家本身 Rainbow 佢哋對加個位咯。但係咁好彩，真係因為 Rainbow 冇俾人 lock down，因為大家都係睇右上角資訊噶嘛，咁冇俾人 lock down，咁咪唔喐咯，係啊。但係其實 AE 肯，如果嗰刻就已經，如果真係 Rainbow 真係 lock down，然之後 NE 即刻跳落去咧，可能個世界又唔同。但係真係好刺激啊！呢個花圈。諗下，然之後冇人理佢哋，冇人理佢哋加啦已經，冇人理佢哋。
where they need to position themselves. They're going to sit under this bridge.
唔理你咯。
Favorable zone pull here, Vicky.
I want to see real
Here comes
quick.
push.
我 NLG 呢個位就冇辦
No,
法
they're
啦，
going to stay
真
on the
係。
high ground here. They have the opportunity for two of these teams to be right in front.
兩
of
隊
them.
pop NLG 就一定
But
輸
you。got to be kidding me. Look at this.
你睇兩隊 pop，你睇 S 其實 SSG 轉嗰個位好靚。
SSG drops, going to push through.
係啊，離呢個位好靚嘅 SSG。
Space Station on the other side right now. They're finding some of these damage takes right now here too, blocking their vision.
啊，但係側邊仲有一隊啊，左邊仲有一隊。兩個煙走位。係啦，諗住收 NLG。係啦，但係嗰隊就出嚟啦，然之後隊家就上到嚟啦，已經。係啊，隊家已經上到嚟啦，就收頭啦。好正個 Rambo 真係。
With the best score of his career, that changes the fate of the guard in this tournament. Securing them again.
其實我覺得 SSG 係可以等嘅。
Rambo, Keon, RKN。
如果 SSG 唔落完兩個煙之後等嘅話咧，可能唔使咁樣輸俾隊格嘅。但係 SSG 就決定 push 咯。 但係其實我想講 SG 衝到過去嘅時候係冇殺死晒 NLG 嘅，即係冇收晒成隊嘅。最慘就係咁樣，你諗住放兩個煙衝過去，點知你收唔晒，然後隊家就到啦。係。game 呢個 game 又係 well play 真係。 但係有啲咁多幸運成分咯，呢個硬隊格。即係簡單啲嚟講就係 NC 制咗旗咯 ，NC 俾人制咗旗，然之後保護咗隊格呢個勝利咯。佢哋要多謝 NC 添啊！講真，如果唔係 NC 俾佢哋融晒。
The circle was still going to close in behind him because we saw the circle pull in towards where Asen had sent it on.
真係要睇啊！一陣間，真係一陣間要睇下。
The skyward dive, they have a horizon, they have a gravity lift.
但係真係黐孖筋，呢兩個 file 個 pay 真係黐孖筋。真係唔係簡單嘅圓咯。 你哋好 Q 含呢個戰術技術，嗰個成個成分喺晒度，黐孖筋真係好癲。哇！大家我哋好開心睇完，我哋翻嚟 Twitch 嘅平台，我哋望下，其實應該仲有10幾20分鐘到咯，係咯，仲有8分鐘啫 ，so fast。 咁我哋就正式係好難講，我覺得呢度都應該會有人換戰術嘅，但係我覺得 so far 唔會太大。係呢啲 replay 啦，琴日 replay。so far 未必會太大。但係你話去到聽日真係 final 咧，就好難講啊。係啊，可能大家會換戰術。 我都好期待睇下有冇新嘅戰術睇，黐孖筋真係好 Q 黐線啊！呢兩批，但係 Yuki 對 Hell 呢個真係真係有今生冇來世，真係好震撼啊！呢件事震撼腦袋1億，真係震撼腦袋1億啊！睇嚟 CEO 係 nice 嘅。 果然係 APEX 嘅對 best 啊 ！APEX 嘅對 best， 真係對 best， 對 best Peter。黐孖筋，呂布咁啊，爭啲好似呂布咁啊佢。唉，笑死我！6分零鐘啦，我哋可以休息下，大家去個廁所飲啖水咁啊，咁就差唔多翻嚟。我都期待究竟有冇人轉英，同埋你睇到咧有 crypto 嘅隊伍咧， 有 crypto 嘅隊伍係同埋有華森嘅隊伍咧，個戰術咧係同譬如 TSM 啊，佢哋好唔同嘅。即係因為你冇幫家冇即係主攻型啊嘛，淨係得 Sia、Horizon 同飛機女，即係好主攻型啊嘛呢三個。但係對住一啲真係有 crypto 啊或者華森嘅隊伍咧，其實成個戰術真係唔同。即係 NRG 咪就係咁啊 ！NRG 每一次都係揾一個好靚嘅位 settle 咗，然後就華森網陣，係用手同撲，係啊，好唔同嘅就係。
This is where the great separate themselves from the rest.
This has been building up. This has been the moment they've all been looking forward to.
And so, it begins.
We have our APEX champions.
This is amazing for boys. Look at us.
This puts so much on the line for a lot of these squads that need to perform.
On the fast. It is go big or go home.
What's a crack? This is absolute carnage. Oh! They need that type of performance.
I cannot believe what they have just done.
Are you kidding me?
Oh my God.
Did we get another goal?
Everybody has been waiting for this moment.
This is what I was built for.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the winners bracket final here live from London at the ALGS Split 1 playoffs. It is Big Ben. Well, who will be big? Who will go huge here in the hometown of London for some of these players? Will it be J-Links, the young rock stars who have been dominating everybody ever since getting picked up by the org of the football superstar? Or will TSM, NRG, Space Station, and all other 9 teams maintain and perform here in this moment? We also have Alliance and other hometown European squads. So many storylines, so much to talk about. I'm Fall On, excited to chat just alongside Glitter Explosion and Rain Day. We're back on the desk together again. First time since Poland. I think the 3 of us have been on a desk. It feels great.
That's
crazy.
Oh, is it really? Oh my, it's been so long. I am so excited to be getting into the winners bracket final. I think we have so much action in store after what we saw in the elimination bracket, and now these teams have gotten a little bit more time to rest, so it's going to be even more action.
Randy, how you feeling?
I just feel like this is the setup for tomorrow. Match point, everyone's waiting for Sunday. Who's going to do it? I think this is our best glimpse right now because these teams have all been the best performers by far, and they've brought something a little special to the table. Now we're going to see what works in a group that has all had things work for them.
Yeah, and that's right. And that group is the best of the best that there are, the cream of the crop, whatever you want to use. We got Alliance after a dominant last series performance, looking like they are top dogs. And guess what? They don't got to worry about Flora. We have other APAC North teams who performed and showed up. Northception is kind of highlighting the star of that conversation. Then, of course, you got all the NA teams that have looked so incredibly strong throughout the weekend. The best region by a far. 9 out of 10 NA teams qualifying. 9 out of 20 in this lobby. And if you're wondering how everything shook out here, let's take a look at the overall standings here in our group stage format and how we got here. Take a look at a few things. Look how close 1 and 2 were. TSM with 153, Northception right behind with 152, and then Pulverex in 20th, only 1 point ahead of Dreamfire in 21st. We'll get there in a second though. Randy, what else stands out to you here?
I just love the idea of at Esports Arena actually having to come in with a new player in the last month, getting ready for this, still hitting in the 120s, almost 130s, but you really hit the nail on the head. Northception, a team that has kind of shocked me, coming from APAC North, being the 2nd place finisher behind only TSM. This is an overall group that is going to represent a lot of different regions and still be extremely successful.
Yeah, that's right. And this is really it. This is it.
This
our
is
lobby here. So
Okay, I don't know if anybody else is on the same page, but one squad that I really want to talk about is J-Links. Now, they obviously had a hot start. We got to talk about Zane, okay? Nobody can forget those insane 1v3s to start off the entire group stage. I mean, that was kind of the representation of what we're going to get out of that squad. Now, the thing is, they came out of the gate hot, like I said, 71 points in their first series, and then started to slow down a little bit. Then down 42, then down to 20. Now, they ended up in 6th out of groups because of that incredible performance in the very first series.
This is incredible!
I don't think you can stop saying though, because right now, 2nd in kills overall. So as long as they can get a little bit of a reset in and then continue the domination from that first series, I have high hopes for this squad.
Absolutely love the way that they've been playing. Obviously, a threat, Zane, a young star, a rising star. For me, though, Glitter, despite J-Links kind of being in EMEA, I think one of the rock stars, Northception for me, APAC North. When we're looking at North America, one of the teams I've been so impressed with, it's not TSM, although I have, it's NRG. They've been one of the most consistent teams in terms of their performances. 49 points, 52 points, 53 points, and they have found themselves near the top in 4th place. But one of the things that makes this story so interesting is earlier on in this season, there was a bit of a drama going on between XSET and NRG.
如果 TSM 贏嘅話，我又要喺佢哋網站買嘢啦。
It ends up working out for NRG. It also works out for XSET with Sykes.
喂，慶祝 TSM 贏嘅話，咁我哋就去 TSM 嘅網站度掃貨。
Nathan crossing over 1,000 kills, the second person besides TSM Imperial.
我聽日就會着翻 TSM 件衫。
Milestone achievement alongside the rank in Hal. Sweet might be the next one though, and Sweet popped off yesterday, right?
Yeah, and I think that's what makes the scene so deadly. Sweet, his macro is phenomenal, and the micro is exceptional. No one else does it better. But can they do it when the going gets rough? For me, this is where they're going to test the most. If they make top 10 here, they don't have to battle out in the elimination bracket too. They're looking at a team that might.
TSM Team Mandy， 我估最主要係 content creator， 而唔係普批嘅位。
When he joined Team Liquid and dominated with that team, rose to the ranks as one of the best in North America, and got swooped up right by NRG, replacing Rocker, the former third.
係，我覺得 Faker 都值得買嘅，真係，都係史上大魔王，又係黐線操作嗰啲契弟，又係癲佬，死癲佬。就算而家叫老咗啦，但係都係癲佬。
It's Alliance. Let's be honest here. You thought I was going to say something different, didn't you? Alliance looked so good yesterday. It's almost like a storybook that we wrote. I interviewed Hockey, we talked to him, had a conversation. He said, look, I'm not losing any confidence at all, Fall. Yeah, we haven't had the best group stages, but look what's happened to us. We've been contested, and we're just not playing our game entirely, but we know what we have. We know what we're capable of. And then he went on to put on an insane performance.
Yuki 今日戴眼鏡喎，睇嚟攰得滯。你係大 con。
On your screen right there, it's Yuki. What a show that Yuki put on for his hometown crowd here. The British boy, he knows. He's soaking it all in. This man's not afraid of the camera. Let's take a look here at these highlight plays from Yuki. Randy, walk me through it.
I love this moment here with the wingman as well. He's obviously got himself one of the best 1v1 positions because you don't have any ADS slow. So he gets to move just as fast and hit just as hard with the wingman. But it wasn't just that moment, John. You were on the call for it when he went up against TSM Imperial Hal, and this was just a moment of brilliance.
Yeah, that's right. I had a chance to go back and watch this back yesterday. It was madness. There was so much going on screen that I even made a wrong call and a couple bad calls. Yuki, I thought was lost control of this fight, but little did I know he maintained control the whole time. Look how he plays this so smart, so brilliantly, plays the purple knockdown shield, does take a lot of damage here, so Hal didn't take any damage at this point. He's down 100 damage, uses that knockdown perfectly, and his ability to maintain control, get Hal back to 5 HP, essentially at this point they're both hurt. Hal gets 2 punches in, and all of a sudden, we're neutralized, we're even. Both of them are low ammo, 6 bullets in his car. He needs to hit the shot. And he does. There it is, that shot from Yuki. I thought it'd be a second later there, but no, an insane play. The pop-off coming through. Not many people can take Hal, but since he's changed to controller, especially in a close range 1v1, Yuki did.
Yeah, I mean, even in a replay, that is a stressful fight to rewatch. Phenomenal performance out of Yuki. And this is something we've talked about throughout the past couple of days. Alliance is one of those teams that thrives under pressure. They struggled on the first day, struggled a little bit less on the second day, but when they had that added weight on their shoulders, they succeeded.
That's right. Take a moment. Obviously, a lot to talk about here in terms of teams. We could talk for days about this matchup. But we just talk about, can we get a wide shot of the three of us, please? Yes, Ray and I are intentionally wearing matching leather jackets.
Had to happen.
Had to happen. Hope it's okay. Again, we're not those guys. No, we never are.
We're not. Never that guy.
There's a history lesson here. 3 years ago, ALGS champs year 1, we accidentally wore matching floral shirts. Someone in chat, whoever you are, if you're watching, I love you.
應該睇到2點啊！
A buddy cop movie, and every year we do this. We have matching outfits. And Glitter, you're matching too.
I coordinated.
You have John's color and my color in your vest.
So that it felt like it flowed on the desk.
Is this the best looking desk you guys have ever seen in terms of matching outfits? I got the big schnoz. They're beautiful people. But no, jokes aside here, it's a pleasure to be alongside you both. Really a long time coming. My favorite desk I've ever hosted ever was in Poland with the two of you and Jamerson at the time, and it was just an amazing experience. And here we are again with an opportunity to talk about so much with these 20 teams here, but we only talked about maybe 5-6 teams. Who else do you look out for?
I think we have to go to TSM. We have to go back to that because you mentioned Poland, and they hoisted that trophy. They had that incredible match point journey. That kicked off kind of the dynasty of TSM, and what this means in this tournament is that everyone knows the redemption arc, like many teams, is upon them. It's been too many times where they've had the most fans in the stadium, the most fans online, and they haven't gotten back to first place. I know that the pressure is do it all or nothing matters, and I think that's kind of one of the things we have to keep an eye on. Plus, they are performing. They're the top of the group here.
Sure. And then on the flip side of that, obviously, Dark Zero. Okay, we talked about this before. The two teams to only have gotten the title before this event. they are somewhere in the middle of the pack right now, but the back-to-back champs at the same time. So we need to be keeping our eyes on them for that resurgence in their performance because it's bound to happen.
I mean, those two teams are the only two teams in the history of Apex to win a LAN championship. Only two teams get to join the coveted ranks. Will be the two of them. And I love what you said, and I love that he followed up. TSM cemented their dynasty with that win in Poland, back-to-back LAN championships, and then won 3 more after that, major competitions. Well, if Dark Zero wins this tournament here, they are officially the next dynasty in Apex Legends. It's not even a question. Their legacy is at stake here, in my eyes, to be cemented as a dynasty.
Yeah, and I think if TSM wins again, that almost furthers that no one can ever touch TSM.
That's right.
And so there's so much on the line. You see him right there, the CEO of the whole business right there, Imperial Hal. He's locked in, he's focused, but, you know, the man behind him might have had even more of an impact here in the way TSM is playing. Raven, I know he's always shadowed. It looks like he's, you know, given an interview and he can't give personal details out on who he is. But I think the element of what he's brought to this team has been so dynamic, and it's opened up a new envelope for how TSM can play. It's not just aggression, it's a mix, it's patience, and that has allowed them to really reach the form they're in right now.
100%, and we even got to hear that when I did the interview with them yesterday at the end of everything. You know, they are the definition of cool, calm, collected under pressure. I mean, Hal and the crew never phased. I asked what was going through their minds the whole time, even when they were a little bit behind. We're never concerned about it. I mean, they have such a solid dynamic between them. They've been together for so long, with the addition of Raven now making everything a little bit more interesting with the memes, giving them a little bit of fun on the side.
The villain Raven, the boss. He's actually the nicest guy ever from North Dakota.
He really is.
You have to be nice from North Dakota. A couple other things here, right? Yeah, TSM, Alliance, Dark Zero. We've talked about a lot of key teams, but one in particular we also have to highlight is NRG. I heard some Sweet chants coming out here as he showed the CEO on screen and Hal. Sweet's been playing incredibly well. His call's been great. NRG and Sweet, talk about a legacy on the line. Has yet to win a LAN championship. He's led to place top 5 or top 3 in a LAN championship. So much at stake for Sweet. And then another squad is the Guard. I mean, they're the opposite. They're up and coming, really dominant squad right now.
Yeah, I mean, the Guard, I think, have been playing with a lot in terms of taking on the org as the Guard here in this tournament. With a lot of confidence. It's a team that I think is still playing their game, and sometimes teams switch it up because of these lobbies. I'm interested to see if today they can have that confidence in the winner's bracket, because it's different to do it through group play, and it's different to play zone consistently and get those wins through group play. Now everyone's trying to do that. You've got a mixture of teams who are all at the best, especially Ascend, another team who likes to play zone. They're going to be competing with Guard for the exact same strategy, and we already know what Kashera has on the line in this story for this tournament. I think that would be huge for them.
Well, it's a perfect setup, because guess what? I think you like him just a little bit, people online, as we take a look at the nice little huddle there. But we got Dan Gaskin live with Rambo of the Guard, fan favorite, the beautiful hair, the beautiful soul. I'll throw it over to Dan.
Thank you so much. I mean, wow, what a handsome man. The most handsome man maybe in this arena. We did see you a little bit earlier in the crowd. Spilled some coffee on your trousers. Have you changed?
Absolutely not. It's a good look.
It's a good look. It's looking stylish. Do you think that you're coming into this one, you know, as a favorite, an underdog? What's the thoughts?
Yeah, you know, honestly, I feel like we're kind of always slept on, especially with our play style. But, you know, I kind of like being the underdog, you know. Showing everybody that we're not an underdog, you know, that we got a lot to
Keep
prove
the
out
faith. 反而我冇乜點留意SKT 嘅周邊商品。
Do you feel like this is going to be your shot to really show up as a squad rather than just as an individual?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You know, I think after Champs, you know, that gave me, like, a lot of confidence. And I was super stoked to stay with Cole and find our perfect fit in Keon. And it's just been an absolute pleasure so far. And I'm super thankful to be here, super grateful, and ready to show the crowd, man, that we're not just here to show up, man. We're here to put on a performance, baby.
I mean, they all love you, and quite rightly so. Talking in-game, talking strategy, is there anyone you're particularly worried about when it comes to this series?
Absolutely not, man. I feel like my controller's locked in and I'm ready to fry.
Ready to fry. Thank you so much for chatting. Best of luck, guys. Back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Dan. Well done. And yeah, you know him again. You love him. Rambo is such an amazing human. And look, at the end of the day, a lot of great teams competing here. We've highlighted a lot of the NA teams because you have to. There's 9 of them. Again, 90% qualification rate. Of course, we'd be remiss to not talk about XSET, how dominant that they've been, as well as LG Luminosity has been playing really well and doing so with dominance. But let's shift away from North America here. Let's focus on the rest of the regions in global competition. APAC North, APAC South. Both of those regions have really stepped up this weekend. Who do you got from APAC North?
I mean, I know that we touched on them a little bit before, and they're obviously at the top of the leaderboard, but no one can get North Option out of their mouths right now. They have just been such a dominant force within all of their groups. Any of the matchups that they've been put up against, they've been consistently good against. I mean, they have Razy, I believe, in 5th right now for kills. When it comes to that squad, they have just been so solid, and that's kind of crazy when you consider their road to get here, because they had qualified through that preseason qualifier and then ended up in such a solid top spot, 2nd place out of the region.
Love it. For me, from an APEX South perspective, EXO Clan. We have not talked about them nearly enough throughout the weekend, and they have performed so well. The killer pose, as we remember it, man, flexing on screen from ALGS Champs in Sweden. This is a team that played really, really well at Champs, and no one really talked enough about how good they were. They've been playing so dominant on the edge, very aggressive, dominant group stages. I'm looking out for EXO personally. Who you got from APEC North?
Man, I just have to say Fnatic, top 4 in championships, and we looked at Raleigh and we said APEC North was playing a little bit more Watson than we're used to. We saw Yuka making some amazing plays, Matsutasu, Meltera. I think that now when we see them in this winners bracket and how they perform, it's the real deal. And APEC North, whether they're bringing in the most representatives in this winners bracket, obviously they are not NA, EMEA representing a little bit more, but in terms of quality, I feel like APEC North are as lethal as they've ever been in terms of being able to actually win this. And I feel like it comes down to smarter play, maybe a slightly different meta, veering towards the Watson a little bit more, but also I just think experience, LAN experience, especially from Fnatic in their hands.
That's right. And then, of course, on the EMEA side, we highlighted Alliance, but Ascend Club is another top club in roster that's been looking really solid, but a little inconsistent. Some really good series in group stages, some not so much. So I'm really interested to see how Ascend does. Representing Portugal, and Sherry, you saw the interview with Dan earlier. If you didn't, go rewatch it. He got emotional, of course, his father, his mother in the audience, such a family-oriented team and family, and I'm looking out for Ascend Club as well. It's going to be really, really interesting to see how they will continue to perform here. EMEA, APEC North, APEC South, and of course North America. One region we have not talked about is South America. And interestingly enough, no South American teams qualifying the winners bracket. They popped off in the elimination bracket, though. And at the end of the day, we'll see if they will continue their run. I want to also kind of clarify a little bit, make sure if those that didn't hear at home, teams are also competing for a regional points distribution, and it's really minimal, I think, as it currently stands, based on NA still dominating. I think NA would gain only 1 additional invited slot, and I think EMEA and APEC or South America would lose 1 as it currently stands. So it's a really small shift, but based on your performance in your region, you might have an opportunity to change and get a more invited slot. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. Get some more invited slots for the next LAN, but your thoughts on kind of that system right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's great, and obviously as we calibrate, because we haven't had as many chances over our 3 years to have these LAN experiences for these teams and have them show up, we're going to see really where does it need? Do we need more South American spots? Do we need some more APAC North spots because of the representation? More EMEA spots? This is something that is constantly going to be changing, and I think, at least for this year, it's very smart since this is the first full year of LANs we'll be able to do from all the split playoffs.
Yeah, that's right. First time we've had a chance to have that in effect here. A lot of people have talked about maybe some regions deserve more, some regions deserve less. APEC South has been performing, so we can still have those slightly additional slots in this competition today, which is great. Obviously,
我未去到有好想買 SKT figure 嘅衝動。
We put a lot of work into some content pieces for y'all to enjoy some of these down times. Rain Day, you had a chance to do one that I've been probably looking forward to.
APEX 唔賺錢㗎，唔賺錢啊，真係唔賺錢。
Well, you know, it's always fun to sit down with an IG.
唔賺錢啊！我睇翻啲資料，下載量好高，但係唔特別賺錢。
Not giving them as much as I usually.
佢同 Fortnite 係啱啱調翻轉 ，Fortnite 手機版個下載量唔高，但係一年賺咗1億幾美金。但係 APEX 係下載量好高，但係賺唔到錢。
Is it hard to pretend to be friends?
你諗下，你 Fortnite 可以賺1億喎，一年美金喎。
Talking to him, looking at his hair.
You are.
但係完全冇呢件事咯。APEX M.
Maybe more so me than him, but yeah.
That's fair.
好搞笑啊 ，Sweet 個樣。
Who's better?
The one who didn't switch the controller.
好好笑啊 ，Sweet 真係。
Side-by-side comparison of you and Hal.
好鬼死幽默呢個友。
Wait, I remember this. Yeah, I made this.
This is so long ago.
I made this a while ago.
Yeah.
You know, there's 4, 5
metrics, IGL, close and long range mechanics, team morale.
Oh, this has
epicness.
definitely changed for sure.
You know, IGL wise, neck and neck, mechanics neck and neck, but team morale, Hal was coming in at a 1.6. You know, Hal before his therapist was pretty bad. However, even back then, epicness.
Out of 10, how would you rate Sweet's haircut?
Hey, listen,
I need a number only.
Okay.
好笑。
I'll give it an 8.
Wow.
An 8 for not
Okay,
caring.
okay.
That's fine. Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you guys practiced today?
Nope. No, we have not. We don't practice, especially in RG.
好煩。
Has anybody
don't
ever told you
practice.
two look exactly alike?
No, sometimes.
What is the best thing about Hal?
Passion.
Passion. Willing to switch inputs to remain relevant.
What is the best thing about Sweet?
Okay.
You can be honest.
There's nothing.
好煩啊！呢兩條友。
No.
What's the best quality? I feel like you've been yelling this whole interview. Which of you is best at rock, paper, scissors? Wow.
It's a 3 out of 3.
It's kind of the epitome of Apex.
Yeah. He's a cheater.
Do you want me to ask him to leave?
Yeah.
How would you rate Hal's haircut?
I like it better when he's fully shaven.
Wow.
Okay.
This is a very important kind of discussion we've had today. So I want to give you some final thoughts.
Thank you.
Hal? Final thoughts?
Final thoughts?
Give each other a high five.
No.
It's part of the show.
So?
It's big, it's a clip. You touch knees or something? Well, all right, well, we've covered some important ground today, and I think we should do this again very, very soon. What do you guys think?
Huh? No.
All right. Well, we'll be right back.
好煩咧。
Wow, I mean, that is
好
truly
笑
a
呢
piece of journalism right
個。
there.
好
right?
煩啊
I mean,
你
one of the
友
best。 interviews in terms of the ability to get deep into top. That was the best thing I've seen in a long time. Talk to me, what was that like, man?
Listen, I first have to shout out Charles, Bravo, Onset. They did a great job working behind the scenes to help come up with that concept. But it was a deep dive. I have to say that we got really into the minds of an IGL, and we had a chance to, in more of a serious way, see a little bit of the playfulness that Hal and Sweet have. It's one of those dynamics that I think make Apex special and makes our community special. We have these superstars that kind of have these fake little, not fake dynamic. They're kind of real, but still at their heart, they love each other and they have fun with it. So I appreciate it.
I just want to stay on character now and make it, continued awkward.
No.
Deaths, but I guess we're not going to do that. We're going to go back into try-hard mode. Deltuche would be very disappointed. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, that was amazing, man. Very, very well done overall. Congratulations. Round of applause for having a rain day. And of course, Imperial Outland Sweep. But guess what? Enough for this and enough for now. They got into all the important topics in that interview. We're going to get into the important topic at hand right here, right now. It is time for game number 1. And to call the action for the first time this weekend, we got Gino and Sweet. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Fawn. That interview was impeccable, Rain Day. And it's so funny because Genome and I had like
真係唔知喎，不過佢一定唔會 all back 咯。
haven't even seen it yet. So Hal, NRG, maybe we will see them up here in this lobby for winners bracket round 1, Gino.
Yeah, premiere for all of you guys out in the crowd and the audience, of course, watching at home. these guys, I'm sure, will enjoy watching that later. But for now, they'll be watching their backs because this is the winners bracket, Tiff.
I mean, look, it's going to be really great. We're going to be starting off on World's Edge, the ever familiar.
世界邊緣 go first.
As always, the jump over to Storm Point on the later half of the day. But as our teams jump into their drop spot POI,
10點9先開波。
those drop spots, right? Alliance finally going uncontested at Thermal Station. They'll actually get to play their own game. They barely made it into the winners bracket.
They only crept in because they had to go toe-to-toe with Flora, who have now not made it through, but this could be a completely different look for them. DZ as well had contests on almost every map and every situation they came across. They still managed to make it through. Let me point out, in 13th place as well, which they did the last two lands they took home, Tiff.
Ooh, so hey, maybe you're alluding to some things. Maybe DZ gets to hold the trophy at the end of the playoffs at the last day. But let's go ahead and turn our attention to the Trials and Skyhook area. Typically, this POI of the map will be split into two. A team will take Skyhook West and then Trials, but now we've got a plethora of teams there.
Yeah, we've also got Fragment West, where it looks like there could be some action going down. ESA and E36 not willing to give up control of that to each other, and that leaves Dome largely free. You can see LG down the bottom. They're actually taking both launch site and Dome because of that. That's free with these teams not willing.
我覺得 C 揀呢度落，跟住 Tiff 都係同之前一樣喎，都係喺天歐落。
Oh, now we're gonna jump on board with the NRG. This is Sweet's POV, but I don't know how I'd rate that haircut because it's not looking like Sweet's hair, but I love to see it. So excited to have them here. We want them to find that consistency because we always talk about Sweet being one of the IGLs that is the best worldwide, but he won't even call himself that until he gets a LAN championship.
And it's something he's been searching for a long time. Finally, they're looking pretty good. Fourth coming into this winners bracket certainly says that they're
係咯，佢哋用翻琴日個戰術，用 Loba。
Back to rally while this game is kind of just getting their weapons in and getting everything going.
某程度上 NRG 都改咗啦，戰術用 Loba。
solidify themselves a spot in the finals, so gonna feel really great. But Esports Arena, they have had such a long journey throughout Split 1 Pro League.
Coming into this with a roster change as well.
完全係攞資源補給同防守嘅組合。 所以佢哋一定會選擇早入圈，因為如果你遲入圈，你 scan 唔到人，佢哋冇一啲可以 scan 到人嘅人，所以你要早入圈。
That's really tough because I feel like Keon and RKN, they'll play a little more side by side and they'll utilize Rambo to kind of go off and do a little more solo shenanigans.
Yeah, look, this might have caught the guard off guard because they're rotating.
好咯，早入去喎，而家走得幾快佢哋。
Fragment West was contested. They were the ones down in construction starting off, so perhaps it could have been an earlier than usual rotation because of that, and that's why the guard unfortunately take a hit to start with.
It is really tough because they are one of the most quick rotating teams in this lobby, along with Ascend as well. But I saw a really cool statistic on Twitter from EnterForce36. They are one of the longest as a team. They've been playing together since I believe 2021, and it's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, that's such a long time. I mean, Apex isn't that old of a game.
係咯，即刻唱掂喎！
Apex's birthday today, by the way.
It is Apex's
Shout out
birthday
to 4 years of Apex legends. Yeah.
I cannot wait.
Yeah， 咁就4年啦，玩咗
All the
Apex。
fun things that are going to be on the horizon for Apex, but speaking of that, North Epshing coming into winners bracket, second place in group stages. They were landing big mod, and something interesting about them, we always talk about it, they're allergic to the zone. They usually play very hard edge, so when they've already got zone, things are going to be a little more interesting, and they have to switch up their playstyle.
Yeah, it means they're not necessarily going to be able to go around all the crafters. They're going to have to get their armor evoed up the old-fashioned way, taking those fights. It doesn't mean they're necessarily going to go in and find Godspot still. They may just try and rotate around the edge of the zone and play that more gatekeepy style where they're looking to push other teams out and get the KP that way.
I love the slow and steady style of the winners bracket round. I feel like it's going to be a thing where you want to play it slow, steady, but we saw earlier in the elimination round 1 how one big game necessarily didn't save you from going home, but these teams want to get into advancement of tomorrow as quickly as possible. And look at that, Gino. We are heading down to the south side of Rose Edge.
Yeah, it looks like this circle could be pulling all the way down to the dome there. Certainly, you can see the teams that have made those early rotations seem to be in that sort of mindset. Everyone is kind of below the vault tunnel there. That is where all the space is being taken up. You can see Moist, they're over in Lava City. Well, possibility it could pull back up there, but they may also have to make the late Valk ult rotation as well. I think that's an opportunity. But yeah, look, down here at the bottom, Alliance. They're looking to pick off any teams who have to move down even further.
Yeah, it's not really too big of a rotation for them. Coming out of Thermal, they had the beacon available to them, and as they rotate in, I mean, you already see TSM, Luminosity inside there. They didn't have a large rotation coming from launch side, and Luminosity coming to this. They had some really nice moments in the group stages, and I just want to see them be able to carry that consistency forward.
So Luminosity, they are still sticking with that caustic here. We got to remember, these are the guys playing some very interesting compositions. Caustic Seer along with the Valk. It's very good on World's Edge. We've seen it win championships before, and sure, it has fallen out of favor a little bit, but we always said it was a good composition when you were the only one playing it. There's no other caustics around in this lobby to be able to freely run through your gas at any point.
Ooh, and this is a team that I'm super excited about. If you were in the crowd and you saw Zayn have those immense pop-off moments, those 1-3-3 actions against Passion, but J-Lings, they were doing fantastic, and Nags on your screen, they're kitted out, 2 purples and a blue. They've got their eyes waiting to find that team in Big Mod, but they've got to play it patient. The fact that no team has gone out just yet is killing me.
That's what we kind of expect, right? We saw so much chaos in the elimination bracket because a lot of the teams that like to cause that chaos are down there at the moment. The teams who like to play it a little bit safer, a little bit slower, they have been the ones who have been consistently putting points on the board, and that's how they've found their way into the winner's bracket. So, no surprise that that is the way this first game is playing out. But all that means is action's going to be even thicker and faster when it does finally come through.
100T 就都係 Loba， 但係搭 Crypto。NLG 就係 Loba 搭華心。
But playing it very safe. Like Vaxlon popped off with the PK yesterday, had a lot of really solid moments, and especially on World's Edge. So I cannot wait to see what they bring to the table here. And we also have Space Station in the lobby. They had a really great article come about them recently. It's their last dance. Frex themselves said, we've won and lost together. It's emotional, but it's still not over. So they're still alive and well, trying to make it through this stage.
Okay, now here is a throwback. We've got E6 on the caustic, and while you're talking about that, see if I was just having a look around, we actually have 3 caustic teams in the lobby. This one is the most throwback, right? This is the tried and true Gibraltar and caustic. You can see the guard who are just trying to get
話口未完啊 ！E6 啊，食菠蘿糖副食加飛機妹。
Safe over here, being able to get a res nice and early. Second circle won't be too tough on us, but unfortunately, they have not found their moments. So a rough start to the guard. The Rambo did get away, by the way. He's down in thermal station.
E6 都可以值得睇下。
Don't know if he's been able to get those banners.
Look, I have full faith in Rambo. We
戰
saw
術
him in action in the champs, right? Those moments where he was clutching. He's going to be on that Valk, and I'm just excited. Just gotta let him fly, right?
哇！對家咁快嘅。
Zone, hopefully, because that's looking a little bleak. Does have 1 med kit and a few syringes available to them, but the thing is,
得返兩個。
the ring is so heavily congested. The moment that you walk into it, you're just going to be a sitting duck. There's going to be no available buildings.
You know, I was having a discussion with some players at one point, actually, that Rambo might actually be the best sub we've ever seen in Apex Legends, and that is considering that JMW won a championship. Like that, he played so well with Nasky in that championship that I think that's genuinely up for contention when you consider how good Zero as well as Sharky were to make that happen. So look, if anyone could do it, yeah, sure, it's Rambo. But as you can see, no banners. It's definitely going to be a ratting game.
啊，好保守啊！我 feel 到大家都第一 round match run， 大家都真係有得，都係真係打得有少少保守，大家都。
Make sure that you are going into endgame with a multitude of grenades, a lot of ammo, because the fact is none of these teams have actually been able to really
冇人開個戰咁滯，純粹Rainbow 嗰邊。但係頭先冇睇到，即係佢冇顯示出嚟。
It's a tough spot to play from there. You can see DAY3. They were a late entrant into this composition, playing with the Bangalore and the Seer towards the end of the season. Typically, historically, they were known as a zone team, someone who could read those perfectly and make their way in, someone who had immaculate rotations and amazing calls. Zero, I always put him up there as the best IGL in the world. But sometimes you've got to change things up, and as we saw, not a lot of respect was being given to DARK0 with some of their drop spots, so they've had to move away from that style sometimes, and certainly on World's Edge here, it's a little bit more of a flexible composition for them.
Ooh, back on board with NRG. I just want to give a shout out to Nathan really quick right there on the Watson. Just recently passed 1,000 kills in ALGS. Can you imagine? That is insane. I think the only other person to do that is Hal thus far on TSM.
Extremely big numbers from those guys. I mean, look, Hal is also up there in the leaderboard at the moment. He's sitting in third for overall kills for the tournament at 36. And of course, TSM on top of the leaderboard as well as being on top of the overall team kill leaderboard with 87 as a squad.
On your screen, they've already found one elimination. I believe that was earlier on. We saw the guards start getting picked apart, but finally, we're about to have some action as XSET, they started off the group stages so strong with back-to-back wins in their first matchup, facing off against DARK0, but you don't want to go out here, and with so many teams congested, they will start picking you apart. A lot of these teams are starting to pick up those snipers. They want to farm their evos that way and find a lot of damage, and XSET right now just kind of taking it.
Time is running out and room is running out for these teams here. The space is about to be severely restricted, and we are still at 20 squads in the third zone. That hasn't happened yet this entire land, but that just means the next one is going to be a doozy.
I know, I feel like we're going to have all this calmness, all of the just like, hey, it's fine, we'll raise the white flag right now, we won't fight just yet, and then all chaos is going to break out. And Fnatic on your screen, they've been doing fantastically well. I know someone had talked to them this morning and said, they mentioned today, we will win. APEX North wants to go completely off, and XSET hitting that skyward dive, want to reassess their position, but the focus of attention coming out, and now it's finally starting to go.
As you can see, kill feed starting to light up as these teams take some fights. This, of course, is over in Lava Siphon.
Oh! Ooh!
First knock onto
Check out from here.
All right, you can see Sykes going down. We do have the gold knockdown to go ahead and get that res off, but unfortunately may not be able to get through. ESA looking to get into the action because this is going to be the best way to do it. A third-party Gluda coming in with a swing, gonna throw all the entry damage, but doesn't want to fully commit just yet. Nocturnal trying to get away with their life, and hey, welcome back to the main stage, Nocturnal. It's good to have you and fun. Not able to get res, and this is going to be a very hard reset. If you are out in the open going for that res, it's just going to put you in the LOS. Cody, the sub, coming in for LAN on ESA.
So there's a lot of action here happening around Lava Siphon, but not only do these teams need to win these fights, Tiff, but they're going to have to make a rotation in less than 5 seconds. The zone is about to close in, and I can tell you there are not a lot of spots left over near the dome where this circle is shifting.
The fact that we have at least 8 to 10 teams in the dome, but it's NTH that's going in for that first action. They are going to take out J-Lings Esports, which is really unfortunate how much of a powerhouse they were. But we're looking at the lineup of these top 20 teams. We knew this was going to be one of the most deadly lobbies that we will potentially see. And Fnatic hitting that skyward dive. Want to prioritize the rotation, but where are they going to go, Gino?
We're about to see there is actually a lot of a bit of space in Lava City here. These buildings can accommodate several teams. It will still be within the next ring, so it's okay for the moment. North Epsion are looking at them. XSET has been eliminated in the meantime. The crunch from those teams coming in from Lava Siphon starting to take some names.
Oh, you can see the Seer exhibit is out. E36 and Space Station Gaming right now in a little bit of a tussle, but if they're not careful and they don't have a clean wipe, ESA is going to be ready and waiting. Zenile throwing all the damage down, but gets cracked himself. Frex not looking well, dropped. The IGL is going to have to make this happen, but this is one of the fun things. They've already announced at Space Station Gaming, this is their last 2 Raw. You saw North Eption go out as well.
Whoa, 咁樣落去打
Many others are about to start hitting the end of their first game. ESA here in this fight, they're going to be the ones to come out on top. Can they get the armor swaps and reset in on time? Fun 1, 2, 3.
哇！突然之間死咗一隊啫，突然間啦13隊啦，意識收皮。呢度應該係快 party。再去。分到啦。
Do Fun stop and loot, or do they keep going and keep the pressure onto ESA? You know that they're still popping bats and med kits at this point. They are suffering. Will they get away with it? Really? Honestly, no. Well, they don't, because they run straight into Alliance, unfortunately, on the other side. So, look, Fun don't walk away with the kills necessarily, but they do push them to their doom.
That was something that a lot of the teams were talking about. You heard Nasky say himself, a lot of the fights that we were looking to take those kills kept getting yoinked, and it's very tough, but 100 Thieves finally getting into the mix over here. Fnatic on the left building. I don't necessarily think they're going to full-on commit to each other, but they have 11 seconds on the clock before they have to make their way fully into Dome, which is so heavily congested. It's absolutely ridiculous.
There are a lot of teams within the buildings within Dome right now, and just to give you an idea of who is looking very good for this game, because the next circle is shifting almost perfectly over the Dome itself. Ascend is sitting in there. You've got EXO, TSM as well, looking really good within those buildings. So we'll have to see if they can withstand the siege from these other teams who are about to start looking for space. That said, once this circle closes in, on top and below the buildings also do become playable space.
Matsu and Fnatic have to throw out that Seer exhibit upon landing. They want to find that information. They did get tagged up a little bit, but they haven't been able to fully reset, but they're not in the zone. And 100 Thieves on the Sarah says, no way, you're not coming. Scurry going down, 100 Thieves out,
fifth party.
The guard, Rambo was found out. I don't even know if Malzera's going to be able to get a reset.
哇，100 Thieves 走埋。
The tiniest little bit of cover here for
大家走埋，突然之間點解走啦？係啦，停到拜拜啦應該。
Let's talk about NRG though. They're sitting on at least 3 just from Nathan. They're on 6 eliminations thus far for NRG, and Nathan just adding to the total after that 1,000 plus. He wants more.
係啦，Fnatic拜拜。
out, and now we just want to see. I really respect playing this outside. You have kind of that shell to have cover and reset, get geared up before you go in.
Well, it's a terrible spot to play in the previous circle, but as soon as the space gets constricted, it does actually start providing a little bit of to make that distance.
All right, Fun, Hal on your screen, but just like this fight started, they have already eliminated Fun 1, 2, 3, and they took minimal damage. We know Hal, the CEO, is ready and waiting. They started in losers brackets at Champs, and they barely made it to finals. This is their start to redemption.
We're just seeing how strong these teams are at defending positions that they've taken early. Strong positions. Almost every single team that tried to rotate into Dome went into the KP of the teams that were holding it down. If you don't read these circles correctly, Tim, if you don't plan your rotations perfectly, they are going to punish you. These are the best teams in Apex Legends.
And I think that's where, like, Raven, adding a coach or an analyst to your team, you get a plan for everything.
哇！呢個時候飛，好睇，
as they hit the skyward dive.
好睇啊！
They're getting beamed up here. We're landing on the opposite one. We're gonna front.
哦，呢度冇人啊，竟然！
Look across.
哇！對 TSM，
Get to the middle again. Get to the middle again.
一件。
Just shoot across. Shoot across. Shoot across. Shoot across.
係嘛？咦唔係阿拉人，睇唔到人。哦係啊 ，NRG 對阿拉人，搞唔到 Mandy。
Just chill. Just chill.
未搞掂 Mandy。哦。
It's fine. We're safer on this side right now. Just come back with I died from behind.
Oh.
You're fine, Guild on me. You're fine on me. They're not playing that route. No, Guild, you should come back. You need to come back to, or you can maybe res that bracelet. He should play to res. He should try to res. They're missing their up downs. Break these drones, Guild. Just play slow and heal. Well, we're top 5 right now. He's gonna fly on me. Play my knock. Guild,
yeah.
Just res right now. And if they fly up when you're resing me, you're immediately going off. They're missing their nades. Probably do it now. You have gold knock too. Let's go, reset this.
高位好彩佢哋喺高位。
Guild going in with that res on the gold knockdown. He just peppered the drone and was having such a difficult time, but they are able to get Sweet back up. So
哇，攞靚位啊 ！NLG 冇死之
The
後
other team that was across from them, for them to pressure them off in that situation was honestly incredible. I mean, the rampage, the DPS it can put out there.
哇，好睇啊，好睇，黐乸線，好好睇啊！
Silos quickly, and now that they've done that, the zone gets even closer, and it's hard for the teams down below to start getting angles onto NRG. The other teams did such a good job of killing all the other teams rotating in that it actually kind of made it viable for NRG to take this Valve vault in.
Yeah, Pulverex is the team down below them. You saw F-Chan with a 30-30 just trying to be an absolute nuisance too. But TSM, they're in a little bit of trouble. Feral's down, very low in reps without his shield. Now Hal forced to bat as well, but let's check it. He only has 27 rounds of light ammo, and we saw what happens when he runs
哇
out.
，Sweet 偷得好好啊！哇，NLG 個位真係，
Really third party
哦，搞掂，
They have fallen. 4 squads left.
冇辦法，真係冇辦法。如果佢 NLG 落嗰個位真係靚到咧。
Pulverex trying to use that interception pylon here to just block any incoming ordnance, but EXO is going to have to make their way out of this building at some point. You can see both teams using their utility. Smoke canisters go down, focus potential coming out from the Seer as well, and just trying to make sure both of these teams are going to be able to pop out at the right time. You want to make those smokes, you need to leave them available so that you have some sort of cover. Otherwise, you could look NRG are just going to destroy you as you walk out of those buildings.
They are maintaining that high ground, but unfortunately, they are going to get pushed.
但係落去呢度就好
They
大
were
鑊。
able to fully reset to a team of 3, and now they are looking straight into the line of sight of Ascend, who has been posted up, waiting to make this happen. Ascend, you heard the interview earlier. Kashera very good at calling out those final zones, but now they have to push. Into the circle they go. Upon NRG.
This is complete chaos here. Pulverex, they have
黐孖筋全部衝晒出去。
really looking at them. I'm liking their position in this final ring here. And Pulverex,
the team who played as a duo.
頭先見到4隊衝出去。
Come out and take the first win of the winners bracket.
呢個日本仔啊
So poetic for them to finally be
我想講中間係日本仔啊
denied at the last land to show their true strength, but they will not let that happen again.
They did everything that they needed to do. They were whittling down the health of the teams all around them, nestled just outside the building of ExoClan. They had the fences showing their presence and just bided their time. You were talking about
Nice.
Exo, like, they know how to play this zone, but the fact that
我好記得
outplayed them.
上年啊，唔係上年，上個 ALGS World Final 記得2個人，有一個仲 Covid 嚟唔到，但係都做咗幾次好好嘅操作，好好嘅 play 真係。好似佢哋齊人啦。
The way to start off the day, especially in winners bracket, and we want to make it to tomorrow. And I'm curious,
贏咗
how you
Game
feel
One
down on the desk ball. I need to hear those thoughts.
So nice
Yeah, you can hear my thoughts. You guys hear me talk all the time. It's, at this point been too much. How about Monsoon, everybody, on the desk for the very first time? It is an honor to be joined alongside one of the most brilliant analytical minds in Apex Legends, Monsoon, of course, alongside Glitter Explosion and Rain Day, the best in the business here on the desk. And yeah, what a game number 1 right there. Glitter, Rain Day, I want to hear your thoughts. First things first, give us a quick intro for those that don't know who you are, Monsoon.
Oh yeah, my name is Monsoon. I compete for Team Complexity. We unfortunately didn't make it to this event, but it's still dope to be here and honored to be on the desk with you guys as well. So super excited to watch these games with you.
So glad you're joining us, man. Thanks so much for doing that. Rain Day, Glitter, what a game number 1. Pulverex, the team that barely snuck in 20th place, the team of 2 that ratted their way to a performance in champs, Rain Day.
I just Fichan's grin, his smile in the middle of that team. It just gives me happiness. And part of it is that Pulverex specifically plays zone better, I think, than any other team in this lobby. The reason being, they barely have any kill points. They've barely killed him. That might have been their first kills in this entire tournament. That's how good they are and how placement heavy they are. And I think Glitter, that goes to show that when they can finally get in the spot to third party and finish off a game, they're going to be in a great position, I think, to threaten winning one of these games.
I am glad that you said that, because we have been talking about Pulverex behind the scenes for days, and I have been pulling for them since they became the Cinderella story of champs. And I have said on the shuttles home at night many a time that they are capable of some very, very solid aggression, that they have so much talent on that team. They need to stop being comfortable with their trio and start pushing it a little bit, because when they do, look what happens. Monsoon agrees. If Monsoon agrees, then you know I'm right.
Absolutely. I mean, they're extremely mechanical players. The way that they converted that end game was massive, especially with sharing the building with EXO. So, I mean, they're starting off strong, and this is momentum, and momentum is extremely important in this game. So we're going to see how they carry it, that's for sure.
I love it. Let's break that down a little bit. Let's get a little deeper. And by the way, Glitter, I called you Glitter Stradamus, aka Nostradamus, yesterday. You keep calling things this weekend. She's been hyping up Pulverex. We saw F-Chan in the lobby yesterday, did the F-Chan with the flex, on our way to the gym. Yes, we went to the gym with, after a 12-hour day. But Monsoon, more importantly, you started to talk about the late game there. And Pulverex was sharing a building with EXO. It didn't seem like they necessarily had win condition. I mean, Energy on top and Ascend alone with a Watson very passive comp. How did they come out on top?
Yeah, I mean, Ascend was looking the best there. Energy able to stabilize on top silos and top 4 after wiping TSM on the side of the building was extremely crucial. They recognized that they had to drop down and hold Ascend in the doorway, but Ascend ended up sweeping out and fighting them immediately. And of course, EXO can go both ways, but because their health pool was about 300, they decided to try and just fight them on the right energy, unfortunately. But Pulverex was able to take the space on the bridge, reset with full HP while the 3 teams fought, and they were able to clean it up pretty well on the side. So that's massive for them, that's for sure.
Love it. And one last question, then I want to break down the kind of greater macro with these two as well. We were kind of fake or mock casting Monsoon, and we were talking about how Energy should take the building where Ascend is, because that's where the less crowded building is. Do you think Energy should have maybe dropped on the right side instead of the left side there?
Well, I think it's hard to tell at the end of the day. It really depends on what the teams do. I think that their initial play of dropping to hold Ascend in the doorway is pretty smart, knowing that EXO and PBX have to fight there. But like I said, unfortunately, they decided to converge both on Energy, and yeah, I don't think there's really much they can do except clean wipe that team and instantly turn around and fight EXO on 300 health. Definitely not impossible, but difficult, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, so regardless, NRG dominated this game. They walked through some of the highlights here. NRG with a high kill game.
I mean, every single team here can threaten to win, but it comes down to who's going to do it early, and I think get off to a good jump. NRG, that is the perfect start for them. TSM notably right behind them as well, but you can tell that Gilderson was ready to play locked in. Picks up Sweet at the very end of things also. 100 Thieves going with the Loba yet again, and TSM kind of building that zone pressure. They had a nice mix. Used to live in zone, wait for people to be there. Now a little more aggressive, but having the high ground here is so good. Another Loba team almost getting it done. It just ended up being, I think, in terms of NRG's position, not the best one coming out trying to face a
死晒 NRG 喺個靚高位。
Yeah, and you can see it right here. It was all about timing, right? Energy just happened to be the first one down there, dead center, and so many teams tried to take that opportunity to get those points. And like we heard, Genome and Tiff saying, Pulverex just managed to kind of stay away from all that action completely unnoticed and waited for the opportunity to clean up the win. I mean, talk about a way to start off the winner's bracket.
And I think they need that specifically, and I think NRG, a team that has momentum, like Monsoon, you were saying earlier, can do a lot with it.
Yeah.
Absolutely, confidence, man. Goes a long way.
Yeah, take a look at the standings here. Pulverex on top, 17-point game, only 5 kills. Obviously, you're used to seeing that in the higher range for some of our first-place teams, but that's Pulverex's playstyle. Same with Ascend, early rotate. Meanwhile, opposite playstyle, well, NRG with 16, that'll put them in 3rd place. But yeah, Pulverex, Ascend, very early rotate and passive playstyle. Have you noticed that throughout the competition?
Oh yeah, of course. Ever since champs, they've been a dominant team on their rotations, which has been really impressive to see, especially in a diverse lobby with all the regions and stuff on land. And it seems to be working out pretty well, so I'm excited to see how it further develops.
Well played from the Pulverex and Ascend squads. Look, a lot to talk about here, but don't worry, this is just the beginning. We're going to keep Monsoon on air throughout the entirety of this segment, continue to get his thoughts. And again, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. Glitter, Rain Day, crushed it as always. We're going to take a very quick break, and a round of applause comes out for Monsoon here. We'll be right back with game number 2. Spider, Tiff, and Genome to call the action right after this. WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everyone. It is match number 2 about to be underway. Pulverex taking that win in map number 1. But I cannot believe it. So many teams trying to make a run for it. I mean, we didn't even really get to talk about Ascend. They came out of map number 1 with 14 points, and it was so good to kind of hear that zone being broken down by Monsoon from Complexity. Guys, barely missed qualification here for playoffs, so I'm glad to see him on the desk and get some love.
Yeah, plenty of great insights from him there. And yeah, looking at that last zone, I think that just says this is going to be a very different ball game, Tiff.
I mean, not even just the final zone, the fact that it took us forever to see our first team go out, they are just changing up their gameplay styles, because obviously, I mean, we had been watching scrims for at least 3 weeks leading up into this moment, and it was just chaotic as teams were looking to claim their drop stop POIs. But we get to land, and of course, things are different because there is so much at stake here, and our team's looking to run it down. Overlook is going to be that hot spot, which you know, J-Lings, that's their favorite spot, and this time they need to go out a little better, because they didn't really fare so well in match number 1.
It was a little bit tougher from them. They're certainly a team that we were not expecting this much for. At least I certainly wasn't. I think Fallout actually gave them a good shout out earlier on in the tournament. But it's a different ballgame, as we said. So, you know, can J-Lings also perform at that level in that manner when everything changes so much like we're seeing here in the winners bracket, and no doubt, Tiff, that we will also see tomorrow in match point format.
Yeah, it was really interesting. I mean, I talked to the coach of J-Lings. They were talking about how those boys didn't really have any practice leading up to this. I believe Zane said it himself, but Zane, very new to competitive here, so getting this experience, getting signed to an org, like all of that, you are moving in the right directions, and so far with all those 3 teams deciding to still go up to the Skyhook Trials area, you can also look down to Fragment, ESA, E36, and Moist. They are still coexisting, just trying to find their favorite weapons before they int into each other.
Imagine being very new to competitive and being second on the kill leaderboard. All right, Zane. Okay, Mr. Prodigy, doing pretty well there. Newly signed. I'm sure he's going to be very happy about that. This, of course, is our Game 1 winners, Pulverex. Little sneaky move out to the side there, netted them that victory. I mean, it was kind of that, but it was also kind of NRG, right? Because the 2 teams coming out of the buildings, they couldn't really dictate anything. But NRG, where they put their focus, that essentially who dictated who won that endgame.
Well, yeah, I mean, they come off the high ground, they jump into the center. Ascend, of course, is going to come out of that building and fully send onto NRG because that's the first team in their line of sight. But Pulverex already on 2 blue shields, 1 white, or Napkin, as Wig would say. Shout out to Nice Wig and Greek, who have been absolutely slaying that B stream. One of my favorite watch parties to watch during literally any tournament.
Oh, look, my internet in Australia is not good enough to watch 8 streams at once, so I have to watch Wig's stream to prep in the scrims.
No, that is exactly what is up. They are already going to take that early rotation over here through Lava Siphon, which did have a beacon, so we can start to pull. The interesting thing about this circle is it is not going to be a southern zone, one of the favored ones. So all of those teams that were on that mid to northern side of World's Edge are going to find favored in NRG. You know, they already have 16 points, just 1 point shy of getting to the top of the leaderboard this early on, making their way through frag.
You love to see a little bit of fairness, a little bit of, you know, we'll give you one, we'll give you guys one as well. If all the zones pull south, it becomes a little bit tough for some of those teams, especially when we're seeing the hard rotates that come in. I guess something else that we should point out, right? Okay. How are they going to find them, Tip? There's no one else. There's very few other teams looking to do the same thing. So if they've got no one to fight, they're just going to eventually walk into the zone like a lot of those teams did last game and just get crunched. How do you gain points from that? It's so tough from a team that is, as we say, allergic to the zone.
Hey, you just gotta wait and see. I mean, Alliance still over there in Thermal. Luminosity have moved into the dome. Both have beacons available to them to get that information, and they're taking that slow roll up towards Epicenter. And as the teams make their way, it's looking full-blown Climatizer. We've got that nice shot as NRG has just taken that skyward dive, joining up J-Lings, and Fnatic is there as well.
It looks like this could be going up towards Climatizer, certainly there. That's where the teams are congregating. E36 has taken an early L here. Their crypto player has gone down. The black hole's out already.
Oh, this is going to get interesting. They were able to grab the banner, but it's going to be TSM on the other side. Reps literally 1 HP and a dream, trying to dodge everything, convert holes, and everyone keeps that alive. It's aimbot themselves trying to throw it down. Meanwhile, Jay Ling's finding some early action onto a send-off screen, and Rambo wanting to get in on the action as he gets a knock on Imperial How.
Verhulst is striding down at the bottom. I don't think anyone spotted him at this point, but
there's
plenty of seers in this lobby. The heartbeat sensor will be his downfall sooner or later.
It's going to be very tough to go ahead and reset from that, but I mean, NRG, they were looking really grim, but were able to completely reset that moment. But Force, you just need to kind of lock it down, especially we saw how slow it kind of made the move towards Dome, and all 20 teams made it there, and then right when all that action started, this is going to be the same thing in Climatizer, but it's a larger POI to cohabitate it, and I think they've spotted Verhulst. He's not able to know, but at least E36, they know he's down there, they know there's a rat, and it's going to be just one of those things. If they can get a good LOS on him, they might as well eliminate him.
There's not as much hard cover in this circle though, Tiff. I think that's what we're seeing the difference playing out here. You know, there was a couple of teams in Lava Siphon, a couple of teams in Lava City, and then heaps around that dome. Whereas when we look at here, as you can see, as predicted, circle going up towards Climatizer, people have to sit in, you know, just nooks and crannies around Epicenter. Sure, in Climatizer there's a couple, but as you saw TSM and E36 going head to head, it's not that easy to find a spot where you're not going to get griefed when there's this many teams just crowding into that small area.
You mentioned that as we see a drone trying to EMP the solo barrels, he's like, I'm not going to miss my shot. So unable to get that EMP off, so safe for now. But the fact is, we saw it happen to the guard in match number 1. You don't want to go solo this early on because the guard was never able to recover.
The couple of Loba teams playing in this lobby. Scurry will pick that one up, and that's helping gold armors to start off with. Certainly nice when you have to ration your meds. Exo Clan, they're looking for a fight. We were wondering, who is North Epson going to find out here in the wilderness? It's going to be Exo Clan. I'm telling you, that's not an easy fight.
Oh, I mean, look, NTH has made their way over. You're right, to Overlook, and now Exo. They were looking so incredibly dominant, especially with Killapose. 38 kills from the group stages, and if you're going to go up against a kill leader, you've got to bring the heat. And NTH, they have that Taida on the Seer, just waiting to connect with the Arcstar, but he's going to save that ring at their back, but they just need to get to high ground.
Yeah, it's only the first ring, so it won't be taking too much damage. Razy does use the VTOL jets to get some height here, but you can see Ziki doing the same on the other side. Both of them, there's one fight up top, one fight down the bottom here as their teammates go into it. Taida will be the first to fall alongside Dexter, and now it's a 2v2.
2v2, Satuki trying to throw it down, but Killapo's going to go down as well. Now Ziki trying to get in the 1v1 situation, still has a little bit of shield, but it's going to be one of those knockdown plays. The car SMG is absolutely connecting. Eva 8 trying to hit there.
Oh, nice.
What a clutch. Now going in for a clean reset and really nice that they're so far out of the ring because they should be uncontested and no third parties.
They should be, but LG is on the hunt. Here they go. They've come in from even deeper in the zone and they've heard this. There is a little bit of the shield swaps. Are they popping the medis? They need to be because you can see LG is coming into scout.
Look, if anyone's coming into Scout and it's Yanya, I am running. We have seen Yanya clutch up so many killer moments. You've got him on your screen, El Presidente himself, and running a charge rifle Prowler. A lot of people have been electing to run that charge rifle, and some people in the chat before the game were like, the charge rifle takes no skill, and I'm like, you know what? It's a perfect weapon when you use it in your hand, right? But not when people are using it against you. Totally unacceptable.
Yeah, look, we appreciate a bit of hit scan. Certainly I do. Calculating bullet drops really hard, Tiff. It's just hard sometimes, okay? Sometimes you want them to just take that out of the equation, chuck your 4x10 digital threat scope on there and just, you know, click some red heads. But Exo Clan, they don't actually get pushed in the end. LG, they've gone down to Ghost Town, and it's all up to Exo over here, so they can freely craft around Overlook if they want.
Wow,
look, a little bit of action to get us going in the early game here. Just slightly different to that first game, and the tempo that we saw in that one.
Definitely, and it could be because a lot of these teams from the south side are going to have to make their way all the way north to Climatizer. We can get a good look at Epicenter, E36 at the top, Alliance making their way onto that next zone as well. But if you just stay on the very hard edge which you can see Alliance is definitely doing. The issue is the majority of these teams have already prioritized their rotation, and there's not a lot of teams on edge to even fight.
Not a huge amount. We've got ESA down the bottom, Alliance lurking in survey camp. Hard to say if they've even got the information overly on the crypto here. They should have it.
I try to think, and when I look at these maps, right, I'm thinking, where is Ascend? Because Ascend, Kasher, has the best knowledge of the zones, but meanwhile, Alliance on that hard edge. Mandy on your screen on the horizon. Let's jump into a listen and see kind of what their intentions are for their next rotation.
They got charge rifle too. 57 blue. Yeah, just keep having awareness. Solid goal thing. I'm gonna go on this. Where? Yep. I'm going a little bit closer. I am. If we spread out too much, we might get.
The Valk is scared now. Trust, the Valk is scared.
Yeah, keep fucking bullying him.
Engageable.
Keep looking north and west here, boys. I am. Nice. Hold on. He's not scared. Yeah, dropping it to south. Yeah,
can't carry hack.
Careful, hard.
Yeah. Okay. I'm back here, sir. Maddie, you stay there?
Yeah, I'm looking.
It's really nice that Hackers is really trying to secure their 6. They want to make sure that no teams are coming from their back, but unfortunately not a lot of action. But it's kind of interesting when they're poking and prodding, trying to find the information on the surrounding teams. They're like, this is engageable, right? You are thinking about every fight and taking those approaches with intention.
Yeah, it's about one circle too early, I guess, because we've got a bunch of teams within that ring who have just lost access, or they will be essentially as the next ring starts to close. Alliance, ESA, EXO, and LG are going to be starting to worry about Pulverex, Fun123, as well as Moist, who are holding those inner circle positions and will have the drop on them as they pull in.
This is really interesting. You see XSET on the left side of that screen playing that fence line all spread out individually. Typically in Pro League and we have climatizer zones, this is the positioning that they will take. I've seen them play this at least 2 to 3 times and they'll make their way in, but that was when they had Newcastle on their team composition and they don't have that right now.
No, it's the Bang Seer right now for XSET. A couple of other teams, you know, opting for the low bar. I guess XSET prefer that on Storm Point, right? But Luminosity with that gas hammer here. Love to see the heirlooms come out, especially those ones who haven't had, you know, as much love in a while. But yeah, it's just fantastic to see the different variations in comps that have come through towards LAN. I feel like during Pro League, people tend to be a little bit more homogenous with that. They'll follow the leader a little bit more. But when it comes to LAN, you know, it's kind of do or die.
All right, Alliance missile swarms going out the black hole for Mandy, and they're going to be able to get an opportunity to grab one member of Fun down. So now looking for another 2, but it's going to be Fnatic that grabs it down onto Sangjun. So now only 1 member that is going to be around, and Alliance able to grab their building back, still continuing onto that edge.
Yeah, so they don't need to continue pushing here, really. They've managed to find ground within the next zone. That's good enough for now. You can see XSET also slowly going in there.
哇，真係好保守啊！大家打得。
Locked up in Climatizer at the moment. I will let you know though, Element 6, they're over on the western side, northern side of Climatizer, but the circle will be pulling the other way. It will never go to the river of lava in the middle of Climatizer. It's always going to go one way or the other. This time it shifts down.
Yeah, let's go ahead and talk about this, right? E6 was the ones rev-taining people in Storm Point at one point through group stages. I believe Wig was doing polls on his stream, and K Swinny was running the legend compositions based upon what chat was voting on. So that makes me so excited. Now, granted, they're not going to be doing that here in the winner's bracket because there's a lot on the line here, but the fact that you're seeing a Caustic Gibby in the lobby, we haven't seen this, you know, since how long ago? This was that old meta where we had the Gibby bubble fighting and then moved on to the hyper-aggressive meta we see now.
Charge Sentinel shots running through. Of course, this weapon was buffed recently, right? Not actually giving it to Slayers or even swapping the gold armor across, because if you were doing that, it would be costing you 0 meds. One of the most, it kind of feels broken at the moment, to be honest. Ripping out those Charge Sentinel shots, it almost feels like a Kraber.
Oh, I like this. Xset able to grab a building inside that next zone, and look at where we are pulling to. And Nags last alive for Jaylings. We've seen Zane clutch in these kind of moments, but Nags is going to need to pull it together. They are fighting EXO. Kilipo is going to try to finish off Zane, and VJ, their IGL. We need to get him back up on his feet. No cancellation, please.
It felt like Jaylings did. Oh my god, that was close. That was milliseconds away from cancelling that res from BJ there by a second. Look, it feels like Jaylings were a team who were doing fantastic.
Oh, wow, 智慧。
I was gonna say, look at all those sevens. That's not what you want to see. And Nags getting ate up by a thermite. Now, we just got to get inside, try to hold it up. You are able to grab your teammate's banner, but there's another team from the outside. Stray shots are coming in. This could be the end for Jaylings. They're currently sitting in 12th place. They need to get some momentum going forward, because if you guys remember, we're here. We need to make sure that these teams get and solidify themselves inside the top 10.
Yeah, just to remind everybody of the stakes, the top 10 out of this winners bracket match will go on to Sunday.
Nags, come on, you gotta make it. You
Oh, nice.
So not only can Zane clutch, guys, Nags is a fragger in his own right.
Solid clutch there. We are seeing some rotations come in now. Dark Zero parachuting in on the caustic barrel, but do see Yanya
令你即死一件。
Yanya gonna fall to Yuka, unfortunately getting charged rifle out of the sky. Now Luminosity relegated to a team of 2, just forced to play that fence line, but they have ESA on the high ground at their back, so they're kind of sandwiched in between 2 teams. But look at the building on the left, all the cohabitation over there.
PBX down there, we've got ESA just trying to hide behind the pillar here. I can tell you lurking in the background, you can see some Watson fences up the back of your screen there. That's Moist. They have picked the right side of the circle here, and they will be dictating the fate of some of these other teams.
I mean, ESA is just getting... This is the most gnarly thing I have witnessed in my entire life. Just some rogue wingman shots trying to prevent what is happening. Luda down on the ground, forced to play the knockdown shields and try to get a clean reset, but the ring's gonna be at their back, and Cody and Funny are going to be on the run, but this is not gonna be good. Hitting the grab lift, you gotta get out of the storm.
Doesn't do it fast enough. ESA
go
into zone. KP will still go over, but
呢仲有16隊啊，咩料啊，4圈，幾保守，大家打得同琴日幾唔同。呢 TSM 仲未輸啊！我想問下 Even 喺邊度啊？佢匿埋仔喺邊度？可唔可以影一影佢啊？仲未輸喎，好似。
It's being used, now Moist can chill.
Yeah, as I said, it's coming out from K-Swinny, who really needed to get that kind of distraction over and out so they could stick that res, get back up to a 3-man. You don't want to lose any members of your team here, and now in Xset, they are going to do a great job holding this team out of the ring. Fun on your screen, trying to hold their back, but let's jump into a listen-in with them. They got to get in that next zone, but they need to move.
It's good on me also, it's good on me. If you want to make it across, it's good on me. Okay, I mean, we got to swing it out. I got it back. I'm using my way back. You're getting rocketed. We have to look at this. We have to look at this. I have 1 cell. Is there any nuts? I only have 1 back. Just take it. I'm 1 cell. That's it. We have to kill this team. We have to kill this team. Yep. We're not moving yet. Plenty of rockets on them. Any ulti cells? No. Okay. Northeast might move in. They have a gen there. This guy's swinging all around. I'm smoking you. Getting rocketed again. Who's the right? I'm batting. Broken. Got Watson. Knocked dead. Kill Crypto. All dead. 靚啊！ Get these fences out. Stop, please. We have to move the truck. We have to move the truck. Over on the right. Over on the right. Sure right. They bubble. It's fine. It's fine. Look backwards. I'm healing. Safe on me. Safe on me. We need to move forward.
哇嗰度，哇！數命你明咩睇唔到啊？哇都要死啊！
Unfortunately, Xset gonna go out on that next push, but Alliance, 100 Thieves, the guard, operating the RV in the center, completely fenced up thanks to Keon. Now we're gonna look at NRG
又係你啊 ，Sweet 你啲位，又頭10位啊！哦 ，Fnatic， 哇，成村人啊！哦。 哦，又係咁啊 ！EA， 垃圾箱，鬧下佢先。
Getting up there with NRG. E6 down the bottom here. Alliance. Hopefully, those issues not affecting the teams too much.
Oh, Alliance, you are holding that high ground. K-Swinny nestled next to that Nox gas trap, fully alive here, the young fragger of Amphi. But this is going to be such a hard push when you start anchoring your position with those.
哇！依式呢個防守陣，我想睇下，難得影佢。
It's going to get a little interesting.
Yeah, and also with a Watson inside the RV, that is exactly the legend you want in there. The fences and the pylon make it almost impenetrable. Usually, it's the nades that you use to clear people out of those positions. But if you don't have the, if you don't have the sidelines to be able to take the pylon down, it's impossible.
NRG, they're making the move. They're full sending onto
a
breaking out the flatline. They've given up already. Look on Hackers. They just need to find one more and put this thing to bed. And Nathan is going to do it.
Whoa!
100 Thieves out, Space Station out, just trying to keep it out.
好啦，真係E6，哇 ，Sweet！ Oh my god！ 同 Sweet，Oh my god！ 黐下線，超個禮皮，冇啦，再去啦啲人，好難啊！得㗎 ，Rainbow！
Keon and RKN showing up. They said they didn't want to just come in here. They wanted to put on a performance, and Rambo just had to give us that hair toss. I wish I could do that. Look, I want to channel my Ember Rambo, but that is everything they needed to do here today.
The crowd loves it. And honestly, I think most of Apex Legends loves that man. What a competitor, what a showman. And every time he shows up here in person at LAN, he's got something to prove. And he just does it time and time again. What a phenomenal competitor.
Look, I mean, dude, he's just eating up that camera from Florida. His mom supports him so heavily. The fact is, he was like, I want to pursue video games. And his mom was like, yeah, send it, do it. And we've been talking about all the support that people have been getting, and it's been really nice to see. But Fallout, Glitter, Rain Day, hey, Monsoon, I'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, what a ridiculous end game. That's something I love about the game so much, is no matter how often we see these zones, it's dynamic, right? So NRG fighting off two teams back-to-back on the edge of zone on the head glitch in a top 6 situation. Beautiful clutch, they almost had it. But Guard, in the better positioning, was able to come up and clean him up on lower health. So.
I love it. And look, Ray and I was laughing because he kind of stole the host thunder, but I'm all about it. We should re-script it. That's how it should flow. Right in the confidence analysis. I'm totally cool with that. No, a good perspective, though, on that late game. NRG, right before then, you mentioned back-to-back fights that they had to win. One quick kind of thought on their game and their ability to get such high kills again with another top 2 finish in the late game there.
Yeah, it was beautiful, to be honest, because there's 6 squads still up. They were able to take rolling 3s. And they had the opening damage on the team on the head glitch initially. And no other teams can really gap close in fear of the other team shooting them. So the team that under the pressure, unfortunately, and NRG securing the top 2, so it was really good.
Yep, impressive. But in the end, it It was the Guard, and we got a couple Guard fans in the crowd here cheering for Rambo and the boys. Of course, Rambo, the Florida man himself, the whole family here, his brother's best friend, his mom, all in the audience, and of course watching their son and their friend, their brother, compete for the very first time. Congratulations to the Guard for a massive, massive win. What do you think that does for their confidence, Glitter?
I mean, they are someone, if you're going all the way back to this most recent split, they were so consistent in the entire beginning half of it. They were untouchable. This bounce back for them, this has to feel so satisfactory because we knew that this was the performance style that we were kind of looking for out of them coming into this event.
Yeah, that's spot on. And look, Randy, I snubbed him for my top 10 predictions. Let me tell you, Arcane was pissed, wouldn't even talk to me, is jokingly pissed. But
after he visited us in Atlanta, he would do that.
After our Atlanta experience, he did visit us. He took the time to come that night. But no, the reality is, they don't do it in the shiniest way. Obviously, Rambo does, but they do it with early game rotates.
It's hard to do it when you have a team like the Guard. Obviously, it's not flashy, and that's the thing that makes them so successful. They've won 2 match days in North America leading up to this, and that made them basically on par with TSM, who ended up taking it overall with, I think, 3 match days that they ended up winning. What it really means, though, is that the Guard are going to be a presence, and you may not notice it until it's too late. That's how they win games. They come in at the last moment, they take the right opportunity with Arcane leading, and with Keon, and with Rambo. 2 of undoubtedly the best fraggers in all of the ALGS. So it's a deadly squad no matter what, and they keep putting themselves in positions to win.
Yeah, and I know we're watching these highlights here. I do want to shout out J-Lings because we had talked about them at the top of this entire series, and we saw a clutch coming in yet again, this time from Nags, though, who we got to interview with on the stage. They are a team we wanted to see what they were going to be able to do in this winner's bracket with that higher level of competition, and they look solid so far.
Yeah, that's right. Nags might as well be called Swags. His ultimate swag. I got a lot of respect for the UK controller boy. Really good person as well. Yep. Shout out to J-Lings, and of course the football player starting with the J-Lings organization, supporting the squad. I don't know if he's in the building, but regardless, you'll love to see them performing on home turf. However, this late game, X-Set looked like they might be there. Sykes got taken out, and then Monsoon walked through the rest of what we saw here.
Team stabilized, top 6 scenario here. You see E6 sitting off the edge here, Alliance on the north side there. But as we hop back on board with Energy, Nathan's shots coming out massive, sweet, living with 1 HP, which was crucial to turn the third-party fight here. Guard almost looked like that they were going to lose it as well, but thankfully, Energy was pretty low initially.
Yeah, that's right. And Guard perfectly third-party. Rambo lost his mind. He went Super Saiyan again. If you did not see that picture of Rambo going Super Saiyan, please go check it out on his Twitter. This man and his pop-off, I love it. Always bringing the energy.
And I think that's what the Guard needs. I mean, for me, the Guard is a very tempered team, and they have that in terms of playing the style that really requires a lot of patience. But you could tell that it's all bottled up because when they win, Rambo is out of his seat ridiculously. And I think this is a good, again, a moment for the Guard to get their highlight, because at LAN is the question we always say. You perform well online, it's a new squad, it's a new org. Can you do it at LAN? They are doing it, and they're winning. Not just not doing well, they're winning, John.
Yeah, that was a big question mark. The first half of Pro League, Glitter, you said it perfectly. They played so incredibly well, so many top finishes, top placements. Had a little bit, I wouldn't say a slump, but not necessarily the top 3, top 2 we kept seeing over and over and over again, where they had MVP-like performances from Arcane, IGL, and Rambo. But did you have a question mark or a circle on them coming to LAN, and did you know they were going to compete? Or compete for a first place finish?
Oh yeah, Guard is definitely one of the better center zone teams. They have been for a while now. It just depends if they have the opportunity to get to a good spot, of course. And as you can see, they have the ability to convert these games, which is massive. And we're still in the first half of this series, so like I said before, the momentum is going to be massive for these guys.
Yeah, huge. We'll see if they can do it and continue the momentum going right into game number 3. Last game on World's Edge, but we got a little treat here. This is called Monsoon Edition, Final Circle Breakdown. Monsoon, would love for you to walk us through this Final Circle one more time.
Oh yeah, let's do it. Guard holding down this RV from the start. They watch this team swing out onto the head glitch top 6 scenario here as the zone is closing in. Guard notices that this team is on the north side of their RV. Looks like as a duo, so they try to swing out as 3 coordinated and take them out instantly. Zanal falling. As we see Alliance and 100 Thieves as well in the kill feed. That's SSG going out, and Energy once again is fighting for their lives on the side as Element 6 goes out. Now they are missing about 150, 200 health in their health pool. Unfortunately running into the Watson fence, but that's okay. Pulling out his drone, oh my gosh. But as you can see, Keon goes down, but it's just not enough for Energy to take the win. Guard picks it up. Rambo with the Eva and the alternator looking very clean.
And that's a Guard stat line right there. 7 kills first place. Consistency is key for them and their playstyle. NRG though, Evan, with 22.
And this is what is scary. NRG, yes, they're not winning right now, but they're getting 13 kills, 10 kills, 11 kills. This is what is making them so deadly. And it's very much like the teams that performed well at LAN last time. Fury is not here now. One of the representatives, Panders, is, but that's how they got second place. They were destroying teams before they got to final circle, and that makes it a lot easier whether you win or not, because you've already got the points to basically put yourself in first.
Yeah, and we talked about that a lot too, because it completely changed up the way the rest of the lobby had to react to their hyper-aggressive playstyle. If NRG can especially get these points up here early, it also sets themselves up a little bit better on the second half of the day. Obviously, World Jets being a stronger map for them, getting those points in, and the chaos of Stormpoint possibly changing things, this is comfort zone.
Yeah, that's right, and I love seeing that because the Watson fence almost gave NRG a chance, and yeah, I love he pulled his drone commentary coming through as well for the quick reduction of that stun. But nonetheless, let's take a look at the series results here. The crowd reacts. Why? Well, NRG is on top by a margin. 17-point lead over the Guard right now, who takes second place with that really solid game number 2. Polrex in third after a game 1 win. Ascend right behind them, so a really even distribution of North America on top. Polrex, APEC North in third. EU following suit to round out top 5 with Ascend in Element 6.
Yeah, I mean, Energy got second that game, but they are ecstatic with the points generated, especially with the confidence of their mechanical ability. Their shots were super important, and confidence is everything in this game. So going into the next matches, it's going to be great to see how they continue on.
Yeah, speaking of which, Game 3, World's Edge, third and final game. Look, you know I'm always asking these questions. If Ansa was here, I probably wouldn't, but you all will answer, maybe you as well. Game 3. Who's going to win it? Who's going to close out World's Edge? Rando, who you got?
Oh, I don't think anyone's stopping NRG right now, but I think TSM are actually going to win this game. And it's just because I feel like they have been not necessarily getting the right role for some of their rotations, but they're still getting 9 points. And for me, that's a sign of a team doing things pretty well, but not necessarily getting to that end game yet and having the moments really work out for them. So I'm going to go for TSM, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was NRG.
I don't know if this is necessarily a prediction or more just like a hopeful prediction, but when we were looking at that leaderboard, North Eption, one of our top squads coming into this series, dead last with 2 points. That is not where they want to be. That's not where they want to be leading into Stormpoint. So I'm hoping that North Eption can actually bounce back and at least get themselves on some more solid footing.
Monsoon, who you got?
Ooh, I gotta stay with XSET. You know, I think they're ramping up. Third game of World's Edge, they are really good at World's Edge. Otherwise, the Guard possibly as well. They're playing super well. So anybody.
One person clapping for the Guard. One person like that comment right there. Yeah, that's a good goal. XSET, I actually like that point you made. As you see, a lot of XSET love. Nocturnal's back, by the way. Can we get a round of applause for Nocturnal? We're going to give him some love, obviously. He's gone for the last couple days, but one last thought on that. XSET, you said they're a good World's Edge team. I thought it was obviously historically been a great Stormpoint team as well. What do you think they're better on, World's Edge or Stormpoint?
Oh, they've definitely swapped up their comps on World's Edge a lot more than Stormpoint. Obviously, their Stormpoint drop is geared around instant rotations.
Fast loot with Loba and rotations.
Yep, exactly. But, you know, they are just really good at recognizing their win conditions and how to play in. Which is great. So Stormpoint is definitely strong for them as well. But, I mean, like I said, Game 3, ramping it up for the Wedge. You know, they were kind of popping off theirs. Unfortunate they rotate in, but I believe them. I believe in them for sure.
All right, so we got TSM, XSET, and you're hoping North Eption can turn things around. Glitter, we'll see if they can. They need a big game number 3. You saw Dark Zero, another team that needs a good game here in Game 3 going into Stormpoint. That's going to be it for us on the desk for now, though, because guess what? Game 3 is here, our third and final game on World's Edge. And to call the action once again, I'm going to throw it back to Genome and Spider Tiff in Godspot.
Look, I couldn't be more excited to talk about a lot of things. And as we gear up for match number 3, we saw a little bit of Hotsick right there enjoying that chair. There's been a lot of talk on the timeline of chairs recently, but I want to mention some things to you. Herman Miller Gaming is the official chair of the Apex Legends Global Series. Look at that close-up. They are being used at today's event, so check out the new colorways on the Embody Gaming Online. New colors have been a white base with Galaxy and an amethyst upholstery, Genome. They are super cozy, so it's good to see that Hotsick found a nice comfy chair.
I mean, did you see that man reclining? He looked pretty comfy to me. I wouldn't mind one of those right now, but standing up, I don't know, it just makes you more hype when you're casting. It's that's where we want to be. That's where the players want to be right now, sitting pretty in the winner's bracket, but we're about to start separating the best of the best, Tiff, because at the end of this series, we'll be sending 10 of these teams straight to Sunday. They go straight into that match point final, and not only that, but the top 10 teams get in there with some seeding points as well. So when they're trying to make their way to that 50-point match for the threshold there, they actually get a little bit of a head start. So if you come first, you get 10 points towards that. It is a big deal.
I think that's a really good point to talk about, right? NRG at Champs in Rally, they finished off winners bracket in first place. So no stranger to that, coming into match number 3 with 38 points already, and the guard in second. It's just going to be really interesting because when you start getting that momentum building, you just have to rein a little bit of that consistency and just add points to it to keep your top spot.
Yeah, if you're wondering what happens to the bottom 10 of this series after that, they will, of course, be going to elimination in the number 2 spot. So they'll be taking on the winners of what we saw this morning. That first series, the 10 from that, will join the bottom 10 from this series right now. And they will, of course, be duking it out for the chance to play on Sunday. But that trophy.
Ooh, look at Alliance over there getting that hot zone and a beacon at Thermal Station. NRG making their way over to staging, and it's so interesting because I read an article prior to this and they were talking about TSM and the contention that has gone on throughout at Lava Siphon. No one is going to be challenged. They own this POI. They have made it their own. They have a beacon available for them as well.
Yeah, and they were talking about how if anyone wants to land in Lava Siphon, they can. You're just going to be free 3 KP for TSM to start off every game with. They will hunt you down mercilessly because they want that all to themselves.
And that's exactly what it is. I feel like Kashera just kind of going for a little bit of information over there right by Moist, and Jay-Z still over there at Overlook, but the circle is going to pull more towards the center, right? We've seen a dome ending, we've seen a climatizer ending, and now we are going to be looking towards maybe Harvester or Siphon.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Get that beacon scan in here to get a little bit of extra info, because this one being central there, definitely a couple of different places it could pull. Once again, not seeing anything off the rip. You can see Sweet down there in lower fissure, went there for the scan first. Just going to hit that balloon just before SSG pulls in and can do anything gnarly over there. And you certainly wouldn't want that with NRG sitting at the top, pretty with 38 points at the moment.
I mean, speaking of gnarly, we've got to check in with the guards, see how they're doing. They're on the outskirts of the Harvester. They got some pings out because we know there's a team over there. And this is really interesting. Rambo already on blue, RKN and Keon on 2 white shields. So relatively, we know that you heard it from Monsoon down on the desk earlier. One of the quickest rotating teams as well. And they just want to find themselves into a good position.
Okay, so having a look at this circle, it's actually going towards Harvester or staging. They're the 2 possibilities here. So you can see the team starting over towards there. Lava Siphon have a very quick rotate, and TSM are in there already. They're going up against EXO Quick Smart.
It's going to be really interesting. Imperial Hal throwing down a lot of damage early on, wanting to force EXO out of the rotation, but you saw that is where the guard is actually pushing into Harvester, so if EXO runs out, they might run straight into the guard.
Moist also pulling up soon, so TSM either need to make this fight happen or sit tight, because as soon as the other teams realize where this circle is heading, they're going to have a little too much company, and it might just get a little too hot and heavy in here. All right, they're going to, I think, just play it safe for now. Not that they're playing a particularly safe composition, I would say. You know, having Hal over on that horizon has just afforded them so much flexibility in terms of how they take fights and being able to dominate their opponents.
That's kind of interesting, right? I feel like a lot of the IGLs themselves will play like a character that allows them to survey the land, get that information, but Hal, he used to be a Wraith main back in the day, right? So he needs a little bit of movement, plus he's fragging out. We know 36 eliminations alone, top 3 throughout the group stages on kills, so he needs that momentum. But Dark Zero, we can see them hitting the tower and beginning their rotation, because it's kind of interesting, right? Your back-to-back LAN champions only have 2 points right now, Genome.
And talking, just as we're talking about it, Zero, not usually someone to be picking up the Crypto there, he's actually changed up and they've changed their composition. This is what we see a hard zone team play, you know, going for that with the Crypto and the Watson. Other teams, you know, usually will be picking that up because they really want to get into the zone early. But Dark Zero, as we said before, they've been playing a little bit more flexibly, but they're sitting at the bottom. 2 points at the moment, Tiff. They feel like they have to change something up.
Yeah, that was kind of interesting, right? So maybe they're starting to feel a little bit of pressure, but guys, thank you so much for your patience. We actually are going to hit a quick restart on this, so maybe for the teams that may have not had the best start, can kind of just go in. I mean, look, TSM, they had some nice shields and we had a good position in Harvester already.
And yeah, it's always fun to think about where's that circle going, and you look, where's it going to go in the next game can dictate things very differently, especially when you're seeing teams just go for it, hammer and tongs, trying to find that god spot. And as we just saw there with Dark Zero, teams are going even further down that side of the spectrum there to try and find, you know, information, beacon scans, anything that they can get to give them an advantage and help their rotations towards that final spot.
And there you can see it right there. Kashera's dad waving to us, and the mom by their side, Ascend, currently in 4th place with 14 points. Stand up for the EMEA teams. We love to see the hype and love for all of our teams up today. But, I mean, let's kind of talk about this. You know, you're from APAC South region. You have seen a lot of these teams historically, and Dark Zero historically from APAC South before moving over to NA. You're back-to-back LAN champions, 2 points on the board. You mentioned that he'd already made the switch over to Crypto. How do you think that they're feeling? Because we were talking a lot about the mental game and the pressures of performing on LAN. They were looking like they were locked in, right? But why do you think they did that?
I think it's because Zero, that's a type of play that they've traditionally liked to go for. Due to things that are out of their control, they have actually tried and experimented with some other ideas, some other compositions, but they haven't been working out that well, right? You've got to remember, they scraped in. It was only that second place that really saved them at the end of the Pro League there, when you consider that they just scraped in to get here at LAN.
Well, you know who's not just scraping in? Let me just tell you, XSET had a massive star performance there in group stages, and we had a chance to check in with Nocturnal. He's made it back to the stage here next to his teammates. Let's go ahead and watch his highlights from the previous day. He was absolutely frying. Here we go, RE45X. That is that game winning. They had some really strong positionings here, especially from Nocturnal. He goes in the swing, the Digifut on the RE45 and the Prowler. All the weapons that are just making moves for them.
Yeah, I mean, Exit, they're sitting at 5 points right now, okay? This is when they were popping off. The tournament started, we were like, ooh, Exit's looking hot. Coming away with lots of wins, lots of kills. Frankly, they were looking phenomenal. And I heard a lot of chatter from the players as well. A lot of them also rating this team as one of the best of the tournament, and certainly someone who was looking in fantastic form. But I mean, we're a third of the way through this winners bracket series tier, and at the moment, they're sitting right down at the bottom there in single digits.
Yeah, and we kind of saw this happen earlier in that elimination round 1, right? Some of the teams that were on the bottom, it took them just a little bit to start warming up, but you do just need to find yourselves in the top 10, and there they are on screen right now. Hodsik back there grabbing that cone. Look at you. You gotta get is it cold in here? I can't tell.
Well, it's they might be feeling a little chilly. Certainly their gameplay has been so far, but look, there's plenty of time to turn that around. It's only NRG who have managed to break away from the pack so far. 38 points after 2 games is phenomenal.
I mean, look, you've got to feel really good about that considering the quality of this lobby. You have some heavy-hitting teams with a lot of LAN experience, especially there. I mean, look, we're talking LAN experience. You got Alliance, you got Mandy jumping in. The last time he was competing, it was with Scars, right? And then he took that competitive break, focus on the content creation. He said he would only sub in for one team, that team being with Hockey and Alliance. So moving to the crowd, show out Yuki as well. That clip went everywhere yesterday. I just kept watching it from all the different POVs, and I could only think, Yuki is him, like, fantastic.
It was such a crazy 1v1. The fact that they were both down to their last bullets just made it so special. I mean, you know, the boxing match, the lovely Nessies there. We love to see that. Got a couple at home myself. They often make a little guest appearance on the ALGS streams down
呢個
in
比賽
APEX.
咁樣真係好尷尬咯！地你 Discord 咧咩料啊！真係
cute. I actually have an Echo on my backpack. Sure, we don't have any Vantages in the lobby, but sometimes you gotta step it up and have a little bit of variety. But I love these overview shots, and it's just such an intimate situation here in London. The crowd is booming, and it's just been really fun, Gino.
Has been fun. Fun 1, 2, 3, of course, also one of the teams in this lobby. APAC North, they were looking really strong coming into this event. And having a look at the leaderboards at the moment, it's actually Pulverex that was standing up only because of that first game win. Element 6, they're cheering along for the Gas Daddy there with that caustic composition coming out. Love that they're repping that. It's really fun that we're starting to get some of those interesting compositions just creeping in.
Yeah, it is actually really fun. I ran into Kay Swinney earlier this morning prior to Elimination Round 1. I was like, hey, good luck today. And he's like, thanks, I'm not playing in Elimination Round 1. And I was like, no, I know. Sir, I know. You made it to Winners Round. I'll see you later. This was applicable to the whole thing. But Mans was just locked in and ready to go.
Yeah, look, all respect, you know, we know you did pretty well. All right, okay.
We were there, but there you go. You can get a good look at X. That it's always nice to see the teams back on the stage because look, when you think about it, right? The camaraderie is there. When you're playing kind of in an isolated area off to yourself and still being able to fry and put up numbers like that, it's gotta be nice because you have Hodzic at your back, right? And if something starts going wrong, we're talking about a lot of the teams that actually don't have coaches here with them. They don't have that interaction of being able to like get a mental reset in between the games because that's the part of a coach. You know what to say to your players to motivate them.
Yeah, I mean, look, a little bit of a reset there in terms of how some of the teams are thinking about this, right? And when I just glance over to have a look at the legends that these teams are playing, 8 cryptos in the lobby. We certainly haven't seen that so far in this competition, and that is exactly one of the reasons why the tempo of these games has been markedly different from the rest.
Yeah, and it's really fun, right? You've got a lot of Watsons as well. They're showing a lot of presence with the fences, being able to anchor down the positioning, but to be able to get all of that information. You can scan beacons instantly. You see Ascend do it all the time. Kashera plays the crypto for that team, and if something happens to Postkiller Lufka, he's able to kind of extend out, maybe run away for a little bit, use the drone to go ahead and grab those banners and go for as quick of a reset as humanly possible. And that's kind of the positioning that I saw when they were scrimming a lot. Kashera, I watched his POV because you could see exactly on those reses, and it was the cleanest thing. Even the guard in some of their scrims, late game resets because of crypto.
Certainly some opportunities to get back into the game with that drone coming out. Vibing out, of course, is Rambo. I swear he has like one eye on the monitor and like one eye on the cameras coming at him every time because, you know, some of the other players, they're like locked in, right? They're always just like focused on the screen. But every time the camera comes around, Rambo knows and he's there to play up for it.
Look, I mean, you gotta play it up for the camera, right? He said they're here to put on a
佢
performance.
呢個都係線下賽嚟㗎嘛。
And just a reminder, if you just showed up, Pulverex took the win in map number 1, and they're currently sitting in 3rd place with 19. So that is a great way to start it. But guys, let's go ahead. Let's jump back into match number 3, the last map on World's Edge.
All right, back into the action. Let's go.
Look, I'm so excited at this point. I'm curious at where that zone is going to go. Ascend over at Geyser. Lufka kind of landing out on their own to the left, really extending. But my thing here is look at Satuki on the map to the right. He's kind of extending out of Big Mob because he probably got an inkling of Kashera, and he wants to see, hey, maybe I can pick up an early KP. We know exactly how aggressive they can be. And Alliance running it back, another hot zone at Thermal Station, so they'll have some good loot coming out of that.
Yeah, I think he's just going for the couple of bins at the top of that Geyser choke and working his way back down. Of Big Maud. Doesn't into anything with Kashera here. Look, this circle is, actually, is this, I'm trying to remember what it was before the restart. Either way, doesn't matter, that's old history. And this is the one that's going to matter now. DZ do get the beacon for them, so don't need Zero to bother with the scan. Jen Burton can just land straight on the top of that epicenter tower for the beacon.
I'm just really happy that Sweet has a beacon as well. We had that interview during Pro League, and that's the first thing I look at. Does NRG have a beacon? They do. He's able to extend out, maybe grab that, and then hit that geyser and rotate back over to join up with his team. The guard over in Landslide, they get that beacon, so they can immediately start their quick rotation. You can see they're going to push towards that chokehold, but look who's also pushing straight into that chokehold as well. It's going to be E36.
Will they find each other? The guard, obviously, that struggled in their rotations on the first game. We'd hate to see that happen to them again when they're such a force when they get to the end game, as we saw in game 2. NRG, though, I have to say, they've kind of dictated both of the early games. We talked about it after game 1, Tiff, but it was them really starting that push down towards Alliance at Climatizer that really forced the cascade of all of that action there. And, you know, that was when Guard was able to get the third party in the last game. So NRG kind of the dictators, kind of the, you know, the trendsetters in this lobby.
Look at that, Ascend making their rotation. They were crafting up their shields back into Geyser, and they are sending it straight through the choke point because they want to get on their rotation as quick as humanly possible. You think back to match number 1, they finished in the top 3, holding the perfect spot in that dome zone, so I'd imagine they'd be looking to do the same. But Yuki, the man himself on your screen before jumping over to Hackus' POV, they're going to be crafting up, want to make sure that they get those stocks. And hey, a car SMG, it's in the crafter, right? And we still see it so much. They're prioritizing that weapon. I love using it.
Yeah, I mean, you've got your, you know, level 3 extended light mag in the crafter at the moment. That means if you've got the car, you can just marry that up straight away. You also saw that he had the Digi threat. And I wonder, you know, would he have crafted the car if he didn't have the Digi threat to go with it, or would he have just stuck with the R99, whatever else he could find? We do have some action starting up around Harvester. Last time, TSM were looking at Exo. This time, they've run into Pulverex in the same location.
TSM able to get a clean reset. Their shields are all back up, but a shoot me, they get a knock. So Pulverex looking to have the lower hand here, and TSM, that gives them the opening opportunity.
搶分啊要真係。
on your screen, he's going to go straight inside. We know that he wants to find the rest of them. They've been
又自己一個衝啦，自己一個衝啦。
Sure, yeah, a little bit of a same story here at Harvester, and they are in full pursuit of Pulverex.
Hemlock charge on Hal, chasing
準到咧，我連個人都睇唔到啊！喺個 mon 度。
F-Chan, he might be able to get away actually, but the gravity lift is certainly going to make it very hard for Saku. I believe F-Chan will just have to play out the rest of this one by himself. Guess it'll depend a little bit. Do TSM
大佬 NRG 冇贏過冠軍都30幾分啦，你唔做翻啲嘢？點追啊？
Do everything that you can to gather as many KP as you have, and that's exactly what TSM needs to do. I mean, they found themselves coming into this match 10th place with 11 points, and that is not safe. They need a big, massive game, something like the likes that we saw out of NRG already today.
Exactly, NRG averaging almost 20 points a game is really unthinkable when you think of the level of this lobby. So TSM down a little bit further. Alliance were the only ones really southern of them in the map a second ago. LG, and you can see North Eption now have moved past. Alliance, I'm not sure if they did land in a formation to grab that beacon at the bottom of Thermal Station. Most likely, so they'll just keep going round towards the western side of the zone. But with where this circle is pulling here, it's not going to go to Skyhook. Around Fragment West, well, maybe, but I think there's definitely some money on where Sweden NRG is sitting there down around the outside of Countdown, and maybe that caravan sits outside the tunnel there.
3圈
Top of Skyhook right now, just kind of poking and prodding, trying to
4圈係收左定收右添？我唔記得咗。 好似係收左。
Just on the outskirts of the ring, but there's real no rush here. But there are a multitude of teams that are going to be directly in front of them, and utilizing this high ground, you can kind of get a lay of the land, find some information, and maybe try to use up some of the other team's resources.
So there will be some fighting going on in Skyhook, but it probably won't amount to all that much. It's only going to be safe for this, maybe the next ring. Meanwhile, a lot of those crypto teams that we talked about are going to have information long into this game. The beacon that sits at the train station above Fragment, that is there, that is present this game, and that means all of those cryptos are going to be able to ping that again and again to inform their rotations.
Right, Alliance making their way in towards that next zone. They've been typically playing a very strict edge play style, and it's worked out pretty well for them thus far. They found themselves inside the top 10, currently seating in 8th place, but relatively safe. They're sitting on triple blue. They kind of have some weapons that are nice. Mandy does have the black hole available to them should they get into an engagement. We're just going to lay of the land. TSM on the left rotating towards the tunnel, and a lot of teams, this is going to be good, right? They should be able to relatively get through this safely as the congested of the teammates were kind of on that northern choke point.
Meanwhile, TSM in the south, maybe running into EXO once again, actually. They're posted up near Landslide at the moment. And oof, this is going to be a fun circle, actually. It's pulling over the middle of those mountains that separate Fragment West and Landslide. So teams are going to be able to opt to play from either side from the start. You can see EXO, okay, finally the pings go out behind them. Good, they do have the information that TSM are pulling up. And well, they were actually for a second, but now reconsidering.
That's going to be a really tough position to be in. And I mean, you've got the guard still. You saw him in the shot kind of set up presence just on the outskirts of Landslide. And the guard land in Landslide, and they are a heavy-hitting zone team. So the fact is that they haven't even rotated out. Sure, Zicky going to get tagged up and punished from kind of overextending and taking a peek, but so far so good.
You can see the meds in the backpacks here for EXO, though, are not great, Tiff. There's not a lot to work with. They're smoking out that crafter right now just to try and get a little bit more. Killer Boss takes the delivery there.
係嘅，咁 Core 上面真係勁嘅先，但係另外兩個隊友本身唔係話真係超 strong 嘅，承接住 D 同阿 ACU， 但係其實某程度上 Marvin 都起飛嘅，十咗 ACU 個位。不過再經歷多咗一段時間之後，其他隊都越嚟越勁嘅時候，就顯得 NLG 本身真係好雜。
The grief coming through these players, all of their hot drops in ranked and pubs are coming into play right now. If you put the reps in, well, TSM still got him up and alive, but a res from Esports Arena, that might even be due to that charge rifle coming through and the teams having to play a little bit safer, a little more worried about what's going to happen from either side. ESA now just down to Luda yet again.
Oh, but reps the cheeky angle, able to grab a knockdown and try and answer back just like that. ESA eliminated. Reps is your new kill leader of this lobby, and now they're gonna get a.
其實 TSM 係要習慣追人打得狠嘅。我哋打陣地咧，我成日都覺得佢哋好鬼死廢啊！TSM， 即係佢哋咁樣追人打咧，會好啲咯。但係你話叫佢守死一個位，然之後冇嘢做，之後再入圈。然之後又要守嗰個位咧，本身啲鷹都唔係嗰啲人，即係如果你要守位嘅話，就好似 NLG 咁啦，你擺翻隻華心喺度啦，係咯。咁樣將人殺幾好，似癲狗咁樣啊，大佬。
I mean, it's almost their comfort zone, though, Tiff. Being in the ring is kind of like, that's Northeption's home. But
所以我唔記得咗講咩添，咩子彈有改過，子彈同槍嘅位置靜雞雞，左右改咗，開槍嗰下本身左面係子彈，右面。有咩？有呢件事咩？唔係本身槍都係隨機嘅咩？我成日開出嚟全部都係嗰啲一開一支槍都冇。長期開槍，一開乜都冇啊！究竟 ALG 捱唔捱到呢個波啊？
incoming ones as North Eption are just biding their time here. They just spot someone out. I think that might be Mandy, potentially. Someone over from Alliance sitting down the bottom there. Action on so many sides of this. The ring actually pulling down, not to landslide, but on top of it a little bit.
Look, I was really excited to see what Luminosity can do, and it looks like they're going to meet up with Exo Clan inside of Landslide, both relatively healthy. Zero Exhibit going out. Dexter does have the Rolling Thunder available to them should they need it. To elude and Zicky, Thermites want to find if they can get some opening damage, but nothing committed to just yet.
Man, I have never seen Exo Clan this locked in. Usually these guys are just joking around, they're having a good time, but finally they make it to land here, and they are not going to let this opportunity slip away. LG, no one to be trifled with, but Exo are making the most of this fight.
Look, he was trying to go for the res, but unfortunately not going to be able to do it. Kill a pose. We know he was the kill leader in the group stages. He is a
打返波。
Yanya gonna fall as well. That means they need to find one last
但係冇事。
of LG, and then Exo will have eliminated them, and they are just playing this so well. Deguares, the newest addition to the Luminosity team. We were talking about how everything has been working so well for them. You can see taking to that high ground, just trying to make sure they find him, and they do. Luminosity falling down.
Okay, well, there's still some action to happen over here at Countdown. You can see NRG finally taking an early L in one of these games, and fun 1, 2, 3 here. They're right on top of Alliance. Are they going to drop down and get them? Well, they do get to reset just for now. North Eption, who were recently in the area, they're going to be the ones to fall first. And Alliance have just been soaking up all of this damage from the low ground. Somehow they've made it through. Do they even have the third up?
Look, here's the deal about Alliance, right? Typically, what we saw in group stages, they were constantly they weren't able to actually play their games, and now that they're able to do it, we can see just what they talk about a team that wants to perform incredibly well at LAN, looking for a championship of their own. It is going to be Alliance and Fun, able to kind of get a good reset there. But look at the action going down here. We have literally elements but they are relatively healthy.
根本就係要咁樣 TSM。太靜局咧 ，TSM 打得好辛苦，班人本身啲人都唔係要打陣地。佢哋又唔會用追喎，普遍都即係普遍啊。咁你點撲即係你原地打陣地？本身成件事都係啲瘋狗打法。 半瘋狗啦，冇 Hiswa 成咗咁黐線嘅，但係都係瘋狗啊嘛，偏大佬。即係我唔覺得佢哋3個人嘅實力，你唔俾人 third party 之前 one on one 其實好易輸咯。既然你好多時候 free on free 就唔計 third party 嘅話，都基本上都大機率贏嘅，咁梗係追隊打啦。你怕人之後 third party 先打得榜首榜。你某啲地區其實冇人 third party 直接嚼啦。你就算輸嗰個排名，你都贏翻嗰個殺數啊嘛。嗰個又殺唔到人，然之後又要打陣地，然之後飛入圈，然之後俾人秒，然之後1分得個1分咁樣，仲慘。即係你殺2、3隊，你都有5、6分啦，大佬，一個人頭1分。
I'm scanning. Resing. I have no scope for you. He's coming at me. He's coming. Can't help you. Can't help you. Can we go west for him?
佢哋琴日咪就係咁咯，頂你攞第6定攞第7啊？然之後同冠軍個分數一樣嘅，都係10幾分。咪就係要咁咯。如果佢哋琴日唔係攞翻50幾分，你點攞到100幾分？攞翻個 Van One 翻嚟，咁咪就係瘋狗打法先攞 Van One 嘅。啊，好辛苦啊！條手冇鏡真係，連圓仔鏡都冇，真係好辛苦條手。 鐵苗真係喊出嚟，其實。
I've won 10%. You need killing them is good. You get a placement. I know. Yeah, we're chilling. Right in front of me, crypto. Broken. One, dead. Nice. Run. Focus on. We can play underneath Sniper Tower. Team in front of us, right here. We need to kill this kid.
係啊 ，TSM 攞咗16分啦，總分。頭先得嗰9分頹到。攞翻個頭3都已經追翻 NLG 啦，即刻攞翻20分 ，NLG 都係得40分到啫嘛。
It's so hard to deal with. The guard have read it the best,
and
they're in a spot on the southern side of this. Dark Zero have just pulled into the top of this.
俾你得 Zero， 唉呀，格食格啊真係。得 Zero 成日都壓住 TSM 㗎。
It's fantastic and it is good high ground.
I mean, let's talk about this. TSM trying to play on the low ground, anchoring to the side of this rock, trying to stay out of LOS. Meanwhile, the guard, RKN, able to deal the finishing blow to Exoplan. Then Burton going on an exit. That means there's only one member of the needed this. Now, back-to-back land champions, and their story starts here.
There's a couple of solos around. We've actually got Pricey, the only one left alive for Moist. I think it might be just Melt.
頂你啲象巴頓用 301 真係，頂你全球最穩啊！佢真係認真。你睇。
Look, the cheekiest line of sight that I've ever seen, but only 70 rounds of light.
俾你攞靚位，哇！追嚟撲啦，100啊！
You are making every shot count. Just trying to hold this high ground and peppering from above. You do not want to find yourself in the line of sight.
你好難揾到一個射唔到嘅位啊，要兜啊真係。係啊，真係要兜啊。
Of this time to make sure they can clear out everything around them, underneath them, before they move into that next circle.
Able to get a little bit of that light ammo from a team.
仲要唔俾下面撲喎。
with Dark Zero as they gatekeep this team.
There's a guy still here, by the way. He's a solo, I think.
有機會打 Zero 贏啊！呢個太好啦個位呢度，有華森喺上面幫你頂晒啲炸彈，放個大。 啲人又掹唔到上嚟咁輕易，哇！86啊！嗱，未輸啊 TSM， 仲啱啱殺多隻好似。我估得 Zero 一針單就瞄住 TSM 嚟打啦，即刻。 秒啦冇啦，應該輸啊！嗱，跳啦，一定係揾冇啦，收皮第5咯，都 OK 嘅，仲有3場，太靚啦！得 Zero 本身個位，可進可退。
I know. Oh, I'm selling. It's one guy. That's I need light. Shells. I dropped shells. We're gonna kill left. That's it. There's a guy still there. Yeah, I know. 60. Can I swing a little bit? I'm drone. I'm in drone. I can just tap him. Do we even ult yourself, Louis?
揾到 ，Holy shit！ 再揾啲一版。
Might be a door. What left? Left door? Maybe. I can't kill the guy on the right. This armor's fresh. This pep is fresh. I'm popping a syringe. He's got this door. The solid.
冇撈橫真係好辛苦嘅頭先個位。哦，搞掂。
Just get a solid kill and then we're chilling.
幾多隻？
I'm moving the arms up to your ledge. They're less in zone than us. They're gonna have to walk in the open. Yeah. I dropped you 20 gen. Gonna move soon. He keep me. I'm genning him. Yeah. Move. I got gen. I got it. Soul has to move now. I don't want to waste my light on. I'm gonna use Prowler. You see it moving?
好啦 ，bro， 收皮。究竟係 Rainbow 佢加贏多次，定係得 Zero 追翻上嚟咧？頂你殺戮！
60 on the Watson. The crypto went back. 50 flash. I got nades.
正
On the
啊！
crypto. He's run. They're all in this corner. All in the corner.
哇！司徒醒啊，上 back 多啊！哇！嚟啦，冇 cover 咁滯啦，得高低啫。誒，攞翻件甲，誒，賺翻。但係講唔講一次咧？誒，搞掂係啦，有全球最準嘅喺度，差唔多。手把。The best so far.
Start to creep onto Zero's faces. He knows he's won that end game. They played the tower perfectly. They started this game in 20th, and after a
兩個位都太靚啦！塔頂，然後再高位側牆。
Goes in from maneuvering from the high ground on the tower. They had TSM left as a duo below them. They were gatekeeping other teams, and the comms, the confidence, the IGLing, the macro, the micro, everything was on point.
Remember, these guys just switched compositions just this game. I don't know how much they've even practiced Valk, Watson, and Crypto. I know they were playing Watson earlier in the season.
係啊，成日都係咁啊，達斯路又係。達斯路都係啲大賽隊。即係你打到近 final 哇嗰啲咧就上力啊，開始有翻啲啲小組賽廢到嘅成小組賽真係好廢啊！佢哋即係當然佢哋都唔使跌，佢哋唔會渣到跌落去敗組嘅，但係以勝組嚟講，嗰扎嘅人嚟講，大佬佢分組賽真係好快。唔係佢哋對 NLG 嗰日就好啲咯，小組對某兩 group 就贏翻40幾分翻上嚟。但係其餘時間都真係好。
There we saw SSG get taken out a little bit early. It was super important
要上力嘅時候就要上力。
squad so that they can, focus on the 3v3 at hand with Guard, who had the upper hand. They had the head glitch, they had the defilade, which was amazing for them. But Dark Zero being incredibly smart players, they saw their opportunity, specifically Zero, to take that right-hand side and pressure Guard. Of course, Guard had all that space. They kind of gave that up, which is unfortunate for them, and that's where Dark Zero had the tempo.
Yep.
And then from there, they threw nades. Gen came down a little bit too late, but they broke it, and they were down 200 health. And Dark Zero ended up cleaning it up.
Brilliant. Absolutely amazing stuff coming through from DZ. Look, we're a long ways away from Australia, but any Dark Zero fans out there looking for the back-to-back to Backland Championship, we got one in particular. He literally flew here from Australia, 16 years old. Big shout out to Riley, massive Jen Burton fan here live in the audience. Flew a long, long way. Just gotta take a moment to highlight that. Massive Dark Zero fan here live in the room. But yeah, big game right there for DZ, that's for sure.
Yeah, and we had talked about it a little bit leading up to it. Dark Zero starting in 20th position heading into this. That is insane. Now finishing in 3rd place after 3 games. It just takes one. And when you prove that you can do it in this lobby, it's extremely important to their confidence. But for me, Dark Zero is a little bit of a family story too. You've got Zero's father here in the building. You also have Jen Burton's father here in the building and his mother. So there is a community here of APAC South and I guess now North America representing for this squad. So you should never count them out, John.
That's right. We got Mama Rambo, Mama Sharky, we got Mama Verholz, we got Auntie Sharky watching at home. Big shout out to all the family members supporting their family here in this one. And wow, that's a good way to support an opportunity to place top 10 and punch your tickets. Finals a 25-point game glitter.
Yeah, I mean, this has got to be fantastic for Dark Zero. The aggression we were hoping for out of the back-to-back 13 kills. Phenomenal, but I got to give you a little bit of credit here.
NLG 又早輸啦呢場。
And essentially 3rd place.
Yeah, it's great. And you said they were going to come back. A little bit of momentum going for them now.
頭10咯，唔係咁今日都唔係話啲咩嘅。你 win 區你壓住有頭10就得啦，等 final 先至再黐線啲。39分 NLG。
This is the team who qualified as 2nd in terms of total points coming into this. What's going on?
Yeah, that's big. I mean, they need a massive storm point here. APAC North in general, I'm curious to see where they stand in the overall results. Let's take a look at our top 20 NRG on top. The
TSM 20
Dark Zero skyrockets
頂你幾隊啊？
all the way up
SSG TSM EXO 幾對20，阿斯圖27都係爭7分啫，唔係爭好多啫。一場就翻嚟啦。佢而家攞到場第2都係得34。咁啊，德斯勞一場啊，一場贏啊，一爆翻上嚟都差唔夠10分，差得個7分。要攞頭10啫，穩定頭10就 OK 嘅。佢哋都係留到聽日真係 final 嘅時候，一場過同你 fat out 打晒氣。特別 TSM 成日都係咁，夠分就算啦咁啊，就係咁啊，成日都。
Not just a standard break with the timer on top. With the man, the myth, the legend who is
又嚟啦 ，Stormfall 啦，收皮啊
！Here in Apex Legends, it's Rambo after his dominant ALGS championship
我真係冇乜點見過佢哋 Stormfall 真係叫打好啊！真係，可唔可以俾翻啲好嘅質素嚟睇下？即係唔好靠 Maggie 嗰陣時啦，大佬。嗰陣時 Manta Maggie。大家個戰術完全唔同，咁樣偷贏都 OK 嘅，但係大家正常翻嘅時候要廢。
What? Nice week's anime collection. Can you believe that?
What?
So
唔係，我覺得佢哋係要早啲入圈嘅，佢哋成日都唔早入圈支持啲戰術，特別係 Stormfall。因為我今日 Stormfall 呢3場睇到佢哋早啲入圈。
That's what they tell me. With your fingers? Very good with your fingers. Let's do some finger painting. Okay.
12點幾，又唔係好肚。
Okay. The idea isn't painting each other, but like as a legend in Apex Legends. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to create you as I see you as a legend. Do you have a lot of experience in finger painting?
Not too much. Not too much. Hey, but I'm ready to give it a go.
Okay. Well, I hope it looks pretty good. I'm also going to give you this because I know that I don't want to get that jersey all messed up, so just pop that on. And we can get going. I don't know how to put this on.
An ex-girlfriend took me to a finger painting class one time.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. You're my second time.
Wow.
How do you feel?
You're my first.
Wow.
Okay. So, you can do anything you want. This is your world.
Okay. I'm ready.
You know who said that?
Who?
Bob Ross. So, how did you start getting into competitive Apex? Where did it all begin for Bo?
I was in college at Florida State. Basically just picked up Apex. I was getting up to Predator ranks on console. And actually the first ALG, it was online tournament number 5, I believe. Mm-hmm. It was the first tournament I played, and we actually we made finals.
Ooh, not bad.
Not bad. So yeah, first online tournament we played and we made finals. Once you kind of make one finals, you know, like that first one kind of gives you that, like, hey, you know, I got what it takes.
Yeah. Just so you know, you can mix the colors. I just worked that out in the middle.
Oh yeah.
That's what this bit's
I'm kind of doing like a little blend, and then I'm gonna.
You're using a lot more techniques than I realized were available during this.
Yeah. Hey, they tell me I'm good with my fingers.
Exactly. Let's talk about ALGS championships, right? Because that was where we really got to know Bo a little bit, right?
Yeah,
Personality.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, people were loving you. You were the superhero. You came in, saved the day. Everyone was loving you. You fragged out as well.
Yeah,
you had some memorable moments.
Oh yeah.
What did that event mean to you? Not only the event itself, but for your career afterwards.
I'll never forget. I was Thursday morning, the first day.
哇！如果限制英咧，其實好難啊，始終 Apex 唔係以英嘅角色嘅組合作為最重要啊嘛，即係始終 Apex 嗰個取向都係講緊你嘅槍法，你嘅槍法係永遠係大於個角色嘅技能啊。即係唔想俾角色技能主控咗成隻槍 game， 所以我覺得呢件事係難出現。
By the way, what colors are you using?
I'm just using yellow. I'm gonna do a yellow background.
Yeah.
Background.
Yellow for happiness.
You're
a happy guy, right?
It's like a sun, like a.
反而我覺得係點樣去睇下佢點？佢話會唔係傳聞話會重做幻象啊，重做某一啲英啊嘛，唔知幻象重埋邊隻？好似探路者定唔知咩？
And especially you, I mean,
睇下冇機會有新嘅 Manta 鷹出現咯。即係譬如你 Valkyrie 嗰啲，如果你一出呢隻鷹擺個名仔嘅新，一定係 Manta 啦。你有得飛，即係叫所謂有得飛全地圖。係啊，有得升起咁樣。即係你要出呢啲鷹先至真係幫助到成個 APEX。即係新 Manta， 我覺得佢哋所以嚟緊嗰季唔出鷹都係好事。不如諗下有啲咩鷹可以打破啊！但係一定要有移位技咯，基本上移位技無敵㗎嘛 APEX 嘅世界。或者諗下隻生命線點樣好啲。
Yeah, I'm definitely looking for some EU teams.
Do you remember where you are as well, London?
Yeah, I'm behind enemy lines.
Yeah, just be careful. Just saying these streets, don't forget. How's your painting coming along, by the way?
真係好難，我覺得就算我幫佢諗，我都覺得好難。
Where do you think you're at percentage-wise? I'm pretty good, by the way. I think I'm quite happy with mine. I've surprised myself. Yeah.
I'm getting there.
And if you are struggling, just remember as well, it's hard to see things when you're too close. So take a step.
諗下生命線招大比 Loba 招大更廢嘅時候，喂，大佬點揀生命線啊？其實生命線招細嘅好用喺比賽，講真，即係你有得無限補血，你可以攞少啲細補，淨係可能攞幾個大補。你靠生命線去幫你補，特別係嗰啲你 third party 嗰啲。你趕唔切補血，淨係換到件甲，啱咯。生命線掟嚿嘢出嚟，然之後你同時係換甲，咁可能你就高 reset 速度快好多。但係招大就冇用啦，我覺得。同埋我覺得救人仍然係冇問題嘅，即係我覺得。即係救人嘅話，你可以維持翻，唔係即係譬如救人，你 Newcastle 都係盾咁樣。咁我寧願件事有翻個盾咯，生命線。但係都係會因應你本身係攞緊金盾、紫盾咩盾，而你救嗰個人嘅時候，嗰個盾都係可以打爆。咁我就覺得會有用啲啊。你但係冇得喐嘅，即係咁就會重疊咗咯，同Newcastle。即係你可以照好似以前咁樣有個大盾，但係就可以打爆。但係打爆咗唔代表唔可以救起啊，即係都可以繼續救起嘅，但係你要再打個人咯。然之後再改少個，我覺得要改招大啊。
So I gave you hair as well.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I gave you hair.
Wow.
Look at this. So my idea behind this is that like you have like a kind of like a Goku like power. You know what I mean?
Like a Super Saiyan, like a
Super Saiyan kind of thing going on. Your ultimate.
即係我覺得改某啲鷹令到嗰個 Manta 選擇再闊啲會好啲咯，或者個戰術上分佈會再講真，佢再改弱咗腐蝕嗰個毒氣罐嗰個顏色，令到你中腐蝕毒氣嘅時候睇嗰個情況再清晰啲。喂，咁你咪冇咗腐蝕嗰個作用。
I've thought a lot about myself.
Yeah, I'm glad we've got into the inside of what makes Rambo Rambo, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Best of luck with this event, my friend.
Appreciate it.
You guys frag out.
Yes, sir.
And
yes, sir.
best of luck.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
即係雖然啲人覺得比賽用腐蝕好 disgusting， 但即係佢哋成日認話好 disgusting。但係我覺得腐蝕個罐我唔知，其實係有啲難平衡，但係 so far 我都覺得，即係雖然我都好憎腐蝕，但係某程度上我弱咗佢嗰個可視，我又覺得更廢咯腐蝕。
We had a lot of fun, but now it's time for the serious business to get back underway. And like you say, Storm Point is where we are going. And by the end of these 3 games, Dan, we will find out what teams are making that jump to the grand finals.
10 teams in the grand finals. 10 teams go down into the elimination bracket, where of course they'll face off against those who won in elimination round 1.
即係譬如幻象簡直廢到呢個。
Quite a long time.
And we can see how much one game can change everything. I mean, look at DAY3. Going into games 1 and 2, they were struggling a little bit, then suddenly, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. A big old win, and they shoot themselves all the way up the leaderboard to 3rd.
And one thing that's really stood out to me from those games we just watched on World's Edge is these are some high quality Apex Legends lobbies. We're going into
唔係啊，因為而家個毒土可以打爆，其實啲人一定 push 嘅。你一中，然之後你即刻打爆個毒罐，個毒罐就已經唔夠血啦，你打爆個毒罐。嗰度嘥多你幾秒咯。因為之前啲人係咁用個毒罐嚟做 cover 啊嘛。
who are trying to push themselves into the top 10 right now.
所以先至而家可以打爆個毒罐啊嘛。
And they are in 10th place.
Well, here we go then. You can see the dropship is live in London. You've had a little bit of a break. I know the energy is still there, so let's pick it up a little bit in here as we see that beautiful map overhead. Storm Point. It's going to be the war zone.
I don't think we're going to have any early fights here. I think by this time in this lobby, it should be pretty easy for everyone to get to a POI, loot up, and then they can start to think about their rotations. And we saw in the previous series in Elimination Bracket how important some of these early circles were. It allowed the zone teams just to get there very quickly, and those edge teams sometimes were forced into some weird positions, but we did see some edge teams benefit from a zone pulling their way. We're going to be going east, maybe could be going somewhere around Launchpad, or even could go a little bit more north.
I'm thinking maybe a little bit of Stormcatcher, maybe some Gale Station.
只要意識上面一中咗毒，即刻打爆個毒桶就 OK。
As you say, everybody has a home here on Storm Point. Everybody had a home over on World's Edge as well, and I think that's a big, big contributor to why we are seeing such high quality lobbies, and it kind of puts the magnifying glass on decisions being made, doesn't it? Who has the smartest rotation? Who is trying to avoid a team, and who is just waiting to pounce when they have the opportunity?
You can't afford to make any mistakes because people will capitalize off them, but you also can't expect others to make mistakes as well. There's not going to be as many opportunities presented to you to get an escape route on your rotation, to have easy access to a building. There's always going to be someone somewhere one step ahead of you, so you almost have to try and stay one step ahead of the entire lobby, which of course we know is entirely impossible.
Well, DAY3, the winners of our final game on World's Edge, and some great calls coming in as well in that end game to make sure that they pinched perfectly onto the guard. Made it such a difficult situation for them to fight out of. And I said it's been a long road and a tough road so far in Split 1. Moving over to North America, we all know the story. DAY3 only just made it here, but now they're on the biggest stage down. I said it before, this is where these three gentlemen come to life.
Yeah, I said as long as they get to the grand finals, then they are going to be one of the favorites. Naturally, back-to-back LAN winners, and they just seem to have what it takes when it gets to match point. The only real question coming into the tournament was, would they have the consistency, because there was struggles throughout the online play, but it does seem like they have found their form at the right time here, and they're putting themselves in a really good spot to get to this grand final.
Just to give you a little bit of a lay of the land as well, if you're just joining us, the teams who are on the bubble, Element 6, one of our EMEA teams, they're holding things down at the moment in that 10th place.
我估完咗 ALGS 嘅更新咧，第16季嘅更新真係好影響未來成個 ALGS 嘅發展。
Only a few points separating this lobby. There's no point sponges. NRG on top as it stands. Speaking of which,
即係好有可能 Split 2件事就已經好唔同。如果佢哋改嗰個方向大改嘅，即係如果佢哋真係 Love Horizon， 然之後 Q 你喺 Q 上面，你啲子彈會散射得好誇張嘅。我估 Horizon 就即刻少好多人用。
So he crossed that 1,000, excuse me.
然後啲人話惡靈招大會再遠咗嘛，可以開得。
So Nathan continuing to be one of the most prolific fraggers that we have in all of Apex Legends. But as we start to kind of see a little bit of an overlook at the map, you can see a lot of
之後又話有機會探路者招大可以。 放得再遠啲啊！即係而家好似得100公尺啊嘛，好似話招大可以放到200，即係可能多得1倍嘅距離。你200啊，成支錐咁嘅距離啊，4×8。
here on Storm.
20 squads still remaining. Nobody has gone down as yet.
咁當然喺繩上面嘅速度都冇變啦，即係喺繩上面好多時可能你會變成箭靶啦，但係個距離就會遠咗。
Also have that beacon information as well, so they're pretty solid. And speaking of solid, it's always a good bet. If you're watching the Guard, this is where they think the end is going to be.
And Guard have really impressed me so far in this winners bracket. You know, I spoke to Rambo just before the series started. He said, hey, maybe people underestimate us. Maybe they won't expect us to do well, but we feel good. We feel confident. And you can see it in their gameplay. You can see it in their team fights. They know exactly how they want to approach things. And if you add a good rotation to that, if you add good zone placement for that, it is a recipe for success.
The Guard continuing to impress so far. They're currently sat in second place overall in the lobby. 34 points, just 3 or 4 behind NRG, who are at the top, like I mentioned previously. But for now, they're going to be set up for the long game. This is one of the buildings that you want to. Good morning. A little haircut coming in from Keown with the 30-30 repeater in his hands. But this is one of the spots that you want to hold down for that end game. Not a lot of buildings in the vicinity, Dan. So if you can get early real estate here, you're going to be feeling pretty good.
And of course, those who do drop on the southern side have already made their way over towards Gale Station. But there's still a long old journey for about 10 other teams who are still moving from the north side of this map, and they may just all collide together in the middle as they're moving towards the southern side. I know that TSM are currently making their rotation. I think they used Valkyrie to skyward dive towards this circle, looking to maybe try and get some sort of spot where they can pick up some other teams that are rotating as well.
Yeah, pretty rough zone this for anyone landing north, like TSM do, of course. Got to fight their way through a lot of other teams to get towards that zone, and we can already see how congested that it is inside of where we think this end game is going to be. That means maybe they've got a little bit of a different approach alongside the likes of NRG, Fnatic, Alliance, who are all rotating down from that northern side. And most northern at the moment, still inside North Pad, is going to be Northception.
Yeah, Northception, they're going to be moving late, but as you can see,
好 disgusting 啊！又係呢個圈啊，手
just slammed down at Gale
好
Station.
憎手呢度啊！心安，好唔中意佢打呢個圈。
a building off of someone, or you go for that really
又係收落去嗰個冇路可以退嘅。
One thing that's really important as well is making sure, knowing you're going to have to fight your way in, you kit it out to do so. And that's what we're seeing here from NRG, using that crafter, the replicator, to make sure they can craft their armors up, to get some purples on board, and make sure when they are forced to fight, as they will be in this lobby, they're going to have the most HP to do so. Going into Jurassic Park now, and through the eyes and the ears, and of course the reticles of the flatline of Fnatic.
I really think Fnatic are a massive threat in this lobby and in this tournament in general. What they can
完咗呢
provide
場
in
我
these
去買嘢
final
食先落
moments,
車
it's
瞓
a。pleasure to watch how they assess those final
要食下啲
situations, how
甜
they
嘢，冇朱
pitch
古力
teams
喺
in
度。
those final
開
moments
始有
as
啲
well.
眼
They
瞓。
really pick their poison and they know how they want to
我唔想好似
prioritize
琴
these
晚咁
fights.
樣
So
剩翻
it'll be
兩
an
場，然
enjoyable
之後
team to
瞓
watch
瞓着
if they
咗。
get to the late game, but that's always the question. Can you get to the late game when there is this many teams on set? 20 teams still alive, and they are all trying to force their way into Gale Station.
With Dark Zero at the moment, who are just trying to clear their backs, making sure no one is rotating behind them. But as we saw just momentarily on that map overhead, and that fly-through we saw, it's Jailings who are making a little bit of a creep towards them. And with the zone closing, Dark Zero are going to have to make sure that they don't get caught off guard. But there's one thing that you can guarantee, is that Zero will be telling both Sharky and Jim Burton exactly what to do, leading this team and making the calls that need to be made. And Sharky, I mean, as a support player, you really can't ask for much more from an Apex Legends competitor.
No, absolutely. And, you know, Dark Zero will be looking at this game now as, all right, if we can just go pretty average throughout Storm Point, we should still be able to qualify through, but they will be looking to try and solidify as much points as possible to get into the grand final in an advantageous position. I think there'll be a lot of teams a bit nervous, though, going into these final 3 on Storm Point, because I'd say about half our lobby are typically World's Edge teams, and what I mean by that is in regular season, they perform far better on World's Edge. A lot of our Storm Point teams found themselves in the elimination bracket, just as it happens, and they will then be looking at elimination round 2 as a chance to pick some of these teams off.
Well, 2 teams are starting to rub shoulders a little bit. It's Exo Clan and 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves, who barely mentioned, it feels like, so far here at the Split 1 playoffs. Been a little bit quiet, but got the job done, and that's kind of something that's been synonymous with them throughout their careers. 100 Thieves, though, they're going to find themselves down to 2 players. Scurry gets chopped down there. And the other 2 players are just trying to desperately kind of scarper away towards Fish Farms now, but Ziki with some good shots from distance.
Will manage just to get that elimination. 100 Thieves are going to be down to 2. You speak of EXO-Clan, you say they're quiet. In World's Edge, very loud, very proud, but Stormpoint has not been good for them at all. But they can change that today. They're in 4th place at the moment, so again, one of these teams that just has to perform okay, and they should be able to just scrape through as long as no one does anything to it. They're on fire.
And Zane is doing what he does best, and that is doing a huge amount of damage with an R301 in his hands. It is NRG on the other side of things. Here comes VJ. He picks up one as well. NRG, they're down to just 1 now. VJ's going to have to take a second here. Avoid that arc stop. Pop that battery. If he can do so, then maybe this could be the end of NRG's game.
This is an isolated fight as well. There's no other teams at the moment. J-Ling's 2 alive. And it looks like NRG, the last remaining player, is just going to have to run away. It's sweet, he's alive, but he has escaped. Do J-Lings go on the hunting mission, though?
It looks like they might be having a little poke at it, but that's a good amount of KP. And the most important thing as well is they cleared their back on the rotation. Now they are not being pinched by NRG, who are coming in. And you have to say, that's always such a risky play to make, right? Going through Jurassic Park, we've seen historically, you kind of got the chokes that you have to leave from through these gates. If you've got a team who's watching it, is on their P's and Q's like J-Lings were there, it's such a tough move to make.
And it's such a risky play in general as well for both teams to have that fight at this stage of the game. But maybe they've assessed it and said, okay, we know it's Gale Station. We can pretty much assume that 75% of the lobby have already made it by now. This should be a fight that we could take. And the amount of damage J-Lings were able to output, of course they were going to push up onto NRG there. Remember, NRG are leading at the moment going into these 3 games on Stormpoint, so that's a huge win for J-Lings.
Also, Sweet's still alive. Let's take ourselves back at what Pioneers had to do, right, in that elimination bracket to stay alive. Even though a couple of players get eliminated, if you can survive, if you can maybe grab some banners, or it doesn't look like Sweet was able to do that, of course, then you can make a comeback in the game. I mean, we saw it from the guard on World's Edge. 2 reses coming in for Rambo on that game that they managed to take home. So we'll take our attention back down just outside of Fish Farms, where we see 100 Thieves, who have been under quite a lot of pressure so far in this game. We saw EXO-Clan getting that first knock, and you can already see the shields being broken, and it's Luminosity, not just on the hunt, but it's the Beast of the Hunt as well.
Yeah, this circle is forcing teams together, and Luminosity looking to try and take advantage of that, and already they get the knock. It looks like 100 Thieves are on the receiving end of it yet again. Remember, they were a 2, and they have been eliminated.
100 Thieves' first team to fall. And that's really, really well played there from LG as well. That's the team that they had to really deal with. No one else is in the vicinity. So Luminosity now have a rotate in towards zone, and I tell you what, it's pulled towards them a little bit more as well. LG are in a great spot here for that long game.
One of the teams in a better spot, perhaps, Pulverex, but we'll go into that later, because at the moment, X are just making sure that they can keep this team at bay. They're trying to get aggressive on them. Good shots from Fun. And it is going to be a circle that is predominantly the mountain, so it means that a lot of these buildings you see down towards the southeast area of the map are not going to be playable when it comes to that final circle.
Really big moments here. This is not just Xset that are in the vicinity of this fight. It's Alliance as well, who came in and had a little prod and a little poke, but also Northception. They were in the area, but fascinating to see here, both teams on either side of Xset disengaging completely right now.
And that just says everything about this lobby and how nervy everyone is. No one wants to take that risk. No one wants to try and take that percentage chance of maybe you getting the kills, because if you initiate the fight, you invite the potential third party. And I believe that Xset now are going to rotate all the way around east, maybe try and drop somewhere near Fish Farms to then move in towards the circle. It's not going to be a fun rotation, though, because there are several teams who can look at them when they are making the move.
Very, very tough plays and decisions to be made here for Xset, but Nocturnal back on the stage, of course. He's going to be able to command the troops on what their next move is going to be, but wrapping through zone is plan A. Alliance probably thinking, where have Xset gone? Because I don't think they caught them actually making that rotation. But good news for everyone, to be fair. Alliance now, they can move down. Northception were completely out of that fight. They did not want any of it, but here is that rat through gas. The question is, are EXO-Clan ready for this?
EXO, they maybe were going to get surprised by it. Wingman shots come down, and that is going to be at least the opening for Xset, but there is a reply here.
Oh, but look at these shots coming in from the smoke. Welcome back to the main stage.
Oh my god.
The perfect rotation. Did Alliance hear it though? Alliance are in the area, but it looks like they are not going to try and get involved. They've already seen the kill feed. It is not worth it for Alliance. They have bigger things to think about, and that is how on earth are they going to get in this circle? Round 3 is closing. I can count 8 teams that are not within this circle, and there is no room on the southwest side. So you've got to hope you've got somewhere to find on the east side.
Alliance making their moves now. They take the skyward dive, but look at this. Laser beams through the sky. It's like being at a rock concert at the moment for everybody. where the air is thin, the lasers, they're pointing at you as well as Alliance do land, but they won't be safe. 44 seconds left on that zone close. North Epsom make their move as well, and it's going to be against TSM. And TSM do not have the shield advantage here. Tiger's going in with that wingman.
Yeah, Black Hole's gone down. They jump out the window as well, but North Epsom, they are going to rip through the shield. But it's going to be the first knock to TSM.
Big call from TSM. 3-man, send it on one. And now TSM, who didn't have the armor advantage, well, now they've got the numbers advantage. They're trying to clear up this last player. They should be able to. TSM eliminate North Epsom. They hold it down.
Just around the corner, Sweet has been able to manipulate his way past TSM here. They won't see him just yet, but that means the NRG are still alive. Of course, Sweet's job is to get into the top 15 to try and secure one extra placement point.
This is the fight of Antennae now. This is such an isolated fight. At the moment, anyone who wants to leave here has to go through zone and quite some way unless they hit that redeploy. So Fnatic, they're involved here. Fnatic, though, you can see, looking like they're struggling a little bit down on that low ground. The Black Hole's going to go down. NRG out, Pulverex out, Jailing's out as well. But
NRG 在歐啊！
Welcome back to the meta as we see some shots being hit.
Gotta hit them though.
嗱 TSM 打好啲啊，可以 cross 過 NRG 啊，殺埋，唉冇埋 ，TSM 冇埋。
They're now moving in. They're trying to make their way towards this circle. TSM.
哇！然後就係 LG 啊，德斯羅啊，哇呢邊打緊啊，德斯羅原來。哇 ！Master of Controller, Jim Button.
Big fight. Dark Zero eliminated, and
哦，德斯羅都死埋。
And all it was one
誒嗱 ，TSM 打啫啊！呢邊唔小心就互殺晒啦，啲後嘅隊。哇！一下一件。哇！呢度成6至8個傷喎呢度。
Now we get a second for all these teams to start thinking about the circle, but it is only 24 seconds for those who actually before they have to move. So ESA are going to have to go over the mountain. TSM are going to have to force themselves on the east side. Still, Exet are holding central zone right now.
LG 就靚位嘅。
Let's take ourselves back just a few moments now. They were pinched by two teams. They made the decision to disengage, wrap through zone.
喺 Stormcon 度做翻啲啊，威一次先。
Brilliant. It's absolutely magnificent calls and eye-gelling coming in from Nocturnal.
LG are making their full set to the center as well, though they want to try and take one of these cubbies on the outside. As you've got a big old fight between three teams trying to hold the same building.
pull 晒 MST 啊
as well. They think there's some
，MST 匿埋
SSG just trying to survive. But speaking of Nocturnal, we didn't see him on our main stage for the last couple of days, but he is back with a vengeance now alongside his two teammates.
嗰邊係 TSM 啊，咁都好啲，冇俾人 third party 咁要，哇！搞掂！唉，兩個咁 Q 準 ，Even 同本身 Even 同 Hell 都好 Q 準。
Here comes ESA though, they want to try and get the surprise, but TSM they managed to get the shield swaps, and now they will re-engage.
嗱 Hell 靚啦，唔緊要，後面仲有。
Trying to hold the ground, Raps is involved as well, but ESA, what a hold this is!
ESA have the extra play.
好難啊，爭少少咋，TSM 真係爭少少。
ESA now dominate this side of the zone. Every other team on set is on the southwest side.
And the brilliance from Esports Arena, let's take ourselves back just a few seconds again. They had to win that huge battle between Fnatic and another team that was happening in and around Antennae.
我覺得其實係可以等一等先。
They hit a brilliant.
不過我知道佢哋想執嘢嘅，但係某程度上其實揾翻個 cover 拉下槍線先係咪完全唔得咧？我又覺得未必咯。其實見到佢落嚟嘅時候唔使放大啊，即刻走翻入去個 cover 位，可能可以捱一陣。反正呢度打到咁激烈，呢邊唔會 third 佢哋 party。
And having that crypto in your composition could be extremely influential, not only because of the damage it will do to the team stacked up in this building, but all those Watson fences are going to get dissipated, destroyed, turned to dust, which means all the lines of sight become available for everyone to fight inside.
And we've got 3 cryptos there involved in this final circle as well, so I think it's going to be an ENP dream for any crypto mains. Is now fun.
係咪呢度要入圈打到7彩？其實頭先 TSM 真係好有機會攞啊！呢邊收圈個個都要入圈，然之後喺度亂槍掃射啦，開始混亂嘅情景開始出現啦。入圈啊大家，然之後就互劈啦，呢度真係會，呢度好激烈啦，肯定。所以 TSM 個位係好好，即係而家 ESA 就基本上就食花生啦喺度。你睇下，呢度打到。係啊。係啦 ，ESA 擺到明就食花生，食花生，食花生。
Just Rambo gets a shield swap. Can he turn it into a kill though? Moist Pricey trying to fall down on top of Rambo and get that kill away. Another shield swap comes in. Rambo
基本上邊個喺呢個位就贏咗一半啦，其實。所以頭先 TSM 我覺得可以喺而家佢哋 ESA 呢個 area 度拉槍線補住先。講真真係。
Surely nothing could go wrong.
You can see Luda just anchoring down as well. Just making sure he can do damage and sending in Phonyhead and Coddy to close this one out. ESA, North American Regional Champions, and it's because of plays like this that they
係啊，我都話
all the way back from Antenna when they won the biggest fight of that game for themselves, and then it was the skyward dive over the mountain on top of TSM. There are certain teams you wouldn't want to
係 nice 嘅 ESA 入嗰個 timing 係真係 OK 嘅。但係我覺得 Hell 嗰個 Q 技上去掟大可以未必需要即刻做呢件事嘅。你 Q 上去根本就你預咗已經冇咗成件甲㗎啦。
This is to go into the grand final. This is step number 1 for every single team who arrived here in London. The dream is to get to that final.
可惜啊 ，TSM 最有機會攞贏啊！真係，可惜 ESA 出嚟搞亂個戰局。
Thanks so much, guys. Good game on set. What a kickoff for y'all here on Storm Point. ESA, the only top team in Pro League with no jerseys, by the way, and a last-minute substitute in Cody, showing what they got here, Monsoon.
Yeah, that was a pretty typical zone. You can tell where it's going based off zone 1. So that's why we saw a lot of teams kind of rotate into that area from the start. But toward the end there, TSM kind of recognized where it was pulling and took the fight on LG and won it with pretty convincing upper hand.
Yeah.
But as they were resetting, ESA decided to Valcolt over and take the high ground spot, which is the only kryptonite of TSM's spot where they were. So naturally, because they wiped TSM and they had that entire side to themselves, every team had to rotate on top of each other, and ESA was just sitting there with their arms wide open.
好啦，去買個小嘢食先。因為有啲一眼瞓，撐2場啦，我一定要撐住。
Really the fight for the win there, Rinde.
Yeah, and I think honestly, ESA is a team we haven't told their story enough. They won split one playoffs in 5 games. This is a team that's clearly equal. They had to change their roster in just a month ago because of some personal things. But Connie stepped up big for the squad. Luda and Phony as well. Phony considering himself as the Joker in his background of his room. Maybe a villain to the scene, and I think so because there weren't a lot of cheers when they won here. Capabilities to win.
Yeah, and
如果佢哋打夜晚嘅話咧，我就睇唔到 final 啦，因為直播唔到 final 啦。
We talked about all the time. I mean, with the roster changes and then TSM and ESA, there was so much always in our mouths.
That's right. A lot of drama, obviously, with this ESA roster, but showing that they can do it. Capra not needed here with the substitute Cody performing.
落個啡粉先，10分鐘後見。
Plays APEX full time, one of the only top placing pros to do that. It's so darn impressive. And then of course Luda, the Canadian controller player, played with Nick Merckx and the Tripods last season, and of course qualified the Pro League from Challenger Circuit with them. Played within Challenger Circuit previously with Sykes. He's been doing it for a while, and he's showing the impact he has. Every team he joins, he seems to improve Monsoon. But right here, break it down for me in terms of what we saw with highlights here at match 4.
Yeah, absolutely. So as you can can see a lot of battle going on in the buildings. I think the key point was ESA taking that Valk ult to take control of that east side of the zone at the end. So they did it super well. They won the game as soon as they wiped TSM, in my opinion.
Of course, Luminosity game and taking some early fights. We need to step up here really far down in the standing. Grande, what do you see from them?
I really wish that this representation of Mexico, one of the teams that I think has some of the young guns, Yanya, one of the best FPS players, needs to step up. Hasn't happened so far today, but I think there's still hope for them. We'll see how they can handle the next 2 games.
That's right, and then XSET needed to perform. 16th place, we called them out. You predicted them to do well the game before this one, and here they were in late game glitter alongside TSM, who ended up getting taken out by Luminosity, the Guard, and a few others.
You know, I was hoping that you would be their good luck charm, Mon. I was really hoping as soon as we saw them in that top spot that they'd be able to kind of clean that one up. Still nice to see them up there with that type of performance, but there was just too much going on. I mean, you could see TSM just absolutely shredding from the top of this rock, and in the end, it was the patience that ESA had to let them all come to them for the win.
Yeah, fun absolutely popping off in the cannon fight here, but once again, we take a look at TSM's wipe on LG. Hal goes down, but it's not enough for LG. And once again, this is TSM trying to take back that high ground from ESA, but it's not going to be enough. And ESA right then and there.
And you mentioned it, that was the only kryptonite for TSM, was that high ground position that ESA took perfectly. What a great down call. And they were in shambles, actually. Cody actually had to clutch up with a big fight, and he did. Res his teammates earlier in the game, but then this late game, the opposite. They just got to feast as they were able to take out the last and final team. It was fun, 1, 2, 3. Former AD Raccoon, and just like that, the ESA boys with a big, big game. Number 4. And of course, a lot going on elsewhere in the standings and discussion. We'll bring that up right now. Let's take a look at the match 4 results. ESA with a 10-kill first place win, 22 points for them. Fun 1, 2, 3. Also, I believe we're further down in standings, so a lot of teams who needed a big performance, Moist Esports right behind them, do get exactly that. But then the Guard stays consistent. If it's not first, it's 4th right now.
Took the words right out of my mouth, and as we take a look at the bottom half of teams, they will obviously begin to perform, or not, but they'll have to make up their own fate. But the Guard have certainly made us have to talk about them, and I think that's the thing. They should be at the top of this leaderboard at the end of it, because every single circle, whether they win or lose, we have had to talk about the Guard, and that shows a very deadly team.
And we had talked about, or I had mentioned earlier, how they were a squad that had been so consistent at the beginning of that split. They're bringing that consistency back now, constantly being in that conversation. And then on the flip side of that, at the bottom, there's a couple teams that are here that I think I'm kind of shocked that they're down here right now. We talked about J-Ling at the beginning. They've struggled since the beginning of the series now.
Yeah, well, the J-Lings, really, they're the Cinderella story of this competition. Yeah. Will they make it to the finals? We will find out. 17th place right now. Let's take a look at that top 10. We got quite the Element 6 contingent here upstairs cheering for the E6 squad, and they are currently in 10th place overall, right on the edge. And keep in mind what's at stake. Top 10 make it to the championship finals. Bottom 10 go down to the elimination bracket finals to play against the best 10 teams from our previous matchup. But hey, what a showing it's been so far. Can some of our APAC North teams like North Thepshit, who haven't necessarily showed up, 100 Thieves is a quiet game there, can they step it up here in game 5? We got 2 more games to go. Let us know in the chat who you want to win and blow it up right here, right now, because guess what? Game number 5 is around the corner. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, game 5 with Onset and Gaskin right after this.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS Split 1 playoffs. We're in the winner's bracket, and we are not hanging about. Straight into Game 5, the penultimate game of our winner's bracket here, Dan Gaskin. We're on Storm Point, and And when I say it couldn't be closer, it could not be closer.
Yeah, we have, what, 10 points that separates 19th up to, what, 8th? This is insane how close it is. And remember, in the elimination bracket earlier, it was 32 points was the cutoff. At the moment, only 3 teams have at least 32 points. That will be Guard, NRG, TSM, and then Esports Arena are on 30. Those are our leaders at the moment. Everyone else, it is all still to play for here on Stormpoint.
As we said, we were kind of talking in the break, the very short break, which is great because we love getting back into the game. We were saying, even if you're down in 20th place right now, and unfortunately that place is filled by North Epsom, a win in this lobby, and you put yourself in position to qualify for that grand final. So it really is a crunch game here for every team in the lobby. If you could perform in these last 2 games, you could be in that grand final on Sunday.
You can see NRG at checkpoint. They've got a beacon to work with here, and the circle is around them too. You can say the same for Exet, Guard, all in good positions to make early rotations. It was something that actually Monsoon was saying backstage. He was saying when it comes to LAN, it just seems to be a far more effective tactic to play zone. We've seen so many teams try and test to be an edge team, to try and go for edge, but if the zone is there for you, play it. Put yourself in a position so then you can convert, and I couldn't agree more. We've seen so many teams find success from that. Of course, if you miss, if you don't convert, it looks bad because you get 0 kills and your placement's pretty average. But when it hits, boy, does it hit good.
Well, one thing to talk about, of course, is the victory for Esports Arena. We just saw champions of our game at number 4, the first one on Stormpoint, and that's catapulted them up into 4th place overall. A huge, huge performance coming in from these 3 gentlemen. Like we mentioned, winning that split 1 regional final, and kind of almost catching everyone off guard of how quickly they did it. When we sit in for match point, sometimes we're like, this is going to go on for quite some time. The ESA obviously had other plans.
They did have other plans, and honestly, just looking back at that game one last time, I think TSM, had they been given an extra 2 seconds, they probably would have been fine, but it was just the fact they were slightly weak coming out of that fight. But you have to give credit where credit is due. It was the previous fight from ESA which really gave them the victory.
100%, and you have to give credit to TSM as well. That is a tough route for them to get to that end zone as well, and they picked up a huge amount of KP on their way towards that finish, rotating all the way from the northern side of Stormpoint here, from the wall down to, of course, where we finished off at Gale Station. But speaking of rotations, a lot of teams already making their way toward Cascade Falls. Who's going to drop there? It's going to be Exet.
Yeah, we've got a lot of teams that have got the beacon information that have Cascade Falls in their sights, so they're now going to be moving on. We've already got about half the lobby in Cascade Falls at this point. The rest of the lobby is just going to have to accept they're going to be playing on the edge, either looking for kills or trying to do what ESA did, take a fight early on, and then later on is when you skyward dive into a primary position.
Exet needed an important game in that last game as well. We saw them pick up KP, decent placement points, and that means they are the gatekeepers at the moment of those grand final positions. They're in 10th spot overall, and being gifted a zone like this is massive for them. But look at that kill feed. Already 100 Thieves who have struggled, who have really struggled in this lobby, find themselves losing a member.
Well, you better hope that Exet got into the building they wanted to, because now suddenly their home territory has been swarmed by everyone else, and you can see there is plenty of action unfolding. I don't think any of these teams are going to take fights right now. There is enough space. Everyone's been able to claim something, but eventually there are going to be more teams arriving trying to claim it themselves.
We're always looking across composition. You're always thinking, hey, what's the defensive legend we could throw in here that's good for defending zone? A lot of people, first thing that comes to mind, Watson, you're thinking Newcastle maybe, but Seer actually underappreciated as a defensive legend. The ability to cancel reses on teams doing damage, trying to push you, but also, you throw that exhibit down, nobody wants to push you because you are going to be giving away your position, so Seer actually adds value, of course, as well as the information gathering that you can get from that heartbeat. So Exet have a composition that can play all different zones, and 69, always good to see ya. Verholz popping up here with a Charles rifle.
Yeah, TSM doing well just to gain control of the top side of this wheel at the moment, and they should be comfortable, but I don't think they will want to stay here. Good, okay, they get off of it, they realize they are quite vulnerable in that position from different angles. Instead, they scout out, they use the heartbeat sensor, and they will move to a far safer position to work with.
TSM have a building, but it's not the best building inside of Cascade Falls. Let me tell you, it's better than not having one. Let's be real here, but a quick rotation for them from a zone they could access pretty quickly from the wall is going to be certainly something for them to be happy about. But ExoClan at the moment also chilling in and around, Trying to spot out if anyone is going to be moving down from that high ground. This is one of the better buildings, the bigger buildings to hold. And if you can hold this down towards the end game and not have to cohabit it with other teams, then you set yourself up for big point victory.
And this man on your screen, Kilo, he had the most kills coming into today as well. That's how well EXO have been performing in this tournament. Even though they've gone under the radar a little bit, World's Edge was amazing for them, but Stormpoint, if they can find that success, maybe they can put themselves into the top 10, 11th position at the moment. He also has 18,000 damage coming to today as well. Really has been one of the standout players in the ALGS.
And surprise, surprise, who's the team we're not talking about? Once again, who is doing what they need to do? Space Station. Space Station currently sat after 4 games of action inside of that top 10 in 8th position. Yeah, it's a small margin and things could go wrong very, very quickly. But SSG, who land over a launch pad, playing right on the edge, has got a tough move to make. But this could be a real deciding game for them. A tough rotation, you get points. You might solidify yourself for that grand final.
And SSG, they snuck their way into the late game previously as well. You saw there was a solo run that got into the latter stages, and sometimes that's what you need from one of your teammates just to be able to pick up those extra placement points, and they really will count. We saw earlier in elimination bracket, it was only a 1-point difference that sent Vexed home. And it could be the same here. 1 point could send you into a grand final. So SSG are going to have to make a long old trip from this eastern side, but if you look at where everyone else was on the map, it's going to be a somewhat comfortable trip until they get anywhere near Cascade Falls.
Yeah, really interesting interview actually with Frex as well, and the build up to this event, saying there's been rumors, everybody's been reading about this lineup. Is it going to last? Are they going to continue? He was saying, well, I mean, just because we don't always get on, it doesn't mean we're not a good team. They're still performing. They still have the ability. Maybe just some internal issues that could be sorted out. And there's no better way, Dan, to sort out some issues than lifting up a trophy, let me tell you that.
I mean, I hated my teammates for many times when I used to compete on LAN, but we still performed well, right? It just is sometimes a little friendly rivalry. That's what you need, and it actually can spur you on. I think it's one of those things when you want to outperform your teammates, or where you've had an argument where you say, well, we should have been doing this. You want to prove a teammate wrong sometimes, and it's a weird way to go about things, but at the moment, it's working okay for SSG.
Yeah, whatever works, right? It'll work, but SSG, like we say, certainly a team to keep an eye on in this game just because of the toughness of the moves that they have to make towards that zone. Pulverex, you can see them on your screen right now, already won a game today. It was great to see them celebrating and standing up on our main stage here in London, but they got some moves to make as well. At the moment, they're the wrong side of where they want to be. A little bit of scanning going down, a little bit of reconnaissance coming in here from Shunmi on that crypto drone, trying to see if there is any rooms they can find playable. But as you can see, as he's finding out relaying to his teammates right now, there's no room at the inn.
There is just nothing available for them. And Pulverex, an amazing zone team. We saw it throughout the group stages. They weren't getting many kills, but they were getting into the final circles. And again, in the previous game, they did get into the final circle, but unfortunately, a Team Valkyrie ultimated onto them, and they were wiped out, maybe unexpectedly. They just need to be prepared for that. And of course, on World's Edge, they finally got that victory. We finally saw that conversion from them. They just need one more, or one more pop-off game where they do find a couple of kills, and we might see Pulverex in a grand final, which, you know, after championships, I think everyone really, they're rooting for them, aren't they?
Yeah, we've all got a soft spot for Pulverex after what they had to go through at Champs and how close they were to making it into that finals lobby. But Fnatic now, they've got some work to do as well. Fnatic have been very quiet in this lobby so far. Down in 15th place, but as we say, game and lobby not done and dusted for any teams at the moment. One win completely changes your fortunes, but they've got to be careful on this move at the moment. North Epsom might be thinking about wrapping behind them. NRG were kind of looking out in, and with 1 minute to go until this zone closes, I get to say one of my favorite sentences in all of Apex Legends. It wasn't that one. We might have 20 teams alive as Zone 3 closes.
Yeah, I got it very wrong, didn't I, when we were going into Stormpoint, and I was like, well, you know, it's Stormpoint now, not World's Edge. We're going to get some early fights. No, these teams are taking it very seriously. We have also had circles that are a little bit easier to predict. You know, when you go all the way down to Gale Station, when you have a very central Cascade Falls with a lot of room to play, it's an easy early rotation as well, but it really does show, A, how good this lobby is, and B, how serious everyone is taking every single step. Every single rotation has to be on point.
Well, Shunmi was doing that reconnaissance last time we were on board with Pulverex, and I said there's no room at the inn. Well, it looks like they're getting a little bit cozy and sharing the same bed with a couple of these teams that are inside of Cascade Falls. They found up a little roof to play. Not the best position, but having that interception pylon is going to be big. Avoid those sky nades that might come in, but they've got to be careful of teams making that late Valkyrie rotation to try and catch them off guard.
It's the same position that TSM gave up earlier, and that's sometimes what you have to do. You have to get someone's kind of just bad things they leave behind. You're like, okay, we'll take it. It's your trash, but it's going to be okay. Yeah, when I eat dinner and leave just, you know, the kind of gooey stuff, you're like, okay, I'll eat it. But I will say that it's not a comfortable position when you are on top of that building because of the nades that you talk of. And you even saw a little crack in the building as well. You've got to be careful you don't get shot in your shins.
Esports Arena, take it to the skies then. Let's see what their play is going to be. I think this is more of a kind of reconnaissance mission. Can we find somewhere to play? Do we know where the teams are around us, or not? We're going to be able to land with some shields at the moment as they're taking quite a lot of damage on their way down, and it's going to have to be plan B here. You can see the building on the hill, the zipline building. It always seems to be the center of trouble for so many teams. Esports Arena are able to reset though. They find somewhere with a couple of walls and doors to pop those batteries, and now they've got to plan again.
Yeah, it just feels like delaying the inevitable, doesn't it, really? Because they've got to go uphill. It is quite literally an uphill fight. They haven't got into the next circle, or at least into round 4. Yeah, they're into round 2, but they've got that beacon info. They know where they need to be going next. So it's going to be about getting that ultimate back up, using any accelerants you may have, and then replanning and reassessing.
One team that's good to keep an eye on, it's going to be Dark0. Dark0 currently kind of out of the way of everyone at the moment, making a really late rotation from checkpoint along the mountain range. And they might be looking to wrap into this zone very, very late on. You can see them on your screens right now. Shout out to production for bringing us the map overhead. But right at the top left-hand side of your screen, Dark0, as I said, moving through checkpoint, kind of staying away from all the madness. I think they realized they really had bad priority to where this zone is going to be. So they've adjusted that game plan, and like we say, being flexible on how you want to approach different zones is vital in these talented lobbies.
And when we talk about teams that are, you know, set up for a chance to convert, SSG, you can see them there. They are going to be pretty much central circle, as well as there are about, well, 9 other teams on that western side who are all going to be in buildings and around buildings. They're going to be the ones that are going to have to scrap to try and find those better positions. Whereas teams like SSG, E36, they might be able to chill for a little bit.
Look at how many teams are stacked up on each other at the moment. We've only got one player in the lobby who is having to spectate at the moment. Feels bad for him.
Oh, could be more.
I was going to say, one thing that's always good to have if you're trying to force your way in zone and play edge is a Kraber, because you can just smash your way in with one bullet. 0, even firing that bullet is going to scare the team off in front of them.
We might be losing our first team soon, or at least close to. J-Ling's had 2 players go down. Maybe they'll be able to get back on their feet. No, they will not. Okay, J-Lings do get eliminated in 20th position. I think it was a combination of about 18 different teams that took them down in the end. It just seems like they were stuck between a rock and a hard place. But now with 56 seconds left before this next circle moves, everyone's got a little chance to just look at every other building that's around, peek out their curtains and say, okay, well, who's here, who's there, who's where we're going to be pushing if we are required to. There's so much that comes into these late game circles where the IGL has to look at everything and come up with a plan for every different scenario.
I mean, this is interesting as well. 100 Thieves have managed to get in this position. I mentioned the only player previously who had been knocked before we saw J-Lings fall out of the lobby, and that was Onmu. Now you see 100 Thieves, they're set up in this building, but the fact that they've got Loba, they've got some armor swaps down. If they get scanned by a Seer and it's like, oh, it's a duo, let's try and push them. You're not just running into 2 members, you're running into multiple shield swaps, and this could be a really messy situation for a team who might think they actually have an advantage.
It is a slow, strategical game here on Stormpoint, and I'm all for it. We sometimes see some pretty reckless gameplay from teams when we move over to this map. And sometimes I'm like, you know, I wish I'd been on World's Edge to see these teams. Well, you get to see both teams, or all teams on both maps, really show us how this is played at the highest of levels. These are the 20 best teams from the group stages. Only 10 of them can go into the grand final from this point, though. After that, it's going to have to be the elimination bracket. Up into the sky, go Fnatic, and this is not going to be fun, I tell you. There is so many buildings that are occupied right now. I'm very interested to see where they go.
I'll tell you what, there's going to be an interesting landing here, because Fnatic probably just got information. There's so many teams, but they're going to take this low ground. And I will say, even though this looks free, it's going to be defended fiercely. You do not want a team taking residence below you. But the difference is, this isn't any team. This is Fnatic, one of APAC North's best teams in the world, one of the best fighting teams in the world, but they're just getting peppered by nades all over the place. Nade indicators spamming the screen.
Element 6 also getting involved in an engagement elsewhere. Case when he had Slayer doing some damage. Wingman comes through, Bloodhound Scan will also just show where they're going to be. And because this circle is now forcing these final teams in, we are seeing some action, we are seeing some downs.
Guard trying to escape as well. You can see E6 down to no shields. Sharky as well, left on a little bit of an island himself. This is not looking good here for Dark0 as well. We're seeing multiple smokes come in. We're seeing a Rolling Thunder being called in as well. We're going to have to see who escapes this situation. The Guard looking to swing on it. It looks like Keon's been told, just back up. Let's play this one safe. In the kill feed as well, you can see TSM taking out a couple of members, as well as ESA, and it looks like Fun123 and Fnatic are on the receiving end.
God, our #1 team, they're still alive, but look where the circle shifted. It shifted back west, so that big building that all those teams were in occupants, the likes of Fnatic, the likes of TSM, is going to be in that next circle, whereas everyone who was committing to the east side is going to have to move.
ALGS 走咗
eliminated off screen. They're not able to really commit to anything just yet, as Guard are going to be pushing up, but just holding out these teams that rotated late.
Fnatic 走埋
For a game plan, Rambo looking to hit some shots. They jump into comms with the Guard.
打20年啦，
Well,
今
it's a
場
little bit more silent than we thought it would be because we didn't quite get the listening we were hoping for there, but we'll jump back in as the guards start to do so much damage, and you can see it's just influencing this fight, pinching E6 and Dark Zero together. Fun123 will fall as well, and all of a sudden, after that slow burn, the action started to pick up. Dark Zero eliminated an E6 and K-Swinny. Picking up some loot on their way.
And it's only going to pick up even more now as this next circle closes, because there's 5 teams who are still not within this next one. Anyone who wasn't in Cascade Falls in the first, 45 seconds are now having to make a desperate attempt, a desperate, risky skyward dive, and you pray and you hope that no one's going to notice you, but boy, you've got to expect some action when you land.
Might be a couple of mid-air collisions as well. You saw just multiple skyward dives coming in at the same time. Neazul's just hoping that nobody looks at him on the Ferris wheel, or the water wheel, because it's certainly not a fun place to be. Polvaric's still alive. Look at that kill feed as well. North Epsion lost a couple of players. Kishira is going to go down for Ascend, but Luminosity, I don't know how they've done it. They've managed to momentarily stabilize here.
Going to be watching every angle. North Epsion, they get eliminated in 15, so down to 14 squads in this tiny circle. There is such little room to play. So if you are not watching behind you, in front of you, left, right, you will be shot by someone. You've got to make sure you stay healthy, stay as a 3, make sure you are covering for each other, putting down suppressing fire whilst your teammates heal, so that when you get into that late game, you can be at your very healthiest.
I really want to see this scan come in here from Neazul in around 10 seconds time, because boy, there's going to be some outlines on his screen on the bot out. But for now, look at that kill feed. So many players falling, but teams not being eliminated. That's the important thing to note here. K-Swinny, you can see with that Kraber in his hands as well. He's doing a little bit of work, and now XA under pressure. This is the team who had prior position for this zone down.
Yeah, they are going to have to move, though. Look, the circle has shifted east yet again. XA down to 2, but might be able to get the res. But look, he's outside of that building. Sykes might be left for dead here. Enter Force 36. They also are the next team to be eliminated, and they're dropping every single time now we move over. We see another team taking out another.
XZ still on live. Sykes has got back up as well. Somehow they've managed to get that res away, even with so many teams. Looking at the lines of sight on each other. Slayers gets the armor swap at E6. What a tough move this is for them. Moist Esports eliminated in that moment as well, but Slayers, he wants to force his way in his own. Can he do it here for E6?
It is fire after fire at the moment.
Okay.
But is there a third party? No, it looks like E6 should be okay. The guard get eliminated. We're down to 10. SSG were watching over this, but the reset is going to come through. 7 seconds though to get those armors, to get any ammo, and then suddenly you're right back into the fray.
They don't have a skyward dive as well, so they're going to have to walk this one in. The smokes are going to be vital for them to just avoid damage. But look at Alliance, king to the castle, stood on top of the water wheel, just looking down on everybody else. It was a late Valkyrie redeploy. It must have been to get up to this position, and look at this. Manny's just having a little peek over the horizon and seeing if he can crack some heads.
It's such a good spot for Alliance because it's such a tough angle to try and shoot up from when there's this many teams. Your only worry really is maybe a bank ult as 100 Thieves go down in 10th. 9 squads remaining, round 5 is closing, and there isn't really anywhere to play outside of these buildings.
Exit have got a corner of their building to play as well, so Exit are the only occupants of their building. TSM have to make their play as well. E6 though, they're riding pretty high after that fight they just won. Let's jump into a listening.
Wow. 哎呀，炮咗槍。頂 TSM 輸埋。
I'm holding it. We are fine.
Nice, I'm scanning for you. I'm scanning for you. We're fine, we're acid. Don't do anything yet. We've got just chill.
但係要入圈冇辦法。
BKB! 4-5! I have for the matchup here. What it is, you're gonna need to smoke that, okay? You're gonna need to smoke that. Wait. Can I have a shot on that? Okay, do we have date for it? No, bang off. 50.
Well, you can hear from E6, they're all sorts of hyped here. They say they're going to win this game. Let's see if they can do it. 2 shots still left in the Kraber here for Swinny.
So much confidence. I love you can get aggressive, you can int, and then suddenly he flew right back over for the res as well. You've got the Crypto EMP if you need it, and you are going to need it with this many teams in such a close proximity.
In the meantime, Polbreak's eliminated. TSM went out as well. E6 looking to make their move, but no! It's Rocky Terrain. It's the death boxes that are causing the problems. The knockdown shield's going to go down to try and keep K-Swinny alive in all of this madness.
Circles closing. This is where utility is absolutely crucial. Stick it. You've got the gold as well.
He's going to get it.
This should work out. E6, they are healthy. There are 2. You may only need a 2 in this final circle.
ExoClan eliminated. We're down to just 5 squads. And 2 bullets with the Kraber. It can do so much. But Peekaboo.
Oh, nice.
No scope with the Kraber. Amphi's going to go in and try and finish off the damage as well. And E6 live for now.
Is Swinny going to be swapped? Gets the shield swap. Gets the KP. Needs to stay alive. No, melee does it. E6, they go down, but they've done enough. 3 squads remain.
And Luminosity, who somehow found a corner to play, has still
仲喺度啊
fight as well. But Swinny, my word, what a play that was. Exit, gone, and maybe now the door is open for Alliance, the European powerhouse, to come in and clean up.
It's not so easy though. Smokes are down. They get it, Alliance! From top of the wheel, get it done. Get on your chair. Monday, pop it off.
Some of the best Apex legends you will ever see in game number 5. And the team who are on top of the pile are from right here in Europe. It's Alliance.
Alliance pushed themselves up into 5th. E6 pushed themselves up into 4th. Massive games for 2 of our EMEA teams. Play into the home crowd, popping off when they needed to. A game that was such a slow burner, but boy, was it a fast ending.
Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it. And I love the fact we caught just an insane run from K-Swinny as well for E6. Anyone who was in front of him just got annihilated. But speaking of annihilation, the final moments, Alliance, they come out on top. And I tell you what, they've got a little bit of a clutch factor about them, this Alliance team.
Such a power play to take on top of the wheel, by the way, especially that late on, because no one is going to have the time to look at you or even get the angle to look at you. And then it was just about biding your time and waiting for your moment.
Absolutely insane. Absolutely brilliant from pretty much every single team in our lobby to give us that game of Apex Legends. And the great news is, Dan, we've still got one more game to go, my friend. But before we get there and we take you back into the dropship, it's time to send it over to the desk to break it all down.
Onset and Gaskin, I don't know how y'all didn't even lose your minds even more than you did. I mean, it was insane. We just saw the crowd lost their minds. Copperbox, are we entertained? What a game number 5. K-Swinny playing out of his absolute mind with the melee to clutch up the KP onto, I believe it was ESA, but in the end, Alliance comes out on top. Rain Day, talk about what we just saw right there.
Oh, man, and you just felt for Element 6 having that run that says we are here in this tournament, letting people know what they mean, and that is business. However, with the Baiwan Blade finish, I just had to say that was one of the coldest melees we've ever seen, and it ended up being actually that Alliance was waiting patiently, and another opportunity for them to say, hey, we are here too. I think right now our top 10, John, is representative of who I think is going to go on for the rest of the day and sit in finals.
And it's the best thing ever as an Apex fan, especially as a caster and a guest analyst here. It is a game 6 where you had the 14th place team Alliance burst into the top 10 on the bubble. Some of the favorites here, obviously Mandy from TSM substituting for Alliance. They're going to be on the fringe. So many other teams as well. But I'd love to break down that late game a little bit further. I don't know if we'll have the final circle replay. But Monsoon, talk about the kind of macro element there. What happened?
Oh man, what a beautiful end game of Apex Legends we just witnessed. I think that was the most populated end game of the series so far. Absolutely insane. And when we talk about the best of the best here, I think some of these players prefer to be in the chaos, you know? And that's where it illuminates the mechanical skill and the micro of these players. We see Swinny hitting it. Now, he has Amphi in the back, but Swinny is taking charge here. Phonyhead going down. His flatline trying to secure the kills. Maybe an armor swap as Amphi falls. He knows there's a team shooting him from above, but he gets the armor swap, and it will be the Crypto Sword to take out ESA for that top 4. They have a lot of KP, but Alliance was immediately ready.
And look at his reaction as soon as he dies right there. He knows he just popped off. And really at this point, you're right, Alliance was ready. They're on high ground. They have all ready Evo shields. They're in a 3 versus 2. They take their numbers and they clean things up. But really, it was K Swinny making the play of the tournament right there. The blind fire with the Kraber into the punch to finish. That's as dramatic as it gets. I know it's pro players. You guys have some mixed feedback on the Kraber, or maybe just feedback on the Kraber. But look at this reaction from Mandy after Alliance pops off. Playing in the crowd here. The crowd goes wild for Mandy Glitter.
I was hoping, we talked about that a little bit, we were hoping they got that reaction out of me, standing up with all of that hype. I mean, that's gotta feel good after the performance, and as we take a look at the results, 8 kills. We actually have lots of top-heavy kills right now for all of our top squads. We were asking for better performance out of Luminosity, now we get that as well. Xed jumping back, and then, I mean, E6.
Yeah, just a beautiful performance, and honestly, I'm surprised. I want to know how tall, how big Mandy's vert is, because he got up all the way onto that desk to celebrate with one leg. But this is maybe half the story, John. The other half is a team, NRG, who had started out so strong, and now on this map has really kind of lost a little bit of that steam. And that, to me, has always been the worry for them. And I don't know, Glitter, you seem like, is this something that they're going to get over?
Well, that's what we had talked about literally towards the end of World's Edge. I had said it's a good thing they're getting all of these high kill games in now.
You're right.
They thrive on this map. It's going to work for them, but when we hit Storm Point, they could fall off.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what's happening. So that extra cushion that they achieved in the beginning is going to help balance some of these other big performances out.
Are you kidding me? NRG, the way they performed in the first 3 maps, are they on the fringe? I can't wait to see these overall series results. But really the biggest story here, obviously NRG and a lot of our North American teams, but ultimately, in my eyes, Europe. A lot of discussion around the European teams. Let's see where they currently fall. It's our series results. The guard on top, NRG right behind them, so they have a decent cushion. But this is pretty close in points distribution. The Moist in 15th with 23. And in the top 10, we have Alliance, we have Element 6 and Ascend holding it down for EMEA. Because we have so much controversy and criticism of that region. Obviously, our heart goes out to Aurora, Fire Beavers, the teams that could not be here. But EMEA is showing up in this final.
Yeah, I mean, for some of these teams, all it takes is one solid game as we see Xed and Alliance getting these 16-plus point games, slingshotting themselves up. It was really impressive, to be honest. You know, you get punished really easily, really quickly in those intense situations with a lot of teams. So it's really awesome to see them shine in the last game.
That's right. Now, an opportunity to qualify 3 of the, I think, 4 or 5. I can't remember how many EMEA teams are total in this lobby, but not a few. They're all in the top 10 right now. Glitter, quite the storyline here, and storybook ending going into game number 6. How do you think it's all going to unfold here?
You know, I think it's going to be a close one. We saw just how close the scores were at the top, just a couple points here and there separating a lot of those teams, and it stays pretty close all the way down. One big performance from anyone in 11th through 14th completely change up those standings yet again, and you know every single team wants to be making their way to finals, so it's going to be a slugfest.
Yeah, I think the only team that's pretty much definitely going into play later this evening is North Epsion. I'm pretty sure that's the only squad. Everyone else,
even I was like, wait, to the final? What are you talking about?
One more game. I don't think they have enough, even if they do a big game. But J-Lings, 12 points, a 25 bomb, that puts them 37. They would basically only be in 4th place by now. So it is possible, and all of these teams we know have the firepower. So I would not look away from the screens for Game 6.
Yeah, and last question, Monsoon. What's the mentality like for a team that's right on the fringe, or the team at the bottom of the leaderboards, even more importantly, like a J-Lings with 14?
Yeah, I mean, you have 2 options. You can give up or you can give it your all. You got to lock it in. Every game is different. Every game is new, right? I know this personally the best too. So these teams can clutch up. You know, these teams can come out with a 30-point win, and any of these teams can do it too. They're all good enough. So this game 6 is going to be heated because it's do or die.
My man's dropping inspiration. He's dropping bars. He rhymed. A little Dr. Seuss going on. Monsoon on the desk, everybody. Hope you guys are enjoying this one at home, and of course here live from Copper Box Arena. Game number 6 is loading in, and I believe We're just about ready. Let's go ahead and toss it for the last time. Our winners bracket finals. Who will clutch up with an opportunity to make it to the match point championship finals? Who will fall to the lower bracket? And to call the action, we got Onset and Gaskin. Take it away.
It's time to find out, everybody here in London. It is time to discover who are going to be our first 10 teams into that grand final. And I couldn't have said it better myself. I think Mons just summed it up. You can either give up or you can give it your all. And let's kind of like put that into perspective now, because it is still a case with the cutoff where it is at the moment that a win for anyone, you can make it to the
TSM 有啲危險啊，唔係特
honest,
別高分啊。
everyone is going to give it their all, even though there is an elimination bracket waiting for the bottom 10. The chance to get into that grand final, have that advantage, that extra rest before tomorrow. You need to get it done now, and it could be anyone. Even North Epsion, right? They are in 20th spot. They are on 5 points. They could have the biggest and best game of their lives and find themselves in the grand final. I mean, you could judge whether you think that's possible or not, but right now, from what I've seen, every one of these teams could show up in match number 6.
Let's talk you through how we stand at the moment. The top 10 as it stands. The Guard, NRG, Esports Arena, E6 up into 4th place after that previous game. Alliance, Exet, TSM, Dark Zero, Space Station, and Luminosity. As it stands, they will be the teams, Dan, that will go through to that grand final.
But Space Station, Luminosity, they're both on 27, as well as Ascend, who are in 11th. Fun are only 1 point behind. As our Exo Clan, it is as tight as you could ask
10
for.
分差距，
10th place. We're going southwest with this zone this time, and that means the likes of Fun, the likes of ESA, they're going to be in a
究
good
竟
spot.
係
The likes of
晴
Ascend
與
in
表
a
啊
fantastic position to rotate early.
Ascend, like you mentioned, beginning to miss out if they do, in the way that they kind of find themselves in a tiebreaker at the moment. We'll have to, of course, ask League Ops to do the match, because I never want to put myself out on a limb to say what the rules are, but Ascend, if they have a decent game here, the zone is going to give them an opportunity to. They can solidify their position, but this man on your screen, boy, did he enjoy that last game.
I mean, I thought he ended up on his chair, but he was on his desk. That man was able to jump from floor to desk. And already he knows that he's on the camera.
Job's not done yet, Mandy. Job's not done yet.
Well,
Focus
I mean,
up.
38 points, you'd imagine it should be enough, but I'm
Don't
sure
encourage him.
there were times, right,
Wow,
where in the elimination bracket earlier, teams thought after a victory it would have been enough, but it was not. So you do just have to make sure you
Last
go
game.
over the finish line, make sure match number 6 is good enough.
幾耐冇見機械人係會出現喺 Polit 度
Pathfinder, everyone. Can we get some love here in London for Pathfinder? Both Pathfinder, right? Am I right? Thank you. I knew I was right.
That would suggest that maybe they're not taking it so seriously.
True.
But I am excited to see just what can happen over on that Alliance side. But after the victory, it seems like confidence oozing through their veins. But you can see that E6, the team that popped off in that final circle, you heard it in their comms, you saw it from their gameplay as well, how influential that Kraber can be in the right hands in the right moment. But they've got beacon information, so they are just plotting at the moment. And it seems like they're pretty happy in this building.
Barometer is where a few teams are making their way down to at the moment. It wouldn't surprise me to see a finish maybe just on the little island outside, just to the northeast. And actually, take that away. We've seen a little bit of beacon information that would completely dispel my... Oh, actually, wait a minute. Maybe it will actually still end there. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself now.
Yeah, it is going to be down towards the antenna area, but we know it doesn't finish on antenna. So we could be slightly north of Shipfall. We could be slightly east of Barometer. As you were mentioning, there are a few areas now where you're going to have to try and play, and these are the difficult circles for a lot of these teams. Because there is so much area where it's not going to finish, you then need to think about fights. Speaking of fights, there could be one between NRG and Dark Zero here.
Tough zone to predict. I certainly didn't bring my pickaxe to find out. And NRG, well, they're going to look to get aggressive here. The Zero's going to be destroyed. That's massive. The exhibit is now down, which means those wall hacks will not be available to give the information on the team inside. And Nathan, I mean, he said he crossed 1,000. He's on his way to maybe crossing another landmark with the way that he's been playing this tournament.
So imagine, and remember, Dark Zero are only 1 point above 10th place at the moment. If they were to go down here, it could be them going into the elimination bracket.
Oh my goodness!
NRG full send.
Oh my goodness! Dark Zero, like you say, Dan, eliminated by NRG. They are in 8th place at the moment. 10th place is just 27 points in comparison to Dark Zero 28.
I'm gonna be honest, that's probably Dark Zero in the elimination bracket. Two teams needing a couple of points, and it's gonna be very easy for them to do so. All you need to do is be getting into top 15 and onward. It's sad times for Dark Zero, but there is still an elimination bracket on the horizon, so I don't think it's all doom and gloom just yet.
咁佢要希望其他隊唔好攞咁高分。
He's a man who holds a record now.
NRG then winning that team fight early on is going to be good for vibes and certainly good for their position, and they move now to the top of the leaderboard here in this winners bracket. They're on 44 points, joint with the guard. We'll keep you updated on how those standings are going to progress and move as we move our way through this final game here on Storm Point. But you can see on the map overhead where everybody is at the moment. Northern teams take a little bit longer to loot here. TSM, one of those teams over at Checkpoint at the moment, hitting that beacon, making sure they get a little bit extra info.
And you can see on the northwest side, NRG and J-Links may collide on that rotation. And in fact, NRG might be purposely going that way to try and catch a few teams, because NRG are in such a good position right now. They are in a spot where they can just ruin everyone else's game. They can maybe eliminate some of the competition a little bit earlier.
And in comparison, J-Links need to win this fight. It's as simple as that. They're down in 19th place, 12 points. Still very possible for them to qualify with a win here in this game number 6. But with NRG on the hunt and with Nathan shooting as well as he has been, this is going to be a tough fight for them to take.
NRG have nothing to lose in this fight whatsoever, so it means they can play it very aggressively if they choose to.
J-Link's on the back foot. Nathan doing so much damage, though. You can see in the kill feed as well. The guard are getting involved, and for J-Links, this is bad news. However, a little shield crack's going to come in. But down to just 2 players, you would expect NRG to take advantage here.
But we've seen Zayn do some disgusting things so far this tournament. It is not all doom and gloom just yet. J-Links have to reposition. Got to use what you've got available to you as well. Flatline and Vault for Zayn. Can manage to maybe take some high ground here if he chooses to, but it could be the decision made just to get out of dodge here. J-Links may choose just to try and escape.
We saw the 1v3 yesterday against Passion, but a 1v3 versus NRG, much tougher to do. A little bit of MK movement there, a little bit more difficult to hit those players than the ones that are standing still.
Well, the reason why J-Links were not full sent on by NRG, you can see it on the right-hand side, XZ started to get involved. It's another team who are somewhat comfortable, but maybe not comfortable with this fight.
And it's J-Links. It is Zayn. You said never count out Zayn, and that's exactly
right.
Who else is coming in to have a little bit of a look? It's going to be TSM who joined this fight. 4 teams in the vicinity now, just outside of the middle, and all of them scrapping.
And all of them, except J-Links, are in the top 7. They are all teams who should be going to the final unless they were to, miraculously throw things away and other teams get above them.
Well, that's going to be another member there from J-Links eliminated. But this fight is breaking out. Like you mentioned, teams who have got such good positions in the leaderboards, if they drop, that's great for everyone else, right? But it looks like NRG are going to wipe J-Links eventually. Sweet takes over as kill leader. He has 3 to his name. And with these teams like XZ and TSM still close, they have to be careful, but they should have time to reset.
So it's the elimination bracket for J-Links. The Cinderella story will have to continue later on today, and it will not be a grand final for them just yet, but still time to do so. And as you mentioned, all those teams on that west side, there is a big old rotation they have to make. And I think when you see this circle, you really need to look at where you're going to pick up the points. And a lot of these squads said, look, we hear noise, we hear fights happening, let's try and maybe get some KP.
Well, TSM decide they want to get out of here, and it's not too surprising to see them do that. It's a little bit of a too high a risk situation, even though they're trying to play the edge of zone at the moment. With this tough move they have to make right down to the southwest of the map. Always a good fight and a smart fight.
哇係，很久不見。
That and a bad fight. And TSM, one of the best teams in the world, are recognizing exactly that. So Hal tells the troops, today is not our day to fight. We're going to live to fight another day. I said fight about 30 times in that sentence, Dan. You think I'll be better at this, though?
Why are you looking at me that way when you say the word fight is what's actually terrifying?
But
remember, there is a lot to still play for these teams that are in the kind of top 5 at the moment. There are points you can accumulate going into that grand final. I'll come back to that point later, because Nocturno is trying to escape NRG here.
NRG are chasing him down as well. Valcolt's going to be used instead. I wonder if they're going to go after him, or if they're going to maybe look to go towards zone. It looks like they might be on their way after him as we move over to a little bit of action that's happening here in Barometer. Fights taking place. Looks like North Epsom want to yeet out of there, and yeet they will, as Moist Esports take the high ground. SSG deep in zone at the moment. trying to make a little bit of a move themselves, and it looks like everybody wants to try and touch the clouds.
So as I mentioned, if you win this winner's bracket, it means you go into the grand final with 10 points in match point format. If you come 10th, you get 1 point, you can fill the rest in between. So still a lot to play for. A 10-point advantage could be massive.
如果真係咁唔小心，後面嗰隊攞得多過10分有2隊，然之後將 Darcy 推出去嘅 ，Darcy 就拜拜啊！上年嘅冠軍就喺輸溫就已經收皮。
I was definitely concerned, and he managed to time it absolutely perfectly. And hey, always a nice thing to find when you're on top of a structure as a trident waiting to be boosted off. Now, I know it's game number 6. I know it's a chance to go into the final, but if that's me, then I'm hitting that thing and I'm taking it off the ramp.
Sometimes you just have to fight your urges. And I will say now, Space Station, they are in a position where they are comfortable for now, but it's about thinking late game here. How are you going to win this game? And they're not going to win it from the current position. They need to be thinking about how they're actually going to get into the next circle. And there isn't loads of room to play, or at least there's lots of room to play. There's no buildings to hold once you get into the circle. It is going to be about trying to fly over all of these teams that are currently in front of them.
I'm just saying, I think they could clear it. Okay? I'm just saying, hit the boost, I think they could clear it. Anyway, SSG with brains. Unlike the commentator who's calling the action right now, SSG now trying to just see what their next move is going to be. They are going to be safe for the next minute or so. You can see the zone closing behind them. A lot of information being picked up here by Dropped as well. He knows these buildings are occupied. He knows it's very, very busy. As he gets a little bit of an indication of where these teams are, maybe what shielding they're going to have. As we move our attention back over towards Barometer, Esports Arena and TSM starting to rub shoulders.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be quite the same as the previous game. We're not going to have 15 squads left in our late game circle. Instead, I think after round 3, that's when we're going to start to see a lot of teams drop out, and it's because naturally the circle's going to force these fights. TSM and ESA may fight here, may have to fight here, depending on their rotation. It's just whether either team gets aggressive, and maybe enough damage could cause the aggression.
Yeah, really tough rotate here for TSM as well, and now it is
My
ESA
God.
the black hole, and so much damage
唔係啩 ？TSM 咁樣死，又係 back call 喎，大佬。
ESA, oh, it's getting a little bit messy for everyone right now. Somehow TSM haven't gone down yet.
Surely TSM don't come on top of this fight, right?
Oh,
ESA had everything. He missed a couple of jumps, and it's allowed TSM to get back into things. Now the shield's there, and Esports Arena, maybe they could be on the back foot.
We have to
大佬會唔會係咁啊？頭先
Shields have now been swapped. They've been able to heal up here. It's a 2v2 on the edge of Barometer. Verholf's got that all-important knock in such a horrid situation, and now it looks somehow like TSM are going to be able to hit the res as well.
It's a risky res, but it works! And now the suppressing fire comes through. ESA are down to 1. TSM still have 2. How are they doing this?
Devotion certainly having an impact here. And I tell you what, maybe Reps is feeling a little bit devious, turning this horrible situation for TSM into an advantageous one. Phonyhead looking to cancel the heals, maybe looking to cancel the res as well. The Arcstar's going to go down. He goes in with the L-Star, takes so much damage. There's an Arcstar on the floor as well, and TSM will not die!
TSM
好可贏啦，嚇死人啊真係。
Right, ESA should have won it hands down, and they know it. They missed their drop down onto the bridge. They did not get the free shots when they were available. TSM will live on. But is there more trouble?
Oh.
More trouble is on the horizon.
Reps, the Devo, does enough to hold off the push. Northeption, they're eliminated. NRG, we've seen how versus Sweet in the content, but are we going to see it on the battlefield? Sweet will come out top, and Nathan is smiling. And let me tell you, that isn't a touch of the knees, that's bullets in the death box.
I mean, NRG are going to be in the grand final. TSM are most likely going to be in the grand final. This is not the end of the battle of NRG versus TSM, but certainly NRG get a little advantage. Well, it could be a huge advantage in the grand final. At the moment, they would have 10 points in that grand final.
Massive, massive play coming in from NRG, just waiting for their opportunity to pounce. TSM did so well to win that situation against ESA, but just didn't have the time to reset. NRG just so quick to pounce on that third-party opportunity and take them down when they did not have those heals popped. So NRG will be the kings of Barometer for now, but Exit, there's 2 players, Dan.
已經幾個鐘啊？6個幾鐘啦，7個鐘啦，仲要。
Roaming around at the moment, just trying to scrape their way into this next circle and get a placement point or 2. Remember, 15 squads remaining, so everyone has been able to get 1 placement point. If you can get it to the top 10, suddenly it becomes 2. I think you all know that by now, but Space Station, they're in a good spot. The circle is going to be moving down south, so I think SSG will be okay. They have moved away from Shipfall. They've been able to find an area to hold, and it is just going to be alongside this fence. But there is 4 teams in front of them, make it 5 in this building.
That Space Station find a place to play. NRG and the Guard are about to engage on the edge of zone. Nocturnal hears this and he decides he's not going to have any of it as the last solo player alive for Exit. So this is a straight isolated 3v3 about to break out between NRG. Such a tough rotate up this hill. Let's see how NRG are going to play this. Let's hear the comms now coming from the mouth of Sweet.
I can feel on top of them. I'm swinging left. Yes, get it down now. We're killing right side running. What's it piston? What's it dead? Nice, I'm getting bottom left. They're going to be another team. I'm getting above them. I'm getting above them. Oh, you guys killed the other kid. All right, I'm coming. I'm coming. Another guy on me. Another guy on me. Maybe ratting. It is the rat deck set. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. I'm holding up top. Done. We gotta come. I got him. I got him. I got him. Come back to me.
Yeah.
Antenna, we need to look down the antenna. No, negative on that. No. We need to solidify our macro to go down to this fence line. Okay, I'm looking down. Guys. He's getting charge rifled on there. This is a route to Loba team. There's a guy up top here. That's going to be Alliance right there, I'm pretty sure. Back up. We do not want to fight for that. We do not want to fight for that. Our entry point is the other side of the zone. We do not care. But we don't want to get wrapped on, right? No, but we'll just play this.
Well, I mean, Sweet's getting hyped, NRG are getting hyped, and somebody get a bar of soap to wash that man's mouth out.
Yeah, but he's completely right. They've destroyed all the teams around them. They really want those 10 points going into that grand final. Moist Esports, though, still fighting for their lives. 2 of them still up. They're going up against Fun123 in one of the primary positions. Look at where that circle's going. They've got beacon information. Garambo, trying to stay alive.
Just about manages to escape. The nerves certainly having an impact. The doors are popping left and right and center. The down player trying to make this such a problem. Looking at the kill feed as well. Polvrex losing a few players. Fnatic holding strong. And Fnatic, they need this almost more than anyone, Dan.
Fnatic need points. They're in 16th right now. They're on 21. They need at least 7 more if they're to climb into the top 10. And that's meaning that no other team would to get points. So Fnatic looking to get aggressive. Will lose 1. They've inted. They need to convert here and manage to secure the kill so that they can get the res.
Oh, Matsutashi's got to be very careful here. He knows that last player is alive. It looks like Polvrex have been eliminated. He knows that there's going to be a flank coming in. They managed to get UCAP back onto his feet. That's really, really important for them to do. But no! The cancel comes in!
It's huge. It's a huge denial because now it means that Fnatic are going to have to walk on their very own feet as NRG are continuing on their warpath. You heard that they are just destroying everything that's in front of them. SSG is the next target.
Oh my word, Gilderson's up on the height, spraying and praying to take down more players. And do you know what Nathan says? I'm gonna send it, boys!
Sends it in the smoke. But NRG, they're still pretty healthy here. They're just worried about other teams wrapping around, but they've just got to stay alive, make sure they can just get into a position. This is what they've done. If Gilderson gets his shield butt off, NRG are good.
Sweet making the call. The kills are the play right now for us. Positioning more important. Let's get onto the height. We've done the damage for that team to only think about healing. They can't fire backers, and they just overtake SSG.
And of course, we did see Polvrex eliminated. That means they'll be in the elimination bracket next. They will not be able to make grand finals. NRG, they're on the high ground, and Sweet can do damage. He can just ruin everyone else's day. They've already been able to do it. Alliance in the kill feed, as are Ascend, as Fnatic and E6 lose players.
Second help in here. They go into the smoke. A little bit of a distraction coming in from Guild as well, and now nothing distracting about this. NRG are on fire at the moment.
It's E36 getting destroyed, and NRG are looking to put a full stop on their game, on their solidification of this grand final. But there's still a job to do. 10 squads remain.
I mean, Gilderson's is walking and destroying at the moment.
反正入到啦，做咩都得啦，佢哋。
I'm going to
呢個時間。
eliminate you in a fraction of a second if you dare to do such a silly thing. NRG able to reset on the edge of zone now. But what's the next play for them? Medkit's going to be popped. I mean, look at the kills across the board here from NRG. They are destroying the lobby.
You've also got to remember elsewhere, there's still people fighting for top 10. At the moment, it's Ascend and Luminosity going through. Exo Clan, Dark Zero, they were the ones that were on that bubble that, of course, will not make it
That means the likes of Alliance, maybe they can be the party poopers as well. It's Mandy on the Pathfinder, and he swings away!
Smiles on the faces of everyone, but ExoClan, unfortunately, the smiles wiped off their faces. They will be eliminated as well. NRG currently have 16 kills in this lobby, by the way. 16 kills, and Hackers, couple of sticks, little bit of a spray. SSG go down as Alliance to do it back-to-back here, Dan.
Well, I think the only team that would stop them in the moment would be NRG on their warpath. I thought it was going to be maybe one of the teams in the lower half that would have the pop-off game, but it's all the boys on top saying that, never mind. NRG wiped out Alliance, the team in the ascendancy.
Oh, Yuki. The wingman is hitting hard. NRG's fun is over, and maybe it is up to Alliance to go back-to-back here. Mandy going for the stick through the smoke. The wingman, a little bit of a whiff, but it doesn't matter because his teammates are there to help out.
Well, both Fun and Moist are still alive. They're the teams that are trying to get into the top 10. Alliance are being pushed. Luminosity eliminated. Can Hackers fight it off? Can he stay alive? Hackers, how are you still living? Finally goes down. And it's Ascend who get the kills.
And it's Ascend who are just inside of those qualification places, who are picking up kills. They're into the top 4, and you would imagine with just that play, Dan, might be in the grand finals as well.
Ascend should have done enough, but outside of that, Fun 1, 2, 3 hold 10th place, but behind them is Moist by only 3 points. Moist are still alive. It's going to be Fun, or it's going to be Moist in 10th place. Luminosity will lose their position. This is so tight, and Moist only have 2 players.
Moist have been a duo for so long as well, and so is Fun 1, 2, 3. And I tell you what, for these two teams, they're probably hoping that everyone else in the lobby fights. If they do, then maybe they can both squeeze into the top 10. I'm not quite sure on the math, but it's going to be so close.
E6 will be through. Ascend will be through. Space Station will be through. It is going to be down to Fun. It's going to be down to Moist. However, if they were to come first and second, things get interesting then. Anyway, let's see what action happens. Moist are struggling. Moist are getting pushed.
Pricey gets the armor swap, though. They did have some armor swaps down, and now he's going to re-engage. Has to back up, though. After breaking that shield, E6 are out. Moist hold strong.
Oh, this is bad for Space Station. This is very, very bad for Space Station. I thought they'd be safe, but now Moist are into the top 3. Moist have tied with SSG on points, and all they need is one more kill to send SSG down into the elimination bracket.
Absolutely ridiculous end to the winners bracket. Group of games today. Ascend, I mean, you would imagine are in a great position to maybe win this game. They've got all 3 up, but you have to wonder, are Fun going to have an influence on this? Ascend now make their move. They know that Moist are a duo, but it's almost more than a duo with the amount of work that they've done.
That's all they need. Here comes the push.
They get one! It's actually, excuse me, Ascend who managed to pick up the kill. Moist now move out.
This is good.
Ascend have sent it onto Fun 1, 2, 3, and now maybe the door is open here. Pricey's going to try and escape. Maybe he's going to play for the end game whilst he goes up on the high ground, and there's a chance here for Moist.
Play placement if you want Moist as well. 1 place placement, 1 goes for kills. It's a great strategy. No, it's not the kill for them. They don't get the guarantee. They still need 1.
Ascend down to 1, post kill. Kishera, excuse me, and send back up to a 4-3. Pricey's going to have to move. And it all falls onto the shoulders now of Waltzy. Have you got the nerve, son? Have you got the steel? Is the ice there to send your team through? Oh, there it is! Waltzy does it for ANT! Ascend will pick up the win, but that 1 kill is enough to send his team to the grand finals. Congratulations to Ascend, a Game 6 win. Kishera, post-kill on Lufka, close things out here in the winners bracket, but my word, what a set of 6 games we've just watched.
With his family watching on, the heart-wrenching piece that we saw earlier from Kishera, they get the victory, they guarantee themselves into that grand final in 3rd place, may I add. But when we look elsewhere, I thought SSG might be safe, but both Fun 1, 2, 3 and Moist will force them into the elimination bracket.
The final battles of the final game of the winners bracket sees Moist Esports and Fun 1, 2, 3 push Space Station down to the elimination bracket. An absolutely insane, crazy end. and an emotional one as well, as you can see on the stage right now. But Ascend, congratulations. A massive win to close things out. Lufka, you should be happy, my friend, that you closed that one out. We love you, buddy. We'll send it down to the desk to break down what was an insane series.
好睇，不過聽日仲好睇。
Ascend, ladies and gentlemen, your EMEA monsters have won championships in the past, and Kashera is playing for more than himself. He's playing for his family, including his parents in the venue, his father who's gone through so much, and his brothers alongside him. Lufka in his debut, the Polish sensation controller player, joins this team, replaces VJ, who was instrumental to their initial success, and finds success.
Yeah, that endgame was absolutely crazy. We saw two of the teams on the bubble. Fun secured their top 10 spot, but Moist, it was critical for them to take that second place and get those points to be able to leapfrog out. If they died in third place there, they would have stayed 11th place. They would not have made it through.
You're spot on. Had to top off and give support to Ascend based on what we were seeing, the pop off, the emotions, the tears from Lufka.
好想睇總分啊，因為
Australia and
有啲危險啊，有啲隊。
Welcome to APEX Legends and the Global Series. We're glad to have you. Team Burger previously the best fans that we had in the venue. Now maybe Vex, Alliance, Ascend, they're competing for sure, but Moist just representing a new org and then doing them so proud. How much better is it to sleep knowing that you're in winners because you just got one kill in this game and didn't have to go through 6 other games to try to get back to handle their business? That
都啱好問咁樣。 贏一分入咯。
Is match point format and what that does based on your placement. You start with the lead. You start with an advantage, an opportunity to take home part of that $1 million prize pool, the lion's share of it, and the top placement. But this game, in the early and mid-game glimmer, was all NRG.
I mean, once again, maybe it's because they heard me say something, I don't know, said they might be a little bit weaker on Storm Point. They slayed out in this match, only further solidifying their spot towards the top of that leaderboard. So by the time we got towards the end, we didn't even have to be concerned about NRG.
I mean, I'm completely sold on NRG. I think they have what it takes this tournament to win, and I want to see them do it.
First championship ever for Sweet and NRG. You think they can do it? Talk about the rest of what we saw here.
We know they can do it. We know they can do it. I mean, we saw them have 12
冇問題啊 ，NRG 打得放啊，擺明知道50分係入硬嘅。
12 kill. But I mean, dominating
打幾放式啊！
really clutched up when they needed to, and like
咩都唔理啦，衝啊，殺啊！
And talk about Gildersons in this late game here. I think we're going to see it in just a moment. Fnatic in 16th. They got taken out soon after, so will not make it through. But then Space Station Gaming in this fight against NRG dictated who will make it to the finals tomorrow. And guess what? SSG eliminated by NRG. They are in 11th behind Moist. Gildersons was a freak of nature in this fight. Turns, finds it second, immediately turns, finds 2 more. Insane performance.
Incredible. I mean, he is on point today. Those shots were amazing, the way that they handled the chaos, the way that they juggled the teams. They did end up getting taken out, but overall just beautiful. Same with Alliance here, cleaning up the team, holding the angle.
Yeah, Alliance falls in 5th place with 5 or 6 eliminations, so that will certainly secure their spot with their big game that they had just a few games ago. Here's this late game though. Glitter, break it down.
Yeah, I mean, and no surprise that we saw Fun here as this is their drop, so they were kind of set when it comes to this location, but they were instrumental in determining what happened with Moist and their situation, because it is Fun that goes out in 3rd, giving the point that Moist needed to keep them in the running, and this has to feel so good when you secure the clutch like this, Rain.
What a moment from Walty, and I love the decision to split up him and Pricey on both sides. Walty that way escapes attention, and so Ascend think that they've dealt with the player. They don't know where the other one is, and it allows them to drop in. Surprise Fun. What a beautiful strategy there at the end of the game.
That's right, and in the end, vamos Portugal. And Boa Noites, we have exactly quite the performance. If my accent was terrible there, I'm sorry, I'll try my best. Ascend in 1st place, 21 points for them. What will that do in the overall series standings, though? We'll find out in a bit. Moist in 2nd, and we did confirm, I believe, in the in-game APIs.
NRG 都係爭冠軍2分嘅，黐孖筋殺16個。
But we did confirm they got 10th place over Space Station, I believe, who falls to 11th. But our other storylines here, Fun 1, 2, 3, former AD Raccoon, they qualify as well.
They did. They were 9th place going
亦
into
數
that, so
3
they
分，
couldn't drop out of
意識
top
10
10.
分、
Like I said,
13
it was
分。
crucial for Moist going into the end
哦
games
咁
in a 2v2v2.
都穩
But Rossi
陣。
wins that 1v1 on the balcony to put him forward.
Massive.
有40分 TSM 穩陣，係有4分，
13th or 12th, and
咁都穩陣。
get it. J-Lings as well. Dark Zero, the biggest question mark. Did they have enough points from there?
係啊，Dark Zero 究竟最後點咧？好想知啊！
It is time for our series
好
results.
問啊
Let's set up who will make it to the grand finals, match point finals tomorrow to compete for top 20 and an opportunity at $1 million. And it is Fun 1, 2, 3, 10th Moist takes 9th.
我都話德斯豪輸咗嘅時候係咁早輸就真係有機會入唔到。
Dark Zero will have to fight for a chance to three-peat alongside some very good teams.
Some of our top competitors, nonetheless, that are now falling down into that elimination bracket. I would not want to have to be battling for my life when it comes to this.
TSM 都係攞第8，好問啊其實。
EXO, they played so well in group stages, and they were heavy favorites. Most of them coming into this competition.
Yeah, I mean, we know that they're good, and unfortunately didn't go their way today. But the privilege of being in a winner bracket means that you get another shot. So it's not the end. If I were them, I'd forget about this set and only look forward to tomorrow.
好睇，真係好睇今日。琴日都好睇，今日都好睇。
Brilliant about this format. I've never seen a BR. You play BR
so crazy.
Right? Oh yeah. A double elimination bracket plus pool play format, which now means it's not over yet for 100 Thieves. Dark Zero still has the opportunity to become the next dynasty, confirmed, cemented in their legacy. Wow, oh wow. Are we not set for a great lower bracket final and grand final tomorrow? But first things first, we gotta walk through one of my favorite segments and opportunities to talk through some important items and weapons and things in general that impact the game. It's time for WD Black, What's in Your Pack? And I'd love for you, Monsoon, to walk us through it here a little bit, because guess what item it is? Basically, in this segment, we have a chance to talk through some, important items that make an impact. I'm sure you watched the LGS show. You've seen this at the top. One of my favorite parts. Thank you, WD Black, for making it possible. Walk us through the RE45. You're a mouse and keyboard player, not a controller. Your thoughts on the RE45 and its impact in competitive Apex?
Oh my God, it is intimidating to fight against. You feel powerful holding it. The disruptor rounds, there's not a lot of recoil, so it's really easy to use for both controller and M&K. Overall, if you're facing it, you hear that sound, you are scared, but it's important to stay confident and know that no matter what, the players are playing against are human, but the RE45 definitely gives that edge.
The RE45 is robotic, even though the players are human in a lot of ways, with how accurate it truly is and how much it melts. And you saw Legion really dominate with it.
Yeah, one of the things that pistols also give you is that movement speed. When you're ADSing, you don't have that penalty, and so having such a powerful weapon offensively, but then you don't have to have the defensive penalty that a flatline might give you, or an R31 might give you, makes it that much more effective. Add those disruptor rounds as you were talking about, Mod. It's a beast.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I remember the days where I'd pass by an RE45, even sometimes in the crate,
and laughed.
I'm good, and laughed. Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, you know what? Especially after the last couple months, no way in heck. And it's interesting is when it goes back outside of crate, maybe onto floor loot, is it going to become a more popular everyday weapon, for players?
Well, I mean, they're definitely getting the practice on it now. So it definitely could be, but I think the disruptors and it being in the pack with the fire rate and the damage that it has definitely makes it as good as it is.
I'm excited for that moment. I think I will continue to pick up myself, especially on controller and RE45, even on floor loop. But hey, at the end of the day, this has been your segment of WD Black, What's in Your Pack? Great discussion across the board here. Obviously, teams, storylines going into our lower bracket. We'll have some final thoughts, though, because, hey, we still have one more series. We're not even close to done yet. Copperbox is buzzing, as you guys have heard, I'm sure, at the home broadcast. I hope you're enjoying the action at home. Fallout here alongside Monsoon, Glitter Explosion, Rain Day. Final thoughts from each of you, though, as we wrap up and get ready for the lower bracket.
Oh, man, I'm just excited to watch the games tomorrow. All these teams deserve to be here, and whether or not it's in their cards, I guess we'll see.
Glitter?
I think that it's going to be pure chaos. Like we were just talking about when we got to see those standings, we have some of the top of the entire competition now in that elimination bracket, potentially facing not even making it to the finals, and every single team's going to come out swinging.
Dark Zero, that's for me. The land monster has gone underground. The winner's bracket feels safe for now. They may not have to face the back-to-back land champions who keep finding a way to do it. However, in these next 6 games, we'll find out if they burst onto the scene again and make Sunday very interesting.
Love it. So many exciting things at play here. So much to talk about. You have to wait a little bit. We're going to take a little bit of a break, take a relax, go for a stretch. It's been an intense last 6 games. Because guess what? We got Space Station, Dark Zero, the back-to-back champs, 100 Thieves, Rex, Fnatic, and more.
因為咧賽制嘅關係咧勝方嘅頭10隊就唔使打㗎啦。而家勝方嘅後10隊就會準備對負方嘅頭10隊再打。咁然之後再最高分嘅10隊咧就會先至再入去 final 對頭先呢一 group 勝方嘅頭10隊。所以係仲有6場嘅各位。 大家都死啊！
because of plays like this that they will be crowned your champion here on Storm Point. Look at this, look at this. Let's get me. Now the door
我要放棄啊！
for Alliance, the European powerhouse, to come in and clean up.
因為今日係18。
Top of the wheel, get it done. Oh, it is. Won't does it for ANC. Ascend will pick up the win, but that one kill is enough to send his team to the grand finals. Congratulations to a
黐孖筋！
Game 6 win.
我估呢件事連 YouTube 都處理唔到喎，應該 YouTube 得11個鐘啫喎。咩點 cut 出翻出嚟啊？今日係之後啊，我聽晚應該睇唔到啊！我聽晚要做嘢啊！ 好 sad 啊！我竟然睇唔到快樂，想喊。想喊，唉。呢個係 Winner 北嘅，Winner 北嘅頭10隊。
I don't think Slayers or anyone is ever going to defend.
哇！然之後就 Loser 嘅 Round 2啦。 咁即係 SSG、LG、EXO、DAY3、Fnatic、100 Feet、UIX、NTH、JLE、E6， 再對 Dreamfire。所以其實8弟佢哋有機會入翻㗎。如果呢佢哋攞到頭10。
They will always be a 3-man. The 20th team just only shows 2 on the tab page, so they should be good, big dogs.
Yeah, they were right about.
哇，好仲近我想講呢10隊，除咗 DAY3、SSG 同 EXO 之外，基本上 SSG、EXO、DAY3 都係呢20隊裡面比較突出。然之後就 Fnatic。 之後就係 IG Dreamfire、Onyx， 大概係咁。啊，睇唔到落去啊，黐孖筋好攰啊。
Let me ask you this. Yeah. So E6, we see them taking trials, right? Just trials. Yeah. There's 2 teams already in Skyhook. Tree is free. Would you not rather have Tree than just trials?
I don't know, because with trials you're guaranteed gold loot, no?
I mean, it's not like that much.
It's a pretty good amount, depending on how lucky you get. Sometimes, dude, Xset walks out of here with double gold.
Yeah, but here's the thing: is that E6 is not going to get any scraps because Xset stays there so long anyway.
Yeah, I also have a really big problem with trials right now. I don't know.
其實我唔想睇啊，好攰啊，黐下線。不過我聽晚睇唔到 final。哇！一完 ALGS 就出嘢啦喎，出 APEX Legend Launch Trailer 喎，聽晚頂你個肺！哇！2月7號係咯。 打完第2日就咩喎？啊，好攰啊！ 好攰啊！呢件事。唉。 唉，睇下冇嘢睇下先。唉，睇下啲唔同嘅嘢先，要調劑一下，好辛苦啊！我都要休息半個鐘啊，真係快！你睇到6點啊，真係到5點，要半個鐘頭。講埋嘢即係差唔多3點。
大家好，歡迎收睇莊子的籃球。賽季已經過咗一半，交易截之日亦即將嚟到。湖人現時仍然排名西岸第12至13位，要打入附加賽，除咗要隔離隊輸波之外，佢哋自己都需要把握到贏波嘅機會。因此，點樣提升同埋穩定球隊嘅實力，就係佢哋最大嘅課題。如果要升級陣容，佢哋更加要把握交易截之日前最後嘅機會。今日我哋就嚟睇下湖人喺交易嚟八村壘之後嘅比賽內容到底有啲咩改變呢？而接落嚟以佢哋手上嘅籌碼又可能做到啲咩交易呢？
我唔得啦！
自從 AD 復出以及交易嚟八村壘之後，個人認為湖人的確係慢慢有所改變。一開始為咗俾佢哋好好適應比賽，教練都安排佢哋喺後備出發，八村壘都仍然喺度同球隊磨合。而最近佢哋就放出咗一套新嘅陣容。喺對紐約人嘅嗰場比賽入邊，我哋可以睇到教練放出咗一套 AD、LeBron James、八村壘、Troy Brown Jr. 同埋舒魯達嘅正選陣容出戰。整套正選陣容就只有舒魯達一個後衛，陣容整體嘅尺寸即時變到好大。亦為湖人帶嚟好多以往都未曾見過嘅嘢。從紐約人呢場比賽入邊，我哋可以睇到八村壘有好多時都被安排去守 Julius Randle， 雖然效果都唔係話好好，但至少佢哋喺雙星之外，終於能夠揾到一位球員嚟對位對面嘅明星鋒線，從而減輕 AD 同埋 LeBron James 嘅消耗。而八村壘亦唔需要太多嘅持球進攻，亦已經能夠同雙核好好配合。而八村嘅中距離投射喺3個人之中都算係比較準嘅，而且佢哋3個人都可以憑住身材嚟衝擊籃筐，不時都可以睇到佢哋一個射，另外2個去衝搶籃板嘅畫面。而喺 LeBron 以至係 Westbrook 嘅傳導之下，八村嘅無球空切以及快攻反擊嘅優勢都被放大起嚟。當然，八村壘都有住一定嘅持球進攻能力，間中都會見到佢落波進攻。但就未有見到球隊有安排啲咩戰術俾佢啦。進攻端表現唔錯，唯獨3分，無論係產量定係命中率都比巫師嘅時期差。但相信加以磨合之後，事情都將會變得更好。但防守端佢顯然就有唔少嘅改善空間。佢雖然身材足夠，噸位十足，但由於腳步唔快，橫移步較慢，令佢都難以擔任換防嘅工作。好多時見佢一面對後衛都會好快避過，無論係喺對紐約人嘅時候面對 Jalen Brunson， 定係喺溜馬嘅時候面對哈利伯頓，八村壘都可以話係完全跟唔上佢哋靈敏嘅動作。呢啲亦係放八村壘上陣嘅一大漏洞。而個人認為教練都應該因應對手嘅陣容而作出調整，日後最好都係安排 Patrick Beverley 或者 Austin Reeves 搭配舒魯達上場。等呢啲擅長被掩護嘅球員同八村壘同場，減少換防嘅機會，盡量避免俾對手嘅後衛錯位懲罰嘅情況出現。可見即使加入八村壘，球隊仍然有唔少嘅缺點需要改善，而佢哋又可唔可以趕及喺交易截止日前做啲嘢呢？我哋就馬上睇下最近湖人嘅一啲交易留言。根據 Shams Charania 喺參加節目時被訪問嘅講法，佢認為速龍嘅史亞琴同埋 OG Anunoby 可能係喺交易截止日前最大跑嘅交易球員。而被問及喺交易截止日前最有侵略性嘅球隊，佢就指出咗公鹿、太陽、 快艇同埋湖人呢4隊波嘅名。個人認為湖人要交易史亞琴同埋 OG Anunoby 嘅機會都唔大㗎啦。畢竟呢兩個嘅球員實力同埋潛力都放咗喺度，以湖人目前嘅籌碼都不足以夠其他球隊競爭。其他隊起碼都出到3個首輪，而湖人就2個已經係極限。反而若果交易速龍嘅 Fred VanVleet 或者係 Gary Trent Jr. 都係有啲機嘅。前者擁有唔錯嘅投射同埋持球能力，能夠為湖人而家緊張嘅空間再一啲舒緩。雖然佢比較矮，防守能力都唔算出眾，但勝在夠搏，有擅長追防同埋避開掩護，都係適合湖人現時嘅防守嘅。而且佢都算係矮壯型，唔會咁容易被爆爆。而佢下季更加係球員選項，今年同速龍亦未能完成續約，為咗唔好白白失去 VanVleet，速龍願意交易都唔出奇。而 Gary Trent Jr. 同樣喺下季就係球員選項，仍然未同速龍達成續約協議。佢亦係一位攻防都唔錯嘅球員，有射術，能夠自行持球進攻，亦能夠喺無球時發揮作用。佢係位鋒位搖擺人，有住6尺5寸高、6尺9寸嘅臂展，身材比 VanVleet 更加之好。防守端既可以防鋒線，又可以防後衛，理論上係完美適配雙核嘅人選。而湖人亦可以提供2個首輪、Westbrook 嘅到期合同等等嘅籌碼都有一定嘅吸引力，加上佢哋2個都係 Rich Paul 旗下嘅球員，亦係有利湖人進行交易嘅其中一個因素。而根據 HoopsRare 嘅記者報導，湖人仲喺度探討以 Westbrook 同埋 Beverly 為核心作出交易嘅可能性。而根據消息人士透露，湖人最近就同黃蜂進行接觸，同之前佢哋傳出過希望利用 Westbrook 同2個首輪嚟交易 Terry Rozier 同埋 Gordon Hayward 嘅傳聞都不謀而合。其實都唔難理解點解湖人希望得到佢哋。喺交易 Westbrook 嘅前提之下，湖人就即將會失去1名第2持球手，能夠持球嘅可能就只係剩翻舒魯達同埋未練好組織嘅 Austin Reeves。因此為咗 LeBron James 落場嘅時候有人出嚟分擔持球，甚至係 LeBron James 在場嘅時候能夠分擔佢持球嘅壓力，揾翻1名同樣具備持球能力嘅球員翻嚟，亦係應該嘅。而 Terry Rozier 同埋 Gordon Hayward 同樣係具備一定嘅持球進攻、投射同埋組織能力，只係前者比較唔穩定，而後者又係玻璃人。若果真係要進行交易，個人更加傾向將 Terry Rozier 換成 Kelly Oubre Jr. 始終湖人後衛多的是，但就係缺乏職業防守者，所以加入 Kelly Oubre Jr. 呢個選項，可能夠一次過揾嚟2粒炸彈翻嚟更加之保險。
上食得啦！記得 scan 可口可樂上面嘅 QR code， 上 Code Plus 儲分，咁就可以換購呢一部可口可樂嘅無煙燒烤機，食好嘢啦！仲有其他豐富禮品添。
都開咗抽濕機，櫃桶入面啲衫仲咁噏濕，包包仲反毛添。好在有吸濕大笨象4合1防蟲吸濕包，方便攝喺窿窿罅罅，靈活吸濕，點吸都得，仲防蟲添。
而根據 Jake Fisher 嘅報導，如果公牛決定交易 Zach LaVine， 湖人將會同熱火、紐約人同埋牛仔進行爭奪。而 ESPN 嘅薪金專家 Bobby Marks 都列出過一筆湖人可能嘅交易方案。佢認為湖人可以利用 Westbrook 同埋 Patrick Beverly， 再加上2個首輪為主體，交易嚟 Zach LaVine 同埋 Lonzo Ball。而 LaVine 同埋 Lonzo Ball 都可以話係能夠完美補強湖人缺點嘅球員。佢哋唔單止有住6尺5至6尺6寸嘅身高，能夠改善湖人後場偏矮嘅缺點。而 Lonzo Ball 自身都係一位防守好強嘅球員，佢嘅協防都可以話係頂級嘅存在。佢更加係一位唔錯嘅傳球中樞，能夠快速將個波傳到去合適嘅位置，從而提升球隊嘅ball movement。而且佢哋嘅3分產量同埋命中率都係精英級別。LaVine 更加係一位持球同埋無球都可以切換嘅得分手。各種嘅特點都完美適配相合，當然適合還適合，問題都係公牛睇唔睇得上湖人嘅籌碼。個人就冇研究太多其他隊嘅籌碼，但若果公牛選擇重建嘅話， Westbrook 同埋 Patrick Beverly 2張到期合同，加埋2個首輪嘅組合，確實係能夠加速佢哋重建嘅進程。 而最近就有新聞指，公牛嘅球團隊醫讀過嘅醫生都唔明白點解朗素波會喺手術之後仍然感覺到膝頭哥痛嘅呢？再睇翻呢單交易留言，就不禁諗到同LeBron James 一樣同為 Rich Paul 旗下嘅球員嘅朗素波，到底係真傷啦，定係人工智能膝頭哥發作呢？就只有佢自己先至知道啦。最後亦算係最重磅嘅消息，相信大家入到嚟都係想睇下 Kyrie Irving 可唔可以重返 LBJ 身邊嘅消息㗎啦。事不宜遲，我哋馬上嚟睇下。喺2023年2月4號 ，Shams Charania 喺一個電視節目入邊報導咗 Kyrie Irving 嘅交易請求。佢只有消息人士透露 ，Kyrie Irving 已經請求交易，而湖人、太陽同埋牛仔已經成為 Irving 嘅交易嘅領跑者。而根據消息人士透露，籃網喺上個禮拜同 Irving 提供咗一份續約嘅合同，但呢份多年嘅合同入邊，最後一年就包括咗一啲嘅保障條款。而 Irving 嘅陣營就認為，對於好似 Irving 呢啲咁嘅級別嘅球員，得到嘅續約合同入邊根本就唔應該包含呢啲條款嘅。而 Irving 提出交易請求嘅另一個因素，就係佢同籃網之間出現嚴重嘅分歧，同籃網無法達成一致。而目前預期，無論係喺交易截止日前，定係喺7月嘅休賽期之前 ，Irving 都已經準備好告別籃網。Shams Charania 嘅消息就大概睇到呢度，到底呢單交易會唔會發生呢？隨住 Irving 呢單交易消息曝光之後，再加上 Westbrook 嘅交易留言，聯盟彷彿就好似翻返去休賽期一樣。個人認為，由於 Irving 過往喺場外都有過唔少嘅事蹟，所以籃網就希望喺合同中加入一啲限制佢出場嘅條款，確保佢能夠為球隊作出貢獻。但以 Irving 嘅性格，甚至乎作為一名球星，相信都係難以接受咁樣嘅條款㗎啦。而 Irving 亦已經30歲，理論上嚟講，呢一份亦將會係佢最後一份嘅頂薪合同，因此佢一直都想揾一份4年最高1.985億嘅合同。考慮到 Irving 嘅場外風險以及年齡等嘅因素，球隊會唔會咁為佢提供一份較長嘅合同，亦係另一個問題。所以可唔可以得到 Irving 嘅續約承諾，同埋球隊有心理準備承受 Irving 所帶嚟嘅風險，都係呢次交易嘅重點之一。所以未做好上述嘅準備，交易得到佢嘅球隊就只能夠好似得到佢半季嘅使用權一樣。而喺湖人嘅角度嚟講，佢哋確實都係一直對佢有興趣嘅，而 LeBron James 亦的確係一直都希望 Irving 能夠翻返去自己身邊打波。但個人就認為 Irving 就唔係太適合現時嘅湖人啦。現時湖人主要嘅問題在於側翼防守比較弱，外圍三分火力不足等等。Irving 嚟到的確係可以解決到三分嘅問題，而且佢嘅單打能力亦係能夠改變對方嘅防守陣型。但佢嘅防守能力就唔足以改善到湖人鋒線防守嘅缺陷啦，甚至係有機會令到後衛線嘅防守都出現下滑，到最後就會令到球隊需要陷入同對方鬥攻嘅局面。因此個人認為，湖人而家更加需要換嘅係一名優質嘅 3D 鋒線。喺以上咁多宗交易留言入邊，個人認為 Gary Trent Jr. 可能已經係比較適合嘅一位。而且根據 YOUTUBE 嘅報導，湖人雖然有意得到 Irving， 但佢哋現階段都唔願意給予 Irving 續約嘅承諾。所以如果佢哋咁樣都要用2個首輪嚟換 Irving 嘅半年使用權嘅話，個人就認為有啲不智啦。何況湖人雙核到24至25賽季就會進入球員選項，貿然續約 Irving 亦會打亂球隊未來嘅部署。因此就現時嘅資訊嚟睇，個人就唔太睇好呢單交易會發生啦。距離交易截止日只係剩翻1個星期，就等我哋拭目以待湖人後續嘅發展。
唞下先，轉頭翻嚟。 set 翻個聲音先。
Can they do it? He goes for the heat check right there, baby. R9 gold.
Go in there and
out.
no scope him.
I want to see the no scope coming out from the Krabby Patty formula. Is he going to do it? A bubble coming out from E6, man. They are one man down, though.
Just trials, they get a second.
Yeah, and that's a great game, man. E6 getting second place. Game Ward getting first.
呢度係 liquid 嘅聲，但係
Yo, Bo, dude, I'm sorry I'm late. Guess who won? Username? Guess what it was?
13分鐘。
Nice Wigs Annie.
13分鐘後
Can you
見。
believe that?
What?
Crazy, right? So we are doing an interview today, I would imagine, with the cameras.
Is that what they're here for?
Yes. You are a controller player.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good with your hands?
Yeah, that's what they tell me.
Good with your fingers? Very good with your fingers. Let's do some finger painting.
Okay.
Okay. Could we just... Okay. The idea is we paint each other, but like as a legend in Apex Legends.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to create you as I see you as a legend. Do you have a lot of experience in finger painting?
Not too much. Not too much. Hey, but I'm ready to give it a go.
Okay. Well, I hope it looks pretty good. I'm also going to give you this because I know that I don't want to get that jersey all messed up. So just pop that on, and we can get going. I don't know how to put this on.
An ex-girlfriend took me to a finger painting class one time.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah. So, yeah. You're my second time.
Wow.
How do you feel?
You're my first.
Wow.
Okay. So you can do anything you want. This is your world.
Okay. I'm ready.
You know who said that?
Who?
Bob Ross. Bob Ross. So how did you start getting into competitive Apex? Where did it all begin for Bo?
I was in college at Florida State. Basically just picked up Apex. I was getting up to Predator ranks on console. And actually the first ALG, it was online tournament number 5, I believe. Mm-hmm. It was the first tournament I played, and we actually we made finals.
Ooh, not bad.
Not bad. So yeah, first online tournament we played and we made finals. Once you kind of make one finals, you know, like that first one kind of gives you that, like, hey, you know, I got what it takes.
Yeah. Just so you know, you can mix the colors. I've just worked that out in the middle.
Oh, yeah.
That's what this bit's
I'm kind of doing like a little blend, and then I'm gonna.
You're using a lot more techniques than I realized were available during this.
Yeah. Hey, they tell me I'm good with my fingers.
Exactly. Let's talk about ALGS championships, right? Because that was where we really got to know Bo a little bit, right?
Yeah,
Personality.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, people were loving you. You were the superhero. You came in, saved the day. Everyone was loving you. You fragged out as well.
Yeah,
You had
yeah.
some memorable moments.
Oh, yeah.
What did that event mean to you, not only the event itself, but for your career afterwards?
I'll never forget, I was Thursday morning, the first day of champs, and I had just gone out partying pretty hard with Daltu, Shirog, and some others.
Got a little.
Yeah, I got a little. That's okay. That's
No,
okay.
it's fine. As I say, it's you're an artist. Keep going. Don't
And
let me stop you.
hey, it gets messy sometimes. You
Yeah,
know?
exactly. Life does, doesn't it?
Life gets a little messy sometimes. So yeah, I was out partying the night before, but I got the call that Matey at the time, so I was a sub for GMT. That Matey had gotten COVID and he was not able to play, so it was my time to shine. And
shine you did.
And made the most of my opportunity.
By the way, what colors are you using?
I'm just using yellow. I'm gonna do a yellow background.
Yeah.
Background.
Yellow for happiness.
Yellow
You're a
for
happy guy,
happiness.
right?
It's like a sun, like a big sun. You know?
Yeah, I like that.
You're shining.
I've used
Shining.
browns.
Okay.
And some red. What have you guys been working on in the build-up to this event itself? Because you guys had a crazy pro league, right? I think you probably surpassed your own expectations, I would say, with like how strong you were, and especially you. I mean, you fragged out this pro league. What, you number 2 overall kills?
Yeah, no, so tied with Hal.
Tied with Hal. Sorry,
Tied with
my
Hal.
mistake.
Yeah, 76 kills. Me and Hal both had 76. So.
Very impressive.
Yeah. So definitely exceeded my expectations. You know, you have like some self-doubts about yourself.
Yeah.
Until you actually do it.
Like my painting.
Yeah. Kind of like my painting too.
Yeah, sure.
But you know, once you do it, then you kind of like get it under your belt and you're like, okay, I can do this.
Yeah.
So it was a good feeling. I was being the MVP is a good feeling. Good feeling.
100%. You got any words for anyone else in the lobby? Is there anyone that you want to kind of like, let's just say run into in a 3v3, you're pinching someone and you're like, hey, this is our chance to take these boys out?
You know, we are playing in an international LAN.
Yeah.
So, you know, we don't get to play against other regions very much so often.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm always looking to, you know, I've had my fair share at NA, this split. So I'm definitely
Careful.
looking.
You gonna say EU?
Yeah, I'm definitely looking for some EU teams.
Just remember where you are as well, London.
Yeah, I'm behind enemy lines.
Yeah, just be careful. Just saying, these streets, don't forget. How's your painting coming along, by the way?
You know, I'm putting in the eyes right now, using a little red.
Where do you think you're at percentage-wise? I'm pretty good, by the way. I think I'm quite happy with mine. I've surprised myself. Yeah.
I'm getting there.
And if you are struggling, just remember as well, it's hard to see things when you're too close.
Yeah.
So take a step back and look. Guess who said that?
Bob Ross.
Bob Ross again. Right, I've got paint everywhere. Do you know what? I'm gonna sign it. I'm signing it. Hold on. 'Cause this is a work. How do I spell onset? Oh my god. It's kind of looking like a child was let loose in a lab.
I'm almost
You're
good.
almost done. Okay. I'm gonna say the tension is now killing me. Do you want to reveal yours first, or do you want me to go first?
Okay, so I was supposed to kind of do you, right, as a legend?
Yeah.
Okay, so I gave you a full set of hair.
Wow, my guy.
Because I'm
Thank
like that.
you.
Because I'm
Yeah,
like that. I'm
yeah,
like that.
yeah.
You know. And then yeah, I kind of just went with what I was feeling.
Come on, turn to the camera.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
I mean, tell me, come on, Bob Ross doing that? I don't think so.
Walk me through it.
Yeah, so I originally went with the yellow, right? And I don't like the yellow. So I kind of made it into the background.
Yeah.
And then I was like, I kind of got to add some hair because you got to. And then I went a little bloodhound, I was like red eyes.
Okay.
I was thinking like, you got like thermal vision.
Yeah.
You're about to lock in, you're about to hunt somebody down.
This screams scarecrow to me.
Yeah.
And I don't know what my abilities would be as a scarecrow. Like, am I the bait? Is that what you're saying? Like, I go out, make some noise, everyone gets attracted to me, and then you just come in and fry?
Yeah, it's like I'm throwing the dogs out.
Yeah.
And you're bringing the bait back.
There
to
it
me.
is.
Yeah.
There it is.
Exactly.
Okay, I'll show you mine. So I gave you hair as well.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I gave you hair.
What? Wow.
Look at this. So my idea behind this is that like you have like a kind of like a Goku like power. You know what I mean?
Like a Super Saiyan. Like a
Super Saiyan
yeah,
kind of
okay.
thing going on. Your ultimate, you'd like go,
Yeah.
I don't know what you do. Exactly that.
Yeah.
See? Great thinking. The hair goes out.
Yeah.
And then you get a surfboard.
Perfect.
That's for
with the
rotations.
waves?
That's for rotations.
Yeah.
Quick rotation.
Exactly.
What do you think? Out of 10?
Dude, 11 out of 10.
11 out of 10.
11 out of 10.
Okay, I felt like this was fun.
Yeah.
I almost felt like it was necessary in some ways as well.
I found out a lot about myself.
Yeah, I'm glad we've got into the inside of what makes Rambo Rambo, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Best of luck with this event, my friend.
Appreciate it.
You guys frag out.
Yes, sir.
And,
Yes, sir.
Best of luck.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Do this again soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime.
this is where the great separate themselves from the rest.
This has been building up. This has been the moment they've all been looking forward to.
And so it begins.
Our APEX champions.
This is amazing for boys. Look at us.
This puts so much on the line for a lot of these squads that need to perform.
On the fast.
It is go big or go home.
Watch it crack. I'm done.
This is absolute carnage. Oh! They need that type of performance.
I cannot believe what they have just done.
Are you kidding me?
Oh my God.
Did we get another?
Everybody has been waiting for this moment.
This is what I was built for.
It is do or die, win or go home, keep going or get left behind. From London, we are here with our ALGS Split 1 playoffs and our final elimination bracket of 2 to determine who will be playing Sunday for $1 million in prizing and a chance at Apex Legends history. If you're in the crowd, make some noise, get hype. It is time to begin our last 6 games of the day. And I've got the best fans in the venue, the best team behind us and working the show, and the best analyst desk in the world. And of course, we've got none other than the special guest here, Eric Rona, sniped down for those who know him best that way. We've said his name more times than one. Eric, great to see you, brother.
Yeah, man.
So good that you stopped by, and wish you the best. It's great to have you on the desk.
Honestly, you know, I'd obviously rather be up there, but this is a close first. I'm happy to be here. Showed up today. I got swarmed by a bunch of awesome people in the crowd, and would love to get out there and say hello to a bunch of people who are looking forward to seeing me here.
There will be time for that. We had to steal Eric so he could help us out on the desk. We're going to have a little bit of a POV for at least the start and maybe for this game. But Mark, how's it feel, man? This is do or die.
It's do or die. I also feel like I've been thrown under the bus, being put alongside one of the most handsome men in esports. Now you have to look at this. I'm sorry, everybody, but it is do or die. This is the elimination bracket, and this is the last chance, right, to keep your tournament going. The teams have fought to get to this position, and they're not going to want to let anything go. Falling down from that opportunity they had just a few moments ago in the previous group to get to the final and not quite make it, I'm worried about how those teams are going to perform. I think the pressure really does step up there. Emotions might get the better of you, so it's a big final 6 games of the day.
What a moment it is, Genome. All the way, of course, our APAC South representative from Australia, but it's moments like this that make it all worth it.
It absolutely is. There's so much left to go. We've had 2 great series so far, but I mean, there's 10 teams that have already played through 1 series today, and now they're going to have to go up against those who just dropped down from the winners bracket. And you know those guys have got the egos. You know they're going to be looking at those other 10 teams and be like, come on, man, we can take you. And it's going to be really tough for them to deal with the disrespect that I think is going to come from those top 10 teams, honestly.
Oh my goodness, it is only getting better. That is what esports is all about. That's what the ALGS is all about. And I am so excited because, you know what, as a competitor myself, I know that Sunday, it's quiet, it's lonely. Not here in the copper box, but in terms of who's left and who has to, of course, watch from the sidelines. That's what we're determining this moment here. All right, I want to talk a little bit about these teams and the situation. Eric, I'm going to give you time, Mark, and of course, Genome, to talk about specific teams. But Eric, you know, this situation is not easy for a pro to be in. Talk to me about the mentality and kind of the things you're seeing here today.
Yeah, I mean, we have 10 teams that came from the losers bracket that are obviously all hyped up. They've been waiting to play. They just got to watch that, calm their nerves a little bit. And then we have 10 teams that just, you know, got knocked down a little bit. So it's an interesting dynamic going from the hype versus, you know, being a little disappointed with how they did. It's going to be interesting to see how some of these teams bounce back. You know, you have a team like Dark Zero who have won the last 2 LAN, shooting themselves in the losers bracket. So this is going to really put them to the test, and it's just going to be awesome to see kind of how exciting these games are about to be.
All right, I want to get your thoughts a little bit later, too, on what you're expecting to happen here. But, Mark, let's talk to you. Who do you have your eyes on?
SSG, I think it goes on the dynamic that Eric was talking about, right? We were halfway through the series, maybe 4 games into the series, and I was like, hey, we haven't talked about SSG. They're kind of doing their thing. They're in the top 10. Sometimes we don't give them the spotlight, but they're still always in the finals lobby, right? All of a sudden, some crazy things happen in Game 6. SSG are probably watching and going, how has this happened? Like 1 kill, separating the difference, 1 placement, that's separating the difference between them having a bit be rested up right now, thinking about tomorrow. Now they're back on the main stage. So I think SSG have got some questions to answer. We already know that maybe there's a little bit of tension there in itself, and maybe that's just going to exacerbate it even more.
Well, asking the tough questions is how you actually get the right answers, and they asked it of themselves. Came up a little short. They have another chance of redemption, though. Gino, who do you have your eyes on heading into this? Because, of course, there are a lot of teams we could focus on, a lot of different stories.
Yeah, there are. I want to have a look at Dark Zero. Snipe was just touching on them before. I mean, they had a win. It was something like a 25-point game in that winner's bracket. That really speaks to the quality of this team. We shouldn't have to tell you about them. They've got 2 trophies in the bank, but they do still find themselves here in the elimination bracket. And look, talking about how they look at those other teams, how they view themselves. That's where I think this has got to come out, and if they really want to prove that they still are among the best, they need to show up now. Had a quick chat to them in the changeover between the series. They were talking about taking some pretty premium POIs on the maps, looking at Cascade Falls, which with the switch over to their more zone-heavy comp, I think is going to really suit them in this lobby.
Great points, fellas. Let's take a look, although at home, on who is participating. We see them behind us, but this is a list of everyone who is in this elimination round 2. This is it before we decide who's going to Sunday. And you see names that maybe shouldn't be here. Snipe, who's the biggest surprise in here, outside of SSG, outside of Dark Zero, for you to be fighting in this elimination bracket?
I mean, honestly, Luminosity. I'm a huge fan of the LG guys. I think they've been one of the most dominant and consistent teams. They kind of remind me of a Furia from back at the last LAN, where they just kind of show up, they take fights, they win fights, and they assert dominance on the entire lobby. They might not necessarily be the team that's going to win the games, but they're going to put up the 12 to 20-point games just on solo kills alone.
Great point. I think this is a lot of high expectations for a pretty young squad, a pretty young gunner, and Yanya, as I mentioned, but they have experience. They've been to previous lands. But let's take a look at how they're going to start this game, because, of course, Mark, when you see the way this is, you've cast the Stormpoint and World's Edge. It's a different tempo depending on each map for these teams.
It certainly is, but for some of these teams, I think just getting loose on Stormpoint in game number 1 might be the way to go, right? Just shake off some of the cobwebs. We've had some really intense games in that winner's bracket, but now there might be a little bit more space on the map to play with. So if you can find some isolated fights, you've been playing Edge and you haven't had success in that winner's bracket lobby, maybe this is time to put the points on the board.
All right, thank you so much, everybody in London. Before we send it up to the casters, make some noise. It is win or go home here at the Copper Box, and we've got 2 of the best in the business. Let's go to our casters.
Thank you so much, Rain. It is time to determine the final 10 spots, the final 10 teams that will be making their way through to finals. And Tiff, this is going to be an insane series of games.
Look, it was really tough. I mean, I was on the desk for the elimination round 1, and so many heartbreaking moments. I think Onset said it best. 1 elimination separating who's going to stay and who's going to go home, and everything is on the line. But think of those teams that just came off playing that 6-set series, right? They are fresh, they are ready to go, but a lot of teams that we didn't actually expect to see here in elimination round 2.
And I think that's what's so surprising, is that it's not just that we didn't necessarily expect him. We're talking about the top of the top, our former back-to-back champions.
Yes.
North Amgen, who went from literally almost first place for the overall yesterday into dead last. I mean, the amount of upsets that we've seen, it's shocking.
To be fair, it was one of the craziest lobbies I have ever seen, completely stacked. I saw Nocturnal tweet himself, that was one of the hardest sets of games that I have ever played, and congratulations to them for advancing on to the grand finals tomorrow. But the job's not over. You keep hearing that from a lot of these teams. The job's not over until you have secured that spot in finals tomorrow, and you are potentially even just hoisting that trophy at the end of the day. That is when the job is finished, and even then, you gotta go next, because there's always split 2.
And I think that's where a lot of experience comes in. That's where a lot of mental fortitude is needed, because this has been a long day. This has been a day where they needed to either wake up very, very early,
yes,
or they needed to wait until later and then do back-to-back series.
Yeah, that's where it's going to be really tough. We got a good look at Space Station. They lost out and came in here, 1 point separating them from advancing. But if you're just familiar or not familiar at all and you're joining us, the points and scoring for how this is going to go down, the placement points are as follows. 12 placement points for that first place, scaled all the way down. But if you get in 16th to 20th, 0 points. And we know how mission critical these can be.
Not only that, but obviously they're going to be getting 1 point per kill. We were actually talking about this before this series started. Some teams, specifically like we just saw with NRG, decided that that was what they wanted to focus on. They absolutely slayed out, and we even saw in the game where they had 16 kills and only 1 placement point. And the amount of aggression that they had secured them their spot into the finals. Now it's possible, especially on Stormpoint, that some of these teams try to do that.
I mean, let's go ahead and talk about it, right? You got Pulverix. They came out swinging. They won map 1 of the winners round, but then they had 4 games where they found themselves with 0 eliminations. The consistency wasn't there, and now they have found themselves. And not only that, it's the same thing that happened to Dark Zero. We saw them have that standout performance in that map 3 on World's Edge. We had that intense listen-in where they walked us through from that tower rotation to the finish, and it was impeccable. But even that, hey, and Nasty on your screen, we see the hype. I wonder how that roast is doing.
Oh, you know what? I wish we could ask him, because that was a very fun interview. Nasty's vibes are always at an all-time high, but even he said his mental was a little bit off. They were struggling in that first series. Insane clutch in the final game, 2 reses to get a full team reset in order to bring it back to the point where they could make it through to here.
I mean, he even kind of went into the details surrounding how silent they got, because they thought it was over at that point, and it is make or break. You have to lock it in. I saw it dropped. He tweeted, didn't make it by 1 point. Too many mistakes from us in Game 6 split. Plenty of opportunity for us to have qualified, and we threw. Locked in for losers finals. It's time to overcome the adversity.
See, and I love that that's what he's putting out onto social media, because I actually walked past him as we were getting ready to set up for this next series, gave him a fist bump, said lock it in, and he was like, we're good. Confidence just oozing out of Drop. Like, they are ready to make sure they secure their spot.
I know, we saw a lot of hype in the kind of the team chat there. They were all saying the last dance. So kind of really sad when you think about it. If they don't advance on to tomorrow, this could be the last time we see that Space Station roster as it is.
Which could be even more of a motivating factor, right? You don't want to go out. Now, you don't want this to be the last memory of that trio. They're going to be pushing extra hard to make sure they make it.
I mean, that's a really good point. You want to go out there, give it your all, send it out swinging. But look at Gonbure Otusen right there. They want to find themselves in the match point finals tomorrow. And so many teams, so many qualified. I mean, this is going to be a heartbreaking series.
I'm excited, but I'm also a little bit scared.
Yeah.
Because these results are going to be upsetting and also incredibly amazing.
Yeah, definitely. Let's go ahead and talk about the fact that we're going to be kicking it off on Stormpoint, right? I was able to jump onto the winners bracket for the World's Edge, and it was very different pacing than what we saw on the final 3 maps of Stormpoint. A lot more action. You heard Onset talk about it on the desk. Maybe they just need to get in, just get intense, and maybe put up a massive game in Game 1.
Which does happen sometimes. And if you are the team that is successful in making that aggressive push, what it does for your momentum and your mental, especially when you are in the last portion of an elimination bracket, is huge. It cannot be understated how important it is to keep your spirits high after the type of day that they've had.
I mean, it's definitely been a long day. They had 18 games total throughout the day, and some of these players playing at least 12, and then they'll have to go home, rest up if they qualified for tomorrow, and then get up and ready to lay it all on the line. Passion is oozing. FC Destroy on your screen, a little bit of kick action. We saw Staleezy, man. He was just feeling themselves, and I hope that they find some success.
I mean, there truly are too many storylines to talk about in this elimination bracket. I mean, you've still got 100 Thieves. We have IG. We have LG. There are Zane.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. J-Links,
we need to talk about J-Links. You know?
How strong of a start they had throughout the group stages, and it's kind of been like they were at the top of a roller coaster, and it's been a downward spiral ever since. So a very, very tough moment for them, but they need to come out swinging. We know they have the talent to do so, but because this is kind of Stormpoint and it is an elimination round 2, we can talk about some of the drops, right? It seems like a lot of people are not willing to contest. NTH taking that high point back for their own, and that was where they really excelled on Stormpoint and found a lot of eliminations, rotating down through the wall, challenging NorCal very often, and hey, they're setting it up to do exactly that.
But then on the flip side of that, with the performance that we've seen out of Northampton, will that end up being their downfall? Will it be NorCal who comes out on top? And we are about to find out, because the dropship is ready to go. It is time to get into our first Stormpoint match of the last elimination bracket.
And this is what I'm really excited about, right? KCP, Nasky himself said it was going to be a slow roast, but let's talk about it. They found a home. They are going to Lightning Rod, which I don't know if you guys know this or not, but that's Furia's home, and I think Panders is actually going to be taking over the reins and doing a little bit of IGLing himself. So when you're doing that, let's see how the rotation throws down. You can see Sir Del is already making his way over to that IMC Armory.
And I love that you point out that they can be potentially going like the Furia way with the leadership of Panders, because the aggression actually works out well for KCP. They do historically get a lot of their points from kills. So this might end up working for them when you combine it with Stormpoint, when you combine it with their IGL. It might be the perfect storm.
Let's go ahead and look at this kick in an early engagement with NTH. Taida already down, Salizi down, so a 2v2 situation. Maybe NTH decided they didn't want to go to high point. They're channeling the wall.
I did not see that one coming. This could be make or break for the start of NTH's game. Kick, though, taking some serious casualties here as NTH takes out Van Van, now down to just Kings. Kick need to decide how they want to handle this. It's going to be a little bit of an advantage for North Eption here. I hope they can bring this one home.
I mean, look, it's already a 2v1 situation. Razy is going to get tagged up, forced to kind of reposition, but they just need to play this slow and passionate. They know exactly where that player is. They could try to do a bait with the res. You've got Satuki with the triple take, kind of guarding, watching the back, but look, it's just a swing. They've reset some as well. No, that's actually Fnatic walking in for a third party immediately.
And this is the early game chaos we were anticipating. Some of these teams want to make sure they get the points on the board immediately in North Eption after a really, really rough time already. First team eliminated as Fnatic tries to continue their tear. Now pushing their way through Kick, and Kick is the second squad down.
Look, we knew Fnatic had said we will win today. They got 4th at Champs in Rally. They do not want to go out in the elimination bracket. They actually landed downed Beast and North Pad, and decided to rotate all the way up to the wall immediately after that. That was a brilliant timed rotation.
And that is a very purposely aggressive play. I mean, the second they see that there might be some action in the kill feed, we did note that NTH earlier in the week was landing over at wall. They gave it up, I think, when TSM was over there, and they kind of got comfortable. The fact that they went back there and wanted to go for those points ended up being a massive downfall.
Oh, as we look at the map overview, we're going to get a center Stormpoint zone. You can see Dark Zero over there at Cascade Falls. 100 Thieves already making their rotation. The fact that we're already saying 100 Thieves in the elimination round 2, so many big organizations that are looking to seal themselves a ticket to the match point finals tomorrow. And J-Lings, they land the mill, and look at the congestion that's happening as they begin to rotate. Even IG Internationals over there.
I don't think that this calm is going to be lasting very long. It is definitely most before the storm. However, that western edge of this zone is going to give a little bit of real estate. We can see Team Singularity down there. We need to talk about South America a little bit. The first elimination bracket did go well for the majority of that region.
That is true. We saw a lot of South American action, but we just needed them to keep up the momentum. 4 out of 5 of the teams there had already found some success, and now you can see Team Singularity is really looking to set up on the outskirts of the zone. They probably have that information. You can see that they know exactly where that next ring is, so they're poising themselves where the 2 circles meet, which is not a bad strategy if you want to play edge. But KCP still taking their time over at Lightning Rod. They had a beacon there, so they're going to have that rotational information. But the question is, how are they going to approach that? But J-Lings on the God spot has a team in their sights.
The real question is, what J-Lings are we going to get? Are we going to get the 1v3 clutch factor J-Lings? Or are we going to get the slower play, not doing as many aggressive pushes as we've seen today J-Lings? Because they don't have the time to sit back and be passive anymore. This is the moment to really make it happen. Speaking of making it happen, Dark Zero, I cannot imagine a world where they don't make it to finals.
Yeah, that's going to be be the worst way for our reigning champs to kind of go out, but you know that they know what it takes to lock it in when it matters the most. The pressure is on the line, and that could actually help them make them thrive. You think about it, they went to crypto on World's Edge, changed their composition. We were talking with Genome about it, but they've moved back to their original composition. So maybe going back to something a little more familiar, and they can just full send it, enter Force 36 on your screen, looking pretty kitted out, purple shield, 2 blues, out in Jurassic, just vibing.
We did see potentially a little bit of action on behalf of IG as well, a little bit of pokes going back and forth, but nothing coming of it yet, as a lot of these teams are just trying to rotate into a safer area right now. Enterforce going to be hanging out here in Jurassic, seeing if they can potentially spot anybody else coming through in rotation and maybe get themselves some free KP.
Or just farm those prowlers.
I wasn't sure if they got them already, honestly.
No, it's a great way to level up your shield, get some interesting loot. I mean, lasering them.
There's nothing else to do here. Might as well just get the free loot and get those Evos up.
Oh, look, we can kind of see thinking about the next zone, right? We saw it very, very center, and a lot of those teams have been kind of making their way over towards the southwestern area of Cascade, so a lot of congestion there. So we're prioritizing the rotation, which is really nice, because I feel like if you can reign consistent, maybe get a couple top 5 finishes throughout, maybe not go out with such a bang, hit that win, and then maybe have some lackluster games, you really can't do anything with that.
Okay, all right, we were just talking about him. Now we're checking in with SSG. We'll have to see if the confidence that Dropped has is going to be paying off here, as they too look pretty kitted up and not having to worry about too much right now. This might be one of the slowest starts we have actually had to a Stormpoint match so far.
It's true. I mean, look, they're just biding their time. They need to kind of figure out how this lobby is going to work, right? Map number 1 is a great time to get a lot of information and see how these teams are going to play, because you don't know if you're walking up on a team that is putting their heart on the line, that they're going to just into anything and just send it, or if they're going to actually make good, calculated engagements. And Space Station now landing uncontested at Launchpad, which is kind of nice, right?
Yeah.
This is that where they were having a lot of contention, even with Vex, who unfortunately went home earlier, but Space Station was taking the upper hand in a lot of that, so they know these rotations, they know the choke points to look for, and they are just watching their back to make sure no one's rotating this way late.
I was going to say, they've got a pretty safe area right now. They know that they can be potentially expecting a team to be pushing their way right now as the zone is closing in on them. They're going to play this edge and see if they can maybe pick up some free KP on the way, and then have a completely wide open rotation in front of them. They may have timed it perfectly here. We see them keeping their eyes on the choke that you were talking about. It might result in some serious additional points.
Let's check out Barometer. We got Dreamfire at the very top, and I've been having so much fun watching Roy and Bolin. They have just been absolutely a joy, and they seem to be in positive spirits as well, despite the situation, and they were coming in kind of as one of those substitutes. So they're going to hit that beacon, want to find the next zone information and prioritize, but being all the way out here, it'd be really cool to see. Maybe you can catch some of those teams coming from the very south side of the map. I think Dreamfire landed in Shipfall, and Luminosity goes Fish Farms, but this is what Space Station was looking for, right? So the question is, how are they going to approach this? EXO is on that end where they can kind of keep Space Station.
And you had seen that EXO had taken a little bit of damage from SSG, and they're kind of chasing them down here right now, but making sure that they're at least keeping them at a distance. I think that was the one team SSG was waiting for, getting the information, even if they don't want to push that fight, to at least know the safe way that they can make their rotation away from that area now. Smart play, if they decide to back off, they don't want to push it, and now you can see EXO making sure that they're not going to continue to be inted, they can get themselves a reset as well.
Space Station deciding not to take that engagement and going to rotate through the southern chokehold just on the underneath of EXO, and I think that's smart, right? You don't want to take a fight that could necessarily get you caught out of zone and maybe attract the attention of a lot of teams that are looking for that third-party opportunity. So play your own game, play it smart, it's calculated time. There is no reason to take a fight that is unwarranted.
Let us go there.
You know, I was wondering what the plan was going to be, because some of these teams that maybe had a slower start in either of their brackets, I wasn't sure if they were going to use game number 1 as an opportunity to hype themselves up and really kind of get the KP going. It looks like everyone is really wanting to make their way to finals. No mistakes will be made, not taking any crazy risks.
I mean, how crazy is it? You think about Fnatic right here. They're ones in first place because they're the only ones that have actually taken a fight thus far to make that rotation over to the wall, hearing what was going on with NTH. But hey, this is who we were wanting. Nasky, KCP going over to checkpoint. They want to get into an early engagement on their rotation.
All right, they're starting to do some poke back and forth here. KCP looking the way of Fnatic, knowing that they could potentially be either getting some points here or putting themselves in a little bit of danger. Bangalore here to zone off the area. They need to decide when or how or if they even want to make this push, and it looks like they might be moving in.
I really love what they're doing, right? They throw out the Rolling Thunder. They're using that as their cover to push in, but Surdell going to go down immediately. This is not a fight that you want to make sure that you're taking, because Fnatic is also going to double down with their Bangalore ultimate as well, and Fnatic not taking any damage, and they are getting the cheeky window shots, and just like that, KCP was annihilated.
The split angles that Fnatic just took there, I mean, KCP was just huddled up by the door. Fnatic didn't even have to do that much. Straight through the window, able to melt them down so quickly. And instantly, game number 1 for KCP is just done.
I mean, look. Fnatic is looking phenomenal from what we have seen thus far. It's their timing, it's their micro, it's that how they're approaching these fights and utilizing everyone to the best of their abilities, whether it's surrounding your prey in a sense. At that point, there was nothing that KCP could have done differently to make that fight turn around. It was over when it started.
What's even crazier too is if you consider the drops of everybody, Fnatic went at everyone on the top, the northern half of the map. They went for NTH, they went for Kick, they went for KCP. Those are all the people that are in their like linear area of Stormpoint, now wiped out.
Look, if the trend's gonna continue that way, NorCal Esports is gonna be a little nervous because they land Thunderwatch with Space Station on your screen, kind of guarding the pineapple. This is a good building to hold, right? You're talking about making sure that you're holding that edge, clearing your back, and as I think about it, EXO, they've still been lurking around Space Station, and now Space Station gets the chance to try to gatekeep them, focus of attention going out, so they're getting information regarding the shields of the players and just using that passive to figure out where those players are.
You know, SSG had rotated away from EXO, not wanting to take the fight then. EXO now back in the sights of SSG. Are these two destined to finally take this fight?
They don't have to commit to it, right? There is still that rotational ability to go around the rock and go a little more north if you just want to prolong and like avoiding SSG. I mean, it's very fair. You can see they dodged the focus of attention, so Space Station getting denied that knowledge. I think that's going to be smart. But as we think about where this zone is going, Glitter, you can see in the mini-map, it is primarily water, and we were always talking about how much you love these zones. We are getting an all-out open ending, and with the meta shift changing, not a lot of these teams are going to have the ability to anchor down a full open area, but 100 Thieves taken to the sky.
Listen, they saw where the zone was shifting to, and they are trying to get in there early and grab whatever real estate they can. There are already teams that have acquired their spots, so 100 Thieves don't want to miss up any leftover valuable real estate. They do find a safe corner back here. Don't take as much damage as I thought they would have. They'll be able to get a reset, but there's so many squads around and above them.
Yeah, but here's the deal. If EXO can use their seer to the best, hit that focus of attention, realize how low 100 Thieves is, they could fully send that. But so far, they are reigning on that high ground, because you gotta think Space Station is just a literal crevice behind them that could easily push behind and make a move. You've gotta hold your back secure.
EXO setting up shop here on this high ground.
Ooh, I feel like this looks so familiar. You know exactly what I'm thinking of. Back to like Sweden and oh.
I am so nervous. You know what? There's probably about to be a lot of action that is about to kick off here. Before it goes insane, let's actually jump on board with 100 Thieves and see what their game plan is.
The Seer's all the way back here, and one split up over here. We might be able to run up now and try to force onto the solo and Nut. No, they're coming back right now. They're very aware of this.
Man, our biggest thing is going to be the team up top. Get ready to EMP.
This team is scoped in here. They're going to be fighting. Okay, so I'm recalling. Yes. I'm gonna have my drone out right here so I can remote it.
I'm gonna try playing somewhere else.
Careful, the enemy has an energized.
Dude, let's go. we can. I'm gonna check. Careful from your high backs.
I know.
Team flying towards nut. No, they're going over here. That's bullying a team here.
I've got eyes on one of them over there.
They killed that team that flew. They're getting an angle on the right.
You can play on me if you need to.
This team's from height is wrapping zone. They're wrapping zone from height.
Are they?
Yes. Are they all gone? One is so far. I got a bat again in this corner. Yes, I'll try to poke for you.
You need to scout it again.
I'm gonna.
We'll be fine. Use that to right.
Okay, while they're trying to debate what move they want to make from underneath EXO, so many other things are happening in the kill feed right now. The Kraber coming in huge for DARK0, and so many teams going down.
I mean, I was talking to Genome in the green room. He was saying how powerful Zero is the moment he gets a Kraber in his hand, and Luminosity on your screen just trying to make it through. They need to go through that door and get out of there, but E36, they want to make sure that Luminosity can't get in, and Luminosity, to be fair, did not look like themselves inside that winner's bracket. They need to redeem.
Right now, LG needs to decide the right time to go through the door. They're just going to fight back and forth here right now until they can find the right moment. The second the damage comes out, they will make the push and try to take advantage of the smallest shield deficit that they can. Enter Force, though, trying to take an opportunity to get some cells off before they know that this fight will inevitably happen, because the longer they sit here and make all this noise, there's a third party bound to push in, and as I say that, Dreamfire wants to get in on the action, and Enterforce lose a player.
Well, you know how aggressive Bolin and Roy can be, and they want a piece of this action, so now Enterforce 36 losing out on a member, and they are forced to play their life. Yun and Aimbot are just rotating into that next zone, trying to utilize this rock for cover, and this is where things are about to get chaotic, because you have to realize DARK0 is in the center of that north area of the next zone, and they want to make sure that they utilize that Kraber to the fullest potential. But check out 100 Thieves right now. Fnatic and everyone just getting sandwiched.
Fnatic having to feel good after the initial early game performance. The shredding out of Yuka. Okay, he's going to be going for the frags. He's going to be making this push. Fnatic is doing a fantastic job zoning everyone off of them while this is happening. Godfire goes out. EXO goes out. SSG popping off in the kill feed right now. 100 Thieves down to 1.
Scurry is going to have to clutch this moment, prolong the life on the Loba, so has a little bit of movement. Can he get the res off on Mu while everyone is focusing on everything else? FNC, they have taken to the sky, spamming those skydive emotes, looking for a safe place to hold in the next zone, but it is just going to be chaotic. Utilizing the tree, you can see there's a team just to the north of them. Thermite's going out. He does have the Rolling Thunder available, but he's going to swing it, and Bolin going down.
Fnatic looking very strong here, finally losing one, still trying to push on Dreamfire, whose shields have barely been hit here. Fnatic trying to survive. Dreamfire actually backing off, getting a little bit of cover. The smoke being useful for both of these teams, but the Seer could potentially be an issue. And SSG's trying to third party up on the side.
J-Link Esports eliminated DARK0 going off with the Kraber, and Tao falling incredibly low. Can Roy clutch this up? Utilizing those smokes to make sure you can guard your team. We're down to 6 squads, and they are frying. Space Station dropped on your screen on that triple red. They have been such a standout performance here, utilizing that Prowler to the best of your abilities. The moment you can finish off these players, you have extra shield tops available, and just like that, down to the final 5 teams.
That was a massive push, but of course, so much action going on there means more teams want to get in on it. GO now making the push on SSG potentially at the perfect time. There is nothing SSG can do with the small height advantage that GO has, but they do lose 2. Somehow, it's coming down to the back and forth. GO goes down somehow. SSG's going to survive this.
SSG relegated to just a duo. Xeno trying to hit a bat. Unfortunately, they are going to be taken out by Enterforce 36. Chaoticness. We have 3 squads remaining. It is Luminosity, DARK0, and E36. Yanya, that El Presidente, they needed a good moment here, but so does DARK0. All of these teams need to frag out and get Juarez, taking out Enterforce 36. So DARK0 versus Luminosity in a full 3v3.
And the entire time that this has been going down, DZ was holding the center of this zone for so long, allowed all of this chaos to go down. Now they're able to push up on LG and see what they can do. You can see the off angle from Jen. They're trying to sneak in on LG. It's very successful as Nizel goes down. It's now a 3v2 in favor of DARK0, and all they have to do is push to close this out.
Look, you've got an opening opportunity. Sharky on the double R301s with the laser and finding so much success. Yeah, you can get a shield swap, but it's not going to be enough. Yet Juarez goes down. This should be all they wrote. And DARK0, your winners of match number
performance there out of Dark Zero. They played the beginning very conservative, right? They wanted to be as smart and safe as possible, got into the zone and held that island for so long. They did not give it up, but they also didn't make a lot of noise. So everybody else was focused on what was going on around them.
Yeah, look, they are just locked in. I mean, this has got to be such a tough environment to be in, right? You're back-to-back LAN champions, throwing it down, but opening it up with a game win. But like we saw in winner's bracket, just because you win one doesn't mean it's going to be enough. You have to keep it consistent.
And my other question is, like we said, they didn't do a lot of aggression. They were smart, they got into the zone early, but they only ended up, I think, maybe 5 KP or something like that. Not that that's bad. This is great for the mental, especially starting off with a dub, but we're gonna need to see just a little bit more.
Hey, you know what? I'm ready to see it, but let's send it down to the desk. Hey, Rain Day, I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
When they're given a top 3 situation, reminded me a lot of kind of how they ended up winning the championship as well. 3 teams opted, TSM fight each other, Dark Zero clean up. And again, Snipe, it's kind of funny because the 3 teams, all 3 of you talked about, specifically Luminosity, were in that top 3 going against Dark Zero. What were your thoughts on that, takeaways?
Yeah, I mean, this is just kind of exactly what we talked about, where LG is just a team that's going to pick up a lot of kills, and they're going to place well. They might not always win the game, but they put themselves in a really good position to kind of secure a top 10, and they get another 1 or 2 more of those, and it's kind of a guaranteed in their finals.
Yeah, and that is really important for a team that they haven't had momentum this entire weekend. So that is a big moment. And Mark, obviously, SSG still there as well. They seem to be so consistent in getting points early.
Yeah, very good at getting points early, as you say. I think it's an interesting game number 1 as well, because you've got to remember a lot of the teams that are in our top 5, 6, 7 seem to be the teams that have just come off the back of playing this morning. So they're going to be feeling maybe a little bit more warm, maybe a little bit more comfortable on that main stage. For some of the other teams who've had to wait for that chance, maybe game 2, 3, they're going to start to grow into this series.
But Gino, I mean, obviously the tail ended, and we know who the main hero was. It was Dark Zero finishing off a win.
Yeah, so we were talking before about them getting the Cascade Falls drop in this lobby, and we were saying, oh yeah, that might work well with, you know, the crypto. You can see, though, we also talked about the disrespect, and that's why I think they're bringing out that Bangalore Seer composition, because they want to run over other teams. That doesn't mean they're not going to find themselves in God spot. Clear rotations there, that's why they only got a couple of kills at the end, but it does give them that extra fighting capability that they want over these teams.
Snipe, you're here. Talk to me about this fight.
Yeah, so I mean, we have just a straight up 3v3. This kind of reminds you of almost like an arena map a little bit, where you just have to use a bunch of the terrain. They cleared out all the teams on their sides. They moved in. There's a big open field here, and we just saw DZ take a lot of good space on the map. LG focused a lot on these armor swaps. They didn't have much of the rocks in the terrain as DZ did, and DZ just kind of moved up as a well-oiled unit and just cleared them out 1 by 1.
Amazing stuff from Dark Zero. That will get the fans very excited. Papa Jen Burton will be exclaiming his support in the stands as well. Snipe, I know we have had you here for 2 games. This is going to be the last one, but just a little moment. Thank you so much for being here. Eric Rona, Snipe Down, ALGS crowd in London. Make some noise for Snipe Down. Join us on the desk. Mark, Gino, Rain Day. We'll be right back. It's game 2 coming up in our elimination bracket 2.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to London in the Copper Box Arena. Rain Day here with Mark and Genome. Snipedown just joined us here for the first game, and being able to kind of go through what happened, Mark. It was a finish that I don't know if I didn't expect. In fact, you both predicted this would kind of be our top three, and it certainly ended up that way.
It did indeed, and you know, the final circle is always an interesting thing to watch. Not a lot of terrain to be played, no buildings really to call home, and it was very interesting to see how Dark Zero actually approached that final fight, because it reminded me of something very similar they did a little bit earlier on World's Edge against the Guard in that straight 3v3. And when it comes down to that straight 3v3, it seems like Dark Zero have a very clear game plan on how they want to try and approach that. One of the players is going to swing wide, cause a little bit of a distraction, do a little bit of damage, and that allows the attention to be drawn towards them, and the other two players swing together to try and clean up that damage. It's the second time we see it be done. It's very, very smart for them, and it's proved very, very effective. But I also wonder if we go down to that situation again, our team's going to start getting a little bit wise to that, maybe focusing on that player that's swinging.
Well, the reason they can pull that off and have all that space is because they weren't the ones involved in the fight before. So while LG's backs are turned, while they're thinking and worrying about the armor swap, that's when Dark Zero gets that opportunity to start spreading and cast the net.
It's a very interesting situation, not just that you guys picked the three teams that would be in the final zone, but all three of these teams, like everyone in the elimination bracket, have something to prove, but there's a little bit extra, I think, for Dark Zero. Could be back to back to back, a lot to go. React to that emotion Jin Burton is showcasing. Is it frustration, Gino? What does it look like to you?
It's very different, isn't it? It's not celebration. They just won a game, and if you're looking at Jen and Zero's faces there, you wouldn't think that. And part of this is because of the expectations they have of themselves. These guys know they have it in them to be the best. And yet here they are finding themselves in the elimination bracket. So it's a good start. But as we saw last series, one win isn't enough to necessarily get yourself over the line. They've got more work to do.
I mean, Mark, isn't that a little bit of their story, though? Everyone counts them out, and then they show up.
I mean, I think Dan and I have said this from the outset of this tournament, right? Dark Zero have had a very tough path, and a path that really should be appreciated and respect shown to it. You know, leaving home to go and play in North America. Big questions asked. Are they going to be good enough? Are they going to be able to do it consistently week after week? Almost failed at that last hurdle, but they skipped over the finish line to make it here to London. Now that they're here, we're always saying, if Dark Zero get to that finals lobby, they will be one of the favorites, because match point is where Dark Zero start to come to life. That's where they've won 2 back-to-back events, and they're events you can't take away from Dark Zero. One of the most winning teams in all of Apex because of that. So Dark Zero, if they make it to that finals lobby, and that's a great start, they are dangerous still.
I think you have to consider that the rest of this lobby, especially the 10 waiting in the winners, do not want Dark Zero in there. Because they know, despite how frustrated Dark Zero are with themselves, saying, we should have been there. We were this close to being there if we would have done things better. I'm sure there's a little bit of remnants, you know, echoes, so to speak, of why they're even in this situation to begin with, because I feel like they missed out on an opportunity in the first game. But that is what this is all about. It's competition, Genome. Why does Dark Zero somehow find a way? Have you been able to quantify it, qualify it in something that's like, why do they somehow have this ability to do it when everyone believes that they can't?
Because they are some of the best players in the world. Because when you look at every single role and every single player on that team, you can count them among the elite in Apex Legends. Zero is one of those rare players that can not only make the best calls in the world, but he also frags out doing it. Jen Burton, the controller player who will run into any fight fearless and put everyone else on their backs. That guy right there, we believe in him. And Sharky, of course, the utility player, who you can put him on, you know, Gibraltar, and he's amazing. He's trying to make the transition here to some other legends this season. It's been a while since he's had to do it. But he's showing up, and he's never, ever can count those guys out.
I wonder if Jen wanted to hear what we were saying about him, if we were talking about him at all. He took the headset off. Zero, notably, and Sharky still have it on. Jen, we are wishing you luck. We're wishing everybody luck here, but you got to perform. Mark, I think looking at this lobby too, I did see that there was no showcase of J-Links as well. A team that we came in thinking, Zane, first day, making these moments, making these plays. How are you feeling about EMEA's representation here? Do you think there's a chance that they kind of shoot up? It's been obviously LG, SSG, Dark Zero so far.
Yeah, I think for EMEA, the teams that are in this lobby, there's obviously some questions to be answered. Nobody's really stood up, and the one that stands out a little bit as an outlier in that is IG. Because IG have been previous championship winners in the EMEA region. They've been quiet, and it was a concern of mine coming into this event what their loot pool is going to be like leaving some of their central POIs. I think when you're going up against some of the best fighting teams in the world, if you're leaving, you know, they were looting the Ridge, you know, kind of no-name POIs on World Edge, they're not dropping in the hottest spots where you're going to leave. Even if you're trying to play for zone, even if you're trying to play for center zone, with everybody else looting up so heavy on Edge now, even if you get to that top 5, top 6, top 7, the fights are going to be so tough to take. And if you fall out without any KP, it's not a good game for you. You're not going to put the points you need to progress in these brackets.
Great points here all along. Let's take a look at the overall results. We know that Dark Zero won, and we do know that they will continue to be in a position of the driver's seat. We'll get you those stats up in our screen in just a moment. But I think you're completely right. IG International, we forget when we talk about Dark Zero winning LAN, JMW won with them. I mean, he was Dark Zero for a second. Now he's IG International, Graceful with the leadership, Noises as well with the actual IGL. Some people actually think Graceful is the IGL. Noises really taking command of that squad. So this is a team that has a lot of potential. I am surprised to see them here as well.
Yeah, look, and just to jump back to what you were talking there about, you know, J-Links and how they were doing, I think you can see a little bit of an echo in how North Eption is doing as well this time, because they are both those edge teams who are really looking to farm a lot of KP around the outskirts of the map, and we've seen them both stumble when they come up against these really high-class, elite fragging teams. And if you look at who's already made it through to that final bracket, it's the teams who, you know, they want to play zone, and I think if you're a mediocre zone team, honestly, it is easier to get into that final day than if you're a mediocre fragging team, because even some of the most elite fragging teams are struggling to get there as well.
Gentlemen, when we come back, we're definitely going to talk a little bit more shop about the legend choices, because we're seeing different compositions from these regions as well. I want to pick your brains about Crypto, about the Bangalore Seer Val compositions that we're seeing, and Watson, whether she's here to stay or whether she will not play a big part of it. But right now, all our fans who have been waiting patiently in the copper box, all those watching at home, we appreciate your patience. We are ready. Let's hop into game 2. We'll talk about results later, but let's send it back up to the casters. Tiff and Claire.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. Listen, the dropship is already ready to go. Game number 2 of our final elimination bracket is already underway. And my big question, Tiff, is will we see that 50-50 again?
I mean, I hope so. I saw a lot of chatter in the player chat about it. It seemed like everyone was calling out the wall because there was so much action. And you can see it right now. Saleezy going under fire. Looks like he was able to find an armor swap. But this is the moment where you know that Fnatic is going to want to third-party this immediately. And you can see that NTH needs to play this more safely.
I don't think that either Kick or NTH want a repeat of what we saw in the first game. We can see both of them being a little bit more conservative. It looks like NTH might be actually opting to go away from this area, probably in anticipation of Fnatic also making that move in.
Look, they've been super hyper aggressive inside those group stages, but this is where the journey can come to an end. So you have to know when to disengage. We talk about that all the time. If Fnatic is going to rotate immediately over from North Path, then disengage, go find yourself some different loot, especially if you're not happy with what you landed on. You're running that PK Mastiff and you just drop in. We have 1 PK for Satuki. That is not how you're going to be able to survive.
Not to mention, after that, Fnatic continued to go on and succeed with that aggression. So for now, they're opting to be a little bit safer. No one ending up getting lost in this 50-50. Everyone playing it a lot more conservatively. I think in the long run, this is going to be the most beneficial for NTH. We talked about them having having High Point as their drop spot, having moved away from the wall, and on that rotation, they ended up running into NorCal a lot. So now that's going to be a new squad that they might have to look for if they end up going that way.
Yeah, so we get a good look at the zone. It is going to be center right of Stormpoint, and DZ also getting a nice spot in that next zone. They do have the beacon available to them to the right, so a lot of teams are going to start making priority to get that next rotation information. 100 Thieves throwing down that black market inside of Command Center, and that's one of it's been their drop spot, right? They love utilizing the skyward dive on the high ground of Command Center to get an extra kind of boost and go a little bit further with that rotation.
As we're looking at the map here, you can see some of these squads already making sure they're claiming some of their places in the center of the zone. DZ probably also going to start making a move there soon. LG wrapping around on the side. A lot of these teams not wanting to have to deal with any unforeseen circumstances. But speaking of that, Enter Force now finding themselves in an engagement here.
E36 throwing out the Seer exhibit and taking to the high ground. Eva A going ahead and getting some shield cracks down, doubling down with the Havoc. So much damage going out, but everyone taking it as well. Aimbound, able to grab the first initial opportunity. That's going to be a knock on to Graceful, but the trade comes in from the IGL. Noise is now in a 2v2 situation. This is mission critical for IG International, who have found themselves in this precarious situation. Mind you, they need to get points on the board if they want to stay in it.
E36 still trying to keep their hopes and dreams alive here as they are running through any single available doorway and continuing to take damage, but IG now at the absolute destructive hand of E36. They somehow go down tip. This is going to be insanely bad for IG.
Look, let me just tell you, anytime there's a death box in the door and you start kicking and you get completely swung on from behind, that is not what you want to have happen. But so many teams have made their way into Antenna and the outskirts. And Dreamfire, we know how aggressive they can be. They've already pushed in. Bolin grabbing the opening knock onto E36, and it is time to fry. They're sitting on triple purple. They're comfortable with the weapons that they have, and now is time to fry. E36 trying to disengage, but getting peppered.
And you know, Dreamfire did this last time. They saw an opportunity for a third party and they just went for it instantly. Didn't want to let that opportunity pass them up. They're going to continue this chase a little bit, see if they can not only take out a team, but get some more points on the board for themselves, as we can hear the crowd so in love with Roy.
I mean, they had a really nice late series push in that elimination round 1 where they found themselves coming down to the wire. It was match 6, and they just full sent it, getting themselves in. But Aimbot, oh my gosh, you could literally breathe on him and he would go down. Thank you for prioritizing that med kit, but they need to get a nice reset. They weren't able to grab the banner, but someone coming in a nearby area, they do have that knowledge, but just need to bunker down. And as I say bunker down, you're bunkering down with a Falcon of Bangalore, not able to really be defensive holding legends in a building.
But at least had created enough space to give themselves some time to get a reset going. SSG, LG now finding themselves in a fight here, as well as GFR, so there's going to be a lot of chaos happening here.
Yeah, Godfire out of South America, they were going ahead to take that skywalk, that high ground here at Launchpad. Space Station drops here, so they've actually got some really good loot. You've got Frexus has already picked up one elimination. They're getting that information out, but LG sitting on triple blue, still very comfortable, kind of deathballing, holding tight together. That way, if someone does decide to push in on them, they can hold that area.
You know, we even heard the devs talking about it, LG comfortable with their aggression, especially on Stormpoint, a map that they're better at in comparison to World's Edge. LG, though, have momentum. I think they need to utilize it. They've had a rough start here in the playoffs so far with a strong game in this series for the first one. So this is a really good opportunity for them to kind of continue utilizing that and get some points on the board. Because we all know the longer they stay here, the more time they give the other teams, those third, fourth, fifth parties are going to be coming in.
Yeah, but this is like in the next zone. They have a beacon here that will be available to them. So I feel like a lot of the teams are going to start rotating into this specific area. But one thing that I know the desk was talking about was legend compositions. And you got a Seer Bangalore Valk. Running a Seer with the Bangalore is a little different than having that Bloodhound available. I feel like a Bloodhound bang is much more aggressive, right? Because a Seer, when you have those scans and keep them local with the exhibit, you're kind of regaining in that space. And so Luminosity really wanting to hold tight. You can see Pulverex also moving into Launchpad.
And I think that was where the smoke was going, was the direction of Pulverex. LG trying to decide if they're concerned about what could potentially be coming in from their side, trying to make sure they have some vision covered so they can keep themselves alive for a little bit longer. NTH having made a good choice in backing off of that initial engagement, now finding themselves in a solid spot to continue their loot with a little bit of a late rotation into the zone. The question is, will they get caught out on that late rotation by some of the other teams that decided to do the same thing?
I mean, this is looking very typical of the NTH that we had seen in the group stages, right? They would just bide their time on the northern side of Stormpoint, but none of the teams that were involved in that early contest in match number 1 have gone out yet. So Kick knows that NTH is going to be rotating in. FNC, they know that they're still going to be from this area, so you have to keep in mind all of the awareness and hyper-aggressive movements. But they are going to take their sweet time, tank as many zone damage as they can. Did you see those stats about the ring damage? They took the most ring damage out of any team in the group stages.
If it works, don't change it, okay? If that was their vibe for a little while and it was where they got with what they needed to do, then that's fine. But for now, it's the one thing keeping them safe.
They're alive for now.
For now.
But I mean, we literally have 5 games left for them to find themselves a ticket to the finals tomorrow. But we can get a good look at that zone. It is pulling straight into Launchpad. Dark Zero made their way over there, just nestled on the outskirts of that choke point of Dreamfire. Onyx still in Antenna, but Singularity, South America, still has not made their rotation, and they're utilizing the South. They know their back is clear, and they're going to make their way into Antenna. But look at Jay Lings still coming in. They could potentially run into FNC as well, and Kick just still living their best life, potentially waiting for NTH to make that actual rotation in.
I was going to say, they might be trying to gatekeep there. Depending on how long it takes, they might decide to just leave it and continue about their way. Not sure if NTH is actually 100% going to be coming through that way, or if they did make the full rotation over past High Point and then down through Thunderwatch. So it's a little bit of a gamble, but for now they've got the time to try and wait it out and see what happens. Meanwhile, you had mentioned J-Lings, we're still watching them. They could potentially be running into some action ahead of them, because for now it seems like Fnatic's decided to wrap away. So J-Lings finding themselves at least in the zone and safe for now, but having so many teams in front of them that they'll have to push through a choke to get to where they want to go.
We got a little bit of action right here. FC destroying 100 Thieves, but Scurry getting absolutely lit up. That is not how you want to have an opening engagement, because Dark Zero also briefing them from the back with the G7 Scout. So Scurry down and out. Now FC Destroy, a full team of 3, should have the upper hand so long as they can keep out of sight from Dark Zero.
That's what they're hopefully going to be utilizing those smokes for, as they try to get a little bit of a reset. You can see 100 Thieves off in the distance, while FC Destroyer holding the top of this rock, trying to get their heels off as they are biding their time. I mean, this is a solid spot for them right now. They do have some information and some vision once they finish getting those cells off. Now their shields are good to go. They continue making this rotation, but they do get caught out a little bit, taking some more damage, which is just going to hold them up here. They're wasting their resources. A lot of their utilities going to be gone in a simple, short amount of movement.
I actually really like what 100 Thieves did, right? They were on that gravity cannon area, and when they realized they'd already lost out on Scurry, they decided to yeet themselves into fish farms, and now into the line of sight of Hammer Drill, who's 30-30 is connecting. Maybe only 2 more bullets needed, but that should be enough. It's going to force them to kind of reassess, try to instantly heal, and now Vaxlon doubling back, trying to join up with Amu. They need to make a safe rotation into that next zone, but FC firing at a drone.
Making sure any and all potential targets are cleared out of the area as they hold these 2 rocks, have vision on everyone in front of them, and have settled in for at least the immediate future. You can see Yuka taking a little bit of poke there from the charge rifle across the way, getting a little bit of cover from the smoke while he decides to use the cell. FC Destroy, though, I feel like they're just waiting for the first move to be made. They don't want to have to be the ones to make that decision. They'd rather react to whatever happens in front of them.
Yeah, you need to make sure that your back is secure. You know that 100 Thieves went fish farm. You don't know exactly where they went after that, so you need to keep that supreme. Utilizing that trident for potential extra cover as well. Kick made their way over to Cascade Falls, just on the outskirts of that next zone. They're utilizing the Crafter, wanting to make sure that when they go into that next zone, the shields are properly leveled. They've got everything that they need. Gomberi Altusen trying to make their way into that next zone. This is going to be rather tough, especially with Singularity nestled right on the inside. You just saw it in that overview. If they just push in and maybe aren't completely fully healed, they can get routed on by Singularity.
Yeah, I mean, right now, all of these teams that are playing the edge, whether it's the southern side of the zone or the ones that we're looking at over in the north, there's going to be a lot of congestion in order for them to even get just on the inside edge of the zone, as you called it, Tiff. Geo, Singularity now battling it out right on the side.
Well, you gotta think, Geo, they don't have a seer. They're running Newcastle, Dogma going under immense fire, and they're in the zone. So they're being pressured by that, getting all the heals, and Artini right now forced to heal, and Best going under immense damage. Can Geo clutch this up? Because you're going to think everyone's going to hear this fight, and they're going to want a piece of it. Spitfire going out and connecting. Elysium going down as well. Best, just the last man standing for this squad. Gombre might be able to turn this one around, but they're going to go down as well.
The the clutch coming in from Gio as well as the seed there with the rest of the health.
Wait, did you see him drop him? No, he dropped the gold knockdown. That was such a clutch moment. He had a sliver of health, was able to give Dogma the gold knockdown, and now they're getting the cleanest resets that I have ever seen.
Fantastic play on behalf of Gio, not only keeping themselves alive in the fight, but then after the fact with the zone, as we check back in with J-Links, who finds himself up against Fnatic, and it's actually Fnatic that goes down at the hands of J-Links.
Zane, he is the new kill leader. They're going to get the res off onto their IGL VJ. Now this is starting to look a little more consistent with what we saw in that. But meanwhile, 100 Thieves going down, Godfire going down, 15 squads remaining, and we are just getting heated up because this zone, the way that it is pulling to Launchpad particularly, you've got to get that ultimate high ground and make sure that you have the utility available to hold that for the longevity because of all the choke points that there are around that POI. You are going to get gatekept and have a very rough time.
And you know a lot of the teams are already going to have made their way over there and try to be grabbing that real estate that you're talking about. So on the plus side for the teams that we just saw playing Edge, they now have less congestion and people to go through. On the downside, it means there's going to be all this chaos trying to get in there early. KCP now going up against LG, giving us that aggression that we were talking about earlier, hoping to see if they can repeat that first match. And LG keeping themselves alive in just this hallway, losing Neasel so far, but having done a lot of damage to KCP, they might be able to outlive it.
Yeah, but here's the deal. Exo Clan, they are in the distance as well, and they are wanting to get in on this fight. Neasel with just a sliver of health going to fall. Yanya and Jaguares are going to have to keep this alive. Now, they may be able to get this reset, or they could fake a res and maybe bait them out, but no one should push into this. They are just on the outskirts of the Seer exhibit. They should be able to get the reset. Yanya holding fire, wanting to make sure that he provides the suppressive cover that is needed to get the regain. Meanwhile, Jen Burton going big against Onyx.
The smoke really providing a lot there for LG, allowing to keep their life in this game alive. J-Links now looking much better for themselves. A lot is popping off with them, so let's jump into the listen and see what they've got going on.
Good, he's above. Go on,
Wait.
Get here. We're good, boys.
Okay?
I'm gonna kill
only, right?
Yep, one guy. Then I'm flying up.
I'm going Zane. Couple people, guys. Where's
good?
Clocked, one.
Dead.
Fucking.
We have 6 kills, top 13.
Let's
That's
go,
like
going,
7
keep
points.
going.
We're gonna fuck.
Let's check this quadrant.
I'll be back.
Wait, there's
I'll
any
be
energy?
right
I
with
need
you.
energy.
I'm looking. We need to look for opportunities now.
We do.
Dog shit lobby, bro. Everyone's gonna die, bro. So free for us. Not gonna
energy?
lie.
Or I switch my gun?
I have 44, bro. I don't have a lot. Can you switch your gun?
Zane, Eva's good for.
Just gonna
Keep
keep
me
it,
full.
okay? Yeah, I'm keeping full. Because I have 400 light, I'm fine. I just need it for like a couple fights.
Okay, that's fine.
Perception that just died. There are people here? They're chilling. I'm on a Dark Zero over here.
Listen, guys.
Fight. Yo.
We shoot right side, we force right side to go all the way there, and we play left.
I'm on scan,
You see my ping?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
They're gonna end up outputting.
Listen, one of you watch left, I know watch right side, okay?
Okay. I'll watch left. Where do you want to play for?
We just play.
Fantastic job by J-Links taking out Dreamfire, the team who just consistently wants to third party anything in front of them. They look so much stronger right now as a trio, and we heard those comments, confidence aside.
Yeah, definitely confident. They are feeling themselves right now. I mean, it is the point of the game, right? You want to make sure that you kill everyone. So I love that attitude. Keep at it. Dark Zero still whittling away at Onyx off screen, and FC Destroy trying to gain a really solid position in the next zone. Now, meanwhile, we were on board with J-Links, and a couple teams already went out. Gombre Otusim being one of them. Currently 14 points of the game, and FC Destroy throwing out the Rolling Thunder, doubling down with the Bangalore smoke, trying to maybe dissuade and elude some attention that way so they can make a movement elsewhere.
And I was wondering what was going on with some of these other teams. Well, we now have NorCal and EXO potentially finding themselves in a little bit of a back and forth here on that northeastern edge of this zone. Just those two up there, so this could just be a fair fight that they don't have to worry about too many third parties, but we did see off in the distance DZ and SSG in the kill feed, as well as NorCal is trying to fend off the onslaught right now, down to 2. Looking pretty good as they take out Killapause, trying to chase down with the PK right now. NorCal looking very, very calm.
This is not what you want if you're Killabos. You were the initial kill leader of the group stages, but you've got NorCal taking ultimate high ground, getting the best angles possible. And just like that, Exo Clan is eliminated. You can see the circle on that upper left hand of your screen, and that is absolutely disgusting. We are getting so many open area zones, and the chaos ensues. Space Station, knowing they needed to lock it in, Xenow is going to drop, but they will clean up. FC Destroy, but the fight's not over.
That was massive out of SSG, dropping down, clearing out so many of the people in front of them. Absolutely melting people with the vault. Frex is just tearing it up for SSG right now. They know where the other teams are below them. Now, they did a lot of damage. They do lose Xenow, so they're going to back off here and try to get a little bit of a reset, make sure they get that battery off and keep themselves safe for now.
I mean, meanwhile, Dark Zero decimated Jay Ling, so they're having an absolute amazing game, getting a good point of all of the eliminations. But LG has found themselves in the center of Pulverex, Space Station, and E36. So we're going to have a lot of poke fight, but unfortunately, LG, they're on the low ground. They have been where they were from the start, so they can actually rotate out, peek out, and maybe come behind Pulverex and get some nice KP. You can see that's exactly what's going to happen. Yanya, which wants to peek up. Now, Pulverex, they have their full attention on LG.
Which forced Pulverex off of SSG. It actually saved SSG while also giving LG a little bit of a better position. I mean, they held it for long enough and kept everybody away from them to warrant this safety. I'm surprised they didn't actually push Pulverex just a little bit more aggressively because they did have a 3-2 advantage for a short while there, but they're playing it safe here as they continue to hold the side. Now, PVX does start going down. Yanya taking out Saku. Luminosity is trying to hold this wall and see what they can do with the limited space available, but unfortunately, in front of them, it's DZ coming through, wanting to take the heat.
Look, they won match number 1. Your reigning back-to-back champion said, we want more. We are not done. Grabbing a member of Pulverex, fully thirsting him, and they turn their attention forward. Missile Swarm going out to do some additional damage. But look, they are so healthy. Plenty of ammo, plenty of resources and heals, and now Sharky looking to swing right and come behind the team. They're in the open. They have all the angles in the world. Pulverex down, Luminosity down.
DZ have a fantastic position too when you look at where everybody else is. It looks like potentially SSG taking on the remaining people of NorCal. You've got Kick across the way, losing a player on behalf of DZ. Things are about to kick off here in the final zone. Let's listen into Dark Zero and what their thoughts are.
He's low on the ground. Dead. Beautiful. I'm gonna get Lima. Ulti shell. Popping back. What do you need? I'm 92. I'm 92. The what? 3 squads. It's a duo in the far team. I need like 120. Go for the stack. Okay. Yeah. We're gonna need. One closes. I beamed the door. Oh, you can see him on me. He's far. 30 flash. He's ready. The Valk drop dead. The other guy's low. He popped the bat. He's low cover, I think. You need to bang on. We're gonna need to cross around. He's point different. You can eat. Got it now with Sharky. I'm with Sharky. They have Jen. Yeah, we have to get the right side. Right side on Sharky. Yeah. I'm batting. 130. Bang, CDC. See there. Bang, CDC. I'm dead. No.
Oh, they called it themselves. They said we're gonna play for second, and they turned their attention to Space Station regardless. And what looked like they might have the potential upper hand dropped. Uko lock it in, double down, and find themselves as a match 2 victory. Now, granted, they did miss out on advancing on to match finals from the winners bracket by 1 point. So this was well needed. The last dance is still going.
You know, we had said the drop sounded confident. That was exactly what they looked as well in their handling of this entire performance. The fact that DZ was prepared to play for second, they thought that was going to go. They still had a phenomenal push across the water up to SSG and got some serious KP on the board. So talk about putting themselves in a good spot after just 2 games.
I mean, you said it best, right? NRG already advanced onto the winners finals. They won that, got some advanced starting points, but they had those moments where they had to realize we're playing for KP. Yeah. We need to get our points on the board, and that's exactly what Dark Zero did.
Phenomenal performance for yet another game on Storeport. Let's send it back on down to the desk to hear their thoughts.
Thank you so much, Glitter and Tiff. Congratulations on a great cast as well. Even though it felt like you might have casted the same game, Dark Zero and SSG in the same position. And here are the results from match one we didn't get to show you on screen. They're coming up right now. Dark Zero in the original game got 17 points. Space Station in fourth. You didn't think that they were second. They weren't placements, but in terms of overall points, they were. We will show you how that turned out in match number 2, but first let's talk with Mark and Genome here on the desk as well. Two teams clearly splitting a lot of the action. SSG, Dark Zero looking like the #1 performers.
Yeah, even though we've only got 2 games done and dusted, we've still got 4 to go, and of course we've got to go over to World's Edge, so a complete change of map. Keep that all in mind, but there's 3 teams that seem to be stepping up above the rest at the moment. Now that's great for them, obviously, right? That's wonderful if you're an LG fan, if you're a Space Station fan, or if you're a Dark Zero fan, because you're thinking, okay, my team's on the way to finals. But it also means good news for the rest of the lobby, right? Because they're sponging all the points away. It means there's an opportunity for one big game for any of these teams who are still in that chasing pack, and all of a sudden, you can catapult yourself into a finals lobby. So a lot to play for here, and even though we've seen the dominance at the top there from those 3 teams, trust me, a lot of squads are probably quite happy with that after game 2.
Yeah, look, if I ever decide to burn my own money like, you know, Ludwig or Almost Critical and start up an esports org, I reckon I'd call it One Big Game, you know, because that's like the perfect name for an Apex esports org.
I love that as well. And also, the One Big Game is really what these teams at the bottom are looking for. I reference IG, teams that I haven't talked about a lot, though, and I really do need to mention. 4 South American out of the 5 teams here. None of them made it to the winners. 1, Leave No Witness, was left behind from the first elimination bracket, but 4 teams. Team Singularity, Kick was in that top 3. That is a good sign, and remember the emotion that flew into the entire arena once they had to have that moment with Staleezy and Godfire hugging each other. They play as a region, so that's hopeful.
Oh, 100%, and you've just got to be consistent across the games. We've kind of said all of the common things we do say, but it's still very much true for these teams that are in the chasing pack at the moment. We'll take a look at some of the highlights of match number 2 as well. And like I say, the pattern was so similar. And the end circle also, where we ended up, very similar in terrain, right? I mean, you heard from the listening from Dark Zero, they thought they had a really good position, but then they realized very quickly with the zone closing that SSG had cover for the longest. Therefore, they made the decision, we've got to play for second here, we've got to play for kills. They almost managed to clutch up and turn it into a first place, but SSG with that superior positioning and the cover for longer managed to close things out.
Yeah, look, frankly, I was hoping that production could just play back our first analyst desk and maybe just bleep out the names of the teams, and we could replace them in the opposite order.
And oh my God, it's LG Kick in that final circle with SSG and Dark Zero. Well, you know, I mean, this is the moment of elimination bracket 2. You have more time on screen. You have more time to make a name for yourself from a fan perspective, but you also have more time to set up the story that you and your teammates are going to go into. The 10 that make it into the winners and the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, one team I am slightly concerned about and haven't seen too much of so far, even in the kill feed, is Fnatic, right? Fnatic, #1 seed coming into this tournament from APAC North. Very, very quiet, and I thought this might be the kind of lobby that they start to take over a little bit. Maybe it's one of those teams that's just one team fight away. A clean wipe, momentum starts to pick up, but we know how talented they are. They need to start to show up.
Yeah, look, they are in 10th at the moment. Obviously, when you, as you said, point sponges, right? So a couple of the teams have been soaking up most of those, which means, you know, you don't have to have shone that brightly so far to still be on the cusp and be making it through. But even then, this is elimination round 2. If you're not shining here, like Dark Zero and Space Station are right now, how are you going to do in that final day, man?
That is the question that they all have to answer. We honestly don't know, because this is still a lot to be proven here. Nothing is done and dusted, although those 2 teams are clearly out in front of the race. There's still a lot of teams that could make a move. J-Links starting to get some points. We saw Zane, Nags, VX talking a little bit to each other, getting into that rhythm. If they have a big game, just one big game, like your new org, they might be able to find themselves in the finals as well. But teams like Fnatic, you mentioned on 10, there's another team that I want to point out as well, KCP. Team we have talked about a lot, team that barely made it in, team that has a lot of fans, a lot of love for Nasky. He's been cooking, Mark. We talked. Does he need to get out of the kitchen? Right now, nothing is being made whatsoever.
Yeah, nothing being made whatsoever, and it's the difficulty of the forced adjustments they've had to make, right?
Yeah.
Panda's incredible player. We've talked about this before, and we know he can perform. We've already seen him clutch up multiple times for Pioneers, and even though Nasky's in good spirits, he's going to want to keep this going. He's going to want to be on that main stage tomorrow as well to get the crowd hyped and keep that story going. It's been a lot of adjustments, though. We said, like you said, they've been learning how to play Edge. Not the best place to do it, in a week's worth of practice, 2 weeks worth of practice in the build-up to the biggest LAN of the year. But they are having to adjust. They are having to change things up. I wonder if maybe it's time to go back to something that's worked in the past. Maybe we go something a little bit more comfortable when we say to Pandas, even though you're more comfortable in a fighting composition and fighting on the edge of zone, we need you to play how I feel comfortable to IGL.
Well, it's interesting because they basically reacted to not making it into winners and having to go to elimination, so they changed their strategy for teams that they weren't going to play anymore. Now, in this lobby, they actually might be more successful with Panders fitting in to what Dell and Nasky typically do versus the edge fighting that they were essentially, they weren't as good of a zone team as some of these other teams like the Guard and that they were playing and going against. So maybe now is, like you mentioned, Mark, the perfect time for that. But Gino, I want you to walk back through that final circle. We're going to show it up on screen, and I want you to tell me why Dark Zero felt they were going to lose. Was there anything they could have done to turn this around?
Yeah, well, it was looking really good for them. It's what I call the fat side of the land, when they've got one big edge of the circle and all of the other teams are shoved into a little corner there. From that, you know, we were talking about casting the net last game, right? And it looks like they had a chance to do this here. I mean, you know, full red armors. The other team, again, was the one taking the fight. Then they start pushing up. We see the Rolling Thunder go in. You know, the positioning of that actually fantastic in terms of zoning this other team off. They completely smoke screen them off. And we see Sharky even start this off. Look at this. Couple of ult ticks of damage there and a big stream coming through from the vault, but then it all starts to go wrong. The trade's not going through. We can't see the other player's perspective here, and I do have to wonder if maybe they didn't have the digital threats. Usually you're going to prioritize putting that on the Bangalore because they're the one who can direct the smokes and know where it's going to go. But as soon as they entered that smoke, that's where Space Stations did seem to get the upper hand.
I think, too, when you look at it, that 168, I think 1 or 2 more bullets, maybe a big headshot, that downs that player on SSG, and that's really the difference.
It gives you a chance for one player to reset as well, pop a battery, because that 2v2 is going to take long enough for that player to re-engage. But the difficulty is, yes, Dark Zero did everything they could in that position, but the fact is, if you take damage and you're fighting up against someone, they can peek you. If you're thinking about healing, they can look over it. It's such a smaller hitbox to try and deal with if you're looking up rather than down. It's sometimes just a simple, you know, geometry factor that starts to play into things.
Heading into their bottom 10 as well, you've been seeing the top 10 on your screen, and then we'll overall get you those series results. Again, Team Singularity, IG International, Fnatic, Mark said, where are they? A lot of expectations not being met right now. 100 Thieves in a very similar position, and North Eption, a team that we had highlighted in the beginning of the group stages Thursday and Friday, truly disappeared. And I would love to see something different. I know a lot of their fans as well. APAC North has had such a good performance. Can they put it together in the next 4 games? Space Station Gaming, Dark Zero combining for 80 points of the top 2. When you look at the rest of the lobby, 3 through 10, it's basically the same amount of points that they've gathered. And so what you mentioned, Mark, is exactly what's happening. They're sponging up all the points, opportunities around.
I think for everyone else in the lobby that isn't Space Station, Dark Zero, and Luminosity, they're saying, hey, can we play some Apex Legends? Because at the moment, they haven't really got any points at all. That means that, I'm going to use the horrible phrase again, it is all to play for. 4 games remaining, 1 here on Storm Point.
Okay, now both of them are above 35 points, roughly being the cutoff for where these teams are going to move on from there. Having heard some of the players discussing, several teams actually, after the second series we had today, they were talking about who could potentially be contesting them tomorrow. Now, 4 games, that's an opportunity for Dark Zero and Space Station potentially to look at other teams that they don't want in the next lobby.
Oh, Villain Arc indeed. We'll see if that ends up happening, but the game is underway. No need to wait. We'll see what happens, and let's head up to our casters to call the action. It's Tiff and Glitter.
I really like the way Evil Genome thinks at this point. I like where that thought train was headed.
I do love a good villain arc. I watch a lot of anime, and those are some of my favorite moments when you send those actions. So DZ wanting to throw down, be a little mastermind behind it, maybe a little Todoroki from My Hero Academia action here. I want to see that in the lobby. But this is it. This is the final match on Storm Point, and you're right, with that point sponging, this means that any of those teams that are outside the top 10, they just need to get at least
this many
double digits. Fnatic is rounding out the top 10 with 9 points.
Yeah, and what's crazy is that it's all because of the play style. We were wondering if people were going to do SSG, even if they're not getting those first place finishes, or if they are, either game, they are finishing with double-digit kills every time. The same thing we talked about NRG doing already. It's the aggression. It's paying off right now. And since no one else is doing it but SSG and DZ, massive.
Look at this. DZ heading over towards the mill where J-Lings is. They are landing over on them. Genome said we want to start thinking about the contest, but they are ready to look straight towards the mill, and NTH pulling a little further up to the high point. So that's great. They're not even landing directly on to kick themselves, and FNC hasn't even tried to go look in the wall because they haven't heard anything yet.
Last opportunity here on Storm Point. 3 of 6 matches of this series has just begun, and SSG are current leaders of this series. Checking in with them, but you called it. DZ wanted this 50-50. They want to get some more points on the board, take out J-Lings early.
I mean, look, they're sitting in 6th place coming into map number 3. If they go down now, they're not going to be able to get any of those points, and if someone has a pop-off game, that's unfortunate. But Dark Zero, you know, if you land in the middle of the mill, they have all those bins that have the nice shields. You can grab good loot, so they have triple blue, but J-Lings double blue and a white, and VJ, they're going to be the ones that take the damage initially.
You know, not too bad as far as loot goes for both of these teams, but J-Lings needs to handle this situation correctly. On the plus side, if they do take out DZ, that's taking out a massive point sponge from this lobby, giving them the opportunity to then take those points back.
Oh, this is going to be mission critical, but seeing himself Zero already going down. Jen Burton and Sharky are going to need to keep this contest alive, but that Prowler is dealing so much damage that I don't know if Nox is going to be able to click this off, trying to make sure, but look, the passive coming in and just repositioning yourself. This is why Valkyrie is so clutch in these situations.
A huge opportunity for Nags to escape, but Nags still gave the time to his opponent to also do the same and get a little bit of a reset. Now it's time to play the knockdown shields, and he makes a quick rotation around, and DZ are taken out by J-Lings. A massive clutch from Nags.
Look, if you know how well they've been performing in this lobby, it's got to give you that extra boost of confidence, and now that point sponge is not in the lobby. You've already got yourself some KP, so you sitting in 5th place currently, you're solidifying that spot further. Hey, a little bit of BM. We do have a nice little rivalry.
I mean, we saw how hyped Nags was there at the end. He's got to feel good about that. We were talking about Zane and Zane's clutch factor. Nags has it too. Coming in at a very important moment here for J-Lings, because like you were saying, they can't afford to have a game that doesn't get them some points.
I mean, we saw that happen in the elimination round 1. One win is not going to solidify it for you, but here, actually, it might, considering the majority of the points are in the top 2 teams. We know that Space Station's still alive and well, and so far, the mill is safe. That contest did not go in DZ's favor. So Genome is probably sitting there like, oh man, like what happened? They wanted to go practice those contests, maybe start that villain arc, but we see the heroes here. It's J-Lings.
It was the right thought, but J-Lings was not about to let it go down, at least not against them. That's going to be a massive boost for morale as well as they continue to move through their last opportunity here on Storm Point. The thing I'm worried about is, did anybody hear that, and are they now desperate for those points coming through Trident third party?
I was gonna say, I just heard a Trident, like they were running through the mill at least, so someone driving by and rotating, so that means we have to talk about it. Hey, it's Pulverex, they're rotating straight towards downed Beast, and I'm sure with the ring pulling that way, they want to make sure that they get prioritization, but the last time I saw a Trident rotation go this way, it went heavily south, and I mean, it was TSM in the Trident, and they went out pretty quick.
Hopefully, that's not the fate of Pulverex, because they are also one of those teams that needs to get some points on the board. NorCal pushing in now, looking for a little bit of aggression onto IG, it seems, and so many teams have already made their way to this area, like you're saying, which is good for Fnatic. We heard the desk call Fnatic out as well, but IG down to just noises after chaos that we didn't see, and now they're in a tough spot.
I mean, look, NorCal's just putting the thirst onto Graceful. JMW now thirsted as well. Noise is the IGL still left alive, but when you come in 17th place, you've only found yourself like 2 points. This is not the situation, but hey, if someone's gonna be down and it's a crypto, this is how you make the regains. We've seen it out of Ascend, who's already found themselves a spot in the winner's bracket. Kashera that plays that role, able to do exactly what we're witnessing from Noise, is going straight for the respawn.
massive for Noises that he was able to not only escape, get himself fully reset, but then also bring the teammates back. But unfortunately, that means that the remaining players are going to be on the hunt for Noises, trying to take him out before those reses come in, able to do a little bit of zoning there with that Thermite as Graceful and JMW rejoin the party. Now they just have to join up with each other.
They gotta find weapons, they need to get the heals off because every team is gonna see that and they're gonna be like, you know what, that's a little bit of action that I wanna get on. But Enterforce 36 sitting in 4th place with 17 points, sitting on triple purple. They've had a good run here, and I feel like if you can just get yourself up into that top 5, now on the 3rd match, you should be kind of okay. They're gonna hit that skyward dive, start prioritizing that rotation towards the next zone, but getting shot from the back, they should be able to make it out just fine though.
Getting themselves a little bit of breathing room and space as well as they continue on with this rotation. Gonna need to pop a few cells here, get their shields back up where they want them to be. But as soon as they escape, there shouldn't be anyone else around them. Back up, into down B's. I mean, this is where all the action is gonna be popping up. NorCal looking like they want to go on a tear here today, taking down Singularity, and they just have the height angles on everyone below them. I mean, they can just keep dishing out this damage.
I know, this is gonna be really tough, but Singularity found Noises, and just like that, NorCal finishes off IG International. They weren't able to get any KP from that, and now are still stuck with only 2 points, but NorCal doing everything right here.
All right, well, NorCal has looked like they are on a tear in this matchup. I want to hear what's going through their comms to see what's keeping them at this level.
O cara me deletou, viado. Acho que dá pra... É 3 embaixo, tá? Dá pra tentar... Não. Tá puxando. Fica de boa. Tá entrando. É 2. É só 2.
60 Valk. A gente ganha essa.
Esse é ninja embaixo, tá?
Tem res aqui, mano.
Ai, que saco, velho. Tô pulando os caras, não entende nada.
Não pulei, viado. O cara me deletou,
Por que
viado.
você fightou, mano? Era time full aqui, mano.
Não fightei, viado. Eu só piquei, mano. Tipo...
Esse cara vai puxar nós, o flag. É um duo ou é o trio?
Mano,
só falou que é duo.
Eu acho que é duo, viado.
A gente pode espantar eles, ó. Quer tentar?
A gente pode pular aqui de surpresa.
Vamos.
Bateu a vaca no tiro. Quebrado. Dá um.
Vamos subir. Tá no bate.
Sobe.
É, trio.
Os caras vieram muito de graça ali, viado. Eu também...
They tried to go for that engagement, but it was Onyx that comes in and clears them out. At the same time, they lose a few other teams in the kill feed. Everything is popping off. I thought that they might have had it when they were able to get so much damage onto that Valve, but didn't play out in their favor.
I mean, Onyx really needs this, right? Coming out of APEX South, they want to get to the match point finals tomorrow, and they really want to clean out that building. But Pulverex out in front of the down beast, engaging with Dreamfire, and Jayling's wanting to get a piece of this as well. But it's Zane last standing. We know we've seen this before. Zane does have the ability to clutch up in 1v3 scenarios, able to grab the res onto Nags, and immediately starts throwing down it just like that. Pulverex is eliminated. Zane is a menace.
There was a short fraction of a second where I thought that lone Pulverex player was coming out to interrupt that res. Got a little bit concerned for Jaylings, but Zane instantly snaps up, not only gets the Pulverex player, but then cleans up some more damage as well, and saves the entire squad, allowing VJ to have some time to get a reset.
I mean, if you think about it, right? We know that Zane is new to the competitive Apex scene. This is major for them. They just announced that org assignment, and we were talking about their consistency. Well, that's a lot to expect of a team with minimal experience, like first time competing and throwing down in the playoffs on LAN, and VJ only been IGLing for 3 months, going immensely low, and Zane is gonna find themselves in another situation where they have to clutch it. Look at those shots going out. Just need to land one more.
The wingman is looking deadly in the hands of Zane right now with barely any health as he tries to clutch it up, but he goes down at the hands of Dreamfire, who have been trying to push for aggression the last 3 games they find in here.
Look, I am telling you, Dreamfire is that. They've just had a slow burn, but NTH, we have been asking, where are they, right? So strong, just losing out to TSM in the group stages by 1 point, but it doesn't matter here. In the bracket stages, they have not been able to find any success, and they're going up against SSG. We're talking about point sponges. Well, there's another one.
And this is the time to make the move. They cannot play passive or wait much longer. First step, take out SSG. Second step, continue on a kill rampage because they're gonna fall so far behind that it won't matter if they have one good performance. What you keep highlighting, one good win or one good game is not enough at this point.
Ooh, Space Station going under fire. KCP in a situation where they're going to need a little bit of help too as well. I'm curious, is that roast cooking nasty? We need to know. This is the time it needs to be done because you are going up against another team that wants to find themselves in a match point final. And honestly, I can't imagine a world where we don't get nasty in the finals.
That just does not feel right to me. And you can see just how focused they are right now as they try to handle this back and forth. This is going to be a chaotic fight. Let's jump in and listen in.
Angle has red. Hold the left guy. Oh, where is he? I don't know.
Down to 6. He's stone zone. There's
In
stone
zone.
zone. Just let them cook.
I'm
Let them
batting,
cook.
I'm batting.
It's fine.
Swing, do smoke. Kill this guy, kill this guy. He's so weak.
Oh, it's cracked here. It's cracked here.
Left. Knocked in smoke.
Nice. Play Sheila if you need that.
One more.
Last.
One.
That's Reset. It's it. Run zone if you can.
Yeah, run zone.
No, I can't jump over that. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, Valkot's up in front of me.
I mean, look, that's just gotta be the pressure. You could see it on his face right there. He is feeling the stress of this situation. This is mission critical, right? You're sitting in 15th place with 5 points, and you finally have taken out Luminosity, who was sitting in 3rd with 22. So that is mission critical. You've gotten one of the top leaders out of the lobby, but you need to go back, secure the banners, and did the right thing, right? Go into ring, get out of dodge, force that team to eventually back off. You've got a clean reset. We saw he's just like, oh, bro, this is too much, but the pressure is really starting to get to a lot of these players, and honestly, I don't blame him. This is tough.
And the one thing that I noticed was that his teammates in that moment really grounded him, helped him make the right call, like you said, to back off, get those heals, and just give it a few seconds to maybe get back on those banners. Now, EXO was kind of babysitting them for a little bit. You can see they're still trying to keep an eye on the banners to see if Nasky does decide to return for them, but in the end, backing off here just a little bit, playing a little bit safer because they are not sure what's going to happen on the other side of that building.
Look, he just popped an ult Excel, so he does have Beast of the Hunt available to them. He can speed in, pop it, so he'll have a little bit of a speed boost, grab the banners, and then immediately just yeet forward. And I mean, the time is ticking. I think he's totally got it. He just needs to make sure that it is clear. So scans going out, says this is fine, and now we have recovered the banners. Now remember, when they had that massive game, how many resets did they have to have?
He let Pander's time out. I was watching the timer count down on the bed, at least able to get one, give them a little bit of an opportunity to decide how they want to handle that reset, but this is a huge blow to KCP.
I mean, one is better than none. An EXO clan making their way to the edge of zone right here, getting peppered from afar. So many charge rifle Charlies in the lobby, but whatever is going to get you into match point finals, it doesn't have to be flashy. You just have to get there.
And this is the action we were talking about. This is why EXO clan decided to no longer babysit those banners, needed to back off, not only get themselves into a safer position inside of the zone, but then worry about all of the action that is about to kick off here. They're on the edge of the next circle, so they found themselves a little bit of real estate behind these rocks, trying to figure out where exactly the rest of the squads are around them so they can choose which ones they want to focus next.
I mean, I feel like this is a lobby that EXO clan, especially Killipo, should be really excelling in, right? The top kill leader of the group stages at one point, and now just need to carry that momentum kind of forward. But look who's made their way over here, Space Station as well. So if we can get a good isolated 3v3 here, it would be really interesting. Throwing out the focus of attention, not going to connect, but the Seer passive is going to give them all the information they need.
SSG here looking to see if they can find themselves
some
more. No, okay, as soon as Nasky, I was watching that in the mini-map too, Nasky's trying to make the rotation, see if he can get over to that respawn beacon, gets caught out on the move, and is taking so much damage now. able to shield, but SSG wants to clean up this opportunity as well, and KCP does go down. SSG getting the point, but also putting themselves now in the line of fire and having to switch their focus this fight.
I mean, we talk about these trenches being immensely difficult to fight, and at least you do have the Bangalore smoke to really be able to cut off a lot of line of sights. That thermite just ticking away at the shields. Let's go ahead and jump into it, listen in with Space Station Gaming, and hear how they approach this.
He missed scan.
We need it one. Bring it. I broke it. Yeah, we need to kill this. There's two of them or something. Climb up. Crack. Bangalore. Hit 70.
I'm walking up.
Careful, I'm reloading.
Kill this.
Yeah. I'm getting shot from the back.
Okay, heal up.
Yeah,
wait, I can cancel res. I can cancel.
They're rezzing now.
You're so healthy, bro. Dropped, super healthy. I'm dead. No, you're healthy, bro. You've got this. They're gonna res now. Space Station dropped last alive, and it was gonna be North Eption, the one wrapping behind them. And that's the worst feeling, right? You think your back is secure, and if it's not, and you're not constantly checking it or utilizing that seer passive to make sure that you are clear, you will get 3-2-1 exactly like they called.
It is definitely an unfortunate situation for SSG. Luckily, they not only put themselves in a good spot, but like we said, Drop's still alive. Gonna see what he can do with his life, but it's the North Eption. We talked about how North Eption needed to make a push. They happen to be near SSG, so if they can take out that squad, it'd be huge for them, and these points are what they need if they want to be able to stay relevant in this competition.
I mean, look, dropped out there dancing like it really is the last dance, trying to avoid all of those bullets. Every team looking at him, but it's not going to be enough. Fnatic is going to be the one that finds that, and Space Station eliminated from the lobby. This could be what North Eption needs to put a massive game on the board. You've got Onyx, E36, Dreamfire, and NTH making their way into this building. We are deep into North Pad with only 9 squads left.
Stay focused. We're going to be playing a game of levels here too, as everybody's occupying at least one layer of this end zone right now. So it's going to be a lot of patience for these teams as they try to wait it out. But now we see some insane gunfire coming out of Dreamfire. They have just completely turned the tide for NTH, knocking them out.
Look, that was exactly what Dreamfire is known for. They are a slow burn, and they have that RE45 digi threat. When you hear those disruptor rounds, it is an absolute nightmare. So they are going to hold tight here and make sure that they can prioritize. As you can hear the crowd in the background, we want to see it. Let's go Bolin, let's go Roy. We need Dreamfire on top.
They're doing a really good job right now holding their own down in these trenches. The smoke's providing a little bit of cover, but they take some shots from behind, use the arc star to try and zone them out as they're able to pop these batteries here and hopefully keep themselves alive. Meanwhile, E36 going down in the kill feed at the hands of EXO, who is above Dreamfire. They decide to go off and make the push.
Oh, I love this. Tao is going to take that ultimate accelerant so they can have that for the next fight. EXO clan eliminated 6 squads remaining as we push further and further into North Pad. We're going to move all the way to the north. But with only 6 squads remaining, you've got to make sure that you pay attention to the timer. They have 25 seconds and they need to move.
They have been doing a fantastic job holding their ground. The smoke come out. Tao is down. They now have to fight with 2. Onyx taking out Tao. So now it's Onyx that Dreamfire is going to have to be fighting. And now the disadvantage of being in the trenches is apparent for Dreamfire. But they are doing a fantastic job zoning them.
I mean, the thing is, the time is going to run out. They're not going to be able to get the res out onto Tao, so Bolin and Roy need to prioritize their life and their rotation. Onyx is still a 3-man stack, so they will have the numbers advantage, and neither of them are moving. This ring is going to hurt. You cannot tank this. You see on your screen right now, just immediately going, rotating around to the right, and Dreamfire climbs up straight into Onyx.
This is massive for Onyx. Bolin somehow still alive in the smoke, escapes with his life, but then gets caught out by 100 Thieves on the other side, but still. Fantastic play from Dreamfire. 100 Thieves now controlling his middle. Onyx making a fantastic rotation timing-wise, too.
100 Thieves, they need this, right? When you think of that match final tomorrow, could you imagine an org so big as 100 Thieves not making it in? They are dead center right now, comprised of Fnatic, Kick, Onyx on the right side, and Onyx full sending onto 100 Thieves.
Kick going down in the kill feed while Onyx is absolutely shredding, but 100 Thieves returning the fire just the same. 1 left, it's down to Onmu. Is he able to close it out? 100 Thieves and Onyx go down because now Fnatic is here for the 3rd part.
team is. It's going to be Gombre, Tucson. They have rotated. They've been holding zone. This is everything they wanted. Juzna needing to make this happen alongside Junki, but they have the gold knockdown shield on the Newcastle. The reset is going to be inevitable, but Juzna just needs to hold tight and whittle down Fnatic to the best of their ability. Melzera last inning, and Gombre! They are your winners of match number 3.
Now, we talked about how if any of those teams down there at the bottom just hit double digits, they'd be in a safer spot heading into World's Edge. There's still 3 more matches to be played, but at least closing out Stormpoint with that win, Gombre has to feel fantastic.
Flexing on him. Can we get some hype in the crowd for Gombre? That is amazing coming out of APAC North. We need to make sure that this is what is going to be settled for them. A big game, but we always need some consistency as well. But that has got to feel so incredibly good.
I feel like you can see the relief on their faces. I'm excited to see what World's Edge has in store. So let's kick it back down to the desk.
All right, Gombre, Tucson, Dogma, Junghee, and Juzna showing up big over their APAC North competitors, Fnatic. And you know what? Sometimes you got to take it over the teams that you also want to qualify, representing the strength of your region. Hey, if we're going to go, one's going to go. Gombre says it's going to be us. Beautiful start for their journey here after 3, but also a great way to end that one, Mark.
A great way to end that one, for sure. And good to see Fnatic picking up some KP and starting to find a little bit of form. But we also have someone with a crystal ball on the desk here, Rainday. I think we have to kind of ask Mr. Genome what he knew that we didn't, especially what happened with DARK0 at the start of that game.
Yeah, look, they went for it, didn't they? It was Mill. It was Mill that they were hoping to take into that final day. Jailings obviously landing there at the moment. They went for it. They went for the contest. They are trying to limit the amount of points that Jailings can get, because if they can knock them into the bottom 10 and thus out of the tournament, that is a big benefit to DARK0's chances. They're tired of it, guys. Do you know how many contests they've had already? They're done with it.
Alliance and Flora were the perfect example. Watching that was just painful for Alliance and for Flora, because they won several times, but there's absolutely no way any of them in that situation would go on to win match point tomorrow, because that is just impossible to really succeed on, Mark. You have to have those zones landed. It's something we don't talk about too much for the public. They kind of just think these teams drop and they exist, they loot, and they start fighting then, but this is a real big part of kind of staking your ground as a competitor.
Yeah, I think it's smart, to be honest, from DARK0. You want to have the best chance of winning a tournament. It doesn't really matter who else is in the tournament, whatever their feelings. They get hurt, good for them. But I will say, Jailings, good on you. Managed to hold it off, managed to wipe them. And let me say, a little bit of extra ammo, certainly went into the death boxes at the end of it. But there is method to this, like you say, Gino. DARK0 want to play from Mill tomorrow. If they get to that grand final, which with the points they've accrued so far, you would expect them to do so. It's forward thinking, it's a little bit risky, and it's certainly frustrating for Jailings. But at the end of this game, I think it was always going to be Gio who managed to take it home, just from the position they had deep at the back of Northpad for so long. They had that priority position, but I was very impressed with Fnatic in that end game as well, really taking it to the other teams in the area.
Yeah, and I guess one of the other things to think about why this hasn't happened so much just yet, and I think it is because teams are worried about annoying other teams. They are worried about kind of becoming that villain and getting some of that animosity back upon themselves in future scrims, in future disputes over POIs. But I can tell you, I don't think DARK0 are too worried about that at all. They are happy to take up that position in the APEX Legends ecosystem.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it, right? So you're a competitor, you're playing to win, right? You're playing to win. It doesn't really matter what the other people think of you. It's all about if you're lifting that trophy at the end of the day. And DARK0 want to be able to say, we have not just won one, but 2, and now a 3rd when it comes to the end of play tomorrow.
All right, well, when you look at KCP, there was a moment here that caused a lot of controversy in chat. The respawn timed out from Nasky. I don't have that strong of opinion on it. Do either of you? I know people were going back and forth. You didn't really have a chance to res anyway.
It's tough, right? It's a heat of the moment decision to be made, and sometimes you think you made the right one, sometimes you mistime it, whatever it might be. But I think for Pioneers, with the way that this lobby has actually kind of fallen so far, with we've talked about the point sponge in the first 2 games. They actually ended up not doing too badly. They won a couple of team fights, they got a couple of KP, and Nasky managed to rat his way into placement points. So there was at least a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. But again, it was a scrappy game for them, and I think every game
so far, it's been a little bit scrappy. There hasn't been the consistency in maybe POIs like we were talking about. The teams are used to setting their rotations on, and when we've got to that end zone, it's been a lot less like the 15 teams or so we've seen going into Ring 5. Previously, in the previous lobby in that winners bracket, it's been 4-5, and they've all just had to fight it out to the death.
I tell you what, if Gambare Otusan managed to get that res off with the Newcastle passive there, to retrieve the wounded and that gold knockdown shield at the end, I would have been like, okay, it's a tier 1 hero, guys. Like, in a straight up 3v3, if you could pull that out, well, anything. You can do anything.
I love what you were just saying, Gino. In fact, I'd love to see that one more time. The final circle from the perspective of Gambare Tucson. We can see how close they came to that res with the Newcastle right here, and break it down for us why that moment would have been so important, but how they got through it anyway.
Okay, you can see here the super defensive composition built up from Gambare Otusan. They've got the Valk to get them into the circle, and then once they're there, it's Watson and Newcastle's job to keep them safe. Watson keeping everyone out with the fences, and the Newcastle keeping them safe behind the castle wall and building cover, especially in a circle like this. It's a large open body of water. There's not really that much to hide behind. They can really use that extra cover. So that keeps them safe for the start. You can see bleeding onto everyone else.
One thing that I really loved about them as well, we always talk about final circle, right? You have a god spotter, but it's about commanding space. And that wide swing just to make sure that team wasn't a problem in the water was absolutely massive. But you were watching this, you was like, there's no way this res happens. Surely there's, wait, look how close it was.
Yeah, exactly.
It was like a slither away.
And let me tell you what was so important about that. As the Newcastle was resing, the player was fighting behind it. I'm not sure if it was the Watson or the Seer. They were using the Newcastle res shield as another shield to fight by. This beautiful showcase of what Newcastle can bring. I'm still a big fan of Newcastle. I think he deserves to be in this lobby in the winners bracket as well. We'll find out if Gambare Otusan make it tomorrow. It certainly looks like they are on their way, taking first place in game number 3. Fnatic right behind with 15. Onyx Esports with 14.
Yeah, Onyx, that's a nice showing for them. They went well up the standings in our third match here to close out Stormpoint for this series. But in the bottom half of these standings, you can see there are so many teams that are struggling to pick up points. Apart from Jailing's Esports there with a nice couple of KP.
Yeah, Dark0-0. Just saying, okay, the contest didn't go well for them. But I think one I wanted to point out here is like the point sponges from games 1 and 2. Just at the top of that, in 10th place was SSG, but you've got Luminosity, and of course you have, where are we now? Dark0, of course, sorry to bring it up again, Gino, who didn't put huge points on the board, which, no, it's good, don't worry.
It just works so well, the Dark0 was
But the good thing is, for the rest of the lobby, now that you've put points on the board, we talked about how close it was outside of those 3, you're going to put yourself in a really strong spot. You don't have to put huge pressure on yourself heading to World's Edge now. You got a little bit of the work done.
As we head into the series results after 3, it's Space Station on top with 44 points. That's right, SSG fans making some noise here in the copper box. Dark0 right behind him, 39, even though they got 0 last time, which tells you how well they're doing. Followed by Gambare, Fnatic, and Luminosity rounding out 5.
6 teams, however, are sitting down the bottom on 5 points, and you can see a bit of a gap there above that, and these teams are the ones that are really going to have to hope they can have a hell of a World's Edge.
IG International, we have to keep bringing them up. KCP, we have to keep talking about them. Pulverex as well, a fan favorite. I'd love to mention them in all of our South American teams. Godfire also in that backside, as well as North Eption from APAC North. I like that this is still so close. We have one game that can ultimately, on Stormpoint now with a total switch up, might get some momentum for everybody, put you into the top 10.
Yeah, and 100 Thieves is going to be hoping they can. 100 Thieves, we're in a really good spot in that end game as well, and they put some decent points on the board. But my question with 100 Thieves, with that change of composition coming into this tournament, and you know, a couple of weeks moving away from Newcastle, which they've been reliant on to give them good end game support, it seems like end game still is a problem for them. They're not able to convert into wins at the moment, and we've got to remember, 100 Thieves, 2/3 of this lineup came together with that huge surprise win, right, in the first ALGS Championships, the online one, where they came out of nowhere. And the match point format was where they had to, you know, show that they were one of the best teams at that time, ended up on 100 Thieves, and then obviously went from strength to strength. Questions to be answered still for me that I had coming into this tournament. 100 Thieves have got it all to prove.
You know, I'm so happy when you break things down so eloquently, so easily for me to segue, because it's also somebody's very happy birthday. Not either of ours. It's Apex's happy birthday very soon. On February 4th, 2019, Respawn Entertainment dropped Apex Legends and forever changed the Battle Royale landscape. Since then, Apex has grown to be the premier battle royale experience on the planet. Featuring a roster of legends as diverse as the global community the game has inspired, February 4th will mark the 4th anniversary of this tremendous brand. As a team at Respawn prepares to launch the next season of Apex Legends, time flies when you're having fun, the entire Apex Legends team wants to thank anyone and everyone that has played a part in our success. We couldn't have done it without you. Copper Box Arena, make some noise for the love of playing Apex, what it's meant in your life. If you're here, that means you're a fan. That means this game hasn't had an impact on you as well. And also some fun news, be sure to tune in to the Apex Legends channels tomorrow, February 6th, to get your first details on what to expect when the new season drops on Tuesday, February 14th. And I think it's going to be a good one. I'm going to leave it at that, but I think it's going to be a good one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've done 3 on World's Edge, Stormpoint, excuse me. It's time to switch over to World's Edge. Will this mean the difference for teams like IG, Fnatic, Dark Zero, 100 Thieves? We'll find out in London after this.
Herman Miller Gaming is the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the halfway point of our last competition before Match Point Finals tomorrow. Fallout joined alongside Vicky Kitty as we get ready to close out the night for you here in London. 3 more games will determine who will win. 100 Thieves needed to clutch up. They did, but the hometown heroes, Invictus Gaming, last mostly British squad, in dead last.
It's so crazy to see how close these games have been, how high octane action we've been seeing from the very beginning, because you know these teams are giving it their all. The top 10 teams moving on to the final bracket just tomorrow, the final lobby that we're gonna have here in LAN.
Insane. You can't believe what we have in front of us here. We have 4 North American teams that dropped down. We have 2 from APAC South, the team that everyone thought would perform, IBG, not here. Instead, it's Onyx, the Boogie Borders, alongside the EXO squad. EXO looking to go massive. It might be actually a 3rd in Dreamfire as well, who's competing today. But one big key story we have to talk about. You might see Frex on screen right now. Frex, the controller player, IGL for this team. That's an ice pack in his hand. A lot of people joked around Nocturnal having his Jordan game and Friday. No, he said he barely felt any symptoms. Instead, Frex is going through something severe right now with an ice pack on his head while he's playing. You wonder how that's affecting him.
Yeah, he's not feeling too well here. He's just trying to do his best. And even while he's not feeling too well, they're still out here leading the way with 44 points in 1st place overall. This is their performance on Stormpoint. Now we're going to be able to move on to World's Edge. Can they keep that consistency alive?
Yeah, that's a big question. We'll keep a close eye on Space Station Gaming. Speaking of a Jordan-type performance, the last dance for this squad already announced. Frex got interviewed by Esports GG today. Really interesting interesting perspective. As you know, our teammate has already made the decision to leave our team. That's dropped, playing with Optic Gaming. This is it for Space Station. This is it for these core three. A lot of internal issues he spoke to, but hey, those internal issues are out the window right now. They're playing for $1 million, one last dance, one last opportunity for this squad.
Hey, it's about being professional here. At the end of the day, you are competing for a prize pool. You're competing to stay alive as we take a look at the overall leaderboards.
Yeah, that's right. Dark Zero, a big dynasty opportunity there for them to cement their legacy. We've talked about that a lot. But then, of course, you have the likes of IG, KCP, EMEA, not necessarily having the best series so far. They have to go huge, and they got to do it right now for the European and UK crowd. Copper Box Arena, make some noise as we get ready for game number 4.
Let's get started, Fallout. Game 4 on World's Edge, our first game that we're going to have on World's Edge for this final elimination lobby. It's going to be absolutely insane, especially after the action we already saw in Storm Point.
That's right. There was a ton of chatter, including the Observer, by the way. Whoever that was, shout out to you in terms of who's dropping where, so we can catch early game fights. But according to Sven, Apex, Singularity, EXO, both going to be dropping staging. No NRG, who, by the way, dominated their lobby early. NRG played out of their minds. Yep. It looks like it's just going to be EXO, so Singularity will give up staging in this contest. Instead, Singularity, well, I'm going to try to find out where they're dropping. You see them? We're frantically looking on the screen right now. We'll keep a close eye on if we can possibly find them. But
down here,
there they are.
Down,
Dome. That's L tier loot, unfortunately for them. Not the best loot. Go and drop it in the Dome.
Man, even standing on this apple box, I gotta lean forward to see where they're standing because I can't see them, unfortunately. But if we get to see them now, they also have a beacon there, and seeing where the circle is going to be pulling. You know, we got to talk about World's Edge earlier on today, Fallout. We had the very first elimination bracket start off with round 1. We had a very similar circle to this, pulling all the way to the southwest.
That's right. KCP dropping Thermal Station. Again, they wanted and opted to play Edge. They like to drop up in Skyhook, but this time here, dropping in Thermal. So a lot of changes in team styles here. Obviously, KCP's been doing it all weekend, playing an Edge style with Panders, as opposed to their early rotate zone style. But you got to respect these teams that are able to adapt on the fly.
Talking about adaptive teams and teams that are now trying to find that consistency out here, talk about teams like Pulverix, who had a pretty good time in the very last run here, and they're trying to replicate that here as we tune into the winners from the very last game, GO, 5KP. We talked about them and to them a little bit before we got started here. They're really, really excited. They were really feeling themselves, and now they got to replicate that again here on World's Edge.
That's right. GO. They actually came and sat right next to us just to watch our caster monitor so they could see the replay, which is hilarious, by the way. Shout out to them, former Reject Squad and 4-7. So these are players that all have experience, right? You may not recognize the Ganbare Atusan team name. They're a free agent squad looking to get picked up by a Korean org, one of 2 or 3 Korean teams left in this competition. And at the end of the day, they've been here before. They have experience, they know what it takes, and that's why they're in 3rd place.
So talking about the different regions that we have here in this final elimination bracket, we got 4 North American teams here, 3 EMEA teams, 4 South American teams who all made it out of their respective elimination bracket too, 3 APAC South teams, and 6 APAC North teams, which is absolutely insane. And APAC really showed up in that game 3, as GR are already going to go quick with the rotation. They're one of the squads that are running the Loba, Crypto, and Valkyrie. A little change up from the Newcastle play that we saw.
Yeah, that's right. That Newcastle play was nuts, that late game. I know our team broke it down so well, but the Newcastle res coming through was huge for them on Storm Point, but you typically see Newcastle more often on Storm Point. The Loba switch up here is interesting, though, because we haven't seen a whole lot of Loba in the APAC North region, especially on World's Edge. It's been a lot of Angler.
It was interesting, too, when we got to talk to the coach from 100 Thieves 6 out here. We're talking about this comp specifically. You've seen them try to run the replication of this comp here, too. Very aggressive in trying to use the Crypto at a more aggressive stance and the more passive stance that we've usually seen with some of the Watson Crypto squads. Speaking of which, as IG, you highlighted them before, they need to perform. This is the team that is in dead last with only 2 points to their name after 3 games.
That's right, and maybe this will be foreshadowing. Maybe this is the moment where we said, Fallout, you officially cast or curse the hometown team, but IG typically performs on World's Edge, a very strong World's Edge team throughout Pro League. And they, of course, with Crypto and lots of experience from Noises and Graceful as co-IGLs. Noises is the macro IGL, and Graceful is the micro IGL, which means in micro moments, in small individual fight moments, Graceful will actually take over, but Noises is so good at macro in positioning, and you see it right here.
Can we talk also about their quick rotation, exiting out of the northern side of Lava Siphon to immediately rotate on the edge of where they've already scanned the next circle? Other teams are going to meet them there or are going to try to get ahead of the curve, as Godfire are going to take the skies with Skyward Dive. They're rocking full blue Evos, so they're able to exit out of Lava Siphon with some pretty good loot right on top of the Replicator, and with the pass of the Valkyrie, they're also going to be able to pick up some squads within the vicinity that we've seen earlier.
Godfire, another team that has to drop elsewhere. You're used to dropping Fragment East. They stopped in Geyser this time around. We're keeping a close eye on them. And if you remember this team, if you've been a fan of ALGS for about a year now, you remember this squad in Sweden. It was this exact night, this exact moment, Saturday night, where Godfire did the unthinkable. We were casting those last 3 games, and a Cinderella story performance on World's Edge, in this location, by the way, in Sri, where Nelas and Bin clutched up and got themselves a win, which helped them qualify. And backstage, you saw them absolutely bawling their eyes out with emotion and passion. That's what Brazil does. And bon dia to every single Brazilian or even Portuguese-speaking viewer out here. We know you're rooting here for Godfire and Singularity.
Now looking on the other side, looking at one of our squads, Onyx Esports here, sitting at number 9th, looking to replicate, finding that success. And I mean, you talk about success, look at their Evo shields. They have 2 purples, they're profiting with the gold Evo as well. We got a fight going on, and IG are starting at a health disadvantage. You still have full white Evos.
That's right. Oh my God, Notices just got melted.
Miss it.
You blinked your eye, exactly. Here comes the push. It's Northemption. He didn't have a big game. They've been playing really, really slow so far, and IG is out. Invictus Gaming is out. They have 2 more games, 2 more opportunities to make it to Sunday.
Unfortunately, Fallout, we've already said bye to 10 teams earlier in the first round of the elimination bracket. We have to say bye, obviously, to another 10, and IG right now are not looking hot. KCP, another team that has to perform in a fight themselves. They've already used the Bangalore smokes inside of this building to create some space. They're going to back off after utilizing the Seer ult to get some information. It's Dreamfire that's sharing some of that space with them inside of this building.
Just Nasky still have some of that magic, that KCP magic. He's been talking about cooking. I know we keep saying it, but you know what? They need some Kansas City barbecue right now. They need some Oklahoma Joes or Kansas City Joes if they want to perform. As we're watching Nasky, Surdell, and Panders the substitute from Furia in a do-or-die game 4 through 6.
Ooh, trying to take a little off angle real quick. Off of the side, off the stairs. Ooh, a nice toss with the Arc Star though through the window. KCP forced to relocate, but into the line of sight of Ziki, who's on the doorway. EXO looking to claim already 2 members of KCP. Not looking great with 18 squads left. They would be going down at 18th in this lobby.
Can you believe it? The 2 EMEA teams are now in shambles in the overall point standings with 2 more games, but hey, it's not over yet for KCP. They still have 1 more alive. 2 teams eliminated right now in case you missed it. We're NorCal and IG. KCP down to 1. Meanwhile, EXO in 9th place. They've been turning things around. They were the team that surprised everybody in group stage and they're performing here.
Let's not forget that Dreamfire originally pushed KCP out of their respective building. Now EXO getting pressured out. The Crypto EMP is going to go unleashed. They're going to try to restabilize as Dexter's going to pop this shield bat. But they also have the loot box of the 2 members of the KCP players that they took down to loot from just in case they need to go for a reset. They find the Straggler hiding behind the knockdown shield, but into line of sight of Dreamfire at the same time.
That's right, Dreamfire's their best friend. Adele gets the PK shot through the stairs, stays alive, but for now, he's hiding behind a gray knockdown shield. You ever thought your entire tournament life potentially could come down to a gray knockdown shield? You know he's there, he's done. KCP is out.
Dreamfire's like, give us some of that. We know that you wanted it, EXO, but we're not going to give it to you here. Dark Zero also in a fight here on the high ground of Lava Siphon. They get the knock.
And this is massive here. We'll tell you why in a second, because we got to call the action. Dark Zero going to take out J-Ling Zane, the hero from yesterday with 1v3 clutches on ice. Gets taken out. So does Nags, his British controller duo, and VJ, the Iraqi and the only Middle East player in this competition, eliminated. That's huge. They are trying to grief J-Lings because J-Lings drops Mill, and Dark Zero wants Mill tomorrow in the finals. Dark Zero feels like they've done enough to qualify, and they are now playing for the final preparation.
Target and J-Lings out here too. I mean, they were sitting in 6th place before we started this game overall with 22 points to their name, and Dark Zero, after finishing that fight, are going to be able to restabilize quickly before the 3rd party comes in. It's going to be NTH looking to make an appearance right here. Sharky's going to try to poke at him through the doorway. The grenade's going to blow those up.
Yeah, but slow your roll, NTH. We got a pretty healthy DZ squad, slightly better Evo shields right now. And, you know, they got Jim Burton on their team. Oh my God, that was a nice headshot, actually. Was that on purpose? Obviously it was on purpose.
I mean, yeah.
Obviously it was on purpose.
He was shooting at it through the windowsills there too.
But like, that reaction time was insane. I would never ever in my life would have done that.
Gotta hit them with the quickness sometimes here. And the off angles too that Satsuki's using, that way he can go quickly from the other side of the doorway while enabling the rest of his teammates to take other different off angles. But you see with the Bloodhound scan here from Dark Zero, they're gonna know exactly what location, what positioning they're trying to opt for.
That's right. So beautiful flick of the wrist headshot right there. I don't even know what I meant to say was he aiming for head. Either way, that was a nice shot. That could have been enough to break ice. No. 53 damage. They're able to heal back up, so they're going to have to slow this down once again. Razy on our screen right now, former member of Reject alongside the GO squad in APAC North. Bangalore goes down.
Northampton being one of the squads also on the cusp right now, sitting in 14th, looking to try to take care of Dark Zero, who are sitting pretty comfy right now on top of the overall leaderboards. They get the crack though, Taida falling low, gets the shields off with the white Evo.
Taida healing back up. And both teams will reset, heal back to full, but no, Jedbert goes down to Singularity's Vesk, the third party from SNG who needs a big game.
Singularity shooting at them through the cracks of the window. We talked about it before. Dark Zero dropping down with Zero now looking at the loot boxes real quick, trying to get the reset on their Evo shield. Let's jump into a listening with Dark Zero to see what their next move is after losing out on Jet.
I'm healing here. No, just from me. 70 flash, bro. So Bangles crack horizon like 70. What do you have?
4 syringes, no maggots.
Take a mini.
Yeah.
I'm walking through at 1 HP. I was gonna jump down to the window and kill him. If I got my back.
Yeah, frustrated Dark Zero right there, and in particular, a frustrated leader. You know, we keep making Jordan and 90s Bulls references, but just like Jordan, Zero's hardest teammate did not want him to go down right there to the third party. He said, I called that, why'd you get knocked? Big mistake, but DZ's in a good spot right now. I mean, they're likely gonna qual with their 42. Typically the threshold for top 10 is 34 on average or so they feel good. But I want you to talk to me about what you saw on the mini-map, because Singularity got that knock, and then Dip said, why?
Yeah, they got the knock, and instead of trying to confirm it, they rotated to prioritize their location and the rotation into the circle to see if they could try to circle keep instead. Because eventually, Northampton and Dark Zero are going to have to rotate in that direction into the line of sight of where Singularity is, where a lot of other teams are taking the congestion spot in that open area. You see the alley-oop real quick, right into the line of sight of Razy G, and Northampton are going to be able to now hold on to the high ground real quick. We see the shots with the Bolt. He's got the gold light mag as well onto the R301.
That's right. So left and right, picture in picture. Right side will show you where the zone's going, which teams are there, but the left side is more important right now. Let's jump back to full screen here as Razy, Taida, and Satuki, last 3 alive against 2 members of Dark Zero and E36, Enter Force 36 with the APEX North aimbot. Are gatekeeping.
Can we talk about his weapon loadout? He has the gold mag on one of his R301s, and then he's got the gold R301 as a secondary. And that, okay, as I said, that he makes the swap real quick with the Prowler. He's like, you know what, I was cooking with the light ammo, but, you know, let's split this up a little bit with the Prowler with the heavy ammo. Now, another fight happening at Singularity. We talked about it before. They went for the quick rotation because they knew this area was going to be congested, and they're sharing the space with 100 Thieves on the outside. Get the crack right off the rip on the top of the Valk.
That's right, but guess who's there as well? It's Godfire lurking. This is the Godfire home from Sweden, where we had one of the most remarkable plays from from Nellas and Bin. I combined their names there. Artin right now, Singularity, other team, other Brazilian squad. Inside, 100 Thieves gonna back out and reset. Godfire wants to ape.
We made them more powerful combining them together. Godfire now making the rotation in with the Rolling Thunder coming in, right? They just gotta combine their powers together. While they do that, though, they're also going to have to avoid that Rolling Thunder, just sort of reset inside of the building. They know that there's another team right behind them, too, trying to also get involved with a fourth party. I like the call from 100 Thieves to also disengage, rotate north, because of that fight that we also heard in Lava Siphon. You could expect the squad to be on the high ground on top of the train tracks.
Yeah, we're just watching Ben, one of the best stories coming out of South America, one of the best players in South America. Started playing Apex in Season 6, was a Dota player. Never played an FPS competitively before, and here he is now as a top ITL and player, which is insane. But yeah, if they get canceled, that's huge.
Oh, Nails gets taken down too right before he's able to get through the doors, but it's fine. They're still going to be able to get the reset. There's still another team in the area. If that squad on the outside tries to push in on them, at the same time, they're going to also get pinched too. So they're just going to back away.
And that ain't just no squad. That's Singularity. They're rivals in South America. All of Brazil watching, as most South American teams in the bottom 10 will be eliminated right now. NorCal, who I think was the closest, actually Cake, I take that back, he's had a really good day out of this game.
Enter Force now with their own Valk ult. Gets beamed by the charge rifle. They immediately go back after getting the scan in the skies to see that the spot that they wanted has already been taken.
Wow.
A-ball falls incredibly low, and they lose out on the seer here too, unfortunately, as they land on top of another squad.
That's not
the trade
good.
for trade.
Enter Force 36 gonna be eliminated.
It was the LG meeting them on the other side. Another fight. So much action followed from the very beginning on Storm Point, now trickling down into World's Edge. Onyx Esports fighting on the edge of this circle.
Rocky gonna go down. All up to Shady. And it's first time to Shady! What a 1v1 from Shady! Brand new to the ALGS land stage, and he shows up.
And he's the real shade out here too, coming in clutch, gonna get the res on top of it, he's gonna get the reset.
But this is the moment where I remind you that you called him Shoddy yesterday.
You're right.
Which is the most preposterous pronunciation of a name I've ever heard in my life.
Listen,
insert the
it was
T-Pain
really quick, and I think I combined his name with another player that we saw earlier. You know, I'm just gonna say that.
All right, okay. Can't read. You know?
Listen.
Spanish is your first language. Is that true?
Yeah, it is actually. No, you're right. Hey, all right. I see you.
Love you, girl. Shout out to my Miami duo. Vicky King.
The Miami Vice.
The Cuban sensation.
Gotta go through it. As Team Singularity have been going through it here too. South America looking amazing after coming on top inside of their own elimination bracket. Now looking to gatekeep on this circle.
That's right, 13 squads left. About 5 minutes left in this game. A couple more rings, here comes the push. Elysium, the absolute freak of nature player on this squad. He's so talented. You saw with the RD45 earlier, best controller player in South America. This is why. Mastiff out, and the Great R301 shots, but no, his teammate's gonna go down. 1v1, and he gets it. 2v1 with his teammate below. Best, the support player. Arctic goes down, the IGL, and Singularity working their way up. Onyx is out.
And building up here too, look at this. Heard the pop-offs going on, as we are going to be able to see and hear the players when they are expressive, but with the kill leader title going in favor for Team Singularity, they need this pop-off game. They went from 14th real quick to 13th right now, and they are racking up the KP before they need to rotate from the south side of that next circle.
That's right. They were basically irrelevant on Storm Point. I think 5, 6, maybe 7 points total versus 5, 6, 7 points a game, which is enough to stay very close to contention. I was talking to Yuki earlier, and he mentioned that. You know, even though Alliance had a really slow start in the winners bracket final, they felt good because they got 3, 4, 5 points per game. So that's enough. All they need is one pop-up game after that, they got it. So can this be the pop-off game for Singularity? Because guess what? Their peers, Godfire eliminated, NorCal eliminated, Kick Esports still alive.
And it was by Space Station, who have still not been stopped. Nice thermite ticks coming in here from Yuka. He tosses up the Arc Star. I love the way that he forced them to funnel into not only the Rolling Thunder, but the Arc Star on top of that too. They clean up this squad just as quickly. It was Yuka that takes care of FC Destroy.
Right, APEC North inter-region action here. Yuka from Fnatic, not to be confused with Yuka Predator from FCD. Also in this lobby, in 4th place right now is Fnatic. And not done yet. Oh, the Vulcan missed some shots there, but overall, a good start.
Made a quick swap up, and now he's going to be able to take onto the high ground. Misses a lot of those shots, though, hip firing that. Volt having to drop down from the low ground, use these smoke grenades to see if they can maybe get a shield swap with one of those dead boxes.
That's right. 100 Thieves eliminated, by the way, so 10 squads, making 9 left. F-Chan with the boat check bow, going to third party.
Gonna be able to actually pull that trigger there too. The grenade getting yeeted, taking down Zenile. It's another knock here too as Team Singularity playing off the edge, playing off the pillboxes, get the massive shot, finish off 1, finish off 2, and there's another shot coming in from right behind him.
Look how fast he got the shield swap on controller, by the way. Elysium is playing so well right now, not missing a shot. He's on fire. GO eliminated your winners from the last game. Besk put in work.
Space Station eliminated. You're number 1 in the overall lobby right now. Not available. Kick also get taken out. It's Luminosity that are also lighting up the feed right now.
Singularity is going insane. Copper Box Arena, make some noise for Singularity. They need your energy, and this is the game right now where they feel like they're going to perform. 4 squads left, but Pulverex is also in it.
Are juggling through bow checks out here. I know we currently see them making some swaps and some weapon loadouts on top of these death boxes, but now they're holding onto the high ground, the slight high ground. That's going to allow them to overlook the action going down in thermal for the squads have to rotate out. And look at the Pulverex line with the fence. They are painting this entire area on the low ground to prevent the squads to actually rotate freely here without them putting themselves in the line of sight of the likes of Luminosity, EXO. You see F-Chan taking a different off angle while Saku's holding onto the high ground.
That's right, 4 squads left. We got Brazil, Mexico, we have Thailand, and we have, I believe, Japan. Yes, that's right, it's Pulverex. A multinational affair here to close out game number 4. Singularity's best support player in South America, and I would go far enough after watching him play this weekend to say top 5 support player in this tournament so far.
It's absolutely huge. Let's jump into a quick listen in with Team Singularity with 4 squads left as they pop off.
Olha esse time vai ter que puxar, acho. Na cara desse time. Tô marcando eles. Na porta, tem nade na porta, Não tenho. Eles canou? Não, 15 segundos. Eles estão ali. Eu tô de digital, guys. Esquerda. Cuidado, esquerda. Esses caras não podem ir. Olha vocês dois à direita, eu vou olhar a esquerda, tá? 14 segundos. Eu vou dar Conseguiu ir. Cara, aí tem que matar. Eu vou dar scan, Não precisa. Nem escaneia. Nem muito bom. Vai, foda-se, vai. Vai. All in. Tudo. Vai. Vai, me clica. Vai que ele tá feitando. Só vai com o início, eles estão feitando. Vai.
Singularity's gonna take out a full squad, gets the reset, Pulverex is out! They need to heal back to full, but look who it is. It's Elysium trying to make plays, while Art heals back up. He has to hold them off, though. The Seer ult's gonna come through, and yes, they did say Owie as a call-out for Hurt. That's insane.
And Besk is incredibly low, and Stars Artini, they're going into this fight, but EXO on the same page, and also playing up the low ground. Singularity versus EXO!
Singularity is no HP, only shield. But guess what? It all comes down to Artin. He gets one.
No way.
The second. Artin in 1v2. Plays the knockdown. Accidentally heals. Artin, the IGL for this team. One of the longest lasting players he's played since Poland.
What's the decision here? He needs to stop him trying to pull out the shield back real quick here too, but he has the natural cover of the knockdown shield.
This is like a game of, speaking of Dota, this is like a game of Dota. They're playing their resources so well. Artin's gonna heal back up. And there you go. Back to full health. The macro right now for these two players. The intelligence is there.
So we see where it's going, but he didn't see him through the smoke. A healing PK shot. 1 and a 2, and you're done in the EXO clan. Win game 4 on World's Edge.
EXO clan on top. Thailand showing up. What a performance from them. The 1v1. It all came down to Artin and Dexter. Who's gonna hit their shots? And with all the confidence in the world, he hit him with a brick. 108 damage PK to the chest.
Can we talk about Singularity? Not only did they get second, but they got, what, 15 KP or so? Actually, insane game for this squad. And coming in first, EXO with 10 KP to their name. Singularity definitely needed that. EXO, they're now currently, I believe, sitting in 3rd overall with 37 points, but a huge game for both these teams.
That's Killapose, I believe, on screen right now, I think. He used to hit the Killapose, if you remember back in the day. He did a little 1-2 Killapose. Big shout out to him and the entire EXO clan. Exodus showing up big time here. Look, we gotta break it all down. Let's go ahead and throw it back to Rain Day at the desk.
South America versus APEX South. Killapose, Zicky, and Dexter. Now, let me say, you might have seen what he did and wanted to root for him, but you had to acknowledge, just like the show, it was a little bit criminal. Hitting 108 with a PK just shouldn't be allowed, Mark. I hit 7. How does that work?
Illegal maneuvers on the main stage. That's what it was. 108 is just it's a lovely number to see in a 1v1. That's all I'll say. If you fire one bullet, you want it to be 108. And that's one thing I said. I think the most satisfying kill in all of Apex Legends is a Peacekeeper when you chunk someone in that end game, because it's such a risk-reward gun. If you hit the big shot, boy, does it feel good.
Yeah, I don't know where he pulled the PK from the care package out from, but it was doing a little bit too much damage in that final fight.
Yeah, a few seasons back, reminiscent of that. No, it was just how good he was. And not only that, 2 shots, that's it. After a full heal side of Singularity. But you have to admire both of those teams going back at it. It's rare that you get to see a med kit go off in a 1v1. But that was the patience that both of them were playing. It worked out in their favor. And I think maybe that's what we see from South America, from APEX South. That could be, and sometimes a bit of a criticism, not as aggressive, not as taking charge of this lobby. Works out well there, though. But, Genome, you seem to be shaking your head there.
Yeah, I think it's just the way the fight shook out, really. No one had any chance to sort of get the thirst after they got the knock, so it makes sense that they still had those knockdown shields to play around. You can see both players going for some heals. At one point, they got the bat off, and I think just before he did 45 flesh damage, and you were like, okay, that's fine. You know, I'll trade the 45 for the 100 at least.
Yep, obviously, that's a trade that most players are willing to take, Mark. It started out, North Epson getting a couple of kills. People asking behind the scenes, what's going on with them? Pioneers, again, more questions asked for them as we run through the highlights of game 4.
Yeah, 100%, and I think this was a little bit of a slower game than what we saw on Stormpoint, understandably so, right? World's Edge kind of lends itself sometimes to those kind of games, but I will say again, one thing that kind of stood out to me was some of these early fights that broke out, a little bit messy, a little bit scrappy, a few third parties coming in, Dark Zero not having the best of games as well, bits and pieces game for them, so to speak, but Gino knows, I know more than anyone, that the job is pretty much done for them. They're still picking up the points they need to be in that grand finals lobby, but how many 1v1s have we seen, by the way, so far this tournament, like straight 1v1s, like mano on mano, let's you know, puff your chest out and see who's going to take home the win. It's a wonderful way to end a game, and I don't know, I get the feeling, and I don't want to predict too far in the future, but I think the 1v1 could be
what we see the
for match point.
Oh.
It almost happened in Poland a few years ago. We were
Yes,
on the
it
edge of
did.
our seats with Hal, and he missed a couple of PK shots that would have saved the difference.
Yeah, look, I hope he does, but you were saying it's getting messy. It's only going to get messier on set. And that's because these players get more and more desperate. The teams get more and more desperate as we ramp towards the end of the series because they have less chances left. And you need a performance like Oxygen, like we saw, where we've got to come out and grab 15 kills in the last game to even have a chance to make it through to tomorrow.
And one team that does benefit a little bit, as we saw on the last game on Stormpoint, and we've just seen here on World's Edge as well, I think is Fnatic. Fnatic have been playing Edge, they've been looking for fights, and when everyone is getting a little bit desperate, that means a few teams are overextending. It means maybe they're taking a little bit of a different rotation because they hear a bit of gunfire, they're thinking points instead of finding a place to play in zone. Fnatic thrive on that chaos. They will take 3v3 fights, they will try and capitalize on any opportunities that fall in front of them if teams aren't being able to clean the fights up quickly. But speaking of cleaning the fight up quickly, I mean, it's a 1v1, 2 pumps. Good night.
You might just have joined the Edge. Well, Fnatic and teams like that, they were born in it. You can see it right here. Celebrations from EXO Clan, getting the crowd hype as well. And I just felt like a sigh of relief too. That's what it looked like, his hands on the desk, just saying, man, okay, we can breathe. And certainly they can. 22 points added to the total, 10 kills as well. A very strong start. But number one will go overall in points to Team Singularity, South America, keeping their hopes alive of representing in the match point finals tomorrow.
Yeah, 23 points. I mean, Gina, what you were saying, the cutoff was 32. I think we saw in the winners bracket, in and around there. It gives you a good idea of how big a game that is, right? Just to put that in reflection, 23 points, 14 kills for Team Singularity. You would imagine a game like that should put them pretty darn close to making that grand finals lobby.
Kick hanging in there as well. Not too many points this game, but they're around, I believe, 20 or so overall in this lobby. Let's go to the back half of it. Dark Zero get 4, North Eption, maybe a little bit of a wake up. 2 games more. They're gonna have to do more than 4 kills and 5 points total. NorCal Esports, another representative from South America, not there. IG International, Pioneers, J-Lings Esports, pretty much where we've seen them most of this day. Not looking good. 2 games to go. After 4, Space Station still in the lead. Dark Zero, EXO Clan, Ganbare O Tucson after a great win. Luminosity as well after a couple of early top 3s. Fnatic playing pretty consistently. Mark and Singularity, Dreamfire, J-Lings, and Onyx rounding it out.
Onyx level on points, excuse me, with Ender Force 36 as well. Tied up on 20, Kick just behind them on 18. 16 for Pulverex and 100 Thieves. Still flattering to deceive a little bit in this lobby at the moment. 15 points for them, but still within striking range. Just 5 points from qualification if they can overturn that 20 points that we see from Onyx Esports at the moment. It still is doable for every team in this lobby where that cutoff is right now, even IG International. But it's going to take a huge monumental effort from them now with just 2 games left.
You said it. 2 games left. That's right. 2 games before we end up going over to our very final day of the tournament. It is match point finals coming up on Sunday. We need to figure out who is punching their tickets. 2 games left to go. We're going to kick things off when we come back from break here in London at the Copper Box Arena. We'll see you in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
WD Black is the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
2 games left and 2 more opportunities for a chance to punch your ticket to the match point finals. Copper Box Arena, how are we feeling as we get ready for game number 5? Vicky, how you doing?
I'm doing great. There's a lot going on before we jump into this game. I know you got to talk to Nasky a little bit. He was feeling hyped despite having a lackluster few games that have put them in the lower end of the leaderboards. And we have some switch-ups. I want to let you take that away with something going on with Space Station at the moment.
2 big pieces of storylines here. One, conversation with Nasky. I didn't even talk. He literally tracked me down and said, Fallout, you got to listen to this. So I'll tell you that in a second. More importantly, though, Space Station Gaming confirmed will be playing with 2 players as Frex's illness is truly affecting him. We talked about it in its severity going into the last game. He tried muscling through, but he said, you know what, guys, we got ourselves here. You have 50 points. They basically have already qualified. You got it from here. He's going to take a seat out these last 2 games, which is crazy. You just got to hope he's better for tomorrow.
You think that, at this point, with Space Station being number 1 with 50 points overall, he says, the job is done. I did what I could do right now. The point right now is to feel better. Hopefully he can reset now as we reset to go into this next game right now. Game number 5, always my personal favorite as well. We dive into this. 2 more games left within this final elimination bracket.
Call it the Devil's Match, that is for sure. But once again, I want to confirm, Space Station Gaming will be playing with 2. The Reddit post is flying up right now on the comp Reddit. He's also done for the rest of the day, confirmed. He'll be watching from the sidelines. We hope he feels better for tomorrow. But more importantly, it's game number 5 here on World's Edge. KCP with 7 points right now. The European favorites, them and Invictus Gaming with 2 in last place. They need at least 18 to 20 these next 2 games.
It's so difficult here. FC Destroyer also in 19th with only 6 points. Godfire here too with 7, and then KCP, like we talked to Nasky, they feel like they had an opening. They had an awakening after that last game. They're looking to just fully send it in this game and that last game that they have as an opportunity.
Yeah, that's essentially it. Again, Nasky pulled me aside and said, I figured it out, Paul. I figured out the mental block. He said, okay, what mental block? He said, we went from, guys, we have to do this, let's do this, to who cares? Who gives a you-know-what? Let's just play. And he said that's completely opened up and unlocked Panders. He said this game is the game that the KCP boys are going to go big for the squad, for all the fans. We'll see if they can do it. I know his Watson, Zara Tricky, teammates of Panders are watching from home and cheering on their boy. They were so close to qualifying to be here. It's obviously been a void not having them. I missed their aggression. But nonetheless, all eyes on Panders and all eyes on KCP.
Let them cook. And Thermal Station, they got the beacon too, so they're going to be able to have that information going into that next circle, noting that there is also a beacon where EXO is, the winners of game number 4. So holding that choke point between Thermal Station into that geyser area is going to be key.
That's right, where NRG normally drops. NRG, by the way, an insane performance in Winners Bracket Finals. But more important than I think the analysis right now, I mentioned some folks that we miss here this weekend. And we were talking about some European teams. I think it's really important to just give a shout out, a special shout out to Aurora Gaming, Fire Beavers, Strafey, everyone else impacted by their inability to be here this weekend. Our heart goes out to them. It'd be a much different story for the EMEA region in terms of the regional points distribution, which is super important to get more or less invited slots based on performance if they were here. But with that said, as it currently stands, I think, don't quote me on this, Europe would not lose any invited slots. North America would gain 1. And South America would lose 1. And again, that's based on the regional performance of teams to earn more or less invited slots to our next lands. That's a really important macro storyline we haven't really talked about too much.
Yeah, it's not just the money on the line here. It's that spot here too that they want to be able to participate.
Maybe two max. I think it's a really hard. It's hard to get more than 1. The weight is pretty strong.
It's difficult here. We're seeing that we are also pulling all the way to the north, looking at this circle. Expect Lava Fisher to get contested out here, as well as Countdown. So many teams already in the vicinity as we look at Fnatic sitting in number 6 overall right now. This is a team that was cooking in that first game there, as Dark Zero did take that first game, but they were looking fantastic now. As we tune into Dark Zero, they're already rocking the 2 purple Evos, looking great. They're actually in the geyser area where the beacon that we were talking about is. So now currently playing on the outside of the geyser, they're going to be able to try to see if they can fully send it onto IG, the team that is currently sitting on last.
That's right. And Dark Zero are just dropping on people at this point. They're just trying to grief games. They feel like they've already qualified.
Like, who's next?
They literally said in chat, who's next? DZ is griefing this lobby right now, which is hilarious, by the way. Right now, they're dropping, I think are they trying to target IG? I wonder. I don't think so, but that's really interesting.
There were the griefers for J-Lings there too. We saw it earlier in the last game. Graceful trying to take onto the high ground. He's put down the Jet. He gets targeted by the Seer Tactical here too. Macrodrone's going to be able to find him. They're just going to call it off here as IG is just going to be able to back away in time after restabilizing, setting up the fence lines inside of the building. Yep. Looking at 100 Thieves, though, this is the area that we know that is going to get contested soon because this is where the circle is going to be pooling. And 100 Thieves, another team that has to perform, sitting at 14th with 15 points here in Game 5, while Space Station shares some of that space in Lava Fisher playing right underneath them. They're playing this as a duo, as you can see right now. Playing this as a duo, taking things slow. 100 Thieves still rocking the Loba, and with the Loba Black Market inside of the building, they don't really have to go anywhere. And they have the beacon right there too, so they're just going to constantly scan that with the Crypto Drone.
That's right. You saw that team of 2 in SSG as well, and I just want to highlight, want to make sure there's no negativity in the chat right now. Not sure there is, but I compared Frexus to Jordan and his flu game, the last dance, etc. Jokes aside, or comparisons aside, it's different, right? He doesn't have to play because no placement points matter here. If you get 10th, if you get 1st, there's no difference. You make it to tomorrow. The match point format awards points to the top 10 seeds going into the final, which are the teams that came from winner's bracket. So NRG will start with 10 points tomorrow, huge advantage, but they've done that before, and they've never placed top 3. We'll see how NRG will perform tomorrow. Excited for that one, but for now, we got to find out who's going to be playing against NRG and so many others in that winner's bracket final tomorrow.
Absolutely insane gauntlet run that so many of these teams have done. So many playing here too.
E6 has been playing unbelievable.
Yeah. Beautiful here as JC are just going to be able to rotate around. They're going to be able to take on top of the high ground here, on top of the bridge, to overlook the teams that they're trying to gatekeep. They're playing on the outside of the circle while still holding on to the high ground. They have a skyward dive in case they want to rotate away, but it's about that mobility with their composition that they've been prioritizing, trying to call out any squads that are trying to go for longer rotates into this next circle.
That's right. Yeah, J-Lings Esports recently picked up by this roster, former VZN squad, who sprung into greatness, it seemed like, the last couple weeks of Pro League. Played so well since picking up this full squad of 3. But right now, they're on the fringe. They're one of our many fringe teams. And speaking of fringe teams, so everyone's aware of what's at stake and who to keep an eye on. In 6th through 11th place, ranging from 29 down to 20 points, are Fnatic, Dreamfire, Singularity, J-Lings, Onyx, and Enterforce 36 in 11th. 12th to 16th, from 18 to 10 points is Kick, Pulverex, 100 Thieves, NorCal Esports, and NTH. Really needing desperate games here are KCP, Godfire, Fascination, Color Destroy with 7, and IG with 2.
I love how you highlight that, because we talked about how fast these games have been feeling in-game, especially on Stormpoint. Now, yeah, look at this one. It's 20 squads still up and alive. Yeah, some damage has been traded off here. You can see it with J-Lings just putting in a little bit of poke pressure. Maybe a bullet or 2 landing out here as J-Lings are just trying to look for a rotation, as LG are also making their own rotation. Passing Thermal Station, trying to see if they can take onto the high ground on top of that little house that's going to overlook Countdown here.
That's right. Keep an eye on LG. Looks like the thing will go down, but they'll find themselves some cover. They'll be just fine on this rotate. And Yanya on screen right now. KCP in front of them. Nearby, this could be interesting here between KCP and LG, and they're running into Dark Zero as well. And I want to quickly clarify that point on Dark Zero, just so they don't get any hate. They're not intentionally inting or griefing to be jerks or for no reason. They're trying to eliminate teams from this lobby that might contest with them tomorrow. It's strategic, and at the end of the day, that's what makes Apex interesting. It's different than most esports. As Battle Royale, that's just the name of the game.
They're planning steps ahead. Pioneers now currently passing.
Right?
Yeah, and it's huge there to note that, because it's just preemptively making sure that they're eliminating the competition that could contest them with their, not only their rotation, but their landing spots there too.
I wonder if that's PvP's call or Zero's call. Either way, that's interesting.
But passing through staging is Pioneers on top of these train tracks right now. They're looking at the teams that are going to be rotating away from landside. See that team that's holding that choke point right to the north of KCP? Wouldn't be surprised if that's Pulverex after the action that we saw in the last game happening by Thermal Station with the fence lines happening right by the zip lines. But they're going to be able to overlook that team at the moment, wondering if that is them. Just trying to wait to confirm, as Dark Zero are also going to be the ones rotating away from staging. There is a beacon there. You can see it on the mini-map right here. But KCP are just looking at the teams that may be rotating either behind them or if they can find some poke pressure to build up those Evo shields.
Yeah, well, let's take a look. Just quick call for the overhead map. Oh my goodness. Stacked like pancakes in the next zone. Look at how many teams have already rotated. And guess what? We still have 20 squads left. We've seen an ultra-aggressive meta this weekend. That's the most important kind of meta storyline is right now the meta is aggressive team comps, edge fighting, nonstop, more than any we've ever seen. If you're a fan of entertaining in-your-face Apex nonstop action, this is the current meta. But right now, with how much is at stake, 20 squads left. We have not seen this all weekend. This is like Pathfinder, Watson, Wraith, 3 years ago all over again.
This is crazy. Look how many teams are in Lava Fissure, sharing buildings, sharing some of that space on the low and high ground. We've seen these circles before. Sometimes when it comes to these Lava Fissure circles, it pulls more so towards the train tracks on the west side. 100 Thieves holding onto that building in case if they need to exit that building, they can contest teams that are going to approach from the north side. Looking at Onyx, Space Station playing off the low ground as a duo. So many other teams. Meanwhile, teams still playing on the outside as the moving UAV just moves in as a Seer ult real quick. The EF key is going to go unleashed as Yanya finds the 2 knocks, taking out Kick. He takes care of all of Kick, getting the follow-up of Nizo. LG looking to stay up on top as they are sitting in 4th place overall.
LG, El Presidente, Yanya with a performance there. That's a 3K for him. 500 damage to his name. The GOAT of Mexico. Showing up right now, 30-30 Peter in his hands. Volt in the inventory, misses. Oh my God, he hit shots.
Taking that gravity lift before being able to loot. Deathbox is at his feet after taking care of Kick, being the first squad to go down, finally the first squad to go down out here, with so many teams taking their time, either waiting by the edge like KCP or waiting already inside that final circle positioning that is Lava Fissure. There is more than 8, 9 squads in that Lava Fissure area, as Skyhook is also going to be contested by 2 other squads. It's going to be FC, IG, actually 3 squads, making FNC also making an appearance.
First squad is eliminated, and it's a tough one. If you're a fan of South American, Apex Kick started really good on Storm Point. Meanwhile, Vic, you're seeing something in here in Skyhook. Talk to me.
It's going to be IG inside of this building. They were getting involved with another team. It's FC and Fnatic too. Matsutosh unfortunately getting taken down by that charge rifle from FC. With IG also looking at the action, they're going to be taking their time, but they can't wait here too soon. 35 seconds before that circle closes in right on top of them, so they have to start rotating as Graceful takes a lot of damage. Now LG, seeing that KCP has been here for a really long time, Luminosity are moving in to try to fight this. They have the smoke grenades that we've seen already utilized before to create that cover, but the Seer ult is going to prevent them from trying to move in.
Yeah, I guess what Pander's going to drop his Bangalore ult to try and keep him at bay for some defense. And KCP now is going to get sandwiched by a few teams. This could be it. Dell goes down. Panders, what you got? Couple headshots is not enough. The wingman, Panders, needs to hit. No, he goes knocked. Last alive is Nasky. He's going to go down. No, Nasky's making plays. Nasky's making plays.
Oh,
Can he stay up? He has to reload. No, goes to the wall, but the misses, and KCP is out.
The spaghetti all over the floor. Luminosity still have 2 members up and alive. What a mess. They get Wagadas right back in here too, and they're going to be able to overlook the action happening if any other squad moves in from landslide. But KCP, they were trying to feel themselves this game. They go out in 19th.
Yikes. They need a 25-plus game next game if they want to qualify. KCP is out. The European fan favorites here. You can hear the silence of the crowd seeing one of their favorites in Nasky. However, it was almost like a nightmare for Panders. Pro League, week in and week out, he's used to LG dominating lobbies. He's been the unfortunate benefactor of it, or recipient of it, sorry. And it's going to happen again here, this time in London. LG ending the dreams of 2 teams, potentially Kick Esports and KCP.
They may be ending another team soon because the circle is closing in. NTH are rather closing in a minute here. NTH are moving in right behind LG. A minute, less than 10 seconds left as IG are trying to take this fight from the windows and get the crack real quick here as they try to climb up on the high ground. And remember, there was 3 squads in this area here in Skyhook with so many teams. They get the first knock here. Noises falls incredibly low.
JMW thought his teammate was a bad guy for a second there. It looked like JMW down to just a little bit of shield. Last up, Pylon gonna get eliminated as well. Does Invictus fall as well? Likely will. It's JZ, J-Lings, and FC destroying and take out IG. Invictus Gaming eliminated. The 2 European teams playing on their home turf are out and need a miracle.
This action here happening in Skyhook is actually insane right now. FC still on the outside as J-Lings now playing on the low ground. Natty gets caught as he turned around, couldn't make it to the door in time.
Does he get the knock? Yes, he does. That's a big knock for VJ. That's going to calm things down for a second. It's a 2v2, but they're going for the quick res. I think he may hear the audio cue. I got to whisper just to make sure he does. Not that it matters. I don't know why I'm whispering. But Zayn right now getting a knock again. That's big. Which elevator going to go down? I think that was because of the Black Hole Ultimate that came through.
Huge here now. VJ trying to restabilize, trying to give the support, the suppress fire. Zayn gets the knock here. Let Zayn cook as he's going to be able to back away in time to help restabilize. He's got the right Evil Shield.
And wise decision from Zayn. There's 2 teams there. It's Fnatic and FC Destroy. The battle of the Yukas. Meanwhile, Zane wants to get back in this fight. He needs to, because he needs to potentially get his teammates banners if he can make it there. Here's the 1v1. Has the digi threat, misses a couple shots, but Zane does it again! He needs to somehow do it again. No, he gets taken out in 9th place with 27 points.
The pressure from the circle, while Godfire understood the situation. They were involved in the fight originally, but the call to disengage and wait on the other side while the circle was closing in was the right call. They clean up the KP as LG continue on their domination, restabilizing up the low ground, getting nice damage off of that nade here too. They're gonna be able to wrap around. This is the team sitting in 3rd place.
6 kills for them. They were in 7th or 8th or so. They needed to go big, and they certainly have. Super impressive from the Luminosity Gaming squad. Did not have a guaranteed spot in the finals, now they do, given the 34-point typical threshold, and it's because of this game. Yanya right now with the nice arc star, gonna take out another team! Yanya is the kill leader with 4! LG has a absolute hit list right now, they're on a running rampage.
They're looking so good right now with the gravity lift. They take the slight high ground, looking at the team that's holding the high ground up on the cliff on their rotation here. So many options for them to try to retaliate. Actually gets the crack with the 30-30. This is huge here too, with a minute, 5 seconds now ticking down. Yanya takes some shots with the 30-30. So many other teams in this area. Let's queue up here for listening to Luminosity.
Se va a negar por embaixação. Sim. Toma cuidado pra esse cara não, amigo. Quer ir no...
Me pongo un acelerador para mi ulti.
Date. Ok.
¿Quieres jugar arriba? Ahí es donde está
Aquí tengo un equipo,
Yo no puedo subir,
Casi rompo la Watson, bro, y rompí el grito. Tengo mucho ángulo aquí de estos vatos. 84. Rompe el Jin cuando pueda. Me echo Fénix.
Rompí el Jin.
28. Tiro Nates. Ok.
No tengo ulti,
Gente volando al carrito. Los podemos joder.
Después de 71,
Ok. Trata de piquearles.
Sí.
Agua, tiro ulti. Podemos jugar.
Hay una rota dentro.
La Vanguard está un tiro, la bajaron a la Vanguard dentro,
Puedo piquear.
Ok.
Estonea uno. Hay dos tirados, dos tirados. Rompí la ulti.
No, solamente hay uno.
Me tengo que curar.
Muerta la Valkyrie.
Ahora queda una nada más, cuédala tranqui.
Hay gente más en
Está el que... Bueno, me he hecho una batería,
Estoy jugando abajo, No tengo bolas de quiera.
Ok, me gustaría lootear.
Ahorita vamos a lootear.
Sí, me eché una bat. Voy a lootear a este vato, No te creas. Voy a subir de nuevo.
Aquí está tu gente, hay gente ahí.
Están arriba de mí,
Ya están todos ahí.
Ok. ¿Están en el carrito o qué onda?
Sí.
Voy a tratar de...
LG now find themselves in another fight after taking a Dreamfire. This time it's against EXO. Vicky, what a listen in, and what a series from LG.
Absolutely huge. They were saying they're right on top of us right there too, as EXO are going to be able to get involved in this fight as we take a look at where the circle is going to be pulling right on the edge of where Luminosity is, right where Pulperight had predicted originally before. They get the knock, they get the finish. 100 Thieves in a lot of trouble.
They are ending dreams. They are the nightmare, because guess what? 100 Thieves needs to perform right now. They're in 14th, and guess who's stopping them? It's LG again. They're ending the parade of every single team right now that needs to perform and is on the fringe.
You get KP, everybody gets KP. EXO is in trouble. 100 Thieves is in trouble. Scurry literally running away right now as EXO is going to try to take at least some space where the building is right in front of Luminosity.
Yeah, Scurry's the last alive. They had kind of, I think it was a desperation Valk ult. I didn't see it on my mini-map necessarily, but 100 Thieves thought they could get a nice low ground, and LG said, no, this is our low ground. This is also our high ground. We are dominating this lobby right now. Goodbye.
And Pulverix is painting this lobby, this entire map, with these Watson fences we saw earlier. Yeah, literally. Right? He's trying to paint, basically trying to paint himself.
Yeah.
They're trying to replicate that painting here too.
Yeah, they're trying
looks
to
just like Rango, actually.
Unlock the legend that he onset drew, which looks like a very scary legend, by the way. But no, jokes aside, back to LG. They're going to take out Killapose, break down this door, bust in like the SWAT team. There you go, Zicky. There you go, EXO. The next team on the LG hit list, Vicky, they have 15 kills, about to break a world record on land.
This is crazy. They take care of EXO. They were getting pressured off of a distance. I'm wondering if that was Dark Zero who also made their quick rotation after taking some shots. They see that fight was over. Scurry also still hiding off the low ground. They're a little separated because Baxon's still alive.
Oh, interesting. You look at the score on the right side of your screen. 100 Thieves and Singularity down to teams of 2 and 1. I can't do math here, respectively. which means 100 Thieves has 2, Singularity has 1. They're going to be ratting. I don't know where that last Singularity member is. It's Arton. We'll keep a close eye on him. He does not have zone right now. But back on board with Enter Force 36 in 11th place. All 3 members alive.
100 Thieves get taken out of the lobby. 8 squads left as Zero is also finding Godfire. All of Godfire are out of here. And Yanya also helped contribute to that, picking up some extra KP for LG. E36 though, in also a lot of trouble with the circle closing in right behind him. It's Onyx Esports on the high ground on top of the roof.
You like boogie boarding?
You know what? Yes, I haven't done that.
It's a good time. The boogie boarders are showing up right now. Onyx. Team of 3, Rocky and Shady, all huddling up, wolf packing as good as they can, trying to be as small as possible as they heal back up. But look who it is, Jen Burton, the Nightmare of Australia, pushing right through. I think he's a solo, I don't know, but Enter Force 36 is out. 5 squads remain, jumping on board with F-Chan, Flatland and PK, RE45 for Shunmi.
Everybody dropping like flies with 3 squads left. LG is still alive and frying. Pulverex have not moved from the spot. They moved a little bit slightly over to the side, still setting up the fence line. But with the gravity lift on the horizon, Luminosity, we talked about it, the mobility as they take the high ground.
Trying to set a world record once again. 18 kills right now. This is insane. Look at the damage, the car from Jaguares, the new pickup on this team. Jaguars looking so good and showing why he was picked up.
Still only one member left with Onyx as LG are playing off the back end of this little tunnel here, this little pipe. As they're gonna wrap around, they get the knock. Pulverex losing out on 1.
Look at the duo. Jaguars got that knock. Look at the teamwork in the duo of Yanya and Jaguars. They're playing this team of 2 so well, while Niesel is playing support and anchor and holding down Godspot position.
Onyx get everybody up into the skies right now. I saw them off the low ground here as they're gonna be able to restabilize. They're gonna be able to get right back on, but Luminosity see them in their sights. They're gonna be able to just wait for them.
Did they just take the horizon lift to get closer and shoot them in the air and then drop on their face? Yes, they did. Luminosity.
21
kills, setting a world record, and they're going to push Pulverex and do the same thing to them.
Turn around, LG with a huge game. Game number 5 to put them in first place. Over 20 kills for this team on top of the dub.
Viva Mexico! Huge plays made from the Mexican powerhouse team. The only Mexican squad represented in the world stage. In the North American Pro League, there is 1. There used to be 2. It was Legacy MX. Jaguares was on that team. He got snatched up, and now this team seems so incredibly unbeatable right now, at least in that game.
Can we talk about the chaos that happened on the little edge of that cliff there, too, after all the teams had to exit out of that building that was on the high ground, and the call from LG to disengage real quick so that way they can restabilize, focus to wrap around Pulverex, take care of Pulverex so that way they don't get pinched instead.
Unbelievable. I am fairly certain that was a world record for a LAN performance of any team. 20 plus kills. I think it was 23 or 24 total. What a showing from Jaguares right there, playing as a team of 2 with Yanya Presidente. We say it all the time, Hal might be the CEO, but guess what? There's a new president taking over, and it's Yanya, the young, absolute fragger. He does it week in and week out in North American Pro League. If you don't watch it, you better start watching. Split 2 Pro Leagues around the corner, and he's going to continue putting on a show.
It was actually insane to see him and Nizul actually pop off out here. I mean, LG on a different level. This is a team that we're so used to seeing stay consistent and talk about an insane game to make a statement.
Los Reyes de Mexico, Luminosity on top. But hey, that's enough of us. We got game 6 around the corner. Let's go ahead and throw it down to Rain Day on Set and Genome to break it all down.
23 kills, 8, and 7. Certainly, if not a record, one of the most impressive team performances in any given game we have seen online or especially at LAN. That's Luminosity Gaming. When Eric Rona sniped down stood next to all of us here, he said, this is the team I was surprised to be in this elimination bracket too. Mark, now we found out why.
What do you want me to say? Like, literally, what do you want me to say? They just killed everything. 23 kills. Anyone who ran into LG during that game did not have a good game. 23 kills, 10 points for first. I mean, that is just astonishing. Absolutely astonishing.
And it wasn't even like there was a standout there. It was split up 8, 8, and 7 between the 3 members. I mean, look, they are playing Bangalore, Horizon, Valk, okay? So certainly lending itself towards that kind of carnage that they were wreaking in this lobby. Keep charging up that black hole, suck the enemy teams into it, and just wipe them in a flash.
I believe in that championship where Dark Zero actually won. This might have been playoffs, excuse me, but it was LG and it was Optic and it was Dark0, and LG in a position over the waterfall actually was ready. They were there to try and contest Dark0, ended up not having ammo. That story ended up haunting them as they then needed to find their route back to the playoffs, back through a difficult split one where TSM, the Guard, and a lot of other teams took kind of the commanding center of attention. Right now, though, in this elimination bracket, and especially with round 2 winners potentially tomorrow and Sunday, Mark, I feel like maybe they're coming into their own. Maybe they're saying this is the only moment we're going to get for a long time. We better make the most of it.
I agree with you. And coming into this tournament, I had my notes written out, and I said that, in my personal opinion, I think the most improved team in the world throughout this season has been Luminosity. They've been playing in the NA Pro League. They've learned so much, and they've been so consistent in their points as well. I mean, if you go back and look week after week, it's not like they had one bomb week. It was always there or thereabouts, and always in the question for taking home first place in one of those weeks. So to find that kind of consistency, I mean, one good comparison, right? Dark0. Dark0 went over to North American Pro League, couldn't quite find that consistency. That shows how strong they are. And even though they're a great team, even though they're a brilliant team, that performance is an outstanding one, and that is going to send fear not just through this lobby, but maybe even into that finals lobby as well.
Yeah, look, the NA Pro League, we all know it's been incredibly strong this year. So as you say, for them to perform in that is, a real commendation for them. But you can also understand that, you want the sharpest blade, you need the best preparation, you need the whetstone for that. And it seems like the NA Pro League was that for Luminosity.
Certainly true. Showing off their talents. We know they can frag. We know they're controller players. We know they're young and talented. Yanya specifically, but still working around, helping with the coaching and the process of building this team, taking different roles in order to build the most lethal roster possible. Nizul and Jaguaris and Yanya celebrating, getting it done, and flying the flag of Mexico behind, saying this is who we represent. It's not South America, it's North America, but Mexico in its way has its own passionate fandom that truly is represented, I think, with the hopes of Luminosity Gaming. So we'll continue to see if this will work out for them. It certainly looks like they'll have a chance at tomorrow. This win with 35 points is going to put them somewhere pretty special in these overall standings.
Hey guys, what do you call that?
I mean, Sweet call it a nuke. That's what he call that. That's a nuke of a game.
I like it. I'd call it a nuke as well. What about you?
One big game?
One big game. Your org is already getting so much brand support. A plug already. I mean, this guy has really got a great business sense. Heading out to the back 10. Questions, really not a lot of answers for our bottom 3. Kick have actually found themselves in the middle of the pack. They've fallen backwards, 18 points for the last 2 games, and obviously they have to have a big one here in Game 6 to have a chance.
Great news for the rest of the lobby, though, that LG just destroyed everything, because that means there's still, LG were one of those teams that were at the top of the leaderboards. It means going into Game 6, there's still a chance, and we keep saying that, there's still a chance, but that is still the case as we head into our final game. And the crazy thing to think about, right, is it is a case of, like, you're looking at IG International, barely seeing them, Pioneers, barely seeing them, but as I say, you can say it, what's the phrase?
One big game.
One big game.
One big game.
And all of a sudden, you can be sitting there tonight thinking, I'm going to play again tomorrow.
Listen, if
LG approved it, right? I mean, if we're saying 35 is roughly the cutoff,
right?
They have literally just proved you can do that in a single game.
But it's different for LG because I feel like they're equipped. That's a team with talent who knows how to pop off. Would you say the same about Pulverex? I can't imagine them getting a 35-kill game. But fortunately for them, they don't have to. They are sitting in 10th place right now. If it ended here, Pulverex would be going to our top 20 and playing in the match point finals on Sunday. Jay Ling's Esports, the young star Zane, would be out after all they've done. Kick as well, 100 Thieves onset. You had mentioned a lot of teams out with it.
Yeah, that was the one I was looking at, right? It's going to be a surprise not to see 100 Thieves in that lobby. That is a testament to the strength, I think, of the competition that we've seen over the last couple of days, right? Yeah. It's not easy to get in that finals lobby. That's why it was so impressive that we saw NRG's performance in that winners bracket final as well, to get through in the way that they did. But you're looking at it, Gino, there's a chance for some of those teams. You would say 18th to 20th, maybe it's a little bit of a reach, but Pulverex, Dreamfighter, Fnatic, Singularity, they are going to be extremely nervous going into this final game.
Yeah, luckily the teams on the bubble in that top 10 currently are actually, maybe, they might feel a little bit safer because there's not that many teams below them that are close in points. And then if you go further, even down the scoreboard there, KCP, we've talked about them a lot on 7 points at the moment. And look, guys, if it's a slow roast you're cooking,
You better pull it out of the oven.
I think dinner's already been served, but they may not be at the right restaurant for this one. I have to say that our hopes are certainly dwindling for Kansas City Pioneers. They are some of our most beloved players and orgs in the scene, but it may just not have.
But now's the time to go. This is the thing, like, we're writing them off. Let's not write them off. Let's really get them, like, London, there's one more game today, by the way. If you've got a team on this stage that you're hyped and ready to get behind, this is the time to do it, because otherwise they ain't gonna be back here tomorrow.
Listen,
send them your energy.
Mark, selling the dream, I love it, because this is what dreams are made of. Esports is here to be made. History could be made in front of you now. Do they have enough? We'll find out, London, as we head into our Game 6. Make some noise and finish off the day strong. We've got Fallout and Vicky Kitty to take us one last round.
Thank you so much, Ray Dan. That's right, Copperbox. This is it. It all comes down to this. One last game. One last moment for the Kansas City Pioneers, Invictus Gaming on their home turf to go huge with a 30-plus point game, which may be needed. In the end, well, it's unlikely. It's unfortunate, but it's unlikely. Instead, it's J-Links, Pulverex, Streamfire, Fnatic, Singularity, Enterforce 36, 100 Thieves in 13th, and Kick in 14th, with the realistic chances to make it to the grand finals.
Look, if KCP showed up to the wrong restaurant, maybe they're just there to order some dessert, okay? It's the last thing that we have to see here. Game number 6, so many other teams that need to show up.
Well, look, at the end of the day, look, the dessert might be a after-event beverage for Nasky and the boys tonight. That might be a dessert. That's all they'll get, as this could be the end of their tournament run.
Oh, I mean...
Nasky likes to have a good time. They got a hot zone. If there's any blessing, that's a blessing.
And they get the zone pulling towards them as well as the beacon. Look at this. EXO also going to have a good time here. Going to make that rotate away from the countdown. They're going to be able to actually, rather from staging, they're going to be able to rotate through that train tracks, passing Landslide where GO is. Looking at IG, also going to be able to just rotate from the south side of where Thermal Station is through that choke point where the geyser is.
Bro, here's the thing though. We'll talk about that and more. I just realized what happened there. For those that are at home, maybe don't see these kind of small things. KCP took Lava Fissure, SSG's drop spot. I don't know if a deal was made or what, but their teams are always in chat saying where they're going to drop. SSG is a team of 2 already qualified. They gave KCP perhaps the Lava Fissure spot, which means they got hot zone and a much better position closer to Skyhook and Trials where they normally land. Wow. And IG instead took Thermal Station. This is like a game of Monopoly where everyone's trading board pieces.
We are actually just shifting all over the place. Yeah, you currently see right now that Space Station is just taking the known man's land over on the side of Frag East as we tune into our insane squad that had just an insane game. Over 20 KP, 23 KP game. Game number 5, LG. Now tuning into KCP, making their rotations over to the south side, closer to the geyser area, playing on the low ground, playing in 19th. What is going to be their move as they patiently are going to wait here? They're calling the circle, pulling in this direction.
Nasky says, Panders, respectfully, love the way Furia plays, love the way you play. They're boys. It's time to play my style. It's Edge. It's early rotate. KCP with their new team comp of Watson, Seer, and Valkyrie. Early rotate. With Watson fences to what they are hoping is the final spot or the god position in endgame. We'll check back in on them because it's going to be a slow game. Actually, as I say that, GO is actually going above them and around, so it looks like they're both going to take their own respective buildings, and KCP will just pitch up a tent.
Well, it's just other teams now have that same exact plan right now. GO, another team out here, looking to stay on top. This is a team that's sitting in 5th overall in the overall standings. Also going to be able to rotate on top of the high ground. It's the choke point that I mentioned before. That's to the north side of Thermal. They're going to be able to overlook a lot of the action.
That's right. Just things slow down here. I want to re-emphasize for maybe any new viewers or people that are confused. SSG is playing with a team of 2. Why? Well, Frex is incredibly ill right now. Was playing with an ice pack on his head the first 4 games actually. They got 50+ points that we are basically already in. You got this from here, boys. He's resting up for tomorrow. They're planning for tomorrow. SSG, a lot of turmoil. This is the last dance for this squad that, was revealed today in an interview from Frex's. I tweeted about it. Make sure to check it out on esports.gg. That Frex's and the team acknowledge they don't get along internally. A lot of internal issues. Dropped is going to another team. Obviously, he's been scrimming with Optic Gaming. So this is truly the last dance for Space Station. And right now, it's a team of 2. It's it's Pippin, and it's Rodman, if you will, to keep this analogy going for the last dance squad.
I love it, Fallout. Love calling out a lot of that action here, especially when we have a team playing as a duo. Now tuning into Kick. Team sitting in 14th, also going to be able to try to take onto the high ground. We've talked about it before as GO also wasted no time to get on top here. They're going to be able to see some of the action. Another team that's already on that choke point by Thermal Station is going to be Pulverex. So many teams wasting no time to go in for some of these quick rotations.
That's right. Ziggy, Killpose, Dexter, 4th place right now with 40 points. That'll put them at qualification. But right now it's KCP getting contested for a great position. They get a first knock. Nasky over 100 Thieves. Vaxlon, who plays a similar play style, and they're gonna lose one. I don't know what 100 Thieves was doing. I don't know if they thought the building was empty, but they tried taking the spot from KCP, got punished, and NorCal is gonna now take the other building. KCP survives for now. 100 Thieves looking bleak.
The back off though, as NC are also poking from the outside of the window. Wow. Look at what is going on inside of this building. It's a mess.
A fortress. Most fortified building entrance I've seen since the guard dropped that wall all the way in Downed Beast, if you saw that Pro League match. Right now, Azazel and Frogs, the duo team of 2. We're looking for an IGL. They picked up the SAR. The SAR was considered to be kind of a mid-tier, low-tier IGL in Pro League terms by South America and redeemed himself on this team. He's been playing so well and helped this team really excel to a top 3 team in South America.
Well, we're seeing a lot of the action happening inside of those buildings on the low ground by the Geyser. There's another fight happening on the high ground. Kick, only Kings left alive. We know that Pulverex was involved in this fight, as well as XO. It's about cleaning up what you started here. Pulverex now, as well as F-Chan being the only one up alive.
That's right. And F-Chan is gonna have to rat. It's basically champs all over again, down to his team of 1. We saw them do it at Champs and somehow qualify, but right now it might be a different story to the storybook ending and Cinderella story we saw at Champs that finally struck midnight in this exact match. It was the Saturday night finals. And if this similar moment where F-Chan's story ended, will it happen again here, or will he somehow survive a terrible situation?
This is so tough. You're the only one left alive. Your teammates' banners are inside of that building here. He doesn't really have a lot of meds to work with, other than those 3 syringes. I mean, he's got the bins here, but he's playing up the low ground. They know exactly where he is, too.
Yeah, the difference here is Seer. That's it. You can't rat with a Seer in the lobby. Seer meta wasn't prevalent back then at Champs. There was one team that really ran it. It was Furia. And then everyone else decided, yeah, it actually works really, really well. And then this ultra-aggressive meta started, and then Bangalore started being played, and Bloodhound, and it's actually, I'm a fan, I'm not gonna lie.
What was so unfortunate, Pulverex is one of those teams that prioritized that final circle positioning, trying to get on top of the high ground, and they rotated super early, and this is a squad that was sitting on the border. They were sitting in 10th in the overall leaderboards.
That's right, and that's official. Pulverex eliminated and out of contention. They were in 10th, and they're certainly gonna fall. So your heart goes out to that squad, but I think the issue with Pulverex was they just did not get enough kills. They played 2 rotation heavy, 2 passive. They needed more kills. And they work in the APEC North region to qualify in Pro League. It's not going to work on a global stage.
Make it to these final circles, but it's about the KP that we see. We saw it already from LG, and that's why it's so important. It's KCP now in another fight as another team tries to take their building.
This time it's NC, NorCal. What are you doing? Dell has 1 HP in a dream. Nasky needs to heal back up, and here's the punch. The peek and a massive SAR. He gets knocked. He missed the bookwork shot. And now it's a 2v1. The duo does it. KCP alive.
They come out. They get the KP. The crowd cheers on for KCP with their last chance opportunity. They have the information from the Zero to try to see where the third party's going to come.
And EXO can't third party because they're down to 1 or 2. 100 Thieves can't either. It's just Anmu and Scurry, the original duo from the championship winning below 20 squad 2 years ago at ALGS Championships 2021. I don't think they got the res. I don't think they got the banner. So as it stands, Enter Force 36 going to enter the fray here. That's them right there that just Valk ulted in. We got E36, GO, EXO, KCP, 100 Thieves, all in zone. Look at the map here. If we could show the map on screen, that'd be super important. I'd love to show the map and then jump into a listening with KCP because this map info is crucial for y'all to see at home. Take a look at the top left of your screen. Those teams I just listed are all stacked in next zone already. Let's jump into a listening though and see how KCP is going to play it.
Careful, careful, careful. There's a low ball. Don't drop loot. Okay, fine. Low ball is in the graveyard. I think that's a duo. That must be the duo. Wait, no, try and hit a scan on him maybe. All right, look how many triangles you have. Triangles? You can tell on Seer how many people it is with triangles. Oh no, it's way too far away. It's I thought you were talking about next house. No. Oh. No, it's 3 triangles. It's 3 next to us. I watched them both open. They're bang. Trying to nade us. Alright. Come on, boys. Where are we going? Oh, we're going. Yeah, everything. Crack bang. 100.
110 actually. Oh. I think. It was 100. I was 43 off this thing. He got cooked.
European and UK Apex community, give it up for KCP. They need your energy. Can they do the unthinkable? And godlike performance, this is the equivalent of a 50-bomb triple-double to continue using basketball turns. I see Paige out there in the crowd cheering on her favorite squad. But the thing is, KCP can't do it by camping, Vicky. I mean, they need a 28-point game, 25? If I remember correctly, they only had 7 coming into this, so they need at least 25. I don't know if they're going to get it by camping and getting 8 or 9 kills and a win.
Yeah, I was going to say follow. They're playing extremely patiently. They're playing very safe. IG also get aboard that, looking at the fact that they still only have 2 points after 5 games, looking to get engaged in this fight as the Black Hole gets unleashed. The gravity lift for that squad to get out.
That's right. And I guess here's one thing to note. The difference is what Onset said, which is so true. Luminosity ate all the points. They farmed all the points for basically one entire game. They almost killed a third of the lobby. So that does lower the overall threshold to qualify to around 31, maybe 32. This is all guesstimates right now, but either way, it's a big, big game needed for the Kansas City Pioneers, and even more so for IG. I think at this point, it might be over for them.
Such a really good point here, too. And with squads that like to take their time to rotate who mostly play edge, I'm wondering LG probably being on the high ground as IG are going to get onto the top of the high ground, too, to try to contest them one by one, though. Look at this. It's looking like the Tower of Terror as they get on top of the high ground, on top of these gravity lifts. Look to your side as Graceful gets taken down.
And that's it. IG falls. A somber moment here. And a round of applause, respectful round of applause from the crowd here for the British squad. The Beatles of Apex, if you will, as I've called them from time to time, with Graceful, of course, coming from Scandinavia. Respect given to Invictus Gaming. So much love for that org. Supporting Apex for so long, supporting this team who's so talented. Just couldn't get it going here this weekend.
Unfortunate, but we have to say goodbye to 10 teams no matter what fallout. It's unfortunate, but so many other talented teams right now looking to secure their place in the top 10. LG still claiming heads out here. Teams taking their time, looking at Dark Zero on the other side. NTH, Fnatic, on that slight little high ground that overlooks the train tracked area too. GO has not moved from their spot past the choke point as well from Thermal Station. Nobody has contested them. They have the black market, so they got a bunch of loot to work with as J-Lings are going to be able to start rotating away. Oh, he gets the crack right there.
Yeah, that's a good start.
Zane on the low ground. They call it out. They're going to be able to back off in time because they see that there is a team on the high ground as he gets beamed. It's VJ from Elysium on the high ground that's going to be able to get that knock.
That's right. So now, VJ is getting res. He's getting res quick. VJ, former member of Ascend Club. Again, only Middle East player. Competing in the competition today from Iraq. Long way to travel here, playing with the British boys. This is a fun team to watch. All controller squad. You don't have many of those in India. Very keyboard and mouse dominant region.
They start rotating here off to the side. They're trying to see if there's another team trying to rotate off the back end here too. Well, they're the squad in staging. You know that there's other teams right ahead of them. You can see the pings as the gravity lift is right in front. Currently in the feed, FNC are going to be able to find a knock onto drops. One of the duos that we've been seeing. The one of the other players here now as they're going to be able to rotate off the low ground.
Vic, you're like way younger than me. You probably won't really answer this question, so I'm gonna ask the chat. Chat, I need your help here. Who's a band that kind of replaced the Beatles, you know, in the 70s or whatever that was? I'm not that old either, but it might be J-Lings replacing IG as the best team in the UK. Let's go ahead and jump into a listen-in with One Direction. I don't know. VJ, Zane, Nags, take it away.
They're from here, in my opinion. Where? On here? All the way back, yeah.
But we're not gonna go anywhere. Like, we cannot reach
like
anywhere.
the range, right?
Yeah, that's the problem.
Do it on me, do it on me.
No,
Hey,
but
no?
we want to go this way next. That's the problem.
Yeah, but we have to get it off while we're dead, bro. That's the point.
Like, can we, I'm trying to check, like, we can do it
not
from
bad.
here.
I mean, yeah, I guess we just have
Yeah,
to do it from Nags, bro.
we do it from next. I'm coming. We do it
I mean,
from here.
there's literally nothing we can do. We're just gonna get
Come,
griefed
come,
if we
come.
go from the other side. No, it's fine, we have time. We're fine.
No, that guy can see us, that's why. Oh.
I'm
Yeah,
I'm following you, There's a team graveyard.
Come with me and play her on me.
I'm on you.
Oh my god, I'm dead, I'm there.
There's a team in the... I'm
Just
safe,
play
I'm safe.
her, play her.
Give me enough. I'm dead. Game over.
someone who saves them, and after all, for a wonder fall. That's going to be maybe Oasis, I don't know. They're going to fall though. J-Ling's out. J-Ling's won't qualify. So heartbreaking for this squad. And just like that, Godfire goes out as well. Dark Zero is farming right now with 59 points.
Fallout, there's been so much action in the last few seconds. 11 squads left. Dark Zero losing out on Gen. They're forced to drop down as Onyx also get involved in this fight. So many teams finding the opportunity to rotate from the south, leaving around the side from Lava Fisher, going through the train tracks. It's Dark Zero, Onyx. I know Fnatic is probably on the other side. We saw him taking some shots from the high ground, exiting out from the north side of staging originally.
That's right. Quick check on Dark Zero. But hey, I'd love to focus on the teams on Fringe, right? DZ's already qualified. Onyx, though, 6th place right now with 36 points. They're looking good. They picked up a few KP. That's all they needed. So the Aussies, the new squad from down under, might be joining their peers again. That's Waltzy and Moist in the finals tomorrow. APEX South continues to represent. And guess what? I'm going to call Dark Zero a distant cousin, of course, of the APEX South region. They're all Australian, playing in North America right now. They're going to qualify too. So APEX South talent continues to shine on main stage and on land, Vicky. That's been a theme since Sweden.
Beautiful here as they're sitting in 6 after cleaning up. Look at the death boxes at their feet. 11 squads left, where they're going to be able to take that north side. I know Fnatic is still on top of that rock. Sharky is also still alive, playing off the little low ground here off the side of the bridge. So many teams looking to find the opportunity to actually go into that circle. The teams that are playing Edge, 100 Thieves, KCP still up and alive, E36 neighboring them through those buildings that we saw on the low ground. Dreamfire also taking their time to rotate too.
That's right. So right now, Dreamfire in 10th place, or 9th place now with 30. They pass Pulverex and continue to pass Pulverex. We'll keep a close eye at the top of your screen. Look at that ticker, okay? You'll see which teams are in. Right now, Fnatic with 36, alongside Audic. Dreamfire 9th, Enter Force in 12th because the teams that are eliminated are right between them. So keep a close eye at the top of your screen. That ticker is brilliant for information here. KCP needs to do something crazy because they're going to have to rotate from their original spot, right? They early rotated, they predicted the zone end where they were, it did not. So now they got to eat like Pac-Man in this rotate.
I call it the Waka Waka and currently GO. You know what's also very interesting is that they didn't have a beacon, but they've been sitting here since the very beginning as Onyx is going to try to fight them for it. Dreamfire now with the Rolling Thunder moving in. Bolin taking a lot of damage, having to play off the side of the fence line.
That's right. Right now, Tau, Dreamfire, Roy, and they're out. Dreamfire's out. We're going to catch them getting eliminated here in 9th place. They will hold their breath now. The team from Taiwan on board with Onyx. Onyx is already likely going to qualify, but that'll be the end of their game. No, Rocky stays alive. Look at the nice movement all the way downhill. My favorite feature in Apex Legends, and it just saved his life. We got to switch over to KCP, though. They got to rotate through, and they need kills. 100 Thieves is out. 100 Thieves will not qualify, and it's Dark Zero who stops them.
And this is huge here because this building is still inside this next circle. Let's quickly jump into listening to see what's going to happen here.
Yeah, if you touch the gym with it. One got cracked! One got cracked! Go now, go now! I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you. I got you. Nice, finish him. I'm taking roof. Fin. There's another guy over there. Shoot one on the other side. We push. I'm trying. Careful high. Cracked. Bag one. Swing. Dead. He's one. He's low. He's one HP. Got him. Nice. New team. I'm not running. I'm getting him. Rush. Right now. Yeah, I'm holding. You're good. You're he's swinging me. I'm swinging.
I've got you. Hey, how about no more dying today?
I have never been at more of a loss for words and more of a heart drop than ever in my Apex career than that moment. KCP was frying. Their comms were on fleek. Panders made such an insane play, all to be pushed by Enter Force, who needed it as well. KCP is out. The Kansas City Pioneers with the substitute in Panders will not be playing tomorrow. Of course, my heart goes out to Strafey, longtime teammate, brother of this team, watching from Ukraine as his team falls.
The intensity of those comms as we take a look at the rest of the teams left in this final lobby. LG holding the choke point right behind GO that have been holding this cliffside since the very beginning. Rampage in the hands of Dogma. They haven't left here. They see the skyward dive. They're going to be splitting up real quick to see where they're going. You can't see me, and now as you currently see GO on the high ground here to try to contest that.
That's right, 2 breaks going to come in. Are they going to play off those breaks and that damage like KCP tried 2 moments ago? No, they don't have to be as desperate. They have God spot, they have good positioning. I wouldn't say ultimate God spot though, because the win condition right now, clearly the team in the choke. Geo's going to take out E36, who did enough to qualify. Enter Force 36 will make it to the finals tomorrow.
Getting that sniper shot, we got our squads left here. Geo, Fnatic, Luminosity, and EXO playing on the edge as Fnatic knows exactly where they are. LG have not moved from the spot. The only thing is Geo has known that they've been here, but they haven't found the angle without them giving up that high ground. They have the black market, they have the loot to work with, and Fnatic with the smokes means that they're going to be able to build up that extra cover to get out of the line of sight of the likes of Luminosity and Geo.
That's right, another multinational finish here. Mexico, Japan from the Fnatic boys. We had Korea just qualify, that's Interforce 36. EXO Clan coming from Thailand. There's 3 of our teams remaining here. Fourth one is Ganbari Atusan from Korea. And here we go. Sixth and final game. All teams have already qualified, so this is really just for consolation and for some fun here, but let's see who finishes on top.
Oh, the beamish through the windows here. We may see a double win at the same time. We've already seen Geo win game number 3. We saw EXO win game number 4. We just saw Luminosity have the game of their lives as EXO are stuck in this building. Dexter is literally one Fnatic forced to funnel inside of this truck to restabilize.
That's right. On board now with Yuka F. Shield Bat's going to be popped here. 4 squads left. Zone's going to be closing. Flatline charge rifle in hand. He wants to get rid of that charge rifle if he can. We'll see how he decides to use this here. Maybe close range.
See, you can fire it here too, but they have to be wary of the 2 squads that are right in front of their face. The smoke grenade to block the line of sight of Luminosity. That's fantastic. They see exactly where they're at. See Yuka aiming down his sights. The EMP rolling around to the side, finding EXO. That's absolutely huge here. Geo now getting sucked into the black hole.
That's right. EXO swings wide right. Good play and great ultimate. Jung Hee's just getting forced back in, and now he's going to get taken up by LG.
Oh, EXO now going to be able to wrap around the rock. LG moving into engage and get the quick shield swap. As Hawang Paris is going to be able to be on the other side. That's Nizul that's playing on the south side of the rock. Fnatic taking advantage, wrapping around the back end. Nobody was paying attention to them. They're looking for the opportunity. They're looking to try to third party as LG lose out on Nyanya.
That's right, EXO takes out one team, and guess what? Fnatic takes out another. It all comes down to this.
3 squads left. Luminosity, Fnatic, and EXO here still in this lobby. While Ganis gets taken down, and EXO are wrapping around to get out of the line of sight. They still have the high ground here from Dexter. He still has the smokes. He's able to move on them, moving on to the other side. Slip and slide as he goes, as Dexter's going to try to wrap around with the Digidry. He knows exactly where they're at, but they're hiding behind the gold knockdown shield.
That's right. It all comes down to 2 players for Fnatic. One is knocked. EXO has 3, and LG's Niazul is hiding on top on high ground.
See Yuka finding the blast with the charge rifle. You wonder what was going to go down with that charge rifle. He doesn't have a lot of ammo left. 2 squads left, and he finishes it. Fnatic coming out on top. That was beautiful. They waited patiently, and what's even more important, they didn't get involved in the fight. Fnatic waited, and it paid off. They wrapped around to contest EXO, and they had the natural cover of the rocks and the knockdown shields that they played to take that final game.
As a team of 2, by the way, maybe 2.5 with the gold knockdown shield, but what made the difference for them was actually their best friend in that situation. Nizo on high ground was able to knock one member of EXO Clan, I believe it was EXO, which opened up the door for a 2v2 for Fnatic, which they then slammed shut. Nice job from Fnatic. That's a confidence boost going into the finals where they're going to have to play against the best of the best. It's TSM. It's Fun 123 from APEX North. It's Moist Esports from APEX South. And I don't know if we'll have any South American teams qualified. Don't think they did, which is tragic for that region.
What's absolutely huge talking about that, Dreamfire had tied with E36. Or rather, currently, Dreamfire was right there with E36. They didn't get the extra point, but they still made it in the top 10. Pulverex was right behind them. Remember, they went down. They started out in 10th. They were one of the first squads to go down, and they went down with 29 points, and they got stuck at 11th. That cost them the game, unfortunately. That cost them the opportunity to play in tomorrow's finals.
That's right. A thrilling finish here. What looked like an opportunity for the Kansas City Pioneers to do something miraculous. We've seen Nasky do it before. He's not able to do so. So again, mark goes out to IG, FC Destroy, Northeption, NorCal, KCP, Godfire, and others who likely did not qualify. I mean, most likely for most of those squads. But of course, we got to get the official standings. It's going to be one heck of a day tomorrow, Vicky. I can't wait to call the action with you. It's going to be such a good time. That's going to be it for us tonight. Enjoy your Saturday nights, everybody. But first things first, we got so much to break down. Rain Day, Onset, Genome, take it away.
Thank you so much. Round of applause for Vicky Kitty and Fallout. Great cast to 2 of my friends up there in the God spot. We'll see you tomorrow. For now, we'll go back to the desk to round out what has given us our teams for Sunday's match point championship day, and it didn't happen in a way that left us unentertained. I'll say it that way. LG putting on a dominant performance, but Fnatic from APAC North representing, as we have seen this entire tournament, a region that has come to play and has demonstrated that they are one of, if not the most skilled regions here.
100%. And Fnatic, I said that they thrive in the carnage. Well, they just thrived in the carnage, right? Going into that end game, they managed to kind of put themselves in a position which initially I was kind of like, LG are going to be able to cut them off here. LG are going to have some great sightlines that late skyward dive, but Fnatic took advantage of LG's maybe, should we say, a little bit of antsiness, trying to force themselves onto the third party, and Fnatic were able to spread themselves wide. All the damage was done for them, but it's still about clutching up in those big moments.
Yeah, now I'm looking at who managed to make it through, and, you know, I got a rep, because guess what? 5 out of 5 APAC South teams have made it through to the Sunday, in addition, of course, to Dark Zero.
I'm going to give you some love for that. That is a really strong region showing. South America region we talked about. John had asked the question, do we have any teams from South America actually going to finals? We do. Singularity, I believe, has done enough to qualify. So we'll get the final points to confirm, but I'm pretty sure that they will be there, which means everybody is representing, which means that this has truly been a global competition, Mark, and obviously we're turning back to kind of what happened in Game 6 and telling a little bit of the story of that, but also looking forward.
Yeah, 100%, and it was one of those games, Game 6, I thought that maybe a few teams were, I felt in the last few games, maybe the mentality wasn't there. They thought maybe this is tournament over before it was over. Maybe a little bit of tiredness. These guys and girls have been playing for so long up on this stage. I mean, everyone who's been here in the arena today has been shouting all day as well. I'm sure you're feeling a little bit exhausted as well, but it's been a monumental effort from all the teams who have been playing today, fighting through the losers bracket, the elimination bracket, the upper bracket, whatever it's been. There's been a lot of Apex Legends played today with a lot of pressure on the shoulder, and everyone, even the teams who unfortunately don't make it to tomorrow, I've got a lot to be proud of.
How do you take this going into, obviously, match point? You've played 12 games, if you've gotten to this point, and you've made it. Now what does that do? Does that help you? Does that hurt you? It's a little bit later. Some of the teams in winner's bracket, the real life benefit is they get to leave, they get to go have dinner, they get to watch what just happened here, get a good night's sleep. So how does that impact tomorrow going into a depth? But, you know, with the extra game still added, maybe a benefit.
Yeah, I think the extra time is helpful. I'm not sure the VOD review really would be here, because I don't think tomorrow's going to play out like this final bracket has. You know, the teams that are going to be coming through, hopefully they're not having too much impact on the POIs that those very strong teams have already established themselves in. I mean, we've seen a lot of contests this week, and surely by now they've worked that out.
Surely. Yeah, you know, pro players, they'll get along one day. I'm not sure if it'll be tomorrow, but we'll find out as we take a look back at Game 6 highlights. It was maybe a bit of a Cinderella story for Kansas City Pioneers. Mark was hyping up the crowd. I agree, it was a good sentiment to send them in with. And they almost had a moment. That could have worked. It ended up running into another team, though, E36, who needed the moment, too.
Yeah, everyone needed their moment in this last game, but just for a second, you started to believe for Pioneers. You thought that you were going to see something special in that final game. You saw Serdell once again clutching up for them. So many times he's done that throughout the years now that he's been alongside Nasky in different forms of this roster, but unfortunately it wasn't to be. In those final moments, they're obviously a huge asset to the Apex Legends Global Series. Great characters, fantastic team. But as we know, maybe situations in the build-up to this, they weren't at their most potent that we've seen them. But in this mid-game, Godfire, I thought for a second we were going to see something a little bit special with a Bocheck, because I've got to be honest, barely seen any Bocheck today.
I know, I think Zero maybe got a couple kills on it. Dark Zero obviously got a lot of their work done. Here we didn't focus on them towards the end, and we shifted the story towards the bottom teams. But enter Force 36. This is what ended up changing the fate of Pioneers. You can see they were fighting Onyx. Pioneers end up cleaning this up, but then Enter Force sweep in, you know, right there to find the final kill. And of course, it would then lead to Exoplan, Fnatic, and this final roundup, Gino, that ended up going the way of Fnatic here.
Yeah, another one of those APAC North teams who's made it through, still proving that they're a strong region. I think when we look at the breakdown of teams who's making it through to tomorrow overall, out of those 20 teams, I'm pretty sure NA is going to be ahead of the pack, and that definitely reflects what we saw throughout the online Pro League split.
What do you think this lobby, and Mark, I'll kind of toss this question to both of you if you feel passionate about it or not. What do you think is kind of the difference in terms of what the teams have going for them that were successful today versus the teams that we saw in the winner's bracket being successful, i.e. LG showed the lethality, the potential, but they didn't actually have that consistency maybe the way NRG did. Is that the big difference that you've seen between who they'll now have to be as lethal with tomorrow
I think the big thing for LG for me is that they just overpowered team in 3v3s in this lobby. When we saw them in that winners bracket, it's a different kettle of fish altogether. With all due respect to a lot of the teams that are here, there's some teams that are absolutely, lethal when it comes to 3v3s, and even if you win one of them, the likelihood of you going to a second one and having that kind of success like we saw LG do in this lobby, it's pretty slim. You have to be able to pick your fights a little bit smarter. You have to be able to wait for opening damage and then capitalize. And almost as importantly, I think teams were recognizing that had success in that winners bracket lobby. It's not about just doing opening damage, sending it. Even if you take damage on your way in and you're down, kind of if you would compare HP between the two teams, you have to recognize and make the call to back up, reset, so that you can reposition and have an opportunity to fight on a more even kill.
Well, I'd break it down into 3 parts of what makes this different to what it's going to be like tomorrow. One, the start. These teams aren't going to be able to get as good a start because they're not going to be claiming POIs that are as good, as influential in terms of loot. They're also going to struggle when it comes to the kills in the mid game and going up against, as you said, teams that are very lethal. And then when it comes to the end game, how are you going to find spots when you've got teams who are so good at reading zones and so quick at rotating that they beat you there? Everything on those 3 levels is going to be higher and harder tomorrow.
Kind of like the knife on the whetstone. They've got to sharpen up what went well today, because tomorrow, no room for mistakes whatsoever. Speaking of tomorrow, we've got our 10 teams. You just saw them there, who will be heading into our match point finals. It's why most people sign up for an Apex LAN. Yeah, the community is great. Yeah, the first 3 days are amazing, but we all wait to see what happens on Sunday. And Yuka F, Matsutasu, Meltsera are going to be representing, taking 4th place at championships. Can APAC North, can Fnatic do the job, lift the trophy tomorrow? We will be finding out. But of course, every day has its standouts. It's not just Fnatic. All around the play in these final 6 games, we've got some great nominations for our monster MVP. For me, I have to go with none other than Luminosity Gaming's very own Yanya, the 19-year-old superstar who, yes, hails from Mexico, and guess what, already has earned $37,000 in prizing in his career. For 19 years old, that was more money than I could even think of. That was more money I made in my first job when I was 26. So he's ahead of the game, not only in terms of what he's accomplishing, but when it's on the battlefield, his role that he plays as the Valkyrie, as the fragger. Think of it like Verhulst on TSM, except I feel that Yanya has really stepped up into almost a leadership in terms of a flag bearer, the one in the front of the vanguard, getting that knock that lets Jaguars and Neozul capitalize on it. They're running the Valkyrie, the Horizon, and the Bangalore. I think we've seen a shift to this. Fnatic went off the Watson and actually shifted onto Bangalore that final game for Yuka. And so I think Luminosity Gaming going into the finals have the best chance they could have had. They needed the warm-up time. Clearly got it here, and it has to do with Yanya performing. He was one of the top leaders in our NA Split 1 in terms of overall kills. If he can bring that performance, he is going to be somebody to look out for on Sunday. Mark, who you got?
I'm looking at ExoClan, and I'm looking at someone who's just as comfortable in a laboratory as he is with some lethal weapons in his hands. That is, of course, going to be Dexter. The play that always stands out to me is going to be that 1v1 clutch, right? You're always looking for a clutch factor in any player. It's almost the intangible thing that you can't teach. It's being able to stay calm under pressure and win those big battles, those big moments that win you games. And Dexter, in this situation, you have to say he's at a disadvantage for some of this fight, quite some time. He has to jump up at some point. He has to climb this ridge. He has to get this barrier off. But then you're looking at individual skill. Then you're looking for a moment of magic. And if you just wait a few seconds, you're going to see 2 pumps from this shotgun. And that was all he needed to get the job done. A lot of, highlight going towards Killer Pose and what he's done. Huge fragger for this team and understandable. But sometimes you've got to give credit where it's due. Sometimes someone else is going to step up. And all 3 players on ExoClan were phenomenal today.
It's hard to even separate them, honestly. Dexter and Killbots, they've been a duo for a long time, repping Thailand and APAC South. But, someone else who's done a lot over in APAC South, it's Jim Burton from Dark Zero, the roller guy. But it's, oh wow, love the support for him. Obviously, someone who's, who's earned that over a long time and has been known at times to be the best controller player in the world. This is another tournament where he can try and prove that. It's another tournament where his team can try and prove that. But for Jen Burton, there's more responsibilities on the team, honestly. I mean, Zero at times can be a very intense person, and sometimes I feel like it falls to Jen to be the spiritual leader of the team, the guy who has to keep that morale up and keep that team going when they come upon hard times. And for them, this is hard times. This is the first time they've actually found themselves in the losers bracket in that elimination spot in a LAN.
In many ways, though, competitively, we talk about Zero and Sharky and Jin Burton just as equally. For the face of Dark Zero across the planet, Jin Burton, a massive content creator, one of the biggest we have in Apex, and so he wasn't missing. He was missing out on Sweden. He made up for it, champs. Will he do it again?
One thing to say as well. What did I say at the start of this tournament? Dark Zero, however they get there, if they get into that grand final, they are one of the favorites. Even though they had to take the long road, Dark Zero in that final, and I tell you what, you can't argue they're still one of the favorites.
Are you saying there's a chance?
I'm saying there's a chance.
I'm
one big game, bro. One big game.
It's not Dumb and Dumber up here. These two guys are pretty smart as well. Guess what? That's our monster MVP for today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what a tournament. We have set our bracket for tomorrow, but before we end the day, on the stage, we've got an interview.
Oh yeah, we're here. We've got, of course, LG, who absolutely dominated. 35 points is what you guys got in one game. During the regular season, I mean, you guys were incredible on Storm Point. Suddenly you dropped that on World's Edge. What changed for you?
I mean, we just get a new composition. Niso wanted to get like a more aggressive composition, and then we just changed it. Like it was Niso's idea, so that's what we did. So more aggressive, triple controller, you know, it works.
Do you think that kind of style is going to work when you go into tomorrow's lobby, when you start to think about the bigger, the better teams? Because I heard you guys in comms saying this is an easy lobby.
I mean, it was not an easy lobby. It's just like every lobby is hard. We just have to give like everything we have. The boys are doing great. It's just like they're doing a great job. Tomorrow, you know, with the same confidence, we know we are like one of the best teams over there. Like we can 3v3 anyone. So same vibe, same energy. So like tomorrow.
And a question for Niesel as well. So we'll use a translation as well on this one. Going into tomorrow, it's match point. Does that change things for you in your preparation?
¿Cambian algo las cosas para mañana?
No. Seguimos, vamos a seguir el combo de Seal, Horizon, Valkyria y vamos a intentar jugar por zona, intentar limpiar equipos por esquinas y si tenemos oportunidad de un ghost spot, tomarlo.
We're going to continue as we have been. We're going to have new strategies. If we have opportunities, we're going to take them, but keep going forward.
And keep going forward, you shall. And if you play like that, I'm sure we'll see plenty more points. And last question to yourself. Do you think you can win this entire tournament?
¿Crees que pueden ganar?
Yes. Easy as that. I don't need translation for that one. They definitely can. I'm very excited to see you guys progress. Congratulations today. We'll see how they do tomorrow. Rain Day, take it away.
Thank you, Dan. And LG quiere que puede ganar. They certainly can. And Si Se Puede is obviously the response for LG on top of the world, on top of the bracket. Guys, before we head up to tomorrow and Sunday, get some rest tonight, final thoughts on the day.
Crazy day. And I've got to say that winners bracket is some of the best Apex I've had the pleasure of commentating. There were so many magical moments, and you could really see the teams being tested to their limits. The wonderful thing is, gentlemen, and everybody watching at home, we've got another day of it tomorrow. We've got even more of it, and every team who's in that finals lobby, they've had to work hard to get there.
Yeah, in the lead up to this event, the players kept saying, it's not going to be like this, but as you said, in the winners bracket, it was, and tomorrow, you add match point into the mix, it only gets better.
You had $1 million, by the way, as well, right?
Oh, yeah, that's not bad.
Little thing to really put the pressure on.
That's not a bad day at work, I would say. All these teams getting ready to go. We've talked about it so many times. And yes, before we send you out, tomorrow, 12 p.m. GMT is when our Split 1 playoffs begin. And if you're looking as to why today is important, well, 4 years ago, 2019, Apex Legends launched. Today, it is February 4th. And this is the 4th birthday of Apex Legends. So thank you so much to this game that has made so many lives possible. All the players on stage would not be here had Respawn not made this game. And those who are still here supporting in the stands, we appreciate you. Those watching still, we appreciate you. And guess what? It's time to get some sleep or wake up wherever you are in the world, because we got match point coming up tomorrow. It's the best teams in the world, all of them going head to head for $1 million in prizing. And guess what? We'll be here all day long to see who gets the job done. Rain Day, Onset, Genome, and the rest of the crew, as always, never give up, never stop gaming. We'll see you for match point.
The dropship is ready to go. It is time to get into our first Storm point match of the last elimination bracket.
Yeah, Juarez goes down. They should be all day road. And Dark Zero, your winners of match number 1.
I'm dead.
No. Oh, they called it themselves.
Melter, last inning, and gone beret. They are your winners of match number 3.
Make some noise as we get ready for game number 4. Copper Box Arena, make some noise for Singularity. Exo Clan on top.